Chapter 1. What does it matter if I admit it? Xiao, you conspired with the demonic path and harmed the children of the family. Do you plead guilty? Within the Li family's hall of punishment, Xiao found himself bound in chains, iron hooks piercing his bones and affixed to a pillar, his body marred by countless wounds, blood oozing profusely. With a painful grimace, Xiao's lips trembled as a torrent of memories surged through his mind, finally confirming the reality of his transmigration. The original owner of this body shared his name Xiao. He had been the adopted son of the Li family's patriarch, Li Chengfeng, and a prodigious talent among the younger generation, having rendered significant contributions to the family. For 3 days and nights, he led the members of the Li family into fierce battle, securing 30 spirit stone mines, single-handedly clearing out beast-infested territories, expanding their domain, and seeking perilous lands, all while gathering numerous spirit herbs for the family. Yet now, he found himself wrongfully imprisoned in the Li family's hall of punishment. Reflecting on the original owner's past deeds, Xiao roared in fury, "I am innocent. Why should I confess?" Just 2 days prior, Xiao had ventured with fellow disciples to explore a family secret realm, only to be ambushed by disciples of the demonic path, suffering heavy losses, but he had managed to escape. To his shock, someone had taken advantage of this misfortune to slander him. Xiao knew that the true mastermind behind this was none other than his adoptive father, Li Chengfeng, who sought to pave the way for his biological son. His reputation within the Li family was formidable, leading many to believe he was the next patriarch. In truth, the original owner had never aspired to gain anything from the family. He merely remembered the kindness of his upbringing and fought tirelessly for the Li family. The notion of being grateful for his upbringing was laughable, for he had never truly experienced a father's love from Li Chengfeng. While Li Chengfeng's biological son enjoyed abundant resources, he was left to struggle on the front lines against rival families. The merits he earned were halved, as Li Chengfeng had instructed him to care for and yield to his younger brother. As his adoptive brother received guidance from esteemed mentors, he was left to cultivate his martial skills amidst the chaos of battle. At such times, Li Chengfeng would merely tell him it was all part of his training. Though referred to as an adopted son, Li Chengfeng had merely taken him in for his promising talents, intending for him to serve his biological family. After sacrificing so much for the family, he owed Li Chengfeng nothing. Now, Li Chengfeng sought to eliminate him to secure his biological son's position as patriarch. How audacious! You insolent wretch, Xiao! The patriarch has treated you as his own. How dare you fail to recognize his kindness? The evidence is irrefutable, yet you still dare to be obstinate. Are you truly seeking death? The elder of the punishment hall, wielding an iron whip stained with Xiao's blood, glared at him, shouting in anger. Xiao cursed inwardly, "Fool! Li Chengfeng is intent on killing me. If I confess, I will undoubtedly die today. Brother Xiao, just confess, I will plead with the patriarch to show you mercy." A delicate young woman, her features soft and fair, spoke to Xiao with feigned concern. Xiao let out a cold laugh. "To kill you with a mere sword would be too lenient. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? Of course, the key point is that I still intend to extract this woman's fortune." "Xiao, what skill is it to lay hands on a woman?" An angry roar echoed from a distance. Xiao looked up to see a young man sitting beside Li Chengfeng. He was none other than Li Chengfeng's biological son. Li Chan. The fact that he was named with the character Chan was well known among the onlookers as a deliberate intent from Li Chengfeng regarding his son. It was laughable that the original owner had once believed Li Chengfeng sought to nurture him. "Are you dissatisfied? I stand right here. If you have the capability, come and save her." Li Xiao sneered ominously. Chapter 3. What a surprise! Li Chan, furious beyond measure, turned to Li Chengfeng. "Father, allow me to eradicate this scourge today." It was a matter of pride. His woman was being attacked in front of him, and it wasn't just Li Yuling's face that was being struck, but his own. Li Chengfeng nodded slightly. Go ahead. Even without Li Chan's plea, he had intended to let his son take action. Li Chan's current cultivation was at the Unity realm, while Li Xiao was merely at the Ninth Heaven Man realm, a full realm below his son. Moreover, Li Chan possessed the family's secret sword technique, the Tsang Tian sword manual, which was far superior to the stolen knowledge Li Xiao had acquired. Allowing Li Chan to deal with Li Xiao would simultaneously diminish Li Xiao's reputation and elevate his son's standing, achieving a dual purpose. With Li Chengfeng's approval, Li Chan wasted no time, drawing his sword and charging towards Li Xiao. Li Xiao, you better not move. With me here, he dares not act recklessly. Li Chan pointed his sword at Li Xiao. Addressing Li Yuling alarmed, Li Yuling hurried to comply, only for Li Xiao to raise his sword again. A sword strike sliced through the air in front of her, cleaving the execution hall in two. She trembled, unable to take another step forward, as she sensed the lingering sword energy in the air. She was certain that had Li Xiao aimed that strike at her, she would have been bisected. Li Chan's expression shifted drastically, his face contorted in disbelief. This obstruction was a mockery of his capabilities, and he couldn't help but wonder if this truly was the Tsang Tian sword manual. For it seemed different from his own version. Only Li Chengfeng, seated in the main position, fixed his piercing gaze on Li Xiao. The sword energy, just unleashed indeed, contained the essence of the Tsang Tian sword manual. Yet he only possessed a third of it. None of Li Xiao's techniques were included. Could it be that he had misjudged, and this was not the Tsang Tian sword manual at all? Li Xiao coldly regarded Li Yuling. Move again, and this will be your fate. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground. Ding! Li Yuling's heart was wounded, her fortune diminished by 10,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have plundered the fortune of the destined daughter. Li Yuling, amounting to 10,000 points. Xiao raised an eyebrow. With her heart so fragile, it seemed that with just 2 more attempts, he could claim all her fortune for himself. Ding! Detected the destined son. Li Chan, age, 25, realm, Unity realm, first level. Fortune, 500,000 points. The glimmer flickered in Li Xiao's eyes. This fellow was indeed a destined son, possessing a staggering 500,000 points of fortune. Li Xiao, I once regarded you as my elder brother and held you in some respect. But this time, you have gone too far that I will personally send you on your way. Li Chan was incensed, roaring as he charged at Li Xiao. Let me show you what the Tsang Tian sword manual truly is. The Tsang Tian sword technique, hidden within the heavens, danced in Li Chan's hands, causing the very skies to tremble. Li Xiao scoffed. Your Tsang Tian sword manual? You think you are worthy? Allow me to teach you. He did not even need a sword, as he currently possessed none, having had his weapon confiscated by the Li family. Instead, he wielded his finger as a sword, brandishing it in the A-I-R-S. He danced his finger. The heavens darkened, clouds amassed, and a golden sword light descended, coalescing behind him. With a mere gesture, countless golden sword lights surged towards Li Chan. Li Chan was struck with terror. How is this possible? This truly is the Tsang Tian sword manual. His heart raced, realizing that he could not withstand such an onslaught with his own strength. In a moment of desperation, he quickly donned a defensive artifact bestowed upon him by his father. Capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an Emperor Realm expert, he never imagined he would have to use it here. This was the Tsang Tian sword manual. It couldn't be mistaken. The aura was undeniably that of the Tsang Tian sword manual. Yet why was it that even the clan leader could not execute this technique? As the Li family members gasped in astonishment, Li Chengfeng stood up in shock. This was indeed the Tsang Tian sword manual, yet one he had never before encountered. How could Li Xiao possess other techniques from the Tsang Tian sword manual? Li Xiao sneered. You treasure a mere fragmented version, while I shall show you the complete Tsang Tian sword manual. Li Chengfeng's expression darkened. As he had suspected, this was indeed the complete Tsang Tian sword manual. Wasn't Li Xiao's version stolen? How could he possess the entirety of the manual? Could it be that he had pilfered other techniques from elsewhere? Or was it possible he comprehended the complete manual from the fragmented version? The other disciples leaned towards the latter explanation. After all, they had no idea where the other complete manuals could be found, making theft highly improbable. Such a sacred technique was treated like a treasure. How could it be easily stolen? The notion that Li Xiao had independently comprehended the manual seemed more plausible. The complete Tsang Tian sword manual. An elder beside Li Chengfeng could hardly contain himself. This was indeed the complete manual. Many lives have been lost over the mere third of it. Could they truly just watch as the complete manual lay before them? Unmoved, Li Chengfeng bellowed, Li Xiao, Given our familial ties, I shall temporarily overlook your crimes. Cease your actions, transcribe the complete Song Tian sword manual, and I will spare your life and allow you to leave. Li Xiao shot a derisive glance at Li Chengfeng. Had it been anyone else, there might have been some credibility to his words. However, to Li Chengfeng, he harbored not an ounce of trust if he complied. He might find himself dead the very next moment after transcribing the manual. He couldn't even be bothered to reply to Li Chengfeng, turning his attention back to Li Chan. Your shell is quite hard. Let's see how long you can endure. Golden sword light continued to strike down upon Li Chan. Li Chan was in utter despair, struggling to defend himself without any strength to counterattack, despite being in the Unity realm. A full realm above Li Xiao, he found himself suppressed by him. Even his prideful Song Tian sword manual was rendered a laughingstock beneath Li Xiao's complete version. Ding! Li Chan's heart was wounded. His fortune diminished by 20,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have plundered the fortune of the destined son, Li Chan, amounting to 20,000 points. The host's current villain value stands at 100,000, 900,000. Li Xiao's eyes brightened. With just 30,000 more points, he could obtain the next round of rewards. The destined son, Li Chan, possessed a significantly higher fortune than the destined daughter, Li Yuling, making this plunder far more lucrative. Originally intending to eliminate Li Chan in one fell swoop, Li Xiao's plans shifted. Rebellious one, how dare you harm the young master of the Li family? You seek death. An elder from the execution hall suddenly roared, charging towards Li Xiao. Li Xiao sneered. You can take your leave. A beam of light shot from his hand, revealing a massive mirror that enveloped the elder in dazzling radiance, rendering him immobile. Chapter 4. Who touches whom dies. This is the Nine-Yang mystic mirror of our clan. Indeed, the Nine-Yang mystic mirror is truly in this fellow's possession. They realized he had indeed killed their kin and stolen the Nine-Yang mystic mirror. The Li family members were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Only Li Chan and Li Yuling appeared dazed. How is this possible? Li Chan exclaimed in disbelief. If this was the Nine-Yang mystic mirror, then what was the one in his storage ring? No, the Nine-Yang mystic mirror was not stolen by Li Xiao. It was he who, with Li Yuling's assistance, had taken the Nine-Yang mystic mirror. The Nine-Yang mystic mirror was a sacred weapon. Even his father could only use it but not possess it. Yet he was unwilling to accept that as the next leader of the Li family, he could only use it and not claim it as his own. Thus, he had taken the Nine-Yang mystic mirror and framed Li Xiao for it. Xiao looked at Li Chan with amusement. Did you ever expect this? Ding! Li Chan's heart was wounded, his fortune diminished by 20,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have plundered the fortune of the destined son, Li Chan, amounting to 20,000 points. The host's current villain value stands at 100,000, 900,000. Li Xiao silently praised the situation. Yet again, Li Chan's heart suffered damage. Clan leader, quickly aid me. The elder of the execution hall exerted all his strength to resist the brilliance of the Nine-Yang Xintian mirror, shouting towards Li Chengfeng. However, Li Chengfeng remained silent, his expression dark and astonished. Was it that he did not wish to help? Rather, he found himself unable to do so. He had just attempted to activate the Nine-Yang Xintian mirror, but discovered it yielded no response. Unlike Li Xiao's mirror, Xiao scoffed, fool. Take a good look. My Nine-Yang Xintian mirror is not the severely damaged relic you possess. What? Upon hearing this, the elder of the execution hall looked up in shock, squinting at the Nine-Yang Xintian mirror hovering in midair. This mirror was clearly intact and solid, unlike the one belonging to their clan, which bore numerous cracks. This Li Xiao, he had actually repaired the Nine-Yang Xintian mirror. No wonder the clan leader was unable to activate it. He must have colluded with the demonic path to find a way to restore our mirror. What a shameless wretch. He stole our possession and now revels in it. The anger among the Li clan members intensified. Yet Li Chengfeng remained silent. As the leader of the Li clan, he was no fool. He could roughly guess who had taken the clan's Nine-Yang Xintian mirror. He had long grown weary of possessing only the right to use the mirror. Since his son desired it, he would allow him to take it. Repair the Nine-Yang Xintian mirror. What nonsense. This is a sacred artifact. The difficulty of restoring such a relic is immense. If it could be repaired, their ancestors would have done so long ago, not waiting until now that it was evident that the mirror in Li Xiao's possession was not the one belonging to the Li clan. However, he would never admit that the Nine-Yang Xintian mirror had been taken by his son. Such a complete Nine-Yang Xintian mirror could only belong to the Li clan. Li Xiao cast a cold glance at the foolish members of the Li family. Still defending the very person who had brutally slain their own kin, he turned to Li Chan and said, "It seems your shell is nearing its limit." At that moment, the imperial artifact on Li Chan had begun to show signs of cracks. Though it was an imperial weapon capable of withstanding a strike from an emperor, Li Xiao's attacks were formidable. "Father, save me, please!" Li Chan, disregarding his dignity, shouted urgently at Li Chengfeng. Survival was now of utmost importance. Li Chengfeng stepped forward decisively. "Li Xiao, cease your actions at once." With a massive hand, he struck towards Li Xiao, who conjured a phantom hand above him. In an instant, Li Xiao felt an overwhelmingly potent force pressing down on him, nearly suffocating him. This was the power of the emperor. Li Xiao laughed in fury. "Li Chengfeng, you old fool, unwilling to part with the hidden heaven sword manual or the intact Nine-Yang Xintian mirror. Why are you afraid to strike with lethal intent? If you do not, do you truly wish to wait for your son's corpse to be collected?" Li Chengfeng seethed with rage. "Dare to be so arrogant. Let us see how resilient your tongue is." However, just as Li Chengfeng's hand was about to descend upon Li Xiao's head, Li Xiao's palm trembled, releasing a flicker of golden flame that shot forth. The moment the golden flame touched the phantom hand conjured by Li Chengfeng, it instantly disintegrated into nothingness. What was happening? What was that golden flame? That was a strike from an emperor-level warrior. Yet Li Xiao had effortlessly countered it. The members of the Li clan were astounded by the spectacle. An emperor-level expert, directly confronting a mere mortal of the ninth layer of the celestial realm, was akin to an adult battling an infant. Yet, the infant had easily dismantled the adult's attack. Li Chengfeng could hardly believe it. At the moment the flame consumed his phantom hand, he felt an unsettling trepidation. He feared that flame, yet the dignity of an emperor must not be compromised. Before the assembled Li clan members, Li Chengfeng roared in anger. "You seek death. Let us see how you withstand this." A murderous intent enveloped his eyes as he thrust both hands forward, surrounding Li Xiao. Phantom hands began to coalesce from all directions in his view, Li Xiao's previous move was trivial. How could he possibly overcome such a multitude of attacks? Li Xiao smirked, still too afraid. "Old man, what use is this?" With another flick of his hand, he unleashed not just a thread of golden flame, but a storm of golden flames erupting forth. The golden flames not only incinerated all of Li Chengfeng's phantom hands, but also tore through the void, creating numerous rifts. These rifts took a considerable time to slowly mend themselves. I understand now. This is the celestial fire of the Nine-Flame Dynasty. Indeed, was this not the celestial fire of the Nine-Flame Dynasty? But why did Li Xiao possess the celestial fire? I merely mentioned it in passing. How could Li Xiao have possibly stolen the celestial fire of the Nine-Flame Dynasty? The members of the Li clan recognized the celestial fire with clarity. And once again, they were struck with astonishment, particularly the clan member who had earlier wronged Li Xiao. He had merely spoken without thought, yet here was Li Xiao, managing to escape with the celestial fire. Li Chengfeng stood frozen in place. The celestial fire? Years ago, their Li clan had failed in their duty to guard the celestial fire of the Nine-Flame Dynasty, leading to its theft. He certainly knew that Li Xiao could not have taken the celestial fire, but how did Li Xiao come by it? Li Xiao unleashed another wave of the celestial fire, surrounding the area, then coldly laughed at Li Chan. "Even if your father wishes to extinguish my celestial fire, he will require some time. Do you think I could kill you in that time?" Li Chan trembled. "Li Xiao, if you kill me, my father will not spare you." Ding! Li Chan's heart was damaged, and his fortune was reduced by 20,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune of the destined child. Li Chan, by 20,000 points. The host currently has 110,000 villain points. Congratulations to the host. This round of villain points has been injected, and rewards are being distributed. Chapter 5. I am a prince who dares to move against me. The host gains 9 cultivation. Stepping into the ninth layer of the returning unity realm, the host acquires the supreme bone. This is the path of invincibility. Why borrow the bones of others? Gaze into the essence, perceive all things. The host gains the supreme bone. This is the path of invincibility. More bones mean more paths, refining the physical body to its pinnacle, comparable to ancient deities. The host acquires the Qinglian X1. Highest grade, ninth tier. Li Xiao's eyes brightened. And in an instant, he felt a significant transformation in his body. He discovered that he could see the essence of everything within his line of sight. For instance, regarding the celestial fire surrounding him, he could instantly perceive its purest essence and even analyze its source. In battle, having such insight would render his opponent's moves as glaring flaws in his eyes. The enhancement from the supreme bone to his body was also remarkably evident. Having been pierced through the peep of bone, his injuries had completely healed, aside from the bloodstains. He felt that without even channeling his spiritual essence, he could easily overpower an adversary of the same tier with sheer strength. As for the Qinglian, he understood that, unlike the fierce nature of the celestial fire, the Qinglian did not burn objects but targeted the very essence itself. Having received all the rewards from the system, Li Xiao finally had time to deal with Li Chan. Li Chan possessed a whopping 500,000 fortune points. Killing him would be regrettable, but draining his fortune was what Li Xiao truly desired. Just as Li Xiao was about to take action, a furious voice echoed from above. "Unfilial son, you are far too audacious. Today you shall die." The palpable killing intent caused Li Xiao's expression to change. He looked up to see Li Changfeng channeling all his spiritual essence, forcefully dispelling all the celestial fire, and then striking towards him with a sword. This old man was truly intent on killing him. Although every move from Li Changfeng was riddled with flaws under Li Xiao's, the disparity in their realms was too great. Even if he wished to resist, he needed at least some strength to counter it. Li Xiao bellowed, "Li Changfeng, do you dare to touch me? I am the seventh prince of the Nine Flame Dynasty." Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's movements faltered for a moment, allowing Li Xiao to swiftly retreat to a distance. "Clan leader, do not believe his words. How could he possibly be a prince of the Nine Flame Dynasty? He is merely stalling for time. Clan leader, kill him. Li Xiao, you have stolen so many treasures from my clan. Now that death is imminent, you still wish to struggle." The members of the Li clan shouted in anger. Changfeng's expression fluctuated between dark and light. The reputation of the Nine Flame Dynasty was indeed formidable, which is why he hesitated for a moment. However, Li Xiao was nothing. Did he truly believe himself to be a lost prince of the Nine Flame Dynasty? He had already made up his mind. Regardless of what Li Xiao said, he would kill him. The execution hall of the Li clan had never been marred by such disgrace. Today, Li Xiao would surely die. Li Changfeng's face turned icy. "Li Xiao, your father grants you one final opportunity. Transcribe the Songtian sword manual and return to me our clan's sacred artifact, the Nine-Yang Xintian mirror. Additionally, surrender the burning sky. These items are beyond your rightful possession. I may consider granting you a chance at survival." Li Xiao laughed heartily. "Li Changfeng, if I truly complied, would you not eliminate me the very next moment? Must one not embrace sincerity in life? Allow me to reiterate. I am the seventh prince of the Jiao dynasty. You may choose to disbelieve, yet soon you shall have no choice but to accept this truth at that moment." Li Chan bellowed, "Father, kill him. Afterward, let someone assist in soul searching." Soul searching. Li Xiao turned to Li Chan. "You and your father from the Li family are indeed corrupt. You have seized the Nine-Yang Xintian mirror from your clan. Your father must be aware of this. How absurd it is that you have managed to deceive the entire Li family." Li Chan's expression shifted. "Li Xiao, cease your attempts to sow discord. Do you not possess an inkling of the truth within your heart?" Li Xiao retorted disdainfully to Changfeng's countenance fluctuated between dark and light, before he resolved. "Soul-searching it is. Soul-searching can only be entrusted to outsiders, as the Li family lacks expertise in this area, risking the exposure of certain secrets. Yet there is no alternative." Li Changfeng lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Li Xiao, his intent to kill palpable. Xiao inwardly cursed his luck, wondering why the people from the Jiao dynasty had yet to arrive. "Li Changfeng, You old dog have risen to new heights. Do you dare to act against him? At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the Li residence. As the echo faded, a figure clad in black entered. Upon seeing him, Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback, quickly donning a smile. Brother Xiao, I trust you have been well. Zhou Xian cast a cold glance at him, then turned to Li Xiao, bowing slightly. I am Zhou Xian. I pay my respects to His Highness the Seventh Prince. Boom! Instantly, the entire Li family fell into stunned silence. The Seventh Prince? Zhou Xian, a guard of the Emperor of the Zhou dynasty, having reached the imperial realm for many years, would address Li Xiao as the Seventh Prince? Li Chan's expression darkened, as if it could drip water. How could it be? How could Li Xiao possibly be the Seventh Prince of the Zhou dynasty? Li Yuling gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The Seventh Prince of the Zhou dynasty. She had unwittingly betrayed the Seventh Prince of the Zhou dynasty. A wave of indescribable pain and regret washed over her heart. Had she not betrayed Li Xiao, she might have become the future princess of the Zhou dynasty. What status could a mere daughter-in-law of the Li family ever compare? Ding! Li Yuling's heart was wounded. Her fortune diminished by 10,000 points. Li Chan's heart was also wounded, losing 20,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune of the destined daughter Li Yuling, worth 10,000 points, and the destined son Li Chan, worth 20,000 points. The host now possesses a villain value of 400,001,000,000. Li Xiao chuckled. Had their hearts been wounded again, the next round of descent would require 1,000,000 villain points, but seemed not too arduous. However, even if he drained these two hapless fools of their fortune, it would still fall short. It appeared he must seek out a new destined... I Chengfeng's face turned ashen. Brother Zhou, what does this mean? Zhou Xian snorted, glancing at him sideways. A mere minor clan like the Li family dares to challenge my Seventh Prince. Such insolence must be punished. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Xian charged at Li Chengfeng. Having only entered the imperial realm for a mere decade, Li Chengfeng was no match for Zhou Xian, and he found himself overwhelmed. Brother Zhou, there must be some mistake. How could this child possibly be the Seventh Prince of the Zhou dynasty? Zhou Xian's fury escalated. Do you dare utter such words? His assault intensified. However, as both were of the imperial realm, Zhou Xian found it difficult to gain the upper hand against Li Chengfeng. That Li Xiao sneered. Zhou Xian, he intends to use the Tsang Tian sword manual with his left hand. Attack his right. Zhou Xian paused for a moment, but decided to heed Li Xiao's counsel. However, to his astonishment, Li Chengfeng indeed unleashed the Tsang Tian sword manual with his left hand, while Zhou Xian successfully evaded. Striking Li Chengfeng's right side, Li Chengfeng staggered back, spitting blood, his disbelief evident as he fixed a gaze upon Li Xiao. How could you possibly anticipate my moves? Wait, is that... Chapter 6. The Life and Death Arena for Li Chengfeng. There was undoubtedly a legendary phenomenon. Thus, witnessing it suddenly manifest in Li Xiao's eyes left him utterly astounded. I have come at the behest of the Emperor of the Zhou dynasty to escort the Seventh Prince. Who dares obstruct us shall be slain. Zhou Xian did not seize the opportunity to pursue a kill. Both were strong in the imperial realm, making it difficult to eliminate one another. More importantly, he recognized Li Chengfeng's talent and was eager to escort him back to the Zhou dynasty. Unwilling to become entangled with Li Chengfeng further, Li Chengfeng was momentarily stunned. His face twisted as he fixed an intense glare at Li Xiao, unsure of how to proceed. The Li family's most glorious days had merely been as subjects of the Zhou dynasty. Now, they dared not offend the dynasty. Yet he was unwilling to let Li Xiao depart, nor could he allow him to leave. Now that Li Xiao had revealed his talents, such a formidable prodigy bore a deep-seated grudge against the Li family. Should he allow Li Xiao to escape now? When he returned, would anyone in the Li family still be alive? Li Chengfeng found himself frozen, blood pooling in his head, his aged face flushed crimson. Breathing heavily, he was at a loss for what decision to make. Li Xiao, I shall confront you on the family life and death arena. Just as Li Chengfeng found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Zhou Xian's patience wearing thin, a voice filled with unwavering confidence suddenly rang out. What? The declaration caused an uproar, Everyone in the Li family gazed at Li Chan with incredulity, just moments ago, who had been so thoroughly trounced by Li Xiao. More importantly, Li Chan had clearly exhausted all his efforts and resources. Yet he had still been utterly overwhelmed by Li Xiao. It was evident to all that had Li Changfeng not shamelessly bullied the weak, Li Chan would have been dead multiple times over by now. Brother Chan, I believe in you. You can do it. Amid the stunned silence, Li Yuling rushed forward, her face alight with excitement and admiration as she gazed at him. It was as though there was some secret between them that guaranteed Li Chan's victory in this battle. How can your Li family possibly possess any prodigy capable of contending with the seventh prince? Zhou Xian wore a look of utter disbelief, naturally skeptical of such claims. Father, please have faith in me. I shall publicly slay this traitor of our family. Li Chan regarded Li Changfeng with utmost seriousness. The two exchanged unspoken communication through their gazes. Li Changfeng, with a grave expression, surprisingly nodded in agreement. Very well. Let me witness the talents of the seventh prince. Zhou Xian burst into laughter, confident that as long as it was not an elder of the Li family intervening, he would not interfere. For within the Jiuyan dynasty, competition was fierce. Mediocrity could not be allowed to survive. Very well. You have chosen your own path. Let us see what kind of waste you have selected. Li Xiao was momentarily stupefied by this unexpected boon, earnestly regarding Li Yuling, hoping to plunder the remnants of her fortune. He had previously worried about the long duration of his stay in the Jiuyan dynasty, unable to continue drawing from these two blood bags. Yet he never anticipated that Li Chan would so willingly step forward to seek his own demise. This was truly fortuitous. Seventh Prince, do not underestimate him. This individual evidently possesses a trump card. As Li Xiao confidently advanced toward the family life and death arena, Zhou Xian furrowed his brow and sent a warning through his thoughts. Li Xiao was taken aback, suddenly realizing the situation was amiss. Just moments ago, Li Chan had been utterly suppressed, so who had granted him this newfound confidence? Were he a normal person, Li Xiao would dismiss Li Chan as mad. However, upon considering Li Chan's identity as a destined son, Li Xiao's heart tightened. He recognized he had become overconfident. Rest assured, Senior, Li Xiao turned back, respectfully bowing to Zhou Xian. However, the Li family is despicable and shameless. Once I gain the upper hand, they will undoubtedly breach the arena's rules. I beseech you, Senior, to safeguard me. Should anyone dare to intrude upon the arena, may you take action and slay them. Li Xiao earnestly made his request, which also served as a psychological blow, exerting pressure upon Li Chan. Fear not. The family life and death arena of the Li family is rooted in the traditions of the Jiuyan dynasty. Should anyone dare to defy the rules set by our ancestors, I will not let such a transgressor go unpunished. Zhou Xian suppressed his unease, laughing heartily as his voice resonated throughout the expanse of Li residence, causing all present to change their expressions drastically. Enough of this idle chatter. You may commence. Li Chan leapt onto the battle stage, and in an instant his aura transformed dramatically, exuding the presence of an unparalleled master, radiating an unmistakable dominance, as if proclaiming himself invincible. Let me see what other cards you have up your sleeve, Li Xiao scoffed, leisurely ascending the platform and playfully beckoning Li Chan with a curled finger. Ew. Witnessing Li Xiao's disdainful demeanor, a surge of fury ignited within Li Chan, shattering the delicate balance of his resolve once more. Ding! Li Chan's spirit was wounded, causing a reduction of 20,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune points of the destined child. Li Chan, the host, currently possesses a villainous value of 600,001,000,000. Li Xiao had yet to make a move. His mere gesture had yielded such an unexpected delight. Meanwhile, Li Chan charged forward, initially intending to leverage external forces. He was now incensed by Li Xiao's attitude, eager to prove his worth in his eyes. His previous humiliating defeat was not due to any inferiority to Li Xiao, but rather a consequence of his external forces being weaker than those of Li Xiao. Thus, he dashed forward, wielding a rare imperial weapon, its gleaming blade aimed directly at Li Xiao's eyes. His intention was not to blind Li Xiao, but to disorient him, hoping to catch him off guard and prevent him from utilizing his external powers. Is that all? Regrettably, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao suddenly let out a laugh, his fingers darting out like ethereal serpents, effortlessly pinching the blade of Li Chan's imperial weapon. This is impossible. A wave of astonishment cascaded through the crowd. Even Zhou Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. Xiao had concealed his strength. He was, astonishingly, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Unity realm. An unimaginable humiliation surged within Li Chan, who began to scream frantically, attempting to wrench the imperial weapon from Li Xiao's grasp, but it was as futile as trying to move a mountain. How humiliating! This is akin to being bullied by a child. Among the surrounding crowd, a suppressed murmur arose, and the previously expectant Liu Ling turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 7. The hidden cards of the destined child. The gap has widened even further. She stared blankly at Li Xiao, realizing he stood casually like an immovable mountain, while Li Chan before him resembled a presumptuous jester. How could I have abandoned Li Xiao for Li Chan? She stood there in a daze, unaware that her already dwindling fortune points were slipping away once more. Ding! Liu Ling's spirit was wounded, causing a reduction of 10,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune points of the destined daughter. Liu Ling, the host, currently possesses a villainous value of 700,001,000,000. Just as Li Xiao was about to act, he suddenly received a system notification. Glancing at Liu Ling in astonishment, surprised by this unexpected gain. If this continues, Liu Ling will soon be left with nothing. Observing that Li Xiao still had the leisure to glance at Liu Ling at this moment, Li Chan finally erupted in fury. He roared to the heavens, abruptly releasing his imperial weapon and stepping back. Li Xiao exclaimed in surprise, for in that instant, Li Chan's demeanor underwent a complete transformation that a foul, cold, ancient, malevolent, and tyrannical aura, one that seemed to exert dominion over all, silently emanated from Li Chan, enveloping the arena in an instant. Clearly, this aura could not belong solely to Li Chan facing each other. Li Chan's features remained unchanged, yet his expression and aura had transformed into something utterly unfamiliar. You little brat, you are truly deserving of death. Forcing me, your ancestor, to awaken prematurely, I shall devour your flesh, spirit, talents, bloodline, and divine powers. Li Chan cackled sinisterly, a faint black mist enveloping his form, rendering him indistinct and ethereal. Who are you? Li Xiao furrowed his brow, stepping back. Indeed, Li Chan was the true destined child, possessing such capabilities to me. I'm the ancestor of the Li family. Li Chan replied with a maniacal laugh, clearly fabricating his identity. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the imperial weapon, which had been firmly subdued by Li Xiao, trembled violently, returning to his grasp autonomously. Simultaneously, a murderous intent erupted from Li Chan, as if the imperial weapon had come to life, intent on slaughtering all in its path. The same imperial weapon, in Li Chan's hands at this moment, had its power multiplied 100-fold, 1,000-fold, as countless black threads stealthily ensnared the space around Li Xiao. They twisted and coiled in an attempt to strangle him. This is not the sword technique of our Li family. What a sinister and bizarre sword technique. Could it be that the young master has secretly practiced demonic arts? The crowd erupted in astonishment, none expecting Li Chan to employ such tactics. Silence. Who dares to speak out shall be expelled from the Li family. Li Chengfeng's face darkened. He had not anticipated Li Chan would resort to such means in public. Puff, puff, puff. Countless black threads, dreamlike and ephemeral, morphed into substance at times, while at others seemed merely illusory, and no matter how Li Xiao dodged, he was still left with countless wounds. What is this? Li Xiao, concealing his supreme bone, remained unshaken, observing intently with widened eyes. Before long, he discerned that these elusive black threads were not sword energy, but rather soul power. You little brat, your body harbors many secrets, Li Chan cackled, as the myriad black threads suddenly coalesced, resembling rivers converging into the sea, forming a long black rainbow. The long rainbow surged downward, aiming for the crown of Li Xiao's head. This is possession. How dare you? Zhou Xian below the stage was taken aback. shouting in alarm as he surged with momentum, intent on rushing up to provide aid. This is the family's life and death battle stage. Do you dare intervene, defying the ancient traditions of the Juyin dynasty? Li Chengfeng shouted, rushing forward without hesitation to block Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's true strength was only slightly superior to Li Chengfeng's, and at this moment, with the latter desperately obstructing him, he found it difficult to break through. Seventh Prince, be careful. This is a battle of wills. Do not be deceived, and do not give in. Zhou Xian shouted frantically, but he was evidently unable to assist Li Xiao any further. Truly, a path to self-destruction. Li Xiao stood silently, but suddenly a smile broke across his face, flames igniting around him. You fool! Though the celestial flame is formidable, what can it do to me? Li Chan cackled wickedly, yet soon everyone was left in shock. For they all knew that the celestial flame was a revered pure golden hue, yet the flames enveloping Li Xiao were a gentle azure. This is impossible. How could you possibly possess the azure lotus flame as well? Li Chan shrieked in agony, blood spurting from his 7 orifices as the black rainbow instantly transformed into countless ghostly figures, all wailing in terror, seeking to flee. Unfortunately, attempting to escape at this point was far too late. Boom! A massive azure fire lotus suddenly expanded infinitely, engulfing the entire life and death battle stage, incinerating all the black threads to ashes. A terrifying vitality surged from that azure lotus. It was clear that this vitality came at the cost of sacrificing countless lives and unraveling one's essence. Who are you? A mere prince of the Juyin dynasty. How could you? Li Chan exclaimed in horror, but before he could finish, Li Xiao charged forward, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. You wish to challenge me to a life and death duel. Do you think you have a right to contend with me? Do you believe that being possessed by a wretched spirit grants you dominion over me? The two locked eyes. Although Li Chan loomed over Li Xiao, his heart was filled with terror and defeat. He could not fathom how his greatest display and trump card could be rendered utterly impotent before Li Xiao. Li Xiao appeared as a bottomless pit. Whatever he brought forth would be crushed to oblivion beneath his might. Ding! Li Yuling's spirit was wounded, causing a reduction of 10,000 points. Li Chan's spirit was wounded, causing a reduction of 20,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune points of the destined daughter, Li Yuling, and the destined child. Li Chan, the host, currently possesses a villainous value of 1,000,001,000,000. Li Chan, utterly defeated, lowered his head, no longer daring to meet Li Xiao's gaze, as both continued to lose their fortune points. However, this was evidently insufficient. Li Xiao gently released his grip, causing Li Chan to collapse helplessly onto the stage. Staring blankly at Li Xiao, unsure why his opponent had yet to deliver the final blow, Li Chan, you must tell everyone, was your father and son's accusation against me truly unfounded? Li Xiao's palm gradually relaxed. Yet countless strands of sword energy transformed into writhing dragons, swirling frantically around Li Chan. This was the Hidden Heaven Sword Manual, an extraordinary opportunity that the Li father-son duo had sought for a lifetime, yet could never attain. Chapter 8. Complete Collapse. A powerful aura of murderous intent gripped Li Chan's mind, making it clear that uttering another refusal would result in him being shredded into a mist of blood by the surrounding sword energy. Stop! What are you planning to do? This battle has determined the victor. We concede, Li Chengfeng shouted in terror, clearly witnessing the waste that was Li Chan genuinely intending to reveal the truth before the crowd. This would utterly ruin him, leaving him unable to command respect ever again. Rather than that, it would be better to see Li Chan dead. Li Chengfeng, what are you doing? Do you dare to disrupt the rules of the life and death arena and intervene? Unfortunately, before Li Chengfeng could rush in, Zhou Xian had already grasped him firmly, resembling an insurmountable chasm, preventing him from advancing a single step. I declare, I have been having an affair with Li Xiao's fiancée, Li Welling. On the stage, under the relentless pressure of the impending death, Li Chan trembled as he began to recount. He spoke of Li Yueling's clandestine relations with Li Xiao, how the Li father-son pair conspired to frame Li Xiao, and how he, through the elder of the punishment hall, persecuted Li Xiao. Each revelation left the entire Li family in stunned silence, as they were astounded by the sordid truth of their once revered patriarch. What a pair of shameless scoundrels! Utterly disgraceful. It's nauseating. Voices of condemnation began to rise, and while they hesitated to insult the Emperor Realm powerhouse Li Chengfeng, they could not restrain their curses directed at Li Chan and Li Welling. Such individuals could never become the future patriarch. Everyone present would never accept it. You! How dare you! Li Chan trembled with rage, unable to believe that those who once catered to him, the members of the Li family, dare to insult him with such venom. Shut your mouth! How dare a waste like you aspire to be the patriarch of the Li family? You brought this upon yourself, foolishly led astray by that enchantress Li Welling. And you still wish to shift the blame onto me. Li Chengfeng suddenly roared in anger, choosing to sever ties with his own son. The patriarch is wise. The patriarch is mighty. A wave of cheers erupted. For Li Chengfeng was the only Emperor Realm powerhouse of the Li family, and as long as he was willing to show even a hint of remorse, no one could shake his position. Li Chan was utterly stunned, never having anticipated that even his own father would abandon him. Ding! Li Welling's heart was damaged, reducing her fortune by 10,000 points. Li Chan's heart was damaged, reducing his fortune by 200,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune of the destined daughter Li Welling, 10,000 points, and the destined son Li Chan, 200,000 points. The host's current villain points total 310,001, 000. Such a devastating blow caused Li Chan's fortune to plummet. While Li Welling faced continuous setbacks, her fortune dwindling to a mere 10,000 points, Li Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Acquiring fortune had never been this effortless. Did everyone hear that? Li Xiao chuckled coldly, uninterested in lingering on the matter, stating that all of this was orchestrated by Li Chengfeng. He clearly could not kill an Emperor Realm powerhouse, so debating right and wrong was rendered meaningless. We have wronged Li Xiao, such a prodigy, loyal to the family. If he could stay, he would surely lead the family to rapid ascendance. What nonsense! Even previously, did Li Xiao not contribute enough to the family? Enough, he is now the 7th prince of the Jian dynasty. How could he possibly remain in the Li family? The crowd buzzed with discussion, most bowing and apologizing to Li Xiao, yet many expressed regret and helplessness. Because of their prior selfishness and erroneous choices, they had driven away such a super genius, creating a rift that was now insurmountable. Do you see? In the face of absolute power, what are your previous despicable tactics? Cowardly actions and sinister schemes amount to? Only then did Li Xiao turn back, satisfied, gazing at Li Chan, who appeared as defeated as a dead dog. Despite his current disheveled state, he was, after all, the destined son. An indomitable cockroach, unlikely to truly succumb. Puffed. Under Li Xiao's coercion, Li Chan dazedly scanned his surroundings, discovering that everyone was cursing him while fawning over Li Xiao. He immediately spat blood and fainted. Ding! Li Chan's heart was damaged, reducing his fortune by 20,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune of the destined son Li Chan, 20,000 points. The host's current villain points total 330,001, 000, as Li Chan's fortune continued to dwindle. It appeared that Li Welling had reached her limit. There was no more wool to be pulled from this sheep. And no value left. Li Xiao's heart sank. It seemed there was no longer any significance in keeping these two alive. Then let them perish. A fierce glint of murderous intent surged in Li Xiao's eyes as he suddenly extended his hand towards Li Chan's neck, intent on ending his life once and for all. Bang! To his astonishment, at that moment, a stream of dark light burst forth, deflecting Li Xiao's grasp. It turned out that on Li Chan's left thumb, he wore a jade ring with invisibility capabilities, and the dark light emanated from this ring. So this is where you, old ghost, have been hiding? Li Xiao remained undaunted, a torrent of azure flames enveloping the area, sealing off the space around Li Chan entirely. You shameless wretch! I've already said, why must you kill me? Li Xiao, you treacherous scoundrel, ungrateful wretch! The flames surged, awakening Li Chan, who immediately began to hurl insults at Li Xiao. When did I ever say I would let you go? Confessing your crimes is me helping you atone. You dare to make demands? Li Xiao scoffed, quietly channeling the celestial lotus fire, a massive flame lotus slowly forming, intent on obliterating Li Chan in the inferno. You insolent brat. You've gone too far this time. I will spare your life, but when we meet again, I will ensure you are ground to dust, your soul extracted to forge artifacts, leaving you eternally unable to transcend. From the ring surged a vast cloud of black smoke, from which a distorted figure in a black robe emerged, issuing endless curses towards Li Xiao. Bang. Then, the ring exploded, revealing an image of an ancient palace before everyone. This object even pushed aside the celestial lotus fire. Not good. In the next moment, Li Xiao exclaimed in alarm as two figures broke free from the inferno, fleeing rapidly into the distance. Bang! The illusory palace detonated, and a large part of the Li family was instantly reduced to ruins. With many of the Li family members caught unawares, suffering heavy casualties. Chapter 9. Departure from the Li family. Xiao undoubtedly bore the brunt of the impact, expected to suffer the most severe injuries. Buffed, his body exploded, flesh and blood scattered, leaving him in a pitiful state. However, at that moment, a brilliant white jade light emerged. It was Li Xiao's supreme bone. With this artifact suppressing his life source, the horrific injuries were rendered inconsequential. His shattered organs began to mend, the splattered flesh regenerating, and even his overall constitution was quietly improving. Turning back, the Li family lay in tatters. Countless structures had become ruins, and numerous family members lay dead or crippled. The most ironic aspect was that all this destruction had been wrought by their once esteemed young master, Li Chan. Who would have thought that in his desperate bid for survival, Li Chan would show no mercy to them? Li Xiao gazed at the scene with a complex expression, watching the family he had fought to protect for so many years reduced to such a state. He could not discern whether to feel sorrow or satisfaction. Damn you, Li Chan, the disgrace of the Li family. He must be expelled from the family tree. My child has been killed by Li Chan. I can never coexist with Li Chan. Our Li family can never let Li Chan go. We must pursue him to the ends of the earth. Upon hearing a single remark from Li Xiao, the crowd immediately found an outlet for their pent-up emotions, venting their anger in vehement curses directed at Li Chan. Hurling a myriad of curses his way, from a distance, faintly echoing from afar, Li Chan's will succumbed entirely to a deep slumber, retreating into an abyss of darkness. He could not fathom how his own kin could be so merciless. All he desired was to survive, to eliminate Li Xiao, yet the members of the Li family displayed such coldness, harboring such resentment towards him. When I return, I shall trample the entire Li family beneath my feet. Though he was already in a state of unconsciousness, trapped within the void of his mental realm, he continued to roar in fury. Ding! Li Chan's Dao heart suffered damage, and his luck diminished by 20,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the luck of the destined child, Li Chan, amounting to 20,000 points. The host's current villain value stands at 350,000 out of 1,000,000 to everyone's astonishment, due to the frenzied curses from the Li family. Li Xiao unexpectedly reaped an unforeseen delight. Humph! As he observed the Li family being devastated, with the survivors cursing their own son, Li Chengfeng remained silent throughout. Ultimately, he merely snorted coldly and retreated to his seclusion for cultivation. As for the matter of rebuilding the family, he had no desire to partake in it whatsoever. How could the family head? Silence. Speak no more. Some felt indignation, yet before they could voice their grievances, they were silenced by those around them. Ha! However, Zhou Xian laughed heartily, gazing at the beleaguered Li family with a gleeful malice. Your Li family has truly brought this upon yourselves, to be envious of your own prodigy and conspire against him. Yet, not a single one among you harbors goodwill, each one selfish and self-serving, with not a soul willing to speak on his behalf. Zhou Xian's mocking tone left the crowd flushed with embarrassment, even unable to meet Li Xiao's gaze. Previously, they had contemplated pleading with Li Xiao to stay and restore the Li family, but now, after Zhou Xian's scathing rebuke, they found themselves utterly at a loss for words. Since this enmity is resolved, why don't we set off? Zhou Xian disregarded the thoughts of these people and instead looked at Li Xiao with anticipation. Very well, I shall follow my senior and depart. Li Xiao nodded calmly, then proceeded to seize Li Yueling by her hair. Dragging her over like a rag doll, a chorus of gasps erupted in the crowd. No one expected Li Xiao to take Li Yueling with him. His merciless demeanor clearly indicated that he was not clinging to past affections, but was intent on revenge. Why resort to such maliciousness against a mere girl when the matter was already concluded? Within the Li family, many young admirers of Li Yueling's beauty and grace could no longer tolerate the sight and stepped forth. Yet, Li Yueling remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she endured in silence. In truth, as a practitioner at the 7th level of the celestial realm, such minor torment was trivial. However, her seemingly frail and helpless appearance stirred a protective instinct in many young members of the Li family, who felt that Li Xiao's treatment of the girl was excessively harsh. Unbeknownst to them, numerous youths positioned themselves before Li Xiao, not daring to confront him physically, but pleading on her behalf. Get lost, such a group of ignorant fools. Your Li family's younger generation is so foolish. This clan is destined for decline. Zhou Xian's cold reprimand unleashed a terrifying aura, causing many members of the Li family to kneel. Frozen in place, let us depart. Do not waste time and energy on these worthless beings. Zhou Xian spoke indifferently, casting a glance at Li Yueling, perplexed as to why Li Xiao insisted on bringing her along. Indeed, Li Xiao affirmed, maintaining his grip on Li Yueling's long hair as he dragged her away. How ruthless! The Li family shall never entertain thoughts of reconciliation with him again. The Li family members silently observed this scene, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. Senior, how far is it to the Jian dynasty from here? After fully departing from the Li family, Li Xiao exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The journey was indeed long. They would have to traverse the 10,000 volcanoes. Legend spoke of numerous exotic fires concealed within those volcanoes, yet no one had managed to retrieve any in the past 3 centuries. Zhou Xian smiled, casting a peculiar glance at Li Xiao. Typically, even a formidable being at the Holy Realm might never acquire a single exotic fire in their lifetime. Yet here stood a young man, so remarkably young, who commanded 2 top-tier exotic fires. Leaving one speechless, he gestured with his hand, and from the depths of the sky, a colossal dark cloud gradually materialized. The cloud rapidly expanded above their heads, eventually transforming into an enormous beast of extraordinary proportions. This was said to be a descendant of the legendary divine beast, the Void Manta. Its ancestors possessed the ability to traverse the void. And although it was merely at the Emperor realm, it served as an excellent means of transportation. Zhou Xian pointed, revealing a massive creature that resembled a large tuft of black cotton candy, upon which rested a grand palace. The two leaped into the palace, and Li Xiao was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, a spatial treasure. Within it lay pavilions and towers, alongside countless luxurious independent spaces. Choose any room you like. We shall head directly to the Jian dynasty. Chapter 10. Awakening Hidden Talents. Zhou Xian finished speaking and prepared to leave, clearly not intending to forge a deeper connection with Li Xiao. Senior, wait! Li Xiao halted him, causing Zhou Xian to frown, uncertain of what more Li Xiao could wish to discuss. You wish to inquire about matters in the royal capital? The royal family's secrets are not something I dare to discuss lightly. Zhou Xian warned, reminding Li Xiao of his status and the need for discretion. Senior, I perceive a faint dark aura emanating from your brow. Furthermore, though you are clearly a seasoned master of the Emperor realm, you cannot subdue a mere Li Chengfeng. If I am not mistaken, you bear hidden injuries that you have been unable to mend for many years, correct? Li Xiao spoke softly, causing Zhou Xian to tremble uncontrollably. In truth, he had regressed in his cultivation for many years thus. The task of escorting a 7th prince, who was destined to be disregarded, fell upon him, a task he deemed utterly meaningless. What can you see? Zhou Xian initially expressed confusion, but he soon grasped the extraordinary nature of Li Xiao. Indeed, I can see that your essence has been harmed. Moreover, I possess methods to help you restore and enhance your essence. Perhaps, if you encounter certain opportunities in the future, you may even have a chance to ascend to the Holy Realm. Li Xiao spoke with unwavering confidence, leaving Zhou Xian quaking with excitement, overwhelmed by the prospect. Senior, I shall retire to rest. Just as Zhou Xian was eager to inquire further, Li Xiao turned and departed without another word. He casually selected a room, activating the protective array inherent to the space, isolating it from the outside world. Zhou Xian stood there, dumbfounded, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood in frustration. This seventh prince was insufferably cruel. What kind of trick was this, to raise one's hopes only to leave? Departing, indeed. Zhou Xian clenched his fists, barely restraining himself from storming in and giving Li Xiao a beating. Yet, as he was the one in need of assistance, and considering Li Xiao's status as a seventh prince, he could only endure the indignation. Bang! Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Xiao yanked Li Yueling's hair, forcefully throwing her to the ground. Hiss! Li Yueling gasped sharply, yet she did not cry out in pain, nor did she mind the considerable locks of hair that had fallen, blood trickling from her head and face. She quickly regained her composure, kneeling before Li Xiao. Brother Xiao, I realize my mistakes. Please forgive Linger from now on. Linger will wholeheartedly follow you and serve you well. Li Yueling had come to a clear realization that her life was entirely within Li Xiao's grasp. She could only resort to humble submission to secure her future. Slap? Regrettably, Li Xiao remained silent, delivering a stinging slap that sent Li Yueling soaring into the air, spinning several times before crashing down. He then charged forward, treating her as a mere sandbag, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, as if she were not a living being. Fortunately, as a cultivator, Li Yueling could endure the onslaught. Had she been an ordinary person, she would have long since been beaten to death. This cannot continue. Li Xiao fought for an extended period, mercilessly beating Li Yueling until her bones were shattered and she coughed up blood, falling into unconsciousness. Regrettably, despite such a fierce display, he was still unable to extract the last 10,000 points of luck value from her. It was not in Li Xiao's nature to be a hot-headed individual. Upon realizing that his current approach was futile, he could only cease his actions with a sense of frustration to that moment. Li Xiao was suddenly struck with astonishment as he discovered a collection of vague memories surfacing within his mind. What was happening? He was momentarily dumbfounded, for if these were memories left by his original self, the timeline simply did not align. Ding! Congratulations to the host for violently assaulting the destined child, Li Yueling, thereby awakening your hidden talent, the Master of Reincarnation. The Master of Reincarnation wanders through the cycles, unbound by the constraints of time, capable of perceiving the trajectories of fate and severing the entanglements of causality. Note, the current realm of the Master of Reincarnation is at the entry level, allowing only a faint glimpse into the fateful schemes of the destined child, and this must occur after a significant drop in luck value. As the system notification timely resonated, Li Xiao came to realize that his previous incarnation was indeed an extraordinary existence, that it was only such a unique being that could attract various destined children. Much like moths drawn to a flame, continuously entangling themselves, that I understand now. I'm a Master of Reincarnation, wielding the power of reincarnation, which equates to stepping outside the bounds of fate. Thus, these destined children are drawn to me. Intent on confronting me, Li Xiao, perhaps slightly paranoid, quickly grasped the underlying logic of the situation. In other words, he need not scour the world for the destined children. Instead, they would come rushing towards him like rabid dogs drawn by the scent of flesh. It turned out that Li Chan was nearby. Li Xiao swiftly organized the vague memories he had just acquired, and a strong yearning surged within him. This time, before he entered the Jian dynasty, he must thoroughly eliminate both Li Chan and Li Yueling. Afterward, he patiently tormented Li Yueling through various means for an entire night, yet the residual luck value stubbornly refused to diminish, as if she were shielded by a protective barrier. By the following morning, Li Yueling lay in a pool of blood, her condition critical, having completely succumbed to unconsciousness. As she was the destined child, it was impossible for her to perish so easily. And Li Xiao was unconcerned, simply walking away. Senior. Upon exiting, Li Xiao displayed a shocked expression, gazing incredulously at Zhou Xian. The old fellow had actually stood outside for an entire night. Haha. The seventh prince is meditating inside, and it is only right for me to guard outside. I wonder if I am truly fortunate enough to become the guardian of the seventh prince. Zhou Xian sighed, after pondering for an entire night. He had finally resolved to take a gamble. He had lost all hope, But even if Li Xiao were deceiving him, he was willing to give it a try. There is no need for such formality. Senior, as a mere unrooted seventh prince, how could I qualify to have you as my guardian? Li Xiao was somewhat astonished. He had not expected the old man to possess such resolve, placing everything he had on the line. Let us not dwell on this matter. Once we return to the Jian dynasty, if the royal family is willing to appoint me a guardian, I shall naturally accept. Xiao regarded him with calm eyes, evidently intending to keep him as a pawn. Understood. Zhou Xian was momentarily taken aback before suddenly altering his demeanor, slightly bowing to Li Xiao. I have a method to help you restore your essence, but it requires some rare treasures as assistance. As far as I know, there's a trading market in this region where practitioners emerging from the 10,000 Fire Mountains gather to exchange valuable items. Chapter 11. The miserable saintess Li Xiao smiled, initially providing Zhou Xian with a reassuring pill. The latter was indeed greatly satisfied and eagerly led Li Xiao to search for the treasures. The nearby practitioner trading market should be within the absolute safe zone of the Tiangui clan, right? In the past, I too had once trained here. I did not expect you to be familiar with this area. Zhou Xian remarked. Typically, individuals would seldom enter this region unless seeking to explore exotic flames. It seemed that Li Xiao was indeed well-read and experienced. Senior, do you possess any secret arts to confuse the soul? As the two stepped out of the void ray, Li Xiao, under Zhou Xian's guidance, flew toward the crimson mountains below, suddenly curious to inquire, I am not well versed in that field. Not every emperor-level expert can delve into the soul. I know you harbor ill intentions toward that girl, but I must still advise you against allowing her to enter the Jian dynasty, lest unforeseen complications arise. By the way, I do know of some artifacts that could yield similar effects. Let us test our luck at the market. Zhou Xian expressed some regret. He had no particular need for such matters, hence he had not made any preparations. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I shall ensure she does not live to see that day. Li Xiao frowned and shook his head. It was not that he harbored deep hatred for Li Welling. He had already let go of their previous relationship, considering it merely a folly of his own. However, the issue was that Li Welling was indeed the destined child. If he allowed her to escape today, it would undoubtedly lead to monumental troubles in the future. I trust you will exercise discretion. The Jian dynasty, as the oldest dynasty, possesses a complex internal situation. Without any foundation, a single mistake could lead to utter ruin. Zhou Xian sighed. He had once aspired to assist a prince, but alas, he was now old. And following Li Xiao was a choice made out of necessity. Should we encounter Li Chan again, I ask you, Senior, to lend your strength and help me subdue him. Xiao nodded and promptly made his request. You came here because of her? Very well. I shall intervene when the time comes. As the two conversed, they had already descended to the ground, where the surrounding area was filled with crimson mountains, seemingly devoid of life. Yet, in reality, upon their arrival, they found it bustling with activity. The so-called Tiangui clan was in fact a pure-blooded human race. However, their prolonged existence in this region had caused their appearances and skin to differ somewhat from ordinary humans. The Tiangui clansmen surrounding them were all tall, their bodies a deep red hue, with fierce features and disproportionately large hands and feet, their limbs bearing a certain grotesqueness. The influx of external practitioners was also quite diverse. Fortunately, most were human cultivators, lacking any excessively peculiar traits. Let us visit the Tiangui auction house. Xiao beckoned, and Zhou Xian took his place beside him, allowing Li Xiao to take the lead. Through the cycles of fate, Li Xiao foresaw that Li Chan would appear here and find his opportunity. First, there was a peculiar spiritual herb sealed within a prehistoric fossil, capable of greatly nourishing the soul, aiding the ancient ghost hidden within his ring to recover its vitality. Then, there were several visibly decayed ancient elixirs, which Li Chan could acquire at a low price due to no one daring to attempt them. Yet, in truth, although these items bore some characteristics of elixirs, they were not genuine. They were merely the decomposed innards of an ancient, unusual beast. With the guidance he received, Li Chan consumed these remnants, resulting in the formation of a perfect organ, instantly elevating his innate talent to its zenith. Moreover, There were numerous scattered treasures that he hastily gathered into his possession. Beyond these, the most notable characteristic of the destined child was the irresistible attraction between opposites. Even those who were not destined children would feel an overwhelming desire for the opposite sex who bore such a title. This time, Li Chan ventured alone to the auction for the destined children, where he would encounter the saintess of the Tiangui clan. Despite Li Chan's cold demeanor, the saintess eagerly approached him, offering her warmth and affection. She emptied her clan's treasury, presenting everything to her beloved, yet was met with disdain from Li Chan, who deemed her ugly, dark, filthy, and odorous, asserting that she was utterly unworthy of being his woman. The saintess did not anticipate such a turn of events. During Li Chan's earlier misfortunes, he had been humble and respectful, treating her with utmost deference, a far cry from his present attitude. Ultimately, when Li Chan attempted to eliminate this troublesome figure with a sneak attack, the saintess, gifted with extraordinary talents and unique abilities, easily evaded his assault, remaining unscathed. Unfortunately, just as Li Chan felt panic and sought to escape, the saintess, overwhelmed with sorrow from loving the wrong person and feeling guilty towards her clan, chose to end her own life. Thus, the last opportunity that Li Chan gained was the corpse of this saintess. Not only did he seize all the benefits for himself, but he also exploited this corpse to infiltrate the Tiangui clan, transforming what was once a thriving community on the periphery of the 10,000 volcanoes into his own fodder and sustenance. As for the more distant trajectory of fate, Li Xiao could no longer perceive it. However, he could certainly ascertain that this seemingly formidable clan, which was in truth remarkably simple and kind-hearted, would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Why not go in? Li Xiao and his companion stood at the entrance of the Tiangui auction, yet he hesitated to step inside. Zhou Xian finally voiced his confusion. "I am waiting for someone," Li Xiao replied. Curiosity etched on his face in the memories he had acquired. He was unaware of what the saintess looked like. Clad in a form-fitting black robe, she indeed appeared strikingly alluring, yet her features remained indistinct to him. "Miss," at last, after more than an hour, a throng of powerful members from the Tiangui clan rushed out from the auction. Approaching them, Xiao cast a quick glance. Eager to discern the extent of the perceived unattractiveness of the Tiangui clan saintess that Li Chan had so scorned, his astonishment, the figure that appeared before him was, in fact, a strikingly beautiful and poised woman. Standing over 1.9 meters tall, her complexion was not entirely fair, displaying a slight reddish hue tinged with darkness. Yet, even with these imperfections, she remained a true beauty. What was most striking, however, was her demeanor. Although she resembled a spirited young woman, her attire of black and her frigid expression gave her the air of a cold widow mourning a deceased husband. No wonder Li Chan found her unappealing. It was equally unsurprising that when Li Chan merely extended a hint of goodwill, this striking beauty, exuding an aura that seemed to deter all but the most daring, would be moved by him. "Who are you, and why do you block my path?" The saintess approached gracefully, akin to stars gathering around the moon, displaying neither arrogance nor petulance, but rather a calm demeanor as she regarded Li Xiao. Chapter 12. Suspected Soul Clan. Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Through the eyes of a time traveler, she appeared to be nothing more than an innocent young girl, albeit one whose towering and elegant stature was exceedingly incongruous. "I am Li Xiao, the seventh prince of the Xiao dynasty. Due to certain circumstances, I urgently require some rare treasures and seek the assistance of your Tiangui clan." Xiao gazed earnestly into the saintess's eyes as he voiced his request. The saintess furrowed her brow slightly, but upon observing the sincerity in Li Xiao's gaze, she gradually relaxed. With her limited life experience, she could discern that Li Xiao was not attempting to exert force, but was genuinely seeking help. "Do you have money?" the saintess suddenly inquired, causing a stir among the onlookers, who were taken aback by her question. Yet, the members of the Tiangui clan regarded this as entirely natural. "Yes, we, the Xiao dynasty, would never resort to extortion." Li Xiao glanced at Zhou Xian, who promptly stepped forward, patting his storage bag. "Then there is no problem. Follow me. I shall arrange for you to stay in my private VIP room. Together, we shall partake in this auction." She added, "By the way, my name is Tianya." You may call me Xiao. The saintess exhaled in relief, as long as Li Xiao was not there to cause trouble. The Tiangui clan would naturally welcome the seventh prince. You not doubt my identity? Li Xiao found himself at a loss for words. He was merely speaking, without substantiation. Why should I doubt? Tianya replied, somewhat perplexed, leaving Li Xiao unsure of how to respond to that moment. Commotion arose from outside, and 3 individuals were seen being barred from entry. A gaunt, lecherous old man, a somewhat unruly wild girl, and a sullen, injury-ridden youth. What is happening? Tianya asked in surprise as an auction overseer hurried over. These 3 commoners insist on participating in our auction, and they wish to auction off items unsuitable for cultivators. I believe they are here to cause trouble. Why would common goods be offered at our auction? The overseer expressed his grievances. Although the Tiangui clan was simple-hearted, they were not easily trifled with. Had it not been for the auction, he would have long since dealt with the trio. Commoners? Let them in. If they truly are commoners, how could they possibly be here? Tianya remarked casually, not bothering to look back as she smiled invitingly at Li Xiao. Li Xiao turned back for a moment, sensing something peculiar about the 3-ding. Detection of the severely fated child of destiny, Li Chan, whose fortune is waning, appearing beside the host. The system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Li Xiao widened his eyes, scrutinizing the sullen youth, and realized with astonishment that he was indeed Li Chan. The old man and girl beside him also exuded an air of strangeness, while they appeared devoid of any cultivation. The latent power of their souls was astonishingly potent, so much so that even Li Xiao, who possessed 2 extraordinary flames, felt a jolt of trepidation. What is happening? Who are these 2? Li Xiao pondered, instinctively drawing upon his reincarnation power to probe into their fates. However, at that moment, he was met with a haze of confusion, causing him to spurt blood from his 7 orifices and nearly collapse. 7th Prince, Zhou Xian gasped, fearing that someone had ambushed Li Xiao, and swiftly positioned himself to guard him. But it's nothing. I merely miscalculated during my practice. Let us proceed. Li Xiao quickly wiped the blood away and explained to Tianya. You frightened me. I thought you were going to swindle me. Tianya, tall and with a chilly demeanor, resembled a frightened child as she patted her chest in panic. Ha! Seeing this scene, Li Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Disregarding the trio of Li Chan yet, he felt a twinge of irritation. How could someone as naive as Tianya be so easily deceived by Li Chan? He has noticed me. Meanwhile, Li Chan suddenly froze. A flicker of fear flashing in his eyes, and instinctively sought to flee. Brother Chan, is that your enemy? Don't worry with my grandfather here. He cannot harm you. The girl, named a man, scoffed disdainfully, showing no regard for the 7th prince of the Jiao Yan dynasty. Be quiet. Do not speak nonsense. We are merely here to purchase a few spirit herbs for concocting nourishing elixirs, the old man retorted with a cold huff, his steps unsteady as he moved forward. His appearance indeed suggested he was no cultivator, and his frail body resembled that of a candle nearing its end, as if he could perish at any moment. Xiao, may I call you that? Upon entering the opulent VIP room prepared by Tianya, Li Xiao finally suppressed the panic in his spirit and turned to her. Of course. The elders of our clan all refer to me in that manner. What would you like to ask? I possess a wealth of knowledge. Tianya, though simple, was not devoid of intelligence, and immediately grasped what Li Xiao wished to inquire about. Do you think it is possible for a person to be exceptionally frail in body, yet possess an extraordinarily powerful soul? Li Xiao voiced his curiosity, while Zhou Xian furrowed his brow, evidently having never encountered such an absurd notion. In the conventional understanding of cultivators, the strengths of body and soul were inherently intertwined. In the present era, there are scarcely any practices aimed at enhancing the soul. Practitioners typically improve their physical prowess, which naturally bolstered their spiritual strength as well. Yes, I have heard that in ancient times, there existed a soul clan so powerful that they once ruled an era. However, this clan was too defiant, their souls nearly impervious to exhaustion, and capable of seizing the bodies of others to achieve immortality. Thus, the various clans united to annihilate them. Tianya recounted gleefully, as though these events were as familiar to her as her own family history. Li Xiao was left speechless, astonished that this girl was akin to a character straight out of a tale. Are you certain they have been completely eradicated? Li Xiao instinctively probed further, for the old man had struck him as exceedingly peculiar, and he might very well be the guardian of Lichuan. The destined child. Children of destiny often had formidable protectors trailing behind them wherever they went. I do not know. The Soul Clan is so enigmatic. They likely have not been entirely wiped out. However, even if remnants exist, they would surely remain hidden. Who would dare to show themselves? That would be courting death. Tianya, with a face full of innocent bewilderment, offered some sensible explanations. Chapter 13. Peculiar Auction Items. Li Xiao nodded thoughtfully. If that were the case, he need not be overly anxious. However, he couldn't help but marvel at Lichuan, truly deserving of being called the child of destiny, as he seemed to attract fortuitous encounters and powerful guardians wherever he went. At this thought, Li Xiao felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that Li Yuling, whom he had left on the Void Ray, had also been rescued by someone? What do you all desire? I have the complete catalog of items for this auction right here. Noticing Li Xiao in a moment of distraction, Tianya took the initiative to speak with him, even going so far as to summon the auction item catalog. In a typical auction, such behavior would be deemed improper. Yet Tianya acted without restraint, and the Tiangue clan had no rigid protocols to adhere to. Excellent. Thank you very much. Li Xiao promptly accepted the catalog. Skimming through it and indeed discovering that the few items Lichuan had seized were all listed therein. Xiao, could you please do me a favor? Let us bypass the auction for these items and trade them directly here instead. Observing Tianya's innocent and harmless demeanor, Li Xiao suddenly entertained an audacious thought. How could that be permissible? Zhou Xian instinctively exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth. Although it was clearly against the rules, Li Xiao's intentions were likely for his benefit, making his comment inappropriate. And oh worries, if you wish for them, I shall have someone bring them to you. These items were merely a gamble, and it was highly unlikely anyone would be willing to purchase them. Tianya glanced at the images and, feeling relieved, casually agreed. Shortly thereafter, several fossils concealing ancient, unknown spiritual herbs and a few ancient elixirs, which were already showing signs of decay, were presented to Li Xiao. Pay up. Li Xiao glanced at the items and discreetly instructed. Zhou Xian, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly opened his storage pouch, looking expectantly at Tianya. Forget it. What you all want is hardly valuable. I shall gift these to you. Although the Jiuyin dynasty had long since lost its former glory as the oldest dynasty, it remained one of the mightiest forces in the Tianyuan continent. If we could obtain your protection, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune for our Tiangue clan. Tianya waved her hand nonchalantly, her words devoid of ulterior motives, leaving Zhou Xian dumbfounded in a blend of laughter and exasperation. There were countless individuals in the world eager to curry favor with the Jiuyin dynasty, yet few were as straightforward as Tianya. Haha, then I thank you. Li Xiao pondered for a moment, then abruptly closed his eyes and settled into a meditative posture that a swirl of azure flames quietly enveloped his body, wrapping around the items as well. The supreme bone within him began to resonate, drawing forth the hidden medicinal essence from the items. Such a domineering supreme bone. Li Xiao was astonished. The ancient beast's entrails, which had enabled Lichuan to enhance his aptitude dramatically, merely served to refine his body when used by him. Ding! The host activates the supreme bone, greatly enhancing the quality of the physical body, allowing it to rival that of an imperial realm expert. In the span of merely 3 breaths, the medicinal properties of these items were entirely devoured by the supreme bone. After all, Li Xiao's supreme bone was a reward from a system, fundamentally different from a genuine supreme bone that requires gradual growth. 7th Prince, have you attained enlightenment? Zhou Xian stared at Li Xiao in shock. In such a short time, he sensed a threat emanating from him. However, before he could fully grasp it, Li Xiao had already retracted his aura, leaving Zhou Xian questioning his own perceptions. That seems about right. Li Xiao certainly wouldn't reveal his trump card. He turned his gaze back to Tianya. This time, even Li Xiao felt a bit awkward. He had repeatedly solicited her assistance without offering anything in return. I suddenly find I no longer desire these items. Please assist me in placing them up for auction. Li Xiao awkwardly made another request. Very well. Without questioning Li Xiao's intentions, Tianya promptly summoned someone to take the items away. Young Masterly Xiao, was that azure flame? You just used the ethereal lotus? May I inquire what level of ethereal lotus it is? Tianya's expression was one of eager anticipation as she carefully asked. If you call me Li Xiao Gij, I shall tell you. The girl's playful nature stirred a fondness within Li Xiao, prompting him to tease her lightly. Li Xiao Gij. You should have said so earlier. I was concerned that, as the seventh prince of the Jiuyan dynasty, your exalted status might prevent you from casually addressing me as such. Tianya appeared unconcerned, even sighing in relief as she naturally called out. It is of the 9th tier. Is there a problem? Li Xiao inquired, an inexplicable sense of disorientation washing over him, as though uttering those words had altered certain circumstances. Splendid. Our clan's ancestral spirit is aging, poisoned at its core, and requires the assistance of 9th tier ethereal flames to expel the soul's poison. If you are willing to assist me, I shall take you to my clan's ancestral grounds. Regardless of its efficacy, my clan will open the treasury of inheritance for you to select your reward. Tianya excitedly expressed her request, her face full of earnest pleading as she gazed at Li Xiao. An unusual feeling stirred within Li Xiao. He suddenly realized that, should events unfold normally, Li Chan would employ the same ruse to persuade Tianya to lead him to the ancestral grounds of the Tian Gue clan. The subsequent developments need not be elaborated upon. This was akin to a mouse falling into a rice bin, bringing ruin upon the entire Tian Gue clan. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. Since he had preemptively intervened, he resolved to see it through. Without hesitation, Li Xiao acquiesced. Thank you, Li Xiao Gij. Xiao truly has no means to repay you. The two engaged in lively conversation as the auction outside commenced. Following several rounds of preliminary bidding, a visibly exasperated auctioneer approached, carrying various bottles and jars. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, these items are known as cosmetics. Although intended for mortals, the individuals bringing these items here swore that they would prove equally effective even for the most accomplished cultivators. Should anyone dispute this claim, feel free to step forward and test them on the spot. Upon concluding his remarks, the auctioneer stepped back with an air of disdain, seemingly reluctant to touch the items. This reaction was only natural, for the two groups held differing values. Cultivators sought to maintain their youth and perfect appearance through their own training. To rely on such items was nothing short of self-deception. Chapter 14. Unmasking Identities. The auctioneer's perspective was not without merit. Yet the issue lay in the fact that those who were well-fed could not comprehend the hunger of the starving. He, still youthful, failed to realize that with the passage of time, even cultivators would eventually age. Such a thing exists. How is that possible? Our aging as cultivators is due to the depletion of life force. How could the so-called cosmetics of the mundane world be effective for us? An elderly crone, her skin resembling chicken skin, loudly questioned, yet her tone betrayed a keen interest. That is Granny's son from Tian Yuan's sect. It is said her aptitude is lacking. At nearly 300 years old, she remains trapped in the sea entry realm. Yet she is absurdly vain. Surrounding voices erupted in mockery and gossip, yet Granny's son paid no mind. Striding forward to volunteer for a trial. Please, this is the usage instruction provided by the item S owner. The auctioneer invited her over, and the protective array set up by the Tian Gue clan immediately activated as Granny's son stumbled forth. She glanced at the instructions and began applying various substances to her aged face. Impossible. This cannot be. It defies reason. Unless it is truly a heavenly treasure, how could it restore youth? A wave of gasps erupted as, before everyone's eyes, the formerly wrinkled and unsightly Granny son rapidly regained her youth. She held up a reflective artifact, unable to believe her own eyes as she exclaimed. Before them stood a youthful figure, transforming her back into a stunning beauty of her prime. My heavens, the youthful Granny son was indeed a great beauty. I had thought she was merely boasting. Truly miraculous. Look at her complexion. It is a genuine restoration of essence. Not some illusion. Silence. You all, with your lustful gazes, are utterly disgracing our kind as cultivators. I shall promptly seek a marriage proposal from the Tianyuan sect. You need not speak so recklessly. A stir arose among the crowd. For none had anticipated that something merely effective against mortals would also prove efficacious for cultivators. It is well known that to a cultivator, mortals are akin to poultry and insects. Naturally, they would seize such items without hesitation. I, too, wished to give it a try. While others continued to chatter, a shrewd individual rose to publicly conduct an experiment. Excellent. The vendor declared that 3 individuals may publicly try the items. A commotion ensued. Yet all were acutely aware of the extraordinary effects of these items. Is this what Li Chan has produced? To think that this auction has proven profitable for him? Li Xiao scoffed. So this is the child of fortune, who cannot be suppressed, determined to stand out. Surely, these are not mere trinkets that a mortal could concoct. It is indeed perplexing. These appear to be ordinary spiritual herbs, yet they yield such remarkable results. Tianya sniffed, discerning the very components of these items. Ultimately, all were sold at exorbitant prices, predominantly purchased by female cultivators seeking to enhance their beauty and grace. These ancient fossils have been left behind from the last stone gambling event. Should anyone wish to test their luck, they could indeed buy them and attempt to cut them open. The auctioneer feebly introduced the items before falling silent, standing by in a daze. Clearly, the Tiangui clan's auctioneer lacked skill. Their ability to host an auction here was solely due to the advantage of location. What a farce to auction off what others have discarded. What do they take us for? Why be angry? The Tiangui clan is nothing but a band of uncivilized savages. They're a foreign race, both foolish and indolent, yet they dare to call themselves a branch of the human race? Murmurs arose in the crowd, with some voicing disparaging remarks about the Tiangui clan. Tianya's expression darkened. It was not the opinions of others she minded, but rather the loss of face before her guest. Li Xiao. Those are the Wind Spirit tribe. They once aspired to hold an auction in this region, but alas, they were driven away by us due to their insufficient strength. Our clan's ancestor was also caught in their treachery during that battle. Rendered unable to leave our ancestral grounds for years, Tianya said forcefully. Had it not been for her current endeavor to conduct business and invite all to participate in her auction, she would have rushed out to confront them. Oh, Li Xiao frowned as he was about to set off with the Jin dynasty and had no time to intervene in this matter. I bid 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, a rather sharp and arrogant voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Everyone had deemed such trash unwanted, yet suddenly someone stepped forward to claim their desire to purchase it. This was somewhat of a slap in the face. Who is it? Are they intentionally opposing us from the Wind Spirit tribe? Surely the Tiangui clan would not have their own plant. Several from the Wind Spirit tribe stood up, angrily pointing at the girl and roaring. Are you all mad? I want it. What business is it of yours? If you're unhappy, wait until we leave the auction, and then come after me for a kill and treasure. The girl was none other than Amon, who scoffed disdainfully, utterly disregarding these people. Sit down, the elder huffed in dissatisfaction, yet he clearly bore no fear. Humph. Amon smirked coldly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd as if regarding them as mere corpses. If someone were to slay these Wind Spirit tribe members, would you not feel grateful and instinctively trust that individual? Li Xiao sighed, having already deduced that this was Li Chan's shortcut to winning Tianya's favor. How amusing that he had not previously realized Li Chan possessed such charisma. This inexplicably soul-like girl seemed deeply infatuated with him. To kill them? That would indeed be a boon. Tianya cast a surprised glance at Li Xiao, mistakenly thinking he intended to eliminate these individuals to vent his frustration. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Realizing Li Xiao had retreated, Amon scoffed disdainfully and immediately announced a truly sky-high bid. Subsequently, for each item, Li Xiao would bid, and Amon would ultimately purchase them at exorbitant prices. After several rounds, she had come to loathe Li Xiao intensely, deeming him utterly despicable. Throughout this process, other rare treasures also surfaced, and after Li Xiao bid, Amon would maliciously raise his bids. Enough. Do you plan to buy every item here at an exorbitant price? The elder finally could no longer endure, emitting a cold snort, prompting Amon to cease her actions, allowing Li Xiao to acquire some special treasures. Your antics have indeed allowed our auction to profit significantly. However, I suspect that the unassuming old man has developed a murderous intent toward you. Tianya frowned and advised, for although the elder appeared to be an ordinary person without cultivation, she sensed something amiss. Since they have chosen Li Chan, he is indeed my mortal enemy. After the auction concludes, I shall seek vengeance upon them. Li Xiao nonchalantly shook his head. Due to Tianya's connection, he had already obtained the necessary treasures in advance and was prepared to refine them on the spot. Senior Zhou, I will utilize these treasures to stabilize your spirit, and then, with the Qinglian, I will directly burn your spirit's essence to eliminate the hidden dangers within, Li Xiao declared, causing Zhou Xian to tremble. His expression revealing hesitation. He did not doubt Li Xiao, but felt that such actions were too perilous. Excellent. Splendid. I shall guard you. Begin at once. Tianya, beside him, suddenly perked up, eagerly watching Li Xiao. Rest assured, I possess not only the Qinglian but also the... There shall be no risks whatsoever. Li Xiao gazed confidently at Zhou Xian, who clenched his teeth in silence. Inspired by Li Xiao's unwavering self-assurance, he resolved to take a daring leap. Very well. You may proceed. Zhou Xian willingly dispelled all his defenses, slowly closing his eyes, surrendering himself completely to Li Xiao, allowing him to make the final judgment. Boom! A tempestuous blaze of azure flames suddenly enveloped Zhou Xian's body, causing him to gasp sharply, his entire being trembling and contorting in agony. The otherworldly fire seared his very soul, a torment so intense that even a formidable being like Zhou Xian found it nearly unbearable, teetering on the brink of mental collapse in an instant. Meanwhile, Li Chan and his companions, having acquired an abundance of spirit stones, hastily secured a private booth. Let us test the effects here. Although the Tiangui tribe may seem uncouth, they are foolishly devoted to their promises. Unless their entire clan is extinguished, this place is unequivocally safe. The elder spoke calmly, his gaze fixed intently on Li Chan clearly. His demeanor towards Li Chan was entirely different from that towards a man. Rest assured, Senior, the esteemed elder who sleeps within my sea of consciousness has made it clear that what we seek lies within these ancient fossils. Li Chan bowed deeply, displaying utmost respect, for he understood the precariousness of his situation and dared not flaunt the authority of the former heir of the Li family. Grandfather, do you still harbor doubts about Brother Chan's words? Your body has long since depleted its vitality. It can no longer sustain the immense sacred soul, and thus, you continuously drain your life force. A robust young man in his 20s had aged dramatically in just a few days. If we do not resolve this peril, our identities will inevitably be exposed. I believe in Brother Chan. He claims he can assist you, and I'm certain he can. A man protested vehemently, her unwavering faith in Li Chan evident. The elder rolled his eyes helplessly, yet faced with his only kin. He could only smile ruefully in resignation. Very well. You may begin. If you fulfill your promise to aid me in rectifying the misalignment of my soul and body, I shall honor our agreement and impart to you the ancient method specifically designed for soul cultivation. How foolish of the world to depict my soul clan as feral beasts, unaware that we are, in truth, pure-blooded humans. The elder scoffed, disdain etched upon his face as he settled quietly to the side. Fear not, esteemed senior. Together, we shall one day expose the injustices faced by your soul clan to the world. Li Chan declared confidently, having matured and gained self-assurance after the trials he faced in the Li family. The elder snorted, lapsing into silence, while Li Chan took a deep breath and meticulously ground the ancient fossils into powder. Indeed, there is something within, he exclaimed joyfully, discovering that the ancient fossils contained valuable essences. Chapter 16. Bestowing new life, a few remnants of ancient, nameless spiritual herbs, still clinging to life, were astonishingly preserved through the passage of time. What is this? There's a trace of death energy. The elder furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. In truth, these herbs have been remarkably well preserved until Xiao had previously extracted their life essence using the supreme bone. Thus, what remained for Li Chan were but a few half-dead scraps. Rest assured, Senior, these spiritual herbs have survived since ancient times. It is only natural for them to be tainted with some death energy. Moreover, I possess a unique technique for extracting the essence of spirit energy. ensuring that you will successfully undergo a transformation of your soul, liberating yourself from the affliction of incessantly drawing vitality from your physical form. Li Chan exuded confidence, having been informed by the elderly figure in his ring. In ancient times, the Soul Clan employed such methods to maintain the vitality of their souls. Otherwise, how could the legends of immortality have arisen? The essence of life is to trade life for life. To survive, one must consume organic matter. The same principle applies to the soul. Without adequate sustenance, how could one possibly endure through sheer self-cultivation? Proceed. Li Chan, undaunted, unleashed a flurry of intricate hand seals, successfully extracting numerous strands of black, thread-like energy from the spiritual herbs. Observing the color of this energy, he pondered inwardly. Ancient spiritual herbs truly possess peculiarities, as the essence contained such a potent aura of death energy. Perhaps this was a unique trait of soul-nourishing herbs. Despite his curiosity, Li Chan called out, directing the strands of death energy into the elder's body. Poof! The elder, already on the brink of a revival, trembled violently as he expelled a mouthful of black blood. Grandfather, a man gasped in alarm, rushing to embrace the only family member she had known since childhood. Do not worry. Trust Brother Chan. He will surely save you. If this method were ineffective, you wouldn't feel such intense sensations. Thus, you must endure and cooperate with Brother Chan's treatment. A man earnestly reassured him, though the elder's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. Ultimately, he sighed deeply. Alas, my granddaughter is growing up too fast. He felt a surge of despair, reflecting on the grandchild he had painstakingly raised. Has this man truly supplanted my position in your heart? Fear not, esteemed elder. This method is bound to succeed. Li Chan, drenched in sweat, remained uncertain of the outcome, yet he knew retreat was not an option. He had to grit his teeth and persevere. Let us proceed, the elder sighed, conceding that whether good or ill, he had little choice left to voice. Chan's hand seals quickened, causing the ancient spiritual herbs to explode, unleashing a torrent of black death energy that surged into the elder's body. To put it plainly, this approach even the most vigorous Emperor Realm expert would struggle to withstand. How could an elder whose body was already on the verge of collapse endure such turmoil? The elder suddenly shot up, glaring at Li Chan with fierce intensity, but words failed him as he coughed blood from every orifice, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Grandfather, a man's fear crystallized as her fervent infatuation cooled into stark reality. She rushed forward, only to find the elder devoid of breath, transformed into a mere corpse. You wretched fool! How dare you deceive me? Yet in the next moment, a furious, desperate roar echoed from the elder's corpse. As a tangible, ethereal figure of an elder emerged, indistinguishable from a living person. Although Li Chan had irreparably damaged the elder's physical form, the elder's soul power was formidable. He had not truly perished. Grandfather, please do not be angry. Since this method has failed, it indicates a problem with the spiritual herbs. This is not Brother Chan's fault. You must seek someone to seize control. If we delay and your soul dissipates, it will be too late. A man hesitated, her expression a tumultuous mix of determination and despair, yet she ultimately shielded Li Chan with her body. You shameless fool. Do you think this is an appropriate place? Do you believe the Tiangue tribe would permit us to openly seize control during their auction? The elder's ethereal form contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth and roared. I am dying. I am truly dying. And you are so foolish. I cannot die without a sense of security. The elder lamented, trapped within the protective array of the Tiangue tribe. Any reckless action would undoubtedly expose his identity. Should that occur, it would incite a relentless hunt by the 100 clans. Even if he could escape with his granddaughter, once he perished, how would this foolish girl survive? Esteemed elder, I deeply apologize for this unforeseen circumstance. This must be Li Xiao's scheme. He deliberately raised the bidding against us, clearly harboring ill intentions. Indeed, the true perpetrator of your demise is Li Xiao. As for your granddaughter, you need not worry, esteemed elder. I shall ensure her safety. Li Chan patted his chest in assurance, infuriating the elder's energy form to the brink of collapse. How could he still trust Li Chan? Very well. quickly lead us away from this place." The elder, his heart brimming with frustration, still managed to request Li Chan's guidance. "Please, esteemed elder, step inside." Li Chan deftly flipped his palm, and to his astonishment, a ring once again materialized in his grasp, identical to the one he had detonated previously at the Li family estate. The two individuals hastily departed from the Tiangue auction house, while on the other side, Li Xiao slowly retracted the. How intriguing! Li Xiao felt a slight weakness, yet a satisfied smile crept across his face. "Thee is indeed wondrous. In this world, that which can cause destruction must inherently conceal vitality. That which can safeguard the virtuous and innocent is inevitably entwined with malevolence and scheming. That has the capacity to directly incinerate the essence. Thus, it must possess the miraculous ability to restore it. I have fully recovered from my old injuries." Zhou Xian gaped in disbelief, feeling as though his body had undergone a miraculous transformation, akin to being reborn. The fourth tier of the Emperor Realm. Within the Emperor Realm, he had become a true powerhouse. Chapter 17. What fear remains? Tianya suddenly gasped, her face finally reflecting solemnity and respect at this moment. Zhou Xian had indeed gained the stature worthy of the Tiangue clan's utmost vigilance, that if Li Chengfeng were present, Zhou Xian could easily dispatch him with a mere slap. In the realms above the Emperor, each tier signifies a profound difference, especially as he had firmly entered the mid-stage of the Emperor Realm. Unbelievable. During my peak, I was merely at the second tier of the Emperor Realm. Zhou Xian found himself engulfed in confusion. He felt an unprecedented strength within him, rendering the sensation almost surreal. For over a decade, you have faced regression in strength, yet you have persevered in your training. Though your power waned due to injuries, your cultivation has nevertheless progressed. This time, you have broken through and successfully shattered the bottleneck of the fourth tier of the Emperor Realm, entering your current state. Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Zhou Xian was now at least several times stronger than before. Moreover, with the restoration of his essence and the enhancement of his power, many formidable techniques that he had previously been unable to wield could now be unleashed. In simple terms, his true combat prowess had increased by at least tenfold. "Thank you, young master, for your nurturing." Zhou Xian steadied his mind, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming joy before suddenly kneeling and bowing deeply to Li Xiao. He would never forget that all of this stemmed from Li Xiao's benevolence. Furthermore, as long as he remained loyal to Li Xiao, the benefits he would reap in the future could only multiply. "Once we return to the Jiuyin dynasty, you shall claim that you fortuitously encountered an opportunity here, acquiring several ancient spiritual treasures at a low price, which consequently healed your injuries, allowing you to ascend to your current realm. Additionally, I require you to accompany me immediately to eliminate Li Chan and those around him." Before Zhou Xian could express any words of gratitude, Li Chan proactively made his demands. "The young master has commanded, slay the gods if they obstruct, and annihilate the Buddha if he stands in the way." Zhou Xian was elated upon hearing this, fervently pledging his allegiance, entirely unconcerned about the fate that awaited him as a result of his choice. "They have already departed? I shall lead you to pursue them." Tianya, ever the reckless spirit, chuckled lightly, eager to witness the unfolding drama, as for the fact that an auction house's overseer would chase after its patrons. Such a notion held no significance in the world of cultivators that in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. It is not merely about being right. It is the powerful who dictate what is right. Begone, not far from the trading area, amidst a barren crimson mountain, Li Chan's face darkened as he barked angrily. Perhaps this was fate's cruel design. Those formidable members of the Wind Spirit tribe lay in wait here, intent on ambushing Li Chan. Their motivations were twofold: to stir trouble for the Tiangue clan and to covet treasures through murder. Previously, a man had displayed immense wealth, and coupled with their suspicion that they were the ones who had produced those special cosmetics, it naturally incited the greed of the Wind Spirit tribe members, and no need to waste words on them. A vexed and irritable voice suddenly erupted from Li Chan, emerging from the ring upon his finger. An elder's head materialized, unceremoniously lunging forward. "What is this?" A trick of the mind. Before the bandits could utter a word, they were unexpectedly attacked, prompting their furious roars. Thud, thud, thud. A horrific scene unfolded as the bewildering specter of the elder penetrated their bodies, and their lifeblood mysteriously vanished, leaving behind mere husks. These worthless fools, they are unworthy of becoming my sacred soul vessels. Quickly, go to their wind spirit tribe. I shall annihilate this tribe that has delivered itself to me and select suitable vessels from among them. Having devoured the essence of these individuals, the ethereal shadow seemed to revive, howling angrily at Li Chan. What? Annihilate a tribe. This must entail the lives of at least several 100,000 beings. Moreover, it includes men, women, and children. There will undoubtedly be countless innocents. Li Chan, as the former scion of the Li family, though not a paragon of virtue, still understood the value of self-preservation. More importantly, each life taken carries a consequence. How could he not fear becoming enmeshed in such a web of retribution? Silence. Move swiftly. Otherwise, I shall consume you whole. The elder was instantly enraged. This brat was the most nefarious of all, daring to feign righteousness before him. Fine. A man. I do this all for you. A flicker of conflict crossed Li Chan's eyes, yet he swiftly found justifications that allowed him to deceive himself into feeling justified. He did not wish to commit acts of one slaughter. This was all for a man's request. Even if there were consequences, they should rightfully fall upon her. Brother Chan, I understand. You do this all for me. A man nodded earnestly, utterly moved by Li Chan's sentiments. How could there exist such a foolish woman in this world? I cannot believe it. She must be pretending, right? She is deceiving Li Chan. Not far away, Li Xiao and the others, peering through the artifact Tianya had produced, witnessed the unfolding drama with clarity, leaving Tianya's worldview shattered. If I were to say that if I had not suddenly appeared, the next man would have been you, would you believe me? Li Xiao regarded Tianya with a peculiar expression, surprised by her intense reaction. I do not believe it. Tianya resolutely shook her head, though a wave of trepidation washed over her heart. She would rather face death 100 times than become such a foolish woman. Young master, that seems to be his soul from the holy realm. He can't exist separate from a physical body. He is undeniably a being of the holy realm. While the two engaged in banter, Zhou Xian stood dumbfounded. He had initially thought the elder merely an ordinary old man, only to realize how gravely mistaken he had been. Are you afraid? He is merely a remnant of the Soul Clan. Though the Soul Clan is powerful and enigmatic, once they lose the protection of their physical forms, they are but a mere soul, incapable of containing significant energy. Li Xiao spoke coldly, his eyes reflecting a double vision as he fixated on the elder's phantom. Indeed, it is the Soul Clan. They're the enemies of all clans. Slaying them would earn our Tiangue clan the favor of countless others, significantly enhancing our clan's reputation. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is unafraid of tigers. Tianya's face shone with excitement, her demeanor brimming with eagerness. She was genuinely unafraid. Let us strike. Li Xiao chuckled lightly. If even a girl was unafraid, what did he have to fear? Chapter 18. Li Chan's demise. The three of them unleashed their powers, charging forward with the intent to eliminate the Soul Clan elder. Whoosh! Unfortunately, before the trio could reveal themselves, it was unclear what means Li Chan employed, but a radiant light enveloped them, causing them to vanish in an instant. Should we not hurry to rescue the Wind Spirit tribe from their impending slaughter? Li Xiao glanced indifferently at Tianya, who, as an outsider, seemed indifferent to the unfolding events. The Soul Clan is the enemy of all tribes. While we may have our grievances with the Wind Spirit tribe, it does not reach the point of watching them fall prey to external foes. Tianya did not hesitate to provide her answer, and Li Xiao, indifferent, gestured for Zhou Xian to quicken their pace. Let us go, Zhou Xian called out, transforming into a great bird as he soared through the air with Li Xiao and Tianya. Their speed astonishingly swift. The Wind Spirit tribe. In less than a quarter of an hour, 3 individuals burst into a warm valley enveloped by towering mountains, where a horrific massacre had already erupted. Fiery smoke billowed into the sky, and amidst the inferno, countless ancient structures were reduced to ruins, while numerous lifeless bodies lay carelessly discarded, Countless wounded and wailing members of the Wind Spirit tribes struggled in the flames. A bunch of useless fools. How poor their talents are. May they all perish. A furious roar erupted from Xiao, his spirit dimmed after such turmoil. Kill. Xiao, disinterested in further conversation, charged directly at Xiao. Soul Clan, let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Zhou Xian let out a long cry, promptly positioning himself behind Xiao to intercept the obviously deranged elder of the Soul Clan. Dare you come after us and seek death? A man shouted angrily, her face etched with worry as she rushed forward, fearing for her brother Chan's safety. Fool, you are truly obstinate. Tian Yu's figure flickered. Firmly placing herself in front of man, get out of my way. A man had no time to heed Tian Yu's words. Instead, she immediately unleashed a Soul Clan's secret technique, a terrifying ghostly head protruding from her chest. Lunging towards Tian Yu. Alas, Tian Yu, being the rare saintess of the Heavenly Ghost Clan, possessed the exceptionally rare weak water, holy body. Faced with this bizarre attack, her form transformed into a pool of weak water, leaving a man momentarily stunned. The ghostly figure condensed from a man's own spirit floated helplessly within the weak water, unable to strike back. It seems no one can aid you now. Meanwhile, Xiao wasted no time and swiftly delivered a resounding slap. After all, how could he refrain when his opponent was the child of destiny? Pooh! Li Chan's face contorted in despair as he resolved to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Xiao, only to be left dazed by the slap. Your strength. Li Chan's mouth filled with blood as he clutched half of his face in despair, realizing the widening gap in power between them. Ding! Li Chan's Dao heart is damaged, reducing luck value by 20,000 points. Congratulations to the host. You have plundered 20,000 points of luck from the Child of Destiny. Li Chan, the host, currently possesses 370,000 million villain points. Unsurprisingly, under the heavy blow of reality, Li Chan contributed further to his luck value. Do you still wish to fight me? Do you think you're worthy? Li Xiao feigned bravado, shouting loudly before delivering a flurry of slaps. Unfortunately, this time, it bore little effect. Li Chan spun in place, rolling on the ground, yet his Dao heart remained unharmed. What is that look in your eyes? Do you truly believe you have any chance of turning the tide before me? Fear not. I shall first incapacitate you, then send you on your way. Li Xiao sneered, no longer holding back, as he lunged forward to deliver a brutal beating. Pooh! Li Chan's limbs were sent flying, his features obliterated, internal organs shattered, and both his dantian and meridians utterly destroyed. Even a segment of the tendons within him was forcibly extracted by Li Xiao. Unlike ordinary mortals, as a cultivator, Li Chan's tendons were exceptionally robust. Li Chan, who had fainted multiple times only to be jolted awake by pain, realized the severity of his situation and promptly spat blood. Succumbing to unconsciousness, he was engulfed in despair. He understood that his demise was inevitable. Such injuries, even if a Saint Realm expert personally intervened, utilizing immense amounts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, would likely prove insufficient for recovery. I'm no longer a genius. I am merely without hope, soon to be killed by my enemies. Li Chan's heart bled, his sorrow and terror beyond the imagination of outsiders. Ding! Li Chan's Dao heart is damaged, reducing luck value by 90,000 points. Congratulations to the host. You have plundered 90,000 points of luck from the Child of Destiny. Li Chan, the host, currently possesses 460,001 million villain points, experiencing such a crushing blow. Li Chan's defenses crumbled entirely, and his luck value dwindled significantly, leaving behind just the final 10,000 points. Damn it! Why is this happening? Is there a minimum protection mechanism preventing total extraction? Li Xiao felt a wave of frustration as he coldly regarded Li Chan, a tinge of anger evident in his demeanor. Please, don't kill me. Li Chan, utterly despondent, still sought to negotiate, unleashing a dark light that shot from his hand. The elderly man hiding within the ring cast a deep glance at Li Xiao, but did not intervene to save Li Chan, instead turning and fleeing. At that moment, Li Chan, having long exhausted his luck, held no value for cultivation. Old fool! You dare to run. Unexpectedly, the elder of the Soul Clan engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou Xian. suddenly burst into triumphant laughter. Not good, the elderly man concealed within the ring gasped, revealing an expression of utter terror. The space before him tore open, transforming into a horrific maw, and before he could react, he was swallowed whole. This ancient ghost, of notable origin, had been rendered exceedingly weak from successive blows. Faced with the Soul Clan elder's ambush, he possessed no capacity for resistance and was entirely devoured. No. Please no. Li Chan shattered completely, not mourning the elder's demise, but realizing that he too would not survive. Li Chan, if you had behaved, I would not have intentionally sought your life. Who compelled you to collide with my palm? Li Xiao sneered, realizing that at this juncture, Li Chan's remaining Dao heart remained unbroken, leaving him with no choice but to deliver a fatal blow. No. Do not harm him. I will do anything, just let him go. Chapter 19. Again maligned, a man screamed in terror, desperately attempting to rush over, only to be restrained by Tianya, who left multiple wounds upon her. Pooh! Li Xiao hesitated no longer, gently sweeping his hand. A blade of energy slicing through Li Chan's neck, causing a fountain of blood to erupt. He is dead. A man, in the midst of her furious charge, suddenly froze, disbelief etched across her face as she glared fiercely at Li Xiao. Focus. New child of destiny detected. A man, age, 19. Realm. First stage of mortality. Luck value, 100,000 points. Note, a man was not originally qualified to become a child of destiny, yet upon witnessing Li Chan's tragic death, absorb his luck and, fueled by endless resentment towards the host, completed her transformation. The system notification arrived abruptly, leaving Li Xiao utterly astounded. It can happen this way. No wonder I could never completely drain Li Chan. It turns out his legacy could be inherited by another. I will kill you. I swear, I will kill you. At this moment, a man was oblivious to her transformation, her boundless hatred fixed on Li Xiao as she screamed frantically. Such a heavy murderous intent. Tianya glanced at Li Xiao, initially not intending to kill a man, but the overwhelming killing intent emanating from her caused concern for Li Xiao. Kill her. Li Xiao, uninterested in further dialogue, frowned as he surveyed the surroundings, eager to ascertain the situation of the Wind Spirit tribe. Within a 5-mile radius, he sensed no living souls, yet such a large tribe should still have survivors. Do not linger, we must leave, the Soul Clan elder bellowed, his form suddenly exploding into a cloud of black smoke, enveloping his granddaughter as he attempted to force her away. Stop them, Li Xiao shouted, unwilling to allow a child of destiny with whom he harbored a deep-seated grudge to escape so easily. Just then, Zhou Xian was about to make a desperate move when two figures descended from the sky. A brilliant golden light erupted, sealing off the surrounding space. This is the Golden Light Ascendant Mirror. The ancestor of the Wind Spirit tribe is still alive, Tianya exclaimed in astonishment, hurriedly retreating to Li Xiao's side. Her expression a mixture of worry and fear. Li Xiao. Simultaneously, a voice filled with resentment and surprise resonated from the heavens. Li Xiao frowned and looked up, only to see the golden light obscuring everything, blindingly radiant. However, through that voice, he recognized it to be the voice of Li Yuling, a child of destiny indeed. Even with just 10,000 points of luck remaining, she encountered a fortuitous event, having been rescued by the ancestor of the Wind Spirit tribe. What a hassle, Li Xiao cursed inwardly, realizing that these children of destiny were extraordinarily fortunate, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate them completely. Fellow Taoist, it is them who have been slaughtering your kin here. The elder of the Soul Clan reformed his soul form, suddenly extending a finger at Li Xiao, his face contorted with rage as he vociferously accused him. Indeed, they are the culprits. Amon also pointed at Li Xiao, shouting loudly, causing Tianya's expression to turn exceedingly grim. The two tribes harbored deep-seated grudges, and her presence here undoubtedly implicated Li Xiao. Wind Spirit Ancestor, I brought them here to rescue you. It is these remnants of the Soul Clan who are the true perpetrators. Believe it or not, Tianya explained, her voice strained, but was met with a derisive laugh from the old woman in red. What do you think? She could not be bothered to argue further and had already made up her mind in her heart. Master, this person is Li Xiao. He is an exceedingly vile and shameless demonic cultivator. Previously, I was inadvertently captured by him and endured his relentless humiliation and torment, although I did not witness the horrific incident here. I am certain he is the one responsible. Liu Ling seethed, her teeth clenched as she pointed angrily at Li Xiao, denouncing his crimes. You need not say more. These three cannot possibly leave alive. Wind Spirit Ancestor chuckled disdainfully. Having rescued Liu Ling with her own hands, she was painfully aware of her plight and was even more convinced that Chun Ping was no good. Why do you not speak of my identity as a demonic cultivator, or that I am even the direct disciple of the demon sovereign? Otherwise, why would I unleash carnage here? The atmosphere suddenly turned perilous, and Zhou Xian's expression grew dire, yet Li Xiao burst into wild laughter. Indeed, he is the disciple of the demon sovereign. To cultivate the demonic treasure, the 10,000 demon banner, he has wreaked havoc in your wind spirit tribe. Li Xiao was merely speaking nonsense, yet Amon, filled with hatred towards him, unwittingly echoed his words due to her family's guilty conscience. Are you certain you wish to play this way? Li Xiao looked at her with a peculiar expression. Not expecting such a delightful surprise, fellow Taoist, do not be deceived by his outward appearance. He truly is a formidable demonic cultivator. The elder of the Soul Clan's eyes darted as he began to fabricate solemn lies. He had no choice. After wreaking havoc here, he had been confronted by the powerful Wind Spirit Ancestor and could only shift the blame onto Li Xiao. Master, this person is undoubtedly a demonic cultivator. Only he could commit such atrocities against an entire tribe. Liu Ling asserted vehemently, as if she had witnessed the events firsthand. The 10,000 demon banner. I have heard that the demon sovereign summoned his disciples to forge their own 10,000 demon banners. Whoever can refine the most souls will be recognized as the demon sovereign's heir. Who would have thought that this little demon would arrive at our wind spirit tribe? The wind spirit ancestor fixed her gaze on Li Xiao, noticing his mocking and disdainful demeanor, which solidified her conviction in the matter. Fellow Taoist of the wind spirit tribe, in my quest to protect your clan, I was gravely injured. Now I must borrow the body of one of your young cultivators to survive for the time being. Farewell, the elder of the Soul Clan shouted as he turned to leave. Very well. Thank you for your assistance. The wind spirit ancestor hesitated but ultimately withdrew the golden barrier, allowing him to depart. Grandfather? Amon exclaimed, yet she remained rooted to the spot. As long as Li Xiao lived, she would never leave. As for the elder of the Soul Clan, he was too preoccupied with his own survival to concern himself with his foolish granddaughter. Am I merely a disciple of the demon sovereign? Why not concoct some more tales? Li Xiao regarded them with an odd expression, still craving for more. Do not be deceived by him. Quickly kill him. Do not listen to his nonsense. Liu Ling shouted, a flash of red light darting forth as the old woman lunged towards Li Xiao. Chapter 20. Fragments of fate. She was entrenched in her preconceived notions, unable to accept that Li Xiao could employ such brutal methods to torment a beautiful and gentle girl. Thus, she had long desired to end Li Xiao's life. Whether he was a demonic cultivator or not mattered little to the wind spirit ancestor. Ding! The villainous gift pack has been received. The host acquires the undying body of the celestial demon X1, complete version. The host acquires the celestial demon disintegration X1, complete version, great perfection. The host acquires the south departure X1, highest grade. 9th tier. The host acquires the demonic sacred artifact, the 10,000 demon banner, highest grade, complete version. The host successfully finds kin. The host's deceased mother is the only offspring of the supreme demon lord. And the demon sovereign has been notified. Powerful demonic cultivators are en route. That Li Xiao was still savoring the moment, but this time's reward nearly made him spit blood. What is this? Others can casually slander, and his distant relatives come rushing in. Perhaps this is the peculiar nature of the Lord of Reincarnation. It seems that the Wind Spirit tribe truly has no reason to continue its existence. Li Xiao scoffed as the golden light surged towards him. The terrifying sharpness of the golden energy, imbued with an indomitable killing intent, was about to pierce through Li Xiao's entire being, transforming him into a mist of blood. How dare you? Zhou Xian's eyes turned red with fury as he shouted, ready to protect Li Xiao at all costs. Alas, The endless golden light surged downwards, completely trapping this imperial-level master within its radiant embrace. Wind Spirit Ancestor. She is an invincible being of the seven heavens of the imperial realm. Tianya beside her displayed a look of despair. She could hardly muster the will to act, merely murmuring to await her demise. Young master, Zhou Xian cried out in terror, yet he was clearly powerless, while Liu Ling and the others displayed expressions of joyous anticipation. Boom! Unfortunately, this strike did not kill Li Xiao, for a vibrant sea of crimson flames enveloped everything. The South Departure. This was not a mirror of the heavens and earth, but a uniquely advanced flame of law. The Southern Fire scorches the Western Gold. This was a level of suppression in terms of laws. Impossible. The Wind Spirit Ancestor gasped, her body retreating violently as blood spewed from her mouth and nose. In an instant, her hard-earned, life-bound imperial weapon, the Golden Light Mirror, was reduced to ashes. You old wretch. We came here with good intentions to assist, yet you chose to heed one side's words and attempted to kill us. Li Xiao stepped forward, his gaze searing into the Wind Spirit Ancestor, evidently intent on murder. There had been no animosity between them, yet her obstruction of Liu Ling, the fated child, had sealed her fate. Liu Ling, do you think that by clinging to a powerful figure, you have a chance to turn the tables and seek revenge on me? Let me show you how your so-called support meets its demise by my hands. Li Xiao bellowed, shaking Liu Ling's resolve, plunging her into a moment of confusion and dread regarding her fate and future. You speak nonsense. My master is invincible in this world. He can slay you with ease. Liu Ling screamed in a frenzied manner, while the Wind Spirit Ancestor wiped the blood from her face and charged forward once more. Right and wrong were no longer important. What mattered was that both sides clearly could not coexist. Go! Li Xiao exuded an aura as fierce as a tiger, yet upon seeing the opponent charge, he instinctively hid behind Zhou Xian. Seventh Prince, run! I am no match for her. Zhou Xian felt a surge of indignation and despair. He did not wish to die here, yet he had no other choice. Rest assured, a mere wind spirit tribe I could crush with a mere wave of my hand. Li Xiao scoffed, raising a hand as a special magical treasure suddenly soared into the air. This was the Supreme Demon's sacred artifact, the 10,000 Demon Banner. The heavens and earth transformed dramatically. An endless tide of demonic energy surged forth, shrouding the surrounding area in darkness and dread. Within the demonic energy, countless phantoms surged forth, numbering as many as 10,000. Each one was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond what an ordinary demonic sacred offspring could summon. How is this possible? You truly possess the 10,000 Demon Banner. The Wind Spirit Ancestor was left dumbfounded, realizing that her previous jest had become reality. Li Xiao was indeed the Demon Sovereign's scion. Even more outrageous was the fact that the 10,000 Demon Banner he produced was so formidable, seemingly rivaling the one in the hands of the Demon Sovereign himself. I should have annihilated the Wind Spirit tribe to eliminate future threats. However, my pure heart refrains from unnecessary slaughter. Thus, I shall only take your life. Li Xiao let out a cold roar, and endless demonic shadows surged forth, tightly ensnaring the body of the Wind Spirit Ancestor, causing the meridians within her to be tainted by the demonic energy, rendering her unable to unleash her full combat prowess. Although Li Xiao's words seemed futile, they were, in fact, a stark threat. Should the Wind Spirit Ancestor attempt to flee alone, he would annihilate the entire Wind Spirit tribe. As the honored ancestor of her clan, there was no way, even in the face of utter despair, that she could betray her kin and escape alone. Kill! Zhou Xian shouted excitedly, and countless stars of light erupted from his being, transforming him into a divine entity amidst the starry sea, effortlessly suppressing the Wind Spirit Ancestor. You see, there is simply no hope for you to turn the tide. Li Xiao's figure flickered, and before Liu Ling could utter a cry of alarm, her neck was seized. Stop it! The nearby man finally felt fear, yet she still shouted in anger. This is your Zen brother's woman. Are you sure you want to save her? Li Xiao scoffed, and a man was instantly rendered speechless. She looked at Liu Ling's expression, filled with shock and anger, and ultimately revealed a palpable intent to kill. Witnessing this last ally in such a state, Liu Ling fell into complete despair. Xiao's grip gradually tightened, but Liu Ling appeared numb, seemingly devoid of all sensation, that a tear of despair suddenly slipped down her cheek, as her original obsession finally dissipated entirely. Xiao, brother Xiao, please let me go. I no longer hate you. Truly, I do not wish to seek revenge anymore. All I desire is to live as an ordinary person. Liu Ling's heartfelt plea made Li Xiao acutely aware that certain things had irrevocably changed. Very well, I shall send you into reincarnation. Without hesitation, Li Xiao crushed Liu Ling's neck, ensuring her complete demise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely stripping Liu Ling of her identity as the destined daughter and acquiring a fragment of fate. Note, this system can reclaim this fragment of fate, valued at 1 million fortune points. Chapter 21. A tremendous gain. Li Xiao's heart trembled, though Liu Ling was not an extraordinary figure. The fragment of fate she left behind carried such immense worth that wasn't a fragment of fate merely a shard of the heavenly mandate. Such a thing was priceless. Could it really be exchanged for a mere 1 million fortune points? Li Xiao was astounded, but feigned indifference. 0.2 million. The system fell silent for a moment before delivering an irrefutable voice. Before Li Xiao could make a decision, the fragment of fate had vanished without a trace. Quietly devoured by the system, the host's current villain value, 246,000,001,000. The colossal amount of fortune points had been credited, along with a new feature that Li Xiao could upgrade at any time. Having concluded matters with Liu Ling, his gaze shifted toward a man. What do you intend to do? It seemed that only at this moment did a man grasp the reality of her fear. Her eyes widened in terror as her body trembled, and she slowly retreated. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, our soul clan will never let you go. I will leave a mark of the soul upon you. And from henceforth, every member of the soul clan will pursue you relentlessly. As a man saw Li Xiao approach step by step, she suddenly cried out in a mental breakdown. Your obsession is to avenge Li Zhen, right? Is such a person truly worth sacrificing everything for revenge? Li Xiao advanced steadily, having surmised that to strip them of their identity as chosen ones was to utterly shatter their confidence and resolve. A man faltered, but upon glancing at the corpses of Li Zhen and Liu Ling, determination flickered in her eyes. Li Zhen's matter is no longer important. What matters is that I must kill Li Xiao. Otherwise, I will live in unrest for the rest of my life. Then let me see what this so-called mark of the soul truly is. Observing a man's attitude, Li Xiao felt a certain relief. He had confirmed that her unwavering desire to kill him was what sustained her fortune. Get away! As the distance between them closed, a man could no longer contain herself. She screamed and detonated her body. Honed over more than a decade, a monstrous, crimson specter burst forth from the shattered remains, representing a man's soul. Suppress. Such a maneuver would leave ordinary cultivators flustered, but Li Xiao merely chuckled coldly and revealed his own demonic form. In a blaze of golden light, he was enveloped by an infinitely fearsome and malevolent physique, evoking an instinctive terror that made one want to kneel and worship with a furious roar from Li Xiao. An unimaginable, sacred yet malevolent arm descended from the heavens, slamming the red specter into the ground. Ah! A man let out a piercing scream, instantly losing her will to fight, and instead condensed her soul power into a sphere, launching it toward Li Xiao's chest. This strike bore no offensive capability. Its effect was merely to leave a special mark upon Li Xiao, sufficient for all members of the Soul Clan to know that he had slain an important figure within their ranks. Alas, despairingly, the sphere of soul power struck Li Xiao's demonic form and dissipated into wisps of white smoke. Ah, this is impossible. You are truly an otherworldly demon, a man exclaimed in astonishment, her heart plunging into utter despair. Li Xiao was so powerful that any thoughts of revenge seemed utterly self-deceptive. Ding! A man's resolve crumbled, and her fortune points decreased by 90,000. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune points of the destined daughter. A man, totaling 90,000 points. The host's current villain value, 255,000,000,1,000. This immense blow left a man's fortune points nearly depleted, with only a meager 10,000 remaining. Are you still not utterly despairing? Why? Li Zhen felt somewhat bewildered but quickly discerned the reason. Even if a man recognized that she would never be able to avenge Li Zhen, her heart still harbored persistence. Though her capability fell short, her unwavering desire remained unchanged. Go. Realizing this, Li Xiao felt reassured. He pointed a finger, and a myriad demon's banner surged forth, enveloping a man in a tidal wave of thick demonic energy. This supreme demonic artifact, equipped with the divine ability of myriad demons' reincarnation, quietly activated. The effect of this ability was to simulate the cycle of reincarnation, enticing a normal person to willingly descend into the demonic path. It was precisely this function that elevated it to the status of a supreme demonic artifact. Possession of it was universally recognized as the mark of a demon lord. Brother Zhen. A man's lingering soul was thrust into an illusion, akin to entering the cycle of reincarnation. She was overjoyed to discover that the deceased Li Zhen had returned to life, standing before her with a joyful smile. Come. Immediately, Li Zhen revealed a warm and joyful smile, stretching out his arms in preparation to embrace his beloved. The man dashed forward in excitement. Spirit. Regrettably, in the next moment. As Li Zhen's joyful laughter rang out, a radiant and enchanting girl leaped into his embrace ahead of her. Liu Ling. A man froze momentarily before unleashing a sharp, furious cry. She instinctively recognized who this girl was. I will kill you both. Watching the two revel in each other's affection, a man could no longer endure, roaring as she lunged forward to devour their souls. Brother Zhen. In the next instant, the second cycle of reincarnation began. This time, Li Zhen accepted her, even marrying her and having children. Yet, while she dutifully attended to Li Zhen's life, her heart sank in terror as she discovered that he had betrayed her. I will kill you both. A man cornered the pair of lovers on her wedding bed, succumbing to madness as she slaughtered them, even killing the child in her womb. In the third cycle, Liu Ling's visage gradually faded, replaced by a multitude of various women, some beautiful, some plain, some young, and some old, each vying for her brother Zhen's affection. And her brother Zhen remained unwavering, eternally betraying her, committing infidelity, aiding other women and humiliating her, tormenting her, and scheming to take her life. Time and again, cycle after cycle, it was always the same, devoid of any hope, only offering endless pain and despair. No, I cannot endure this any longer. At last, a man completely broke down, no longer wishing to seek vengeance for Li Zhen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completely stripping a man of her identity as the destined daughter and acquiring a fragment of fate. Note, this system can recover this fragment of fate, valued at 2 million luck points. The host currently possesses a villain value of 455,000,000, and upon receiving such a substantial gain, Li Xiao let out a sigh of relief. His expression filled with satisfaction. Chapter 22. To kill Tianya. A man suddenly regained consciousness, casting a complex glance at Li Xiao, faintly aware of what had transpired earlier. Thank you, she uttered in a dry, harsh voice, seemingly expressing gratitude towards Li Xiao for illuminating her foolishness. At this juncture, Li Xiao had actually lost the desire to kill her, yet she, without hesitation, shattered her own soul to a wisp of faint black mist, enveloped with resentment and unwillingness, melded into the 10,000 demon banner, nourishing this sacred artifact. Old hag, do you still wish to live? Li Xiao turned back to see that although the wind spirit ancestor was in a precarious state, she was not yet dead. Spare me. I willingly lead the entire wind spirit tribe to merge with the Tiangui tribe. At this point, the wind spirit ancestor had abandoned all other thoughts, solely fixated on preserving her own life. You old ghost, still harboring delusions of survival. Li Xiao scoffed, unwilling to leave such a potential threat. Boom! The 10,000 demon banner suddenly erupted with power as endless illusory demons surged forth, self-destructing beside the wind spirit ancestor. Even terrifying demonic shadows penetrated her body, unhesitatingly detonating within her. Such might was beyond her capacity to endure, and she was instantly grievously wounded, her vast aura plummeting chaotically. Kill! Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Xian activated his Starlight secret technique, repeatedly erasing the imprint of the old hag's soul. I can't believe I am dying here, the wind spirit ancestor howled in despair. Abruptly unleashing her secret technique, a whirlwind propelling Zhou Xian away. Amidst the tempest, an innate wind spirit manifested, swiftly transforming into the likeness of the wind spirit ancestor. Two wind spirit ancestors, one on each side, charged towards Xiao, seeking to drag someone down with them in their final moments. Not good. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Xian cried out in terror, certain he could not provide timely assistance, and that this strike could severely injure someone of his imperial realm. Poof! In the next moment, the two wind spirits collided, obliterating the trapped Xiao into ashes. Good, good, good. Let us die together. The wind spirit ancestor laughed joyously. Having reached the peak of her decline, the wind spirits around her dissipating entirely into the void. You deserve to die, Zhou Xian shouted as he rushed over, both palms striking the wind spirit ancestor. Yet she stood unyielding, merely casting a resentful glare at him. Don't die just yet. Who told you I was already dead? Suddenly, Li Zhao's voice echoed throughout the space, and to everyone's disbelief, the completely shattered Li Xiao reassembled his body, appearing before the wind spirit ancestor unscathed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The wind spirit ancestor's mind was shaken, unable to accept this sight, struggling to comprehend that Li Xiao was still alive. She knew well this was the heavenly demon dissolution. However, it was said that even the demon sovereign had never fully mastered this secret technique. Boom! Li Xiao, disinterested in further mockery, watched as Xiao transformed into a pool of weak water, swiftly enveloping the wind spirit ancestor, beginning to dissolve her bit by bit. No. The wind spirit ancestor roared, unable to fathom that her fate would be to be devoured by the descendant of her bitter enemy before her demise. Unfortunately, she had reached the end of her rope, devoid of any power to resist, merely watching as the essence of her life, painstakingly cultivated over a lifetime, was handed over to her foe. After a considerable time, Xiao finally let out a tired exclamation, reverting to her human form and standing beside Li Xiao. Are we to slaughter the entire wind spirit tribe? She huffed, casting an annoyed glance at Li Xiao. Uttering this unexpected remark. What? Both Li Xiao and Zhou Xian were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. However, Li Xiao quickly understood her thoughts. Previously, she had exhibited a maternal instinct, urging Li Xiao to rescue the wind spirit tribe. Yet now, the situation had reversed, with the tribe seeking to kill her and Li Xiao. This made her feel deeply remorseful towards Li Xiao, igniting her fury. Why such extremes? This is merely the choice of the wind spirit ancestor, not the entire tribe. If the old hag were still alive, controlling the entire wind spirit tribe against us, then extermination would be warranted. However, now it would be better to integrate this faction into your Tian Gue clan. After all, we are all originally of the human race, Li Xiao hastily reassured, and Xiao looked at him in surprise, realizing he was genuinely considering her feelings, filling her heart with gratitude. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Xiao lowered her head, exclaiming with a soft voice, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. Ding! Detected. New daughter of destiny, Xiao. With the host's assistance, Xiao altered her fate, awakening the attributes of the daughter of destiny. Age, 20. Realm. First level of entering the sea. Luck points, 5000000. Unexpectedly, Xiao suddenly transformed into the daughter of destiny, possessing an impressive 500,000 luck points comparable to Li Chan. L. Zhao's lips twitched, unable to suppress a torrent of curses within. System, show yourself. What do you mean? You want me to kill Xiao? Of course, the host can kill Xiao to seize her luck points. However, you may also cultivate goodwill between you two, nurturing her luck points for shared benefits. Current goodwill of Xiao towards the host. 80. The system's prompt made Li Xiao finally relax. Although he had traversed to this world, he could not bring himself to indiscriminately kill for luck points. I will help you absorb the wind spirit tribe, Li Xiao proposed, eager to enhance his goodwill. All right, Tianya's heart brimmed with joy, mistakenly believing Li Xiao was attempting to curry favor with her, further enhancing her fondness for him. Come, Li Xiao summoned the 10,000 demon banner, a terrifying demonic aura enveloping the entire wind spirit tribe, while he unleashed the heavenly demon body, standing like a deity, surveying the shattered tribe from above. Master, countless survivors immediately knelt in terror, weeping and pleading to humanity. There's always been no distinction between gods and demons. Only an overwhelming power that is insurmountable. I am Tianya, the saintess of the Tiangui tribe. If you wish to join us, you may escape this calamity. Otherwise, you shall perish in this demonic realm, forever becoming puppets to be manipulated, Tianya shouted, presenting two choices before all. Chapter 23. The Proud Daughter. Ninth Princess. What Li Xiao could not comprehend was that within this wind spirit tribe, there was indeed a faction of die-hard loyalists. They preferred death rather than surrendering to the enemy. Kill. Li Xiao had no time to waste, directly activating the 10,000 demon banner, sending countless demonic shadows howling forth, crushing all those who refused to yield. Young master, with your realm, how could you possibly unleash the sacred artifact's power to such an extent? Zhou Xian, who had remained silent by the side, finally could not help but speak up. That is because I possess the heavenly demon body at the great perfection realm. Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, I will not resort to demonic methods in the Juyin dynasty. Li Xiao chuckled, fully aware of Zhou Xian's concerns. Youthful master is wise. I need not worry. Zhou Xian felt relieved, a smile gracing his face. Let us return to the tribe. I have informed the clansmen to welcome these newcomers. Within 10 years, they would become the lowest slaves of the Tiangui tribe. However, opportunities would be afforded to them, allowing them to gradually rise through their own efforts. Tianya explained softly, considering her approach to be exceedingly benevolent across the entire Tianyuan continent. All right, I shall check on the condition of your ancestor, and then we must take our leave. Li Xiao nodded, confident in his ability to handle the matter after previously healing Zhou Xian. The three hurried back, and before even entering the Tiangui tribe, they heard a terrifying avian cry resounding in the sky. Void Manta! Li Xiao and Zhou Xian simultaneously gasped in astonishment as a colossal avian creature descended upon them. Resembling a dark cloud that had fallen from the heavens, plummeting directly towards the trio. This enormous bird was, in fact, the flying mount that Zhou Xian had brought over from the Jiuyin dynasty. Such a creature belonged to the royal family, and given Zhou Xian's status, he was unworthy of possessing it. Zhou Xian, indeed, you are here. You wretched old fool, you have lost the royal steed provided by the imperial family. Pray tell, what punishment do you think you deserve? A clear, melodious voice, youthful yet piercing, suddenly echoed from above. Li Xiao and the others swiftly dodged aside, only to behold a flawless, breathtakingly exquisite little foot firmly pressing down on the back of the void manta ray. Boom! In the next instant, the manta ray shrieked in agony as it was forcefully driven to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a sizable crater. The heavenly, hidden emperor's garb. Yes, your highness! Zhou Xian was momentarily taken aback, suddenly dropping to one knee. Xiao regarded him with a bemused expression. When they had first met, this old fellow had not shown him such deference. Zhou Xian, feeling the weight of Li Xiao's gaze, became somewhat embarrassed. The power of the ninth princess was, of course, vastly different from that of the Li Xiao of old, warranting such respect. You are the seventh prince. Li Xiao, as the effect of the heavenly hidden emperor's garb faded, the little foot extended gracefully, swiftly outlining a stunningly beautiful young girl clad in black. This girl was dressed entirely in dark attire, her face obscured by a black veil, rendering her visage invisible. I am indeed Li Xiao. Li Xiao observed her with curiosity, pondering the purpose of her visit. The sudden emergence of a seventh prince in the Jiuyin dynasty would naturally arouse much curiosity and a fair share of animosity. I came specifically to ascertain your worthiness to survive. Yet, I find you wallowing in self-degradation, consorting with a barbaric woman of the Tiangui tribe. You truly bring shame upon the royal lineage. The girl, though evidently youthful, exuded a terrifying aura, speaking with an air of arrogance and disdain that was extremely irksome. You have met me, and now that you have, what more do you desire? Li Xiao frowned and stepped forward. Standing defiantly before the ninth princess. Ding! A notification from the system suddenly resounded. Detected new destined maiden. Ninth princess Li Qingqing. Age, 12. Realm. Ninth layer of gathering cauldron. Fortune value, 500,000 points. Current favorability of Li Qingqing towards the host, 10 points. As their eyes locked, Li Xiao was taken aback by the system prompt. He had never imagined that this formidable girl standing before him was merely 12 years old. Even more astonishing was her status as a master of the ninth layer of Gathering Cauldron. Just a step away from the Imperial realm. Such talent, such a prodigy, was simply terrifying. Do you think I come to kill you? Li Qingqing scoffed, her expression filled with pride and disdain, regardless of what others thought. She had no inclination to engage in such matters. Indeed, there are a few traitors within the royal family who would send someone to assassinate you. This variable, however, such a self-doubting waste of space, could hardly be considered a significant figure within the royal lineage. As Li Qingqing observed Li Xiao's demeanor, she noted his composure and lack of fear, which intrigued her somewhat. I merely came to see you. After all, you are my elder brother. However, I shall not lend you assistance. For you have yet to return to the imperial city and be acknowledged in the family lineage, thereby not recognized as the seventh prince by the royal family. After uttering a couple of lines, Li Qingqing's form soared into the sky. I have retrieved this mount for you, and I hope you can survive long enough to return to the imperial city, should you manage to return alive. I shall acknowledge you as my brother. In the air, Li Qingqing's figure quickly faded from sight, and she called out to the ground below before vanishing completely. Ninth princess, who has come? Zhou Xian shouted urgently, clearly believing that they had been marked for death. Unfortunately, Li Qingqing had already disappeared without a reply. Are there many Imperial Realm experts pursuing me? Li Xiao suddenly realized that in the eyes of this little sister of his, he was already marked for death. The ninth princess had come specifically to warn him, indicating that they were about to face formidable challenges. Zhou Xian's expression grew serious as he clenched his fists. His own strength had surged significantly, filling him with newfound confidence. How strange. Who has restored Zhou Xian's injuries, and how is it that Li Xiao can subdue a powerful being of the Imperial realm? In the distance, Li Qingqing, shrouded in invisibility, scrutinized Li Xiao with curiosity. She held no ill intent. Rather, she was merely bored and had come to observe how this newly emerged brother would meet his demise. She had no intention of rescuing him, but if she could acquire evidence of murder, that would indeed be a pleasant surprise. Chapter 24. Endless guilt. Li Xiao hesitated, uncertain whether he should venture into the Tiangui tribe. He was currently being pursued by royal experts. If he went to the Tiangui tribe, would he not bring disaster upon them? Our clan and friends have always shared life and death together. In the past, our clan wielded the Three Great and was once a peak power in the Tianyuan continent. It was only due to the burdens placed upon us by friends that we gradually fell into decline. Yet, even so, our clan's original intention has never wavered. Tianya perceived Li Xiao's concerns and proudly straightened her posture. Under the protection of our clan, 3 individuals ascended to the upper realm, transcending the Tianyuan continent. This is our clan's greatest pride. The current decline of our clan is indeed linked to the decay of the 10,000 volcanoes, a fate beyond human control. After explaining further, Tianya noticed Li Xiao suppressing his unease and hastened their journey toward the Tiangui tribe. Meanwhile, 4 figures clad in black had stealthily appeared at the mouth of a volcano that perpetually belched black smoke. This was the hidden refuge of the Tiangui tribe. It was rumored that the long-lost supreme, the fiery poison of destruction, might be found here. Even if it were not present, the special sacred artifact capable of suppressing all, the Namli Divine Fire Shield, should be under the control of the Tiangui tribe. The 4 individuals shared identical appearances and auras, likely a rare set of quadruplets. Such beings inherently possessed a unique synergy, and when united in combat, their coordination and strength would be greatly amplified. Moreover, all 4 were beings of the Imperial realm, their combined power instilling a sense of despair. This time, our primary objective remains the extermination of that suddenly emerged bastard. Murder and plunder are merely ancillary tasks. Let us not waste time. The Tiangue tribe likely possessed only one severely injured old ghost, barely capable of confronting us. Let us charge in. The four conferred, yet peculiarly, it was as though they were a single entity lost in soliloquy. Kill! In the next moment, the four black-clad figures simultaneously cried out and leapt into the depths of the volcano. There seems to be a scent of blood. Tianya, possessing a unique constitution and an exceptionally keen sense of perception, suddenly sensed something amiss from a considerable distance. Oh no! They wouldn't have directly targeted the Tiangue tribe, would they? Li Xiao was taken aback and glanced back at Zhou Xian, who transformed into a streak of starlight. Propelling the three of them forward with astonishing speed, this the place. The trio followed suit and leapt into the volcano, but Zhou Xian's momentum abruptly came to a halt. They beheld a horrifying array of dismembered corpses, each pair of eyes wide open, staring in disbelief, scattered everywhere. These were the guards of their clan. An external enemy had forcefully invaded their sacred grounds. Inside the volcano, countless pathways intertwined like a vast labyrinth. And Tianya quickly chose a direction. This was the abode of their clan's guardian spirit, the secluded dwelling of the Tiangue ancestor. Not just one. Moreover, the opponent's strength is at least mid-imperial realm. Zhou Xian extended his senses, hastily assessing the situation, and his expression changed drastically. The residual energy from those corpses was enough to instill dread in him. Let us investigate. Li Xiao's heart sank heavily. Yet he found himself unable to turn and flee, compelled instead to chase after Tianya. The three of them rushed forward with urgency, only to be met with the grim sight of countless lifeless bodies strewn across the expansive passageway. Never a single survivor in sight. In the span of moments, hundreds of corpses lay before them, all elite warriors of the Tiangue clan. The mere sight of this devastation had already dealt a severe blow to the clan's vitality. Li Xiao initially believed he was solely responsible for this calamity. With each new body that emerged, his guilt compounded further. Suddenly, they reached the end of the convoluted passage, revealing a magma pool situated deep below the ground. Li Xiao staggered, his footfalls faltering, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, a crimson hue that resembled the fabled essence of one's heart. Fortunately, the act of expelling that blood provided him with a fleeting sense of relief. Li Xiao vowed to avenge the Tiangue clan. He muttered through gritted teeth, finally reaching Tianya's side. The ancestor must have come under attack. She has activated the protective barrier, and I cannot enter. Tianya exclaimed, her face already streaked with tears. The sight of so many corpses weighed heavily on Li Xiao. To him, they represented mere blood debts that filled him with remorse. Yet for Tianya, each of those bodies was a family member, a cherished figure who had watched her grow up. Should we truly venture inside? Zhou Xian hesitated, unable to fathom the dangers that awaited them, reluctant to place Li Xiao in such peril. Open it! Li Xiao could not bear to meet the pleading gaze of Tianya. With the power of the tin disintegration at his disposal, he felt assured of his survival within. All right. Zhou Xian gritted his teeth and struck out with force, causing a layer of red energy barrier to erupt from the seemingly ordinary magma pool. Strike here, Tianya urged quickly, fully aware of the flaw in the grand formation, though her own strength was insufficient to exploit it. Open, Zhou Xian commanded, his arms suddenly expanding to an extraordinary size, transforming into two massive, burning black spheres. With a resounding crash, akin to two stars colliding, the formidable protective barrier shattered. The true visage of the magma pool was finally revealed, as a gigantic flaming dragon coalesced from the molten substance, charging toward Zhou Xian. Yet before him, this creature posed little threat. He reached out and grasped the 10-meter-long fire dragon effortlessly, as if it were nothing more than a pair of small earthworms. Let us go! Zhou Xian glanced at Li Xiao, noticing his resolute demeanor, and summoned an energy shield to envelop both Tianya and Li Xiao. With a thunderous impact, the trio fell into the magma pool. Li Xiao strained to keep his eyes open as blinding lights erupted before him, painfully stinging his vision. Yet he discerned that they had plummeted an astonishing 300 meters in an instant. To their astonishment, the depths of the magma pool, 300 meters down, were suddenly filled with fresh air, ushering them into an entirely different spatial realm. This new environment was imbued with intense fiery warmth. Yet it was also bathed in bright sunlight and fresh air. Ancestor, Tianya cried out anxiously, her voice laced with urgency, and the three were left utterly stunned by the sight before them. As they arrived, dread consumed them, fearing that the Tiangue clan's ancestor had already been slain by external foes. However, the truth was far more shocking. For powerful figures clad in black, their auras surging, were being mercilessly beaten. A colossal treant, crowned with an enormous human head, its long hair transforming into vast branches, roared in fury as it lashed out. The treant's form was that of an ancient, towering tree, its roots severed from the earth, burnt to a charred black. Stop! We are merely accidentally trespassing. The four Imperial Realm experts were being ruthlessly battered by innumerable branches and roots, bleeding and pleading for mercy. Yet the great tree showed no mercy, its face contorted with rage as it relentlessly struck them, intent on obliterating them completely. This is the ancestor's energy manifestation. She is unbelievably powerful. Tianya stared in disbelief at the scene, while Zhou Xian's face twitched in shock. The 9th level of the Imperial Realm. She is on the verge of entering the Sacred Realm, an invincible powerhouse. For countless years, the Tian Yuan continent had seen no Sacred Realm appearances. And this Tiangue ancestor was a terrifyingly unmatched entity. Boom! Just as the trio stood in stunned silence, countless blackened roots lashed out, shattering the four Imperial Realm experts into smithereens. Not good. It's a puppet. Zhou Xian, having some knowledge, exclaimed suddenly, realizing something was amiss. We succeeded. Let us flee. What a powerful sacred artifact. Below, it seems to be suppressing a terrifying, sentient flame. The Namely Divine Fire Shield, with this treasure. The young master will surely achieve great feats. Indeed, this is a treasure worthy of being a national artifact. Four triumphant, maniacal laughs echoed from deep within the earth, and before Xiao and the others could react, the ground beneath them suddenly fractured. You are truly doomed. The immense treant roared in anguish, its voice filled with not just fury, but also a sense of grievance and exhaustion. It had tirelessly suppressed chaos for so long, only to be released in such a manner. Boom! The four shadowy figures employed their escape techniques, transforming into black smoke and scattering in four directions. Yet the countless roots pursued relentlessly. In an instant, the terrifying might of the 9th level of the Imperial Realm erupted, and three powerful Imperial Realm experts were obliterated in an instant. Damn old hag. The remaining individual managed to escape by relying on a spatial artifact. Cursing as he clutched the sacred artifact, the Namely Divine Fire Shield. Puffed. The Namely Divine Fire Shield had been stolen, and the Tiangue ancestor immediately spewed blood from all 7 orifices. Her spirit grievously injured. Ancestor! Tianya cried out in alarm, momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to pursue the enemy or rush to care for the ancestor. Tianya, are these your friends? Quickly pursue that thief. Without the suppression of the Namely Divine Fire Shield, the infernal fire will soon break free. At that moment, the entire 100,000 volcanoes will be reduced to ashes, serving as its source of energy. Go quickly! He has been severely wounded and cannot unleash his full power. The massive treant cried out twice before plunging headfirst into the ever-widening chasm. Hurry! Xiao paused momentarily before springing into action, urgently grabbing Zhou Xian. They are the royal family's offerings, the Yang family's 4 ghosts. Each of them is a formidable master at the 7th level of the Imperial Realm. Zhou Xian hesitated, unwilling to act immediately. Let us chase after them first. Xiao shouted, and Zhou Xian, left with no choice, reluctantly followed. Sky Void Manta. The 3 surged toward the surface, and Zhou Xian called out, summoning a dark cloud that descended with astonishing speed from the heavens. It must be said, if not for the 9th princess's assistance, they would have already lost the trail to retrieve the 7th prince. This Sky Void Manta was among the foremost of the royal family's steeds. Zhou Xian boasted a hint of pride, yet soon his expression turned grim. Catching up to them I senti difficult. After all, I am quite familiar with them. However, once we do, Zhou Xian's face clouded with concern. He genuinely lacked confidence in facing the adversaries. Previously, he had merely been a royal guard. While they were esteemed royal offerings, the disparity in their standings was insurmountable. Were it not for his sudden surge in strength during this outing, he would not even possess the courage to confront them. Uncle Xiao, I have a way to enhance your strength further. It's just a matter of whether you are willing. Xiao frowned, gazing into the distance, where another immense avian figure appeared to be evading the pursuit of the sky void manta. Both parties found themselves unable to gain ground on one another, prompting a new idea to form in his mind. What will it cost? Zhou Xian's heart raced wildly. For a cultivator, the prospect of enhancing one's power was a temptation too great to ignore, compelling him to disregard all else. Otherwise, he would not have so willingly acknowledged Li Xiao as his master. Yet, judging by Li Xiao's demeanor, it was evident that this undertaking would entail significant side effects. You must willingly become my demon puppet. Li Xiao hesitated momentarily. This was a divine ability inherent to his celestial demon body. Yet, it was likely that an ordinary person would never accept such a fate. Demon puppet? Zhou Xian shuddered, clearly taken aback by the notion. Becoming a demon puppet will not extinguish your self-awareness. Rather, it will merely render you incapable of defying my commands. Ensuring you can never harm me. Xiao explained reluctantly. The idea of transforming someone into a demon puppet was utterly insane, and he did not truly believe Zhou Xian would consent. However, with our vast disparity in cultivation levels, can you truly succeed? Zhou Xian furrowed his brow at Li Xiao, struggling to comprehend this aspect. It is not I who will refine you. It is you who must willingly allow yourself to be refined by me. Li Xiao shrugged, indicating that whether it succeeded hinged primarily on Zhou Xian's sincerity. If it failed, it would be due to Zhou Xian's lack of genuine intent, and it would have nothing to do with Li Xiao. Very well, I shall proceed. In this life, I am already wholeheartedly devoted to serving the young master. With this newfound bond, my joy will only increase. To Li Xiao's astonishment, Zhou Xian did not waver or hesitate, and he readily agreed. Are you certain? You are absolutely willing. If this fails, you may either die or go mad. Li Xiao found himself somewhat ambiguous, as it was his first experience, naturally fraught with tension. I am willing to devote everything, my heart as firm as iron, never to repent. Chapter 26. You are my sister. Zhou Xian gritted his teeth, resolving to take one more reckless gamble. All right, you need not resist. I shall channel the demonic energy and bestow the initiation upon you. Li Xiao had no time for further discussion. With a thought, the 10,000 demon banner thundered down, enveloping Zhou Xian entirely in demonic energy. Legend has it that the Tianyuan continent was once devoid of demon cultivators. One fateful day, a gravely wounded extraterrestrial demon descended from the heavens, its corpse tumbling to the Tianyuan continent, unleashing boundless demonic energy, thus birthing the lineage of demon cultivators. Li Xiao's celestial demon body was flawless, purer and more advanced than the very source of demonic energy in the world. This unimaginable and pure energy surged into Zhou Xian's body, coursing through his meridians, and he was filled with elation. Such powerful and pure energy was precisely what he longed for. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is acceptable. Moreover, it was merely a matter of succumbing to the demon. His body rapidly transformed, his innate talent skyrocketing, even his comprehension receiving a substantial boost. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xian's appearance drastically changed. He became shrouded in darkness, with two horns subtly protruding from his head, channeling the energies of heaven and earth, and a tail emerging from his back due to the frenzied enhancement of his physique. Reign in your demonic energy. Suddenly, a commanding voice, resonant like a great bell, reverberated in Zhou Xian's mind, abruptly shattering his dream of freely reveling in the demonic energy. Yes. Zhou Xian hastily focused his mind. Pulling the dense demonic energy back into his body, he soon realized that his transformation was not merely in terms of energy cultivation or mental state, but that his very body had been completely remade into a being of pure demonic bloodline. As long as he did not intentionally release demonic energy to intimidate others, it seemed unlikely that anyone would discover he had been transformed into a demon. Li Xiao observed him curiously. gradually revealing a satisfied expression. Empire Realm, 6th layer. Although still somewhat weaker than the enemy, Zhou Xian's strength was now exceedingly solid, sufficient to easily defeat an opponent of the 7th layer of the Empire Realm. He had caught up. At that moment, Tianya suddenly gasped, as the massive body of the Void Manta trembled slightly, revealing the enormous monstrous bird directly ahead. Unexpectedly, it was not merely a single figure clad in black, but several young men and women. These were the servants brought by the 4 ghosts of the Yang family, specifically to attend to their 4 brothers. Each of them possessed remarkable talents, all strikingly handsome or beautiful. Hailing from extraordinarily distinguished backgrounds within the 9-Flame dynasty, commoners simply did not have the right to be present here. Zhou Xian, it is you actually intend to conspire with outsiders to harm your own kin within the 9-Flame dynasty? The surviving figure in black suddenly stood up, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if he bore no injuries at all. Zhou Xian, accused by him, did not retort. Instead, he frowned and looked at Xiao. If we are to engage in combat, we must eradicate them all. Upon hearing this, Xiao could not help but scoff. They came here to kill me. Should I allow them to return unscathed? Xiao sneered, utterly disinterested in exchanging pleasantries with the 4 ghosts of the Yang family, and simply turned his gaze away. Very well. Zhou Xian immediately grasped Li Xiao's intention and charged forward without hesitation. Hand over the Southly Divine Fire cover. Otherwise, I will kill them all, leaving not a single soul alive, Li Xiao casually called out, no longer paying attention. With the advantage of the Void Manta and Zhou Xian's overwhelming power, this battle was inherently futile. Go. On the back of the massive, monstrous bird, the figure in black was horrified to find himself suppressed, and he quickly unleashed a burst of flames. The flame rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into a terrifying golden fire cover that descended towards Li Xiao. An Empire Realm expert was unleashing a sacred artifact with all their might. Its power was simply cataclysmic. What terrifying flames! The Void Manta was instantly paralyzed with fear, plummeting downwards, while a grave expression appeared on Li Xiao's face. This strike was capable of annihilating an Empire Realm expert, let alone them. The figure in black mistakenly believed this was a diversion. But Li Xiao did not allow Zhou Xian to retreat to protect himself. Go. Li Xiao pointed, and an endless sea of flames surged skyward, the Azure Lotus extraordinary fire transforming into a massive Azure Lotus, attempting to withstand the Southly Divine Fire cover. Boom! Unfortunately, under the suppression of this sacred artifact, the Azure Lotus extraordinary fire was directly assimilated, turning into a force intent on annihilating Li Xiao. Such a formidable, sacred artifact. Li Xiao was momentarily stunned. He summoned the Burning Heaven extraordinary fire, only to see it instantly consumed by the Southly Divine Fire cover, after devouring 2 pinnacle extraordinary fires. The power of the Southly Divine Fire cover surged to its zenith, embodying a terrifying might capable of obliterating the heavens. This is bad, Tianya gasped in terror, her heart filled with despair. In her mind, even if their own ancestor were to intervene personally, the might of the Southly Divine Fire cover could not possibly be this terrifying, could it? Go! Li Xiao was horrified. He summoned the Southly Extraordinary Fire as well, only to find the Southly Divine Fire cover emitting an excited roar, its power instantaneously escalating. What are you doing, you foolish one, pouring fuel on the fire, as Li Xiao continued to summon 3 extraordinary fires in succession. The hidden figure of Li Qingqing could no longer bear to watch. Such a prodigy, if allowed to perish so easily, would be an immense loss. Are you mad? Li Xiao was infuriated, yet before he could react, a figure dashed forward, standing in front of him. Get lost! Li Qingqing shouted without looking back, simultaneously handing Li Xiao a golden talisman, clearly already activated. It was a talisman capable of randomly teleporting within a short distance. Such an item was a supreme treasure, even within the entire 9-Flame dynasty. Hurry, get out of here! Are you still dawdling? As the talisman containing boundless power descended upon them, Li Qingqing lost her composure and screamed. Previously, she had experienced a moment of impulsiveness, yet she realistically did not possess the confidence to withstand such a terrifying strike. You go first. Li Xiao was taken aback. he swiftly shoved the talisman into Tianya's hands. "No," she exclaimed in shock, as the talisman ignited completely. Releasing its full power, a golden light enveloped Tianya's body, and she instantly vanished without a trace. Chapter 27. "You must take her away." Tianya narrowly escaped. While Li Qingqing was infuriated, her face flushed red, never expecting Li Xiao to act so foolishly. "Forget it. If you wish to die, then die." Li Qingqing evidently no longer possessed the capability to concern herself with Li Xiao's fate. She was wholly engrossed, her gaze fixed ahead, preparing to deploy all her hidden cards and strength to confront this life-and-death crisis. "You step aside." Li Xiao suddenly advanced a step, placing himself firmly in front of Li Qingqing, forcefully shoving her aside. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying wave of flames descended, instantaneously reducing Li Xiao's form to mere vapor, obliterating him into nothingness. Li Qingqing stood frozen, her eyes wide in shock, as she beheld Li Xiao perish utterly before her. Despite her innate prodigiousness since childhood, she found herself utterly powerless in an instant. Having annihilated Li Xiao, the Southly Divine Fire Shield hesitated slightly, seemingly a loss for its target, uncertain whether to return to its master. Seizing this opportunity, Li Qingqing swiftly made her escape. Known for her calm demeanor from a young age, she reasoned that since Li Xiao was dead, there was no longer any need for her to entangle herself in these troubles. "Die." On the other side, Zhou Xian bellowed with a grave expression, nearly exposing his identity as a demon. Bang! Before the cloaked figure could evade, two colossal hands struck with ferocity, utterly crushing his body along with his soul. Boom! The Southly Divine Fire Shield trembled, once again bereft of a master, becoming an object without an owner. What a remarkable item! Just as everyone remained in stunned silence, Li Xiao's voice suddenly resonated. His form quietly coalescing in the air above, and with a fierce grab, he seized the sacred artifact into his possession. Although cultivators could harbor within their bodies, accommodating three simultaneously was an immense strain. Li Xiao had evaded disaster using the heavenly demon dissolution and had successfully acquired the Southly Divine Fire Shield. This time, he had truly struck gold. "Young master, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Zhou Xian, already aware that Li Xiao had survived, pointed at the surviving figures. They were all offspring of the powerful within the Nine Flame dynasty, having appeared here due to their allegiance to a certain prince. Zhou Xian's inquiry was tinged with caution, mindful of Li Qingqing's presence, making it unwise for him to act directly. "Eliminate them all." Li Xiao cast a glance at Li Qingqing, suppressing his inclination to seek her opinion. Girls, after all, detest being questioned, for was it not an evasion of responsibility, a way of shifting blame? Killing them is for the best. The masters behind these individuals are likely beyond your reach, so I shan't disclose their identities. Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of cold light flashing in her eyes, seemingly resentful that Li Xiao had caused her needless worry. Without a trace of reluctance, she turned and departed. "Sister Zhou, remember to call me brother next time." Li Xiao made no effort to retain her, merely uttering those words, causing her retreating figure to pause momentarily. This remark was a significant promise, regardless of the royal ties. Li Xiao had already regarded her as his sister. "Eliminate them all." Zhou Xian returned to Li Xiao's side, leaving no survivors, having even torn apart the massive avian steed with his bare hands. "Who are they?" Li Xiao furrowed his brow, seeking to uncover the identities of those behind these individuals. The connections within the Nine Flame dynasty are exceedingly intricate. I do not closely follow these matters. Thus I cannot claim certainty. However, based on what is evident, they are likely affiliated with the Fifth Prince, Zhou Xian explained, frowning. The Fifth Prince's mother hailed from humble origins and had been cruelly slain early in palace intrigues. Yet he was a paragon of brilliance, a natural prodigy, greatly admired by the dynasty's emperor. Due to his precarious position within the royal family, he often aided other noble-born princes or princesses in their underhanded dealings. "Indeed," Li Xiao replied nonchalantly, inwardly cursing the trouble. This implied that behind the Fifth Prince, there were others intent on his demise. "Let us return the sacred artifact. I can only hope that no one else will attempt to ambush us on our path ahead." With that, Li Xiao turned to seek Tianya, Zhou Xian stood there, dumbfounded, never anticipating that Li Xiao would take such a course of action. He had witnessed the power of that sacred artifact firsthand. If it were he would certainly be unwilling to relinquish Li Xiao. Meanwhile, upon her unexpected transportation, Tianya showed no surprise at Li Xiao's return of the sacred artifact. She did not view it as an extraordinary act. "Let us go. I fear that the elder Tiangue can no longer hold on," Li Xiao called out, and the three of them hastened back, racing towards the location of elder Tiangue. "You have returned?" This expanse was already in ruins, with only a vast chasm remaining on the ground, for which flames soared, leaving behind a wretchedly charred head of an elderly woman. She could no longer maintain her energy form, reduced to this pitiful remnant. "Elder," Tianya gasped, bursting into tears. It was evident that, in this situation, Elder Tiangue was doomed. "Senior, this sacred artifact is returned to you." Elder Tiangue turned, a grim smile on her face, but was taken aback when Li Xiao approached, presenting the Southly Divine Fire Shield before her. You actually wish to return this item?" Elder Tiangue looked on in astonishment, stammering as she gazed at Li Xiao. "This has always been a sacred artifact of your clan. Returning it to its rightful owner is only just," Li Xiao replied, perplexed. As a transmigrator, he deeply understood the sentiment of finding a penny on the street. "Very well. I must use this to suppress the heavenly fire of karma. Otherwise, I truly wish to gift this artifact to you. Take Xiao and leave. My clan has never been a burden to her. Yet she is the hope of my clan," Elder Tiangue expressed passionately, regaining control of the artifact and utilizing it to suppress the surging heavenly fire of karma. "Elder," Tianya sobbed uncontrollably, unable to accept that her beloved elder, who had cherished her since childhood, was to perish thus. My clan bears an unsightly appearance, our forms twisted. This is due to our long-standing suppression of, which has subjected us to the ravages of fire poison. Xiao, with her unique constitution, remains unaffected by fire poison. Therefore, she need not remain here to decay with us. You must take her and leave." Suddenly, Elder Tiangue coughed up blood, her once kind visage contorting into a terrifying mask. As her last vestige of vitality flickered and extinguished. Chapter 28. Ascension of the Sacred Artifact. Tianya gasped in shock, nearly fainting, as Li Xiao hurriedly held her in his embrace. "That I shall descend to take a look." After a long moment, Tianya regained some semblance of composure, and Li Xiao called out, leaping into the vast chasm before him. Before him, the Southly Divine Fire Shield had transformed into a golden barrier, within which a massive, transparent, spiritual apparition was subduing a demonic embryo that a small, pitch-black infant lay ensnared beneath the immense spiritual figure, already ensconced in slumber. The entire world began to quiet rapidly. As if a stillness was settling, Li Xiao's heart understood immediately. Elder Tiangue had sacrificially sealed this primordial. However, despite her ultimate sacrifice, the giant spiritual entity would eventually be depleted. When that time came, this so-called seal would cease to exist. Moreover, the Southly Divine Fire Shield, as a top-tier sacred artifact, would inevitably become an innate possession of the demonic embryo, transforming into its most formidable treasure. "Consume villainous points. Advance," Li Xiao pondered, unwilling to depart just yet, opting instead to manually expend 1,000,000 villainous points. Ding! The villainous gift package has been received. The host gains Cultivation 9, currently at the 9th layer of the Sea Entry realm. The host acquires a special item. The Divine Craftsman Talisman can designate one sacred artifact to upgrade to a divine artifact. The host obtains a top-tier Demonic Path sacred artifact. The 9 Nether Sky Mirror, sealed state, can only block celestial insights, cannot currently probe into celestial secrets. The host acquires a CE of spiritual energy, which can be freely devoured within 10 days. The host's current villainous points, 3,551,000. The path of cultivation begins with tempering the physical body from the moment one enters the mortal realm, progressing to the comprehension of spiritual energy, which allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, thus becoming a celestial being. Following this is the state of unity, where the perfect amalgamation of the physical form and the soul is pursued. culminating in the harmonization of the three vital aspects: essence, energy, and spirit. Beyond this state of unity lies the entry into the vast ocean of cultivation. At this point, the practitioner resembles a small fish trapped in a pond, which suddenly leaps into the boundless sea, swimming freely and voraciously consuming all it encounters. However, the so-called ocean of spiritual energy refers to the vast and infinite expanse of the universe, not a domain that can be monopolized by any individual. Thus, the system has graciously bestowed upon Xiao the ocean of spiritual energy, allowing him to devour it unrestrainedly. How much he can claim for himself will depend solely on his own capabilities. Utilize the divine craftsman talisman. Xiao disregarded his own transformation and directly enhanced the quality of the non-Li divine fire shield. Boom! A terrifying beam of golden light erupted from this sacred artifact, and countless celestial runes cascaded down from above, methodically imprinting themselves upon it, essentially reforging the artifact and forcibly elevating its quality. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the boundless brilliance of the golden light swiftly retracted, and the previously resplendent, non-Li divine fire shield suddenly dimmed, appearing remarkably unassuming and simple. This represents a phase in the evolution of artifacts known as returning to simplicity. Only after returning to simplicity can one achieve divinity. Rumbling above the vast sky, ominous thunderclouds began to gather, heralding the divine tribulation of the artifact. However, the non-Li divine fire shield had already undergone its transformation, and the divine tribulation did not descend, dissipating completely into nothingness. It was a mere display of thunder without the accompanying rain. This indicates that the item provided by the system far surpasses the laws governing the Tianyuan continent. No. What are you planning to do? The slumbering demon embryo sensed an impending threat and suddenly opened its eyes, its youthful visage filled with terror and malice. Begone! Xiao wasted no words. He simply reached out and unleashed the full might of the non-Li divine fire shield. Boom! A horrifying golden light shot skyward, a golden rainbow illuminating the world, visible even to beings thousands of miles away, who could clearly witness this awe-inspiring phenomenon. The entire realm of flames was instantaneously suppressed and sealed, and the non-Li divine fire shield was directly inverted, imprisoning the demon embryo. This entity was the spiritual intelligence born from and with its presence, it became a primordial spiritual fire. Without it, it would merely be a pinnacle 9th tier. Do not extinguish my memories. I am willing to submit. The demon embryo cried out in alarm, but within the non-Li divine fire shield, the 4 types have surged violently, obliterating its memories in an instant. Begone, with a mere thought. Xiao caused all the on him to vanish, all contained within the non-Li divine fire shield. Qinglian, Fenshin, non-Li, and Yellow Tiandu were all suppressed by the non-Li divine fire shield. It began to refine itself, attempting to merge these 4 into one. Crack. The surrounding space shattered, revealing a small, exquisite metallic shield that appeared in Li Zhao's hand, in order to refine the 4 great. This object had also fallen into slumber, temporarily rendered unusable. However, Xiao was unperturbed. Rather, he felt a surge of delight. The departure of the 3 from his body filled him with a profound sense of relief and joy. Even with his supreme bone, one could not fathom how he could withstand so many top tier without the system suppression. This unexpected boon had effectively alleviated a significant hidden danger. The Yellow Tiandu has been secured. You, the Tiangui clan, need no longer fear the encroachment of fire poison, nor remain confined to this place. Returning to Tianya's side, he found her composed, having accepted the grim reality of her ancestors' demise. This matter cannot simply conclude here. I must honor my ancestors' dying wish and accompany you to the Jiuyin dynasty. There lies the true perpetrator behind my ancestors' death. Tianya's expression was peculiar as she gazed intently at Xiao, eager to discern his stance. Are you referring to the 4 men in black and their mastermind? Very well. I shall promise you this. I will root out that hidden figure and cast him into my non-Li divine fire shield. Xiao earnestly vowed, having already sworn to avenge the Tiangui clan. The individual behind the 5th prince was naturally destined to meet his end at Li Zhao's hands. All right, please wait a moment while I arrange matters for the Tiangui clan. With a firm resolve to aid in avenging her ancestor, Tianya declared that from this moment forth, the Tiangui clan would become Li Xiao's vassal. The clan's treasury would be open to him, allowing him to freely select materials and treasures. After a brief instruction, she hurriedly departed. Opening the treasury for Li Xiao carried no ulterior motives. It was merely to alleviate his potential boredom by providing him with a task to occupy his time. Well, I will visit the Tiangui clan's treasury when the opportunity arises, Li Xiao mused, then settled down to meditate and cultivate. Chapter 29. Shared fortune having attained the realm of entry into the ocean. Li Xiao gained the ability of perfect introspection. Closing his eyes, he sensed his own being and beheld a hidden universe within himself. Yet, this universe lay dormant, far from awakening, within his Dantian's Qi Sea. However, existed a vast world brimming with boundless energy, serving as the source of power for his cultivation. In this Qi Sea, spiritual energy extended for thousands of meters, representing his personal accumulation at the 9th level of the entry into the ocean realm. Surrounding this small sea of spiritual energy was an infinite expanse of spiritual energy, a gift from the system, sufficient for him to consume without restraint for 10 days and nights. Li Xiao was consumed by frenzy, heedlessly devouring the energy. While the entry into the ocean merely signified the beginning, Li Xiao sought to seize this opportunity to truly create a sea of spiritual energy within himself. Time flowed slowly, and as Li Xiao's sea of spiritual energy expanded to a span of 10,000 meters, he suddenly opened his eyes. We can depart. Tianya appeared calm, having arranged everything and resolved to follow Li Xiao. Indeed, Li Xiao said little, naturally grasping Tianya's hand. In the next moment, the three of them soared into the sky, landing upon the back of the Void Manta. Young master, we must remain cautious. The deaths of those 4 old individuals have likely drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. I fear that a saint-level expert may ambush us ahead. Zhou Xian piloted the Void Manta with a worried expression, whispering a warning. The 4 individuals were not insignificant figures, and their tasks would surely leave soul tokens behind in the Imperial City. These soul tokens were special jade plates that contain a fragment of their divine souls. Once they perished, that fragment would immediately dissipate. Li Xiao. This bore a resemblance to quantum entanglement. Rest assured. Li Xiao flipped his palm, revealing the Qiutian mirror. It was an ancient, polished mirror, one side smooth and clear like a pristine water surface, while the other was cracked and riddled with fissures. We can utilize this sacred artifact to obscure our presence. Li Xiao explained, gently shaking the Qiutian mirror, causing the surrounding space to momentarily blur. How wondrous! Tianya exclaimed in amazement as the 3 of them along with the Void Manta appeared within the mirror. It was not that they had entered the mirror. They remained in the external space, yet their reflections were captured within its confines. Xiao turned the Qiutian mirror, not directing it at the others. Yet they still moved within the mirror's realm as if they were tangible beings, that we have successfully concealed ourselves. Ordinary methods cannot pinpoint our location, as if we are perpetually hidden within the artifact space. Li Xiao elucidated, then closed his eyes once more, continuing to consume the vast sea of spiritual energy. Young master, your diligence truly shames me, Zhou Xian remarked, momentarily taken aback before expressing his own feelings of inadequacy. Subsequently entering a meditative state, Tianya gazed around at the surrounding winds, her heart filled with trepidation. Her presence here was due to her ancestors' instructions, as well as a moment of impulsiveness. However, as her mind cleared, she realized she had no way to retreat. She had wagered everything. Ding! Congratulations, host. Tianya has entrusted her everything to you. Current favorability is at 100 points. The destined daughter, Tianya, has reached full favorability, perfectly merging with your fate, thereby doubling her fortune value. Host gains the shared fortune value from Tianya, totaling 2 million points. Shared value doubled. Current number of shares, 2. Doubling factor, 2. The host currently possesses a villain value of 5. 551,000. While Tianya was lost in thought, Li Xiao unexpectedly received a system reward. Astonished, he exclaimed, "So much?" He was taken aback, for Tianya, who was not even the daughter of destiny, had just provided him with a staggering 2 million points of villain value in one fell swoop. It is noteworthy that Tianya was merely a minor holy maiden of a small alien tribe. If he could share the fortune with the true daughter of destiny, it would indeed be a delightful experience. Onward to the Xiao dynasty. I will soon acquire the next phase of rewards. Li Xiao thought confidently as he resumed his fervent absorption of spiritual energy. 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. When his personal sea of spiritual energy expanded to over 300,000 meters, a faint sense of trepidation jolted Li Xiao back to awareness. Young master, ahead lies the royal city of the Xiao dynasty. Zhou Xian opened his eyes immediately, his face filled with relief as he regarded Li Xiao. He had previously feared ambush along the way, thinking entering the city would be a perilous endeavor. Yet, unexpectedly, the journey had been remarkably smooth. Who could it be? Li Xiao furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance, where nothing but emptiness lay. Both Tianya and Zhou Xian looked at him in confusion, unsure of his meaning. The sky-peering mirror appeared in Li Xiao's hand. He subtly opened a cut on his palm, allowing droplets of blood to flow onto the mirror's surface. The cracked and weathered mirror began to merge and heal gradually. This artifact could only be truly wielded by Li Xiao, for he possessed the body of a celestial demon. Soon, the damaged mirror was temporarily restored, from which a divine light burst forth. This must also be a genuine divine artifact. Li Xiao's heart trembled. Even in its damaged state, the sky-peering mirror was a top-tier sacred tool. The divine light shattered the illusions, revealing an image hidden behind the veil of space before everyone. Before them sat a middle-aged man in white, exuding an extraordinary presence, alone atop a bed of white clouds. The clouds were as pure as snow, and the man in white was immaculate, sitting quietly with a sword in hand. Resembling a legendary sword immortal. Who is that? Li Xiao narrowed his eyes at the figure, his gaze filled with wariness. It was evident that this individual lay in wait nearby, intent on ending his life. This was none other than the sword saint of the nation, a prominent figure among the sacred powers of the Xiao dynasty. The other was the ancestral patriarch of the dynasty. It was said that the fifth prince was merely his named disciple, yet he did not hold him in high regard. How could he possibly be here? Zhou Xian was greatly astonished, clearly not anticipating encountering such a formidable figure here. And who else? Li Xiao frowned slightly. Zhou Xian's words were too vague. This man is Duanmu Rue, an exceptionally rare and terrifying swordsman. In his lifetime, he has had only one true disciple, the third prince. There are rumors that he has met the third prince's mother and received her favor, which is why he chose to remain in the Xiao dynasty and became the sword saint of the nation. Chapter 30. Facing cold reception, Li Xiao furrowed his brow again, remembering another name. The third prince. Whether there was any misunderstanding in this matter was of little consequence. Once Li Xiao had the strength, he could easily uncover the truth. This Tianyuan continent was a world of cultivation, where soul-searching techniques existed. Let us depart. We cannot provoke this man. Li Xiao sighed, putting away the sky-peering mirror and ceasing his observations. It was only then that the wound on his palm began to heal. No longer bleeding, his delight. He distinctly felt that the cracks on the sky-peering mirror had somewhat mended. This was the nature of a demonic artifact. It required the owner's blood to nurture it. Tianya remained silent, bowing her head as she carefully bandaged Li Xiao's wound. Once we successfully enter the city, even Duanmu Rue would not dare to act against us. Zhou Xian's expression grew solemn, clearly anxious as he quietly urged the Void Manta to float into the royal city. Entering the royal city was simple, but gaining access to the palace required the approval of the Xiao emperor. Zhou Xian stowed the Void Manta and led the two into the royal city guard's office. This is the seventh prince. I have been ordered to bring him back. I shall now report to the emperor. Zhou Xian hurriedly explained to a commanding general clad in armor, exuding an air of divinity, before proceeding to see the emperor. I am Yang Tong, the martial arts prodigy of the Yang family from days gone by. A short while ago, 4 of my family's elders were dispatched to welcome the seventh prince's return. I wonder if the seventh prince has encountered them. The formidable general scrutinized Li Xiao, his expression indifferent as he questioned. Our journey here has been remarkably smooth. We encountered no incidents. I have been cultivating on the back of the void manta. So you may inquire with Elder Xiao regarding any matters. Xiao replied calmly, choosing not to engage in needless chatter, instead sitting down to meditate and cultivate. Yang Tong's lips twitched involuntarily. He had not anticipated that the suddenly emerging seventh prince would adopt the persona of a fervently devoted cultivator. Go inform the princes and princesses. Tell them the seventh prince has arrived. Yang Tong, unaware of when the emperor would summon Li Xiao, did not wish to directly provoke Li Xiao and instead relayed the order in his presence. Curiously, despite Li Xiao's arrival in the royal city, the Jiuyan emperor had yet to issue any summons for him. Before long, over 10 individuals hurried in, the foremost among them clad in exceptionally lavish attire. Clearly princes of the dynasty. Within the dynasty, there were at least thousands of princes, but the number of royal princes was limited, making each one exceedingly noble. This the Bastard. The foremost, a robust and towering youth with a flushed face, surveyed Li Xiao with disdain, his expression swiftly shifting to one of revulsion. Xiao's strength was indeed remarkable, yet he had concealed his aura with the sky-peering mirror, leading these individuals to perceive him as an ordinary person. Just such a waste. What value could he possibly reclaim? Who can prove that he is also a prince? Could it be that they have returned with a counterfeit? The leading individual spoke in succession, prompting those behind him to perk up and join in mocking Li Xiao coldly. Who are you? Li Xiao slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the tall and sturdy youth, who harbored the most animosity towards him among the crowd. I'm the eighth prince, Li Qian. Speak truthfully. Are you truly a Bastard? Do you know the consequences if someone discovers the truth? Li Qian sneered, instinctively moving towards Li Xiao, his physicality often allowing him to toy with others, as if they were mere chicks. Until he ultimately crushed them. You think the term Bastard is an insult directed at me? Li Xiao scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. You are indeed quite the filial son. At these words, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Even though they hailed from esteemed backgrounds, and even with the prince leading, they dared not involve themselves in such disrespectful remarks against the emperor. That is not what I meant. I meant to say you are an impostor. The eighth prince's face turned pale with fear, and he inhaled sharply, revealing his fierce and domineering demeanor. You impostor! I will kill you! To everyone's astonishment, the eighth prince, Li Qian, lost control, lunging towards Li Xiao with his massive frame. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Xiao's eyes. He had not anticipated that someone would attack him upon his arrival, that a wave of disgust surged within him, and he was poised to retaliate fiercely against the assailant. As for brotherly affection, to him, it was entirely meaningless. Do not forget, he was not the original owner, but a transmigrator. Stop. Unfortunately, before Li Xiao could take action, it was Yang Tong who intervened, blocking Li Qian. He could not allow Li Xiao to come to harm here. Otherwise, that would be his responsibility. Up to this point, no one knew the emperor's stance towards Li Xiao, and Yang Tong dared not take such a risk. You all stand in Yang Tong's way. I must kill this impostor. Li Qian remained unperturbed, his eyes darting as he suddenly shouted, Yang Tong, come fight me. A striking and graceful figure burst forth from the crowd. It was Li Qian's younger sister, the fourth princess, Li Mei. Yang Tong was momentarily taken aback. He certainly could not genuinely protect Li Xiao at all costs. Since the fourth princess had provided him with an excuse, he felt no need to take action. Altogether, help me kill him. If anything goes awry, it will be on my head. Li Qian grinned maliciously. Charging forward with pride, he naturally sought assistance from the others, but with him taking the lead. They all rushed forward in unison. You all wish to kill me? Li Xiao found the situation utterly absurd. Both parties bore no animosity towards one another and were, in fact, kin, yet this was their first encounter. While he could comprehend their desire to deliver a beating as a form of discipline, their intent to take his life right from the outset was bewildering. Nonsense. We merely had a disagreement. We know not who dealt the fatal blow. A cold laugh emerged from the crowd, and the others, emboldened, unleashed their full strength in an attempt to slay Li Xiao. You seek death. Li Xiao took a step back. But Tianya stepped forward. Having undergone a transformation, she now possessed a fortune value in the millions and the strength of a sea-entering realm warrior. Against these pampered wastrels, She was an overwhelming force. It was inconceivable that the true elite of the Jian dynasty's younger generation would deign to appear here. Not kill. Li Xiao spoke calmly, and Tianya immediately grasped his intent. As long as they did not die. Any injuries sustained were inconsequential. Chapter 31. A fatal strike on Li Xiao. The assailants looked on with disdain, reluctant to strike a woman. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were all felled to the ground. With Li Qian being thrown before Li Xiao in a state of utter helplessness, Hai Xiao leisurely lifted his leg, placing his foot upon Li Qian's face, much to the latter's incredulity. Stop. What are you doing? Yang Tong, who had been a mere observer moments before, erupted in furious outrage. Puff! A terrifying aura erupted, and Tianya stood protectively before Li Xiao, only to be struck by the force of the opposing presence, causing her to spit out blood. Did you think you could escape unscathed? Li Xiao scoffed, exerting force with his foot, which elicited a blood-curdling wail from Li Qian. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones filled the air as Li Qian's face was grotesquely deformed beneath Li Xiao's foot. A torrent of blood gushing forth, along with more than 10 of his teeth. You dare! Yang Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling with rage. He had never anticipated that Li Xiao would dare to inflict such violence before him. Although the 8th prince was not a particularly significant figure, he was nonetheless a prince recognized by the dynasty. Should you take action, you will meet your end. Li Xiao furrowed his brow as he regarded Yang Tong. Feeling the urge to kill rising within him, I merely intend to subdue you and leave you to the 8th prince's judgment. Surely you do not believe the emperor would take action against me for such trivial matters? A shiver ran through Yang Tong's heart, though he could not fathom that Li Xiao's notion of death meant instant execution. Cease this, just as the two sides are on the brink of conflict. Zhou Xian suddenly returned. What are you doing? He rushed to Li Xiao's side, while many watched him in astonishment, unable to comprehend why he would defend Li Xiao. Could it be that he had developed feelings during their journey? Proclaim the emperor's edict. All unrelated individuals, leave at once. Zhou Xian surveyed the crowd and bellowed. Depart. The others promptly scattered, demonstrating the emperor's authority. Begone. You are truly foolish and worthless. Li Xiao flicked his foot, sending Li Qian flying like a soccer ball. How does the emperor intend to handle this, 7th prince? Yang Tong bowed respectfully, his demeanor one of deference. However, Zhou Xian's expression twitched, revealing his discomfort. The emperor stated that this matter should be handled discreetly. He is not in haste to meet with the 7th prince. Nonetheless, he has prepared a residence for the 7th prince within the royal city. Zhou Xian cast a guilty glance at Li Xiao, never expecting that the emperor had specifically sent him to retrieve Li Xiao, only to find him so unconcerned upon his return. What do you mean by this? The emperor does not wish to meet with the 7th prince, nor does he intend to affirm his status, let alone reinstate him in the family lineage. Yang Tong's expression flickered as he suddenly comprehended the emperor's intent. You speak nonsense. The emperor has arranged a residence for the 7th prince. Who would dare claim he does not intend to acknowledge him? Zhou Xian hurriedly defended himself, yet he too felt apprehensive. While the emperor had not expressly denied Li Xiao's existence, it seemed he did not regard him with much significance. This is quite agreeable. I was just seeking a place for tranquil cultivation. Irrelevant matters may be addressed later. Li Xiao felt no distress, for after all, those were others' fathers. What concern was it of his? His mind was solely focused on devouring the sea of spiritual energy. Such an arrangement suited his desires perfectly. Captain Yang, by the emperor's decree, I am to escort the 7th prince henceforth. Zhou Xian spoke urgently, while Yang Tong, filled with frustration, dared not obstruct him. The emperor summons Li Xiao. Even if it entails trouble, it must await his arrival. Should you wish to kill me, you may seek me at any time. The tradition of the Jian dynasty is none other than the life-and-death battle stage, is it not? Li Xiao glanced back at Yang Tong and then departed with an air of composure. Li Xiao's words seemed to carry little weight in Yang Tong's eyes, for he was instead awestruck by the scene unfolding outside. This is the imperial city of the Jian dynasty, through the eyes of a traveler. This grand city appeared unfathomably vast and magnificent. Uncle Zhou, are there many inhabitants here? The bustling atmosphere left Li Xiao utterly astonished, with a royal family numbering in the hundreds of thousands and over 30 million cultivators. The common folk were as numerous as weeds. Zhou noted that Li Xiao did not appear despondent and breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he began to introduce the local customs and culture of the imperial city. Mother, meanwhile, the strikingly handsome fifth prince, Li Jie, cautiously entered a small Buddhist hall beneath the dim light of an ancient lamp. A nun clad in monk's robes and wearing a headscarf was peacefully engaged in prayer. Unfortunately, the statue before her bore a grotesque visage, resembling a malevolent deity, and the nun herself had flowing black hair and an exceedingly beautiful countenance. That wretched woman's child lives? The seemingly pure and beautiful nun's voice dripped with resentment and malice as she spoke. He lives. It remains a mystery what misfortune befell the situation, but all 4 elders of the Yang family have perished. Based on the intelligence received thus far, it seems there has been an issue at the suppression grounds of the heavenly demonic clan. They too likely met their demise there. Furthermore, even Duanmu Rui could not intercept Li Xiao. The fifth prince, Li Jie, spoke in a languid manner, clearly showing little concern for eliminating Li Xiao that I knew it. That wretched woman's child would not die easily. However, since your third brother also wishes for his demise, you must strive to perform well. It is all due to your mother's lowly origins that you must now rely on your third brother. Do you understand? That cheap third brother of yours. Who knows if he is truly your third brother or just Duanmu Rui's illegitimate child? The nun schemed for her child, yet as she spoke, her face twisted with frenzied jealousy and hatred. Clearly, while she had allowed her child to follow the third prince, she harbored deep-seated animosity towards the mother of the third prince. Mother, I will heed your words. I only hope you can suppress your demonic heart and refrain from madness. Ligs sighed, his face filled with helplessness as he attempted to persuade her. Silence. I am not mad, nor have I fallen into demonic ways. It is they who have forced my hand. In the past, it was your father who went mad, favoring that wretched woman too much, which compelled me to act against her. Everything is their fault. The woman's lips moved, and while she had previously claimed that all her actions were for him, she wisely refrained from repeating it, knowing Li Jie would not appreciate such sentiments. Yet, she had already perished. Unable to contain himself, Li Jie offered a word of advice, wishing only for his mother to escape the clutches of hatred. No, I must kill that little brat Li Xiao. Unfortunately, the woman clearly would not heed reason. Her face contorted, her expression malevolent as she let out a piercing roar. Chapter 32. Breaking through to a new realm on one's own. Li Jie frowned as he looked at his mother. He was a child of destiny, yet was burdened with such a mother. Very well. This is my plan. To slay Li Xiao. He found himself at his most vulnerable, with no one to speak on his behalf within or outside the dynasty. And it seemed the emperor would not stir much commotion over his death. Faced with his mother's hysteria, Li Jie could only choose to compromise. He uttered a few words before taking his leave. Even though she was his biological mother, he preferred to avoid excessive communication unless absolutely necessary. Li Xiao, guided by Zhou Xian, entered a secluded courtyard within the imperial city. Here, tranquility reigned, yet it bore no resemblance to opulence. The courtyard was modestly sized, with the sole highlight being a colossal willow tree, so grand that it appeared as though a forest had sprouted from a single trunk. It was utterly incomprehensible that a dignified prince resided in such a dilapidated abode. Even more bizarrely, upon a brief investigation, Li Xiao discerned that the original owner of this residence appeared to be a woman. Although the decor lacked vibrant colors or ostentatious embellishments, exuding a serene and elegant simplicity. Many of the finer details of daily life had been meticulously preserved. It seemed evident that the great emperor had no intention of acknowledging him as a son. Perhaps this was for the best. If he could find refuge here in peace, then he would remain for the time being. Should even this modest request be unmet, he would escape the Juyan dynasty. Xiao chuckled lightly, adopting a tone that was half jesting. Young master, Zhou Xian was left speechless, bowing his head as he stood to the side. Uncle Zhou, we have relied on each other for support. I have some benefits to offer you. The extent to which you can seize them depends entirely on your own fortune. Li Xiao cast a glance at him. At this moment, Zhou Xian had essentially become Li Xiao's personal possession, in the realm of cultivators. No one would regard Zhou Xian as a person, but rather as their own vassal. However, as a time traveler, Li Xiao possessed the basic decency of a modern individual, which is why he still treated Zhou Xian with courtesy that in truth, before Li Xiao, Zhou Xian had already lost his autonomy, unable to resist any of his arrangements. Yes, Zhou Xian was taken aback, his face alight with anticipation. He had become entirely Li Xiao's, and he did not mind accepting benefits from him. Let us retreat to the quiet room for seclusion. Although this place lacked extravagance, it possessed all the necessary functions, especially the quiet room for seclusion, which was safeguarded by a formidable array. Xiao directly summoned his sea of spiritual energy, allowing Zhou Xian to absorb it. Is this a transmission of power? How can I consume the young master's own spiritual energy? Zhou Xian felt bewildered, thinking that Li Xiao had gone mad, nurturing him in such a manner. Enough nonsense. Absorb it with all your might, Li Xiao huffed, calling upon Tianya, who had also entered the centering realm and began to meditate in cultivation. Within him, the sea of spiritual energy gradually took form, transforming into an ocean spanning thousands of kilometers, then tens of thousands. Upon reaching a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, Li Xiao attained the limit of what the sea-entering realm could achieve. Boom! A sound akin to the splitting of heaven and earth echoed, as the entire sea of spiritual energy rapidly collapsed, condensing into a miniature world within a few breaths. Subsequently, this small world morphed into a small cauldron-shaped energy imprint, quietly ascending and coalescing upon Li Xiao's forehead before vanishing without a trace. The gathering cauldron realm was thus achieved. Unexpectedly, I advanced without relying on the system. Moreover, I must be the strongest gathering cauldron master in history, right? Li Xiao felt a surge of joy within. What others referred to as gathering cauldron was merely a term, a construct capable of condensing and carrying the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, something akin to a human organ cultivated through one's own practice. Yet he was different. Within his small cauldron lay a genuine ocean of spiritual energy. Boom! The boundless sea of spiritual energy surged violently, flooding into the small cauldron with an unbelievable momentum. In that instant, Li Xiao's rate of spiritual energy absorption increased exponentially. This was the essence of the gathering cauldron realm. To assist human cultivators in hastening the absorption of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, a unique organ, non-existent in humanity, was specially cultivated. Such a method, in the ancient cultivation world, would be deemed a divine ability. In those times, divine abilities were innate, while the resources of the cultivation world dwindled, yet the cultivation techniques advanced and improved continuously. The gathering cauldron realm was something that had never existed before. 10 days swiftly passed. Within the small cauldron, Li Xiao had accumulated an entire ocean of spiritual energy, granting him the illusion of being a perpetual motion machine. During this process, Zhou Xian also reaped immense benefits, refining his body with boundless spiritual energy, successfully advancing to the seventh heaven of the Emperor realm. The existence of the gathering cauldron realm meant that from this point on, the disparity between each small realm became utterly unimaginable. Li Xiao opened his eyes and sighed. His words were primarily directed at others, as he himself was an exception. Indeed, no matter how monstrous an existence one might be, once they entered the gathering cauldron realm, the prospect of engaging in battles beyond their level became exceedingly unlikely. To surpass a small realm was to be hailed as a radiant talent. This title signified that the individual shone like the sun, moon, and stars, illuminating the world. Zhou Xian also sighed, recognizing that he had become a super talent. Otherwise, he would not have attained the Emperor realm. Yet throughout his journey, he had never been acknowledged as a radiant talent. With your current foundation, you are fully capable of striving to become a dual radiant talent, Li Xiao teased with a smile, which was indeed the truth. They remained hidden here, oblivious to a significant event unfolding in the outside world. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Li Xiao originally had no connection to you, and you have already done much. Do you not wish to relent? The sword saint of the nation, Duanmu Rue, furrowed his brow as he looked at his only cherished disciple, who was widely recognized as the most talented youth in the entire Jin dynasty. The third prince, Li Shang that he had not initially borne this name. But at the age of 8, upon being assessed for his extraordinary talent, destined to reach the Saint Realm, he was personally bestowed this name by the dynasty's ancestor. Master, my fifth brother has steadfastly followed me, and I have already invested so much. It is truly unbearable to let go now. Li Shang, even as a child, possessed terrifying strength, which made him appear as a youthful boy of around 13 despite being the third prince. He chuckled bitterly, resolutely insisting on confronting Li Xiao. Very well. Since you have devised a complete plan, I shall lend you my support this once. Duanmu gazed at Li Shang's youthful visage, his expression momentarily lost in thought, as if he beheld a long-lost acquaintance. Thus, he, fully aware that this was folly, still consented. Chapter 33. The national sacred treasure that long-lost acquaintance was, of course, Li Shang's mother. However, contrary to common belief, she was very much alive and well, her beauty and grace surpassing even her earlier years. Yet, Duanmu Rue harbored no interest in her at all. What truly lingered in his mind was the pure young girl of tender years, the sweetest hope and aspiration etched in his memory. Not the woman who had long since married and borne children. The enchanting figure of that bygone era remained forever etched in Duanmu Rue's memory. He knew he must sever those ties to break free from the shackles of his spirit and pursue his next realm. Yet, paradoxically, this seemingly simple task had ensnared him for over 20 years, and he had yet to succeed. As time passed, the more he invested in the emotions tied to that figure, the harder it became to sever those bonds. If I do not resolve this within 3 years, I shall be forever trapped in the Saint Realm. His only hope lay in Li Shang. Duanmu Rue sighed inwardly. His sole expectation now rested on the notion that through Li Shang's disdain and disappointment, he might achieve the goal of severing the memory of that past figure. Within the ancestral tomb of the Jian dynasty lay a crucial sacred treasure, its significance tied to the rise and fall of the entire dynasty. This item had long been guarded in turn by Duanmu Rui and the dynasty's ancestor. It was unavoidable. Even a Saint Realm expert needed to cultivate, and guarding this treasure required mental fortitude, thus granting Duanmu Rue such authority. Senior, Duanmu Rue's figure pierced through space, appearing upon a concealed altar. He bowed respectfully before the altar, and a small flame flickered to life upon it. I have found a delightful place for you to visit. Senior, perhaps you might stay for a few days. Duanmu Rue spoke with deference, and a faint flame flickered and extinguished, as though a tiny infant had been enveloped in the firelight and soared away. One could only wonder if there existed anyone in the entire Tianyuan continent capable of taming this innate fire spirit. Watching the figure depart, Duanmu Rui couldn't help but sigh, his eyes filled with both longing and resignation. This was the greatest secret of the Jian dynasty. The ancestors had sought out 9 types of supreme, merging them to create an innate fire spirit. Without a doubt, it was the most glorious era of the Jian dynasty, suppressing the entirety of the Tianyuan continent. Regrettably, even the innate fire spirits are subject to the passage of time. Or perhaps it could be said that this so-called plasma state of life is not dissimilar to the aging, illness, and death of humanity. The former fire spirit, having been consumed and silenced within its own essence, gave rise to a brand new, innate fire spirit from the very core of Jian. Alas, it had long since lost all its past memories. Although it accepted the offerings of the Jian dynasty with equanimity, it would not assist them in any manner. Thus, the Jian dynasty found itself nurturing a living ancestor, all the while anxiously fearing that one day, in a fit of discontent, she might unleash a conflagration that would obliterate the entire dynasty. Over the years, the individual closest to this innate fire spirit was Duanmu Rui. Was he who permitted her to remain with the essence of Jian while he ventured forth for a bit of revelry. However, the distance to truly subdue this innate fire spirit was undeniably vast, for this was a fully matured innate fire spirit, possessing the terrifying power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. It was likely that not a single soul on the Tianyuan continent could hope to tame her. Summon the emperor and inform him that a sacred national treasure is suspected to have gone missing. It may also have been abducted. After a moment of contemplation, Duanmu Rue suddenly let out a cold snort. Once the news spread, the upper echelons of the dynasty were thrown into chaos, though this information was tightly sealed, and the vast majority remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, Li Xiao, who was not favored by the emperor, was entirely disregarded, casually tossed into an ordinary residence, unable even to be treated as a wealthy gentleman. This news had already circulated within the royal family. Most members of the royal family looked down upon Li Xiao, yet found no motivation to continue entangling themselves with him, for without a threat, there was no point. However, on this day, Yang Tong suddenly sought out Li Xiao at his estate. Delivering an invitation, "Zhou Gongfeng, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Zhou Xian answer the door, Yang Tong feigned surprise. "I become a guest of the seventh prince." Zhou Xian understood the implications behind the words, recognizing it as a warning, yet he merely smiled warmly, directly expressing his stance. With his current strength, he was more than capable of establishing a foothold within this imperial city. Moreover, Li Xiao was shrouded in mystery, possessing boundless means that instilled within him a profound sense of security. The fourth princess was hosting a banquet, inviting the seventh prince as a gesture from the royal family to welcome him. In due course, there would be a contest of talents, and the seventh prince was requested to attend punctually. Yang Tong looked at Zhou Xian in astonishment, unsure of what the elder was thinking. Yet he still handed over the invitation. Zhou Xian frowned at him, but remained silent as he closed the door. The fourth princess? Li Xiao was somewhat perplexed. He did not comprehend why the other party was so openly targeting him, yet still insisted on his attendance. The fourth princess hosts a banquet for the talented every year. As many years ago, the emperor promised her that she could select her own exceptional consort. Thus, this event has grown increasingly grand in scale and stature, drawing nearly all the young talents of the Jiuyin dynasty to attend. The Tio decline would surely invite ridicule from all, Zhou Xian explained. Having not anticipated that Li Xiao, who had just arrived and had yet to meet the emperor, would encounter such a situation. "Why should I fear their mockery?" Li Xiao replied, his face brimming with indifference. Competing for the title of the most talented was merely a quest for the consort, and he held no interest whatsoever in that role. The emperor would also take note, if the young master could distinguish himself. Perhaps. Zhou Xian lowered his head to explain, and it was then that Li Xiao understood his meaning. "Forget it, since they are intent on plotting against me. Hiding here serves no purpose. It would be better to confront them head-on, overturn their schemes, and then flee from the Jiuyin dynasty." Li Xiao shook his head. He originally intended to speak of escaping the Jiuyin dynasty, yet his modest and low-key nature led him to phrase it as merely fleeing. "Since the young master is inclined to create a stir before departing the Jiuyin dynasty, I shall gather my belongings and bring all my savings with me." Zhou Xian clenched his teeth, fully aligning himself with Li Xiao's perspective, and made such a reckless decision. The barefoot need not fear the shod. With this mindset, what do we have to fear? Chapter 34. The first talent. Li Xiao laughed heartily, oblivious to the fact that rumors were already rampant within the imperial city. With the news of the fourth princess reopening the banquet for the talented spreading, it was also announced that the seventh prince would be in attendance. Under the guidance of those with ulterior motives, it was said that Li Xiao possessed extraordinary talent, thus looking down upon everyone else. Some even claimed that the sword Saint Duanmu Rue had personally ventured out to welcome him, only to be disdainfully rebuffed by Li Xiao in the vast Jiuyin dynasty, among countless young talents, whose dream was not to become a disciple of Duanmu Rue. Hearing of his humiliation at the hands of Li Xiao, many were filled with indignation and vowed to teach Li Xiao a lesson, seeking to avenge Duanmu Rue. Perhaps, upon hearing of this, Duanmu Rue might take him as a disciple. In an instant, Li Xiao's reputation was tarnished, and it was uncertain how many young elites wished to mete out a severe punishment upon him. What caliber of talents resided here? Li Xiao, intent on escaping, summoned Tianya from her secluded meditations, and the three set off together to attend the gathering. The young generation considered those at the sea-entry realm to be true talents. However, whether in the royal family or the prominent aristocratic families, there were always elder powerhouses willing to sacrifice themselves to pass on their skills to the most outstanding younger generation. Therefore, the genuine peak talents were all at the gathering cauldron realm. Especially the third prince, Li Sheng, who was a natural prodigy, reputed to be invincible beneath the imperial realm. Fortunately, he would not be participating in such a talent banquet. Zhou Xian elaborated, and Li Xiao found himself genuinely curious about this universally acknowledged invincible talent. Li Sheng. "Well, my ninth sister?" Li Xiao inquired, curious. He felt no particular inclination towards others, yet Li Qingqing was someone he acknowledged. The ninth princess is still quite young and tends to be very low-key. Her talent is not widely recognized. Zhou Xian shook his head, uncertain if Li Qingqing could be compared to Li Sheng. At least, from the current perspective, it seemed that Li Qingqing could not measure up to Li Sheng. Given her tender age, isn't that fortuitous? I'm also at the Gathering Cauldron realm. Li Xiao smiled expectantly. Although he was merely at the first tier, he truly felt confident in his abilities. Make way. The eighth prince is departing. As the three conversed merrily while walking down the street towards the fourth princess's residence, a loud and arrogant roar suddenly rang out, followed by a large convoy charging towards them. This convoy was clearly extraordinary, with all its mounts being exotic beasts, brazenly flaunting the royal insignia. The leading massive carriage resembled a small fortress, barreling towards Li Xiao and his companions with a menacing air. "They're doing this on purpose," Tianya furrowed her brow, noting that the road was quite broad, and the three were not even walking in the center, but rather along the side, clearly indicating that the other party was seeking confrontation. "Let us go." Just as Zhou Xian was about to take action, Li Xiao chuckled and pulled the two aside, leaping behind a large tree by the roadside. Boom! The enormous vehicle crashed violently into the tree, snapping it in two, and a gasp of astonishment echoed around them. Who dares to deliberately collide with the eighth prince? Kill! A dozen armored figures, exuding a fierce aura, charged forth without hesitation, swinging their blades towards Li Xiao. "Young master, these must be fierce generals from the military. Each has distinguished military merit, and engaging them will be troublesome." Zhou Xian frowned. These individuals did not appear to be there to kill, but rather seemed to be courting death. Given that his own imperial realm status was hardly a secret, "Step back." Li Xiao smiled, lightly beckoning, as a vibrant burst of terrifying sword energy erupted from his hand. The true Hidden Skies sword manual was not meant to be wielded in such a manner. He was merely showing off. The colorful sword energy surged forth, instantly reducing the entire convoy to ashes. All vehicles, exotic beasts, and guards severed in an instant. Boom! Then a torrent of flames descended from above, enveloping everything in its wake. "Let us go. That waste Li Qian is not here." Xiao spread his hands in disappointment, having expected Li Qian to perish there, only to discover he was nowhere to be found. "Good." Zhou Xian cast a penetrating glance at Li Xiao, confirming that he truly wished to depart from the Jiuyin dynasty. However, it remained uncertain whether a powerful figure from the sacred realm would make an appearance during their pursuit. This indicated a significant shift in Zhou Xian's mindset. He no longer harbored any trepidation towards the formidable warriors of the imperial realm. The trio continued to stroll leisurely, while the surrounding crowd had descended into chaos, rapidly disseminating the shocking events that had transpired, leaving everyone astounded. How dare he? The fourth princess, Li Mei, wore a face of deep concern, genuinely frightened. If Li Qian had been present at that moment, would he not have been doomed as well? She had underestimated him. Who would have thought that this wild lad from a humble origin possessed such remarkable strength? Beside her, Li Jie sighed, a mixture of surprise and admiration evident in his expression. Surely, it must be Zhou Xian who intervened from the shadows? What strength could Li Xiao possibly possess? In my view, Zhou Xian is no longer worth keeping around. The eighth prince, Li Qian, scoffed disdainfully, refusing to believe that Li Xiao had any real capabilities. Rest assured, soon my brother Bufan will personally take action. There will be no place for Li Xiao to hide. Li Mei chuckled coldly, her expression brimming with unwavering confidence. Fourth sister, you have been pursued by so many prodigies for years. My future brother-in-law must be Yi Bufan, right? Li Qian suddenly inquired with great enthusiasm, his face alight with anticipation. Why Yi Bufan, a superlative prodigy who had emerged in recent years, wielded a sword that overshadowed countless other talents, ultimately capturing the fourth princess's attention. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is destined to become the prince consort. Indeed, I informed Mother that this would be my final gathering of prodigies. Once Bufan eliminates Li Xiao, I shall wed him. Li Mei spoke without a hint of bashfulness, her words laden with conviction. If Li Xiao were to perish, the emperor would surely not blame Brother Yi, right? The fifth prince furrowed his brow in caution. After all, Li Xiao was also a prince. How could that be? For the sake of such a crude and useless waste, how could the emperor bear to lay blame on the first talent outside the royal family of the Xiao dynasty? Upon hearing this, Li Mei scoffed dismissively. Being a girl, she had been raised with a sense of entitlement. Li Xiao's demise was merely a trivial matter, unlikely to stir any significant ripples. Rather, it was Yi Bufan who truly deserved the full support of the entire royal family. Chapter 35. The fourth princess's gathering of prodigies. Li Xiao and his companions were not far from the princess's residence when a remarkably imposing procession of carriages approached from behind. Is that the seventh prince, Li Xiao? The lead carriage, immense and grand, revealed half a face that beckoned towards Zhou Xian. It is the sixth prince, Li Xian. It is said he has always been at odds with the third prince. Zhou Xian whispered. Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Just by their names, it was evident they were destined to clash. I am Li Xiao. As for whether I am a seventh prince, I truly do not know. Li Xiao smiled, openly declaring his stance. There is no need for my younger brother to take offense. The dynasty is currently facing tumultuous times, and the emperor is simply unable to meet with you. Come, quickly board. The elegant and extraordinary figure of a young man stepped forth, reaching for Li Xiao's hand to assist him into the carriage. So it is the sixth prince, Li Xiao replied, nonchalantly, sidestepping the other's grasp. Get in. Li Xian chuckled, unperturbed by Li Xiao's deliberate aloofness. We are blood relatives, dear brother. There is no need for formality between us. Upon entering a lavishly appointed space, Li Xian gestured for the three to sit, then turned his gaze to Li Xiao with an amused expression. What does the sixth prince wish to convey? Li Xiao reclined casually, intrigued by Li Xian's intentions. I have received word that someone seeks to harm you. When the time comes, do not speak. Simply stand behind me. Observing Li Xiao's demeanor, Li Xian decided to be forthright. Am I of any value to be courted? Li Xiao responded, bewildered, unable to comprehend why Li Xian sought him out. Very well. Since my younger brother prefers directness, I shall be straightforward. I have just discovered that the residence you inhabit is not as simple as it appears. It is sealed with numerous enchantments, and anyone daring to approach will incur the emperor's wrath. I suspect the former occupant was someone of great significance to the emperor, Li Xian explained gently, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xiao, eager to gauge his reaction. You mean to suggest that this was once the dwelling of my mother? Li Xiao replied with an indifferent expression. As a transmigrator, he held little regard for the advantages brought by his original self's mother. It is quite possible. My mother once mentioned that when the emperor was merely a prince, he harbored a romantic attachment to a woman whom he kept hidden away. However, when he ascended to the throne, that woman refused to enter the palace, leading the emperor to often abandon the beauties of his harem and the ministers of the previous dynasty to seek her out, Li Xian recounted. Pausing thereafter, a jolt of realization struck Li Xiao. His mother was likely the beloved daughter of the demon lord, and her refusal to enter the palace might stem from this very reason. In this light, it appeared that the Zhou emperor still held some regard for his mother, yet he had abandoned Li Xiao to the Li family. Rest assured, younger brother, according to the customs of the Zhou dynasty, as long as you do not respond to provocations, they cannot harm you. Li Xian reassured him softly, prompting Li Xiao to roll his eyes. It was unclear what the sixth prince was thinking. Having just emerged in a public view, he was already being portrayed as a useless softy. This truly in my best interest. Should a powerful figure challenge me, would that not be an expression of concern for the weak? I would be eternally grateful and dare not engage in conflict, Li Xiao stated calmly, leaving Li Xian dumbfounded. This even possible? Despite appearing to be a typical young man, he exuded an air of nonchalance, as if he had seen through the world's affairs and remained unfazed. The procession entered the princess's residence, where a considerable number of guests had already arrived. Upon seeing Li Xian disembark, a throng of people surged forward. This is my younger brother, Li Xiao. If any prodigies engage in competition later, I ask that you show mercy and not harm him. Li Xian introduced Li Xiao, inadvertently earning him a multitude of disdainful glances. Indeed, I kindly request that everyone be merciful and refrain from challenging me. Li Xiao replied with a smile, eliciting strange expressions from the crowd. Witnessing Li Xiao's seemingly weak demeanor, many were perplexed as to why the fourth princess would specifically target him. This simply cannot be. A clear voice rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to a remarkably plain, sword-bearing youth. The fourth princess's gathering of prodigies has always been a contest for suitors. She cannot engage in combat herself, so it is only fitting that the princes take up the mantle. In previous instances, other princes have already demonstrated their abilities. The seventh prince, being new to the imperial city, cannot afford to miss such an opportunity. The youth explained with a light-hearted smile, appearing both poised and reasonable. What fourth princess? I'm not familiar with her. If anyone were to inquire about my opinion, I would assert that any individual present would be a suitable match for her. Li Xiao shook his head dismissively. It was ludicrous to expect him to assist the fourth princess in selecting a fitting husband. Silence! How dare you imply that the fourth princess is available for anyone? As the crowd was taken aback by Li Xiao's candidness and audacity, an enraged roar suddenly erupted. The sword-bearing youth's face flushed crimson with fury. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightening, veins bulging on the back of his hand. When did I ever say such a thing? Li Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a woman like the fourth princess, Li Mei, would have admirers. Please do not misunderstand. The youth, his cheeks puffed with rage, struggled to suppress his fury before bowing to the crowd. I would never dare to covet anything. However, I cannot allow anyone to speak ill of the fourth princess. Li Xiao, I challenge you to the death. The youth glared at Li Xiao with fiery eyes, as if Li Xiao had just slain his entire family. Who is this person? Li Xiao pondered, utterly bewildered. He had heard Yi Bu Fan, but had not expected to be challenged before even taking a seat. Is this not Yi Bu Fan's younger brother? Yi Chu Chun? Zhou Xian replied uncertainly, truly unsure. You, sir, seem to have already assumed that the fourth princess belongs to your Yi family. Li Xiao shook his head with a wry smile, choosing to disregard the young man entirely as he strode past him. Enough of this nonsense. Let us all go inside and hear what my fourth sister has to say, Li Xian quickly interjected, eager to soothe the tension at that moment. He could not help but feel that Li Xiao was indeed a man without shame or dignity, unfazed by such a blatant provocation. Others shared similar sentiments, albeit unaware that today's banquet for the prodigies was destined to be a tempest of blood and strife. Chapter 36. Special Talent. The true dragon of the dynasty, Xiao, continued on his way. While Yi Chu Chun glared at his unguarded back, his face contorted with rage. Yet he ultimately refrained from taking action, which left many feeling a sense of regret. Fourth sister, we have arrived. Li Xian expressed dissatisfaction with Li Xiao's demeanor as he cheerfully approached the fourth princess. Li Mei frowned at him, surprised that he had come alongside Li Xiao. This was tantamount to the royal family acknowledging Li Xiao's status. You may come, but why bring along irrelevant individuals? Li Mei scolded, attempting to shape the narrative. Fourth sister, you are mistaken. The matter concerning the seventh prince is not for us to discuss. Li Xian boldly retorted in public, instantly casting an awkward silence over the gathering. Li Mei's vision darkened with fury, yet she found herself unable to speak further. The Emperor Jiu Yan was notoriously severe, and even his own offspring held him in great reverence. This matter has yet to reach a conclusion. Sixth brother, do not cause trouble. Since you are here, you might as well come inside, that a gentle and elegant voice interjected, providing much-needed relief for Li Mei. Fifth brother, Li Xian called out, then turned his gaze to Li Xiao. Ding, new destined child detected. Li Jia, age, 22. Realm, third level of Gathering Cauldron. Luck value, 500,000 points. Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he scanned the room. Clearly, the outside world had underestimated Li Jia's capabilities. This individual, possessing extraordinary talent, had consistently chosen to remain in the shadows, willingly playing the subordinate to the third prince, all the while concealing his true depth. Fifth prince, I am Li Xiao. Li Xiao nodded gently. While Li Jia felt a flicker of confusion, unsure why he did not address him as fifth brother. You may enter as well. Nonetheless, Li Jie refrained from elaborating further, merely offering a casual greeting. As the group entered the main hall of the banquet, Li Xian's expression darkened as he surveyed the seating arrangements. They have invited you, yet have not provided a seat, he whispered, but refrained from getting too involved. After all, this was Li Xiao's affair, and he was not his caretaker. I shall stand, Li Xiao replied nonchalantly, disinterested in quarreling over such trivial matters. Thus, he calmly positioned himself behind Li Xian, appearing as if he were merely a servant. However, the elevated status of this venue meant that others had not brought attendance. Sixth, are these three sycophants your entourage? Since when did we allow commoners to accompany us? The eighth prince, Li Qian, admonished loudly. Li Xian glanced back at Li Xiao. Noting his silence only increased his satisfaction. The individuals seated were all of extraordinary status within the royal city, and upon witnessing Li Qian's outburst, others quickly joined in with mockery. Li Xiao remained silent, as if he were not the target of their derision. Zhou Xian and Tianya wore expressions of indignation. Yet with Li Xiao's lack of reaction, they dared not speak out. What shameless wretches! No one here welcomes you. How dare you linger? With everyone rallying to support him. Yet both Li Xiao and Li Xian remained mute. Li Qian pointed toward the door, demanding that Li Xiao leave. Very well. I shall take my leave. Li Xiao suddenly stood up, greeting them with a smile. Leaving Li Qian momentarily stunned, he certainly understood that today's objective was to eliminate Li Xiao. Yet, having driven him away, was he not inadvertently saving him by his own indiscretion? Silence. Are you out of your mind, you great fat fool? Rambling on like that. The fourth princess erupted in rage, chastising her younger brother for disrupting her plans. Today was the day Yi Bufan would slay Li Xiao, solidifying his reputation. Should this endeavor succeed, he would gain the illustrious title of having slain a royal, earning him immense respect within the royal family, ensuring none would dare to underestimate him. All of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Li Mei, and it could not be allowed to falter. So, fourth princess, you are preventing my departure. Li Xiao remained unperturbed, smiling serenely as he turned back. Humph, truly despicable. Li Qian could not challenge his sister, and upon seeing Li Xiao's refusal to leave, he scoffed in disdain. You, Tianya, unable to contain her irritation, attempted to speak but was halted by Li Xiao. Think carefully about how to escape the royal city later, he whispered, viewing Li Qian and his sister as already dead in his eyes. Someone, arrange a seat for him. Li Mei felt the situation slipping from her grasp. She could not allow Yi Bufan to challenge someone without even a seat at the table. 3 seats. Please, Li Xiao calmly suggested, but the attendant hastily departed, disregarding his command. Soon, all the key figures Li Mei had summoned were present. Even the third prince made a rare appearance. Aisheng arrived merely to greet everyone, not sparing a glance for Li Xiao before hastily taking his leave. Ding! New destined child detected. Li Sheng, age, 26, realm, pinnacle of gathering cauldron 9. Luck value, 10 million points, special talent. True dragon of the dynasty, bearing part of the dynasty's fortune. Yet Li Xiao gazed in astonishment at his retreating figure. Astonished that a third prince of the Jiao dynasty possessed such unparalleled prowess. Today's banquet for prodigies served not only to seek a suitable match for his fourth sister, but also to rank the new generation of dynasty prodigies. Li Jie rose to speak, his audience relaxed, as they were all important offspring of the royal family, merely there to observe. However, outside the hall, hundreds stirred with excitement. Even though most were also scions of top-tier families, they needed this opportunity to make a name for themselves and carve out a path to success. The top spot on the prodigy rankings could grant them vast territories and privileges. Li Jie spoke casually, and Li Xiao's expression turned peculiar. Simply attaining the top rank among prodigies offered far more than the reward bestowed upon him as the seventh prince. It was no wonder everyone looked down upon him. In essence, this was solely the responsibility of Emperor Jiao, with no bearing on anyone else. After detailing further rewards and incentives, Li Jie discreetly cast a glance at Li Xiao, a glimmer of sympathy flashing in his eyes. The banquet for prodigies was not solely about ranking. It was also a means to resolve personal grievances. Anyone wishing to challenge may do so now. Jie subtly withdrew, and the gazes of the crowd converged upon Li Xiao. Everyone seemed eager to challenge him, which inadvertently turned them into rivals amongst themselves. Chapter 37. To spare or not to spare? Li Xiao gazed blankly at these individuals, seemingly at a loss as to why they were all staring at him. Allow me. Yi Chuchun was about to step forward, but was restrained by another. Everyone, please give the Yang family some face. I asked for this opportunity. Yang Tong boldly stepped forth, directly entering the inner hall to stand before Li Xiao. Yang Tong, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to bully the weak? Zhou Xian could no longer contain himself, shouting loudly to I in truth. Yang Tong's rank was not particularly high, but his age and significant position rendered him inappropriate for participating in such a contest of prodigies. It matters not, Commander Yang. What opportunity do you seek from me? Li Xiao stretched leisurely, his gaze fixed on Yang Tong, surprised that he was the first to seek his own demise, given Yang Tong's unique status. If he had not recklessly sought confrontation, it would indeed have been challenging for Li Xiao to eliminate him. Seventh Prince, previously, for elders from my Yang family were tasked with welcoming you back. However, they have yet to return, and their whereabouts remain unknown, that I wish to know what has befallen them. Yang Tong bowed deeply to Li Xiao, slowly straightening up to lock eyes with him, demanding answers. He was no longer the impetuous young prodigy, but a man of considerable authority, exuding an air of gravitas and imposing pressure. I do not know what you are referring to. However, since you have publicly questioned me, I shall respond in kind. It was I who took the life of that person. What can you do about it? Li Xiao wore a curious expression, scrutinizing Yang Tong's demeanor, as if anticipating his reaction. Very well. Yang Tong was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected declaration from Li Xiao that he couldn't help but inhale sharply before uttering a single word. The astonishment of many, Yang Tong turned on his heel and departed. Yet four figures abruptly surged forward. I implore you all, grant the Yang family a modicum of consideration. Yang Tong cupped his fists in salute towards the crowd, and they instantly understood that he was dissuading them from challenging Li Xiao first. Those four young men were none other than the most exceptional four prodigies of the Yang family in this generation. Their grandfather, who had previously fallen at the hands of the ancient demon, was one of those four formidable figures clad in black. Li Xiao. Do you dare? The four youths, unrestrained by the weight of decorum, pointed angrily at Li Xiao and roared. Spare us the pleasantries. You four. Attack together. Li Xiao frowned and snorted, disinterested in their idle chatter. You wish to challenge us all at once. The four exchanged glances, amusement dancing in their eyes. Indeed. You may proceed. Li Xiao stepped forward, noting that these four had merely just entered the gathering cauldron stage. Their realm still unsteady, and he found no reason to engage in further dialogue. Attack. The four, taken aback by this unexpected opportunity, rushed toward him, encircling him completely. Seventh brother, why such impulsiveness? Though these four were not particularly strong. Li Xian furrowed his brow at the scene, surprised by Li Zhao's sudden shift from his previously mild demeanor. Sixth Prince, what has come over the Yang family? When did they become so audacious as to disregard the imperial family? Zhou Xian remarked in astonishment. They had no evidence. How could they dare seek vengeance against a prince? Of course, if it were any other prince, the Yang family would not have dared. Clearly, they were acting under someone else's orders. Seventh brother has truly acted rashly. Li Jie sighed, unable to comprehend Li Zhao's folly. Attack. The four surrounded Li Xiao, only to realize that he offered no chance for retaliation, forcing them to strike first. Their bodies trembled visibly as four ethereal cauldron phantoms emerged above their heads, enveloped in a faint golden light that caused their auras to swell rapidly. And no matter how diligently one trains, personal strength remains inherently limited. Thus, they harness the power of their condensed cauldrons to commune with the forces of nature, amplifying their might. These four fools. Yi Chuchun shook his head from the crowd. It was laughable that these four required time to summon their gathering cauldron power. Yet to their astonishment, Li Xiao did not seize the opportunity to counterattack, but rather stood there, allowing them to elevate their momentum to its peak. Boom! In the next moment, the four unleashed the full extent of their power at the gathering cauldron stage, charging toward Li Xiao. Are you certain you are truly at the gathering cauldron stage? Li Xiao slowly extended a hand, and an astonishing event unfolded. Those 4 phantom cauldrons were inexplicably grasped within his palm. How is this possible? The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment, all rendered speechless by this spectacle. Is this the legendary divine power? One exclaimed. Yet even he found it hard to believe, shaking his head vigorously. In truth, this was merely the ordinary grasp of the celestial demon body. However, in the face of these 4, the celestial demon body seemed as if a deity confronting mere ants, making even a casual grab appear like a feat of divine mastery. Who would have thought that the 7th brother had mastered such an extraordinary path of divine power? Nonetheless, one should show mercy when possible. These 4 are no match for you. 5th Prince Li Jie exclaimed in surprise, for the first time regarding Li Xiao with newfound respect, astonished by his capabilities. What the 5th Prince said holds considerable merit. Li Xiao chuckled, gently closing his hand. Snap. The 4 ethereal cauldrons dissipated into a myriad of sparkling light points, before being wholly extinguished. Puffed. Turning back, the 4 prodigies of the Yang family had already bled from all 7 orifices. Dead on the spot. As you can all see, I merely intended to cripple their cultivation, never anticipating that my own unstable realm would lead to their demise. Li Xiao shrugged, feigning innocence. Silence enveloped the crowd. Li Xiao was correct. Had these 4 maintained stable realms, they would have only been reduced to the entry C stage for life. Yet, even a fool could discern that Li Xiao had deliberately killed them. Ew. While others remained relatively calm, Li Jie's face turned a deep shade of anger, feeling as though he had been struck resoundingly. What? Does the 5th Prince also wish to cut in line to kill me? Li Xiao cast a disinterested glance at him, surprised by his ingratitude, having just extended him a courtesy, only to be met with resentment. Everyone, cease! A furious roar rang out from the crowd as Yang Tong strode forward. He forcefully handed over his seal to another member of the Yang family, and, with blazing eyes, confronted Li Xiao. Chapter 38. The abundance of prodigies. The 2 locked eyes, requiring no further words. Yang Tong was willing to forego his position as the commander of the Imperial City Guards to publicly slay Li Xiao. Gathering Cauldron 5th level. How lamentable that at such a young age. Your cultivation is so feeble. Li Xiao grew impatient under Yang Tong's resentful gaze and curiously inquired, prompting an enraged roar from Yang Tong. Once, he too was widely regarded as a super prodigy. However, to maintain the relationship between the Yang family and the Imperial family, he had entered the court as an official. Since then, the Yang family ceased to provide him with resources for cultivation, instead demanding that he repay the family. It could be said that everything he had done in his life was for the family. But precisely because of this, he found Li Xiao's mockery unbearable. Boom! Yang Tong was not like those previous 4 unstable fools. Upon unleashing a furious roar, an immense sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. This sound was inaudible to outsiders, yet crashed into Li Xiao's ears like a cacophony of demonic music. Subsequently, countless resounding voices coalesced, forming an overwhelmingly heavy tolling sound, as if intending to shatter Li Xiao's innards and destroy his body. Is this an attack on the soul? Li Xiao pondered, though more than anything, he felt speechless. Both the supreme bone and the celestial demon body were more than sufficient to render him indifferent to such sounds. Attack. Yang Tong was oblivious to this. He believed Li Xiao had succumbed to his control. And with a cold smile, he advanced, his fingers outstretched like steel forks, aiming to pierce Li Xiao's heart. He intended to publicly extract Li Xiao's innards. This was merely a customary method of avenging deep-seated grievances within the Nine Flames dynasty. What do you intend to do? Unfortunately, Li Xiao seemed oblivious to the tolling, suddenly reaching out to grab, instantly crushing all 5 of Yang Tong's fingers. What kind of palm technique is this? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Yang Tong was already recognized as a master. Yet before Li Xiao, he appeared as fragile as paper. Li Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. This was merely a standard attack, hardly worthy of being called divine power. Brother Yang, how unfortunate it is that you seek to take my life. It truly dampens my spirit. Xiao snorted, suddenly tearing open Yang Tong's clothing to wrap his hand. Puffed. Without hesitation, Li Xiao plunged his hand into Yang Tong's chest, extracting a wildly beating, living heart. Gasps filled the air as even a group of cultivators rarely witnessed such a gruesome scene. Moreover, the presence of the fourth princess added to the gravity of the moment. Brother Yang, what folly is this? Life is fleeting, yet it can be unbearably long. If you find your life too prolonged, allow me to assist you. At that moment, Yang Tong was still alive, though he had lost much strength. Helplessly watching as Li Xiao raised his heart before him, slowly crushing it, blood sprayed across Yang Tong's face, his expression twisted, filled with unwillingness as he gradually collapsed to the ground. Again, Li Xiao's smile was a testament to the adage that a blade in hand naturally breeds a murderous intent. Alone in this unfamiliar world, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Wielding immense power was akin to a pauper suddenly striking it rich. He had exercised remarkable restraint, curbing his impulses to avoid reckless actions. However, as these individuals relentlessly pressed him, he, the rootless wanderer, saw no reason to hold back any longer. Young master, witnessing such a brutal scene, even Zhou Xian gasped in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him. Though he had long known that Li Xiao dabbled in demonic arts, he had always perceived him as gentle and kind. It was only now that Zhou Xian realized how naive he had been throughout his life. It was almost laughable. Who else dares to threaten my life? If so, come at me together. This so-called gathering of the prodigies is merely a guise to eliminate me, Li Xiao. Let me make it clear. I am Li Xiao, not some seventh prince. Those wishing to end my life, step forward now. Li Xiao's derision echoed through the hall, reducing the proud airs of the imperial city to mere dust in his eyes. Li Xiao, your words are excessive. Not everyone possesses the right to seek your demise. Just as the crowd found themselves overwhelmed by Li Xiao's imposing aura, a calm, yet indifferent voice cut through the tension. The speaker insinuated that he alone was worthy of killing Li Xiao, while the others were unfit for such a task. Brother Yi Bufan, you have finally arrived, the fourth princess exclaimed in sudden delight. Rising to her feet as the eyes of the assembly turned toward the newcomer, Xiao glanced over and felt a momentary daze. The figure before him, clad in white and wielding a long sword, had a cold, fierce demeanor, resembling an imposing iceberg radiating an aura of death. His abrupt appearance made Li Xiao momentarily think he was seeing Duanmu Rue. Clearly, this individual was an ardent admirer of Duanmu Rue. Performing an imitation of him, ding! New destined child detected. Yi Bufan. Age, 20. Realm. Pinnacle of Gathering Cauldron 7th level. Luck value, 10 million points. Special talent, heir of the Sword Sect, carrying the full fortune of the annihilated sect. When fueled by rage, his combat prowess and luck value double. The system prompt signaled yet another extraordinary talent, causing Li Xiao to salivate with envy. Initially, Li Xiao harbored no affection for the Jiuyan dynasty, but now he felt a pang of regret. There were simply too many superlative prodigies awaiting his harvest. Wait a moment. Yi Bufan's emergence indicated his intent to slay Li Xiao. Yet at that instant, a somewhat immature voice suddenly rang out. The youthful Yi Chuchun rushed forward. Get back! Yi Bufan frowned and chided, his face devoid of anger, yet the depths of his eyes brimmed with disappointment and resentment. Oh, Li Xiao cast a glance, and in that moment he stumbled upon something intriguing. That precise instant, the youth Yi Chuchun unexpectedly transformed into a destined child. Ding! New destined child detected. Yi Chuchun. Age, 16. Realm, Gathering Cauldron, 1st level. Luck value, 1 million points. Special talent, born for love, also bearing the hatred of the destroyed sect, yet indifferent to it. Only when swayed by love can the traits of the destined child be activated, resulting in a surge in combat power. Xiao gazed at Yi Chuchun with an unusual expression, realizing that he and Yi Bufan were not blood brothers, but rather fellow disciples. Thus, out of curiosity, he discreetly activated the powers of the Master of Reincarnation to examine Yi Chuchun's fate trajectory. Chapter 39. Remnants of the Sword Sect. Li Xiao had thought that forcibly using this ability would surely lead to backlash, possibly causing him to spit blood publicly. However, to his surprise, nothing adverse occurred. Instead, he effortlessly gained additional memories regarding Yi Chuchun. I understand now. This is due to my attainment of the gathering cauldron realm, granting me initial means to communicate with heaven and earth, thus providing an extra layer of protection. Xiao realized. Delving into the newly acquired memories, that it turned out that the Jiuyin dynasty once boasted an exceptionally powerful swordsmanship sect. Due to its overwhelming strength, they boldly renamed themselves the Sword Sect, signifying their position as the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world. However, for reasons unknown, the royal family of Jiuyin unleashed their full might to exterminate them. Yi Chuchun and Yi Bufan were the last remaining direct disciples of this sword sect. As children, both had received immense care and training within the sword sect. Why Yi Bufan approached the fourth princess for revenge. Yet, ironically, Yi Chuchun's affection for her was genuine. He wished to be her confidant. Nevertheless, this distinction held little significance for Xiao, as both brothers sought to kill him. Why Yi Bufan aimed to please the fourth princess, willing to destroy the Jiuyin dynasty and annihilate all in his path for the sake of revenge. What was Xiao but a mere inconsequential weed in his quest for vengeance? Silence. This Xiao must perish by my hand. Yi Chuchun, who had always respected his senior brother, now spoke with defiance, his youthful visage brimming with stubbornness and resolve. Eye in his eyes, whoever killed Xiao would win the favor of the fourth princess. And such an opportunity was not one to be squandered. Yi Bufan, infuriated, nearly spat blood. How could he not discern the boy's ulterior motives, having raised him himself? No matter how he explained his disinterest in the fourth princess, Yi Chuchun would not believe him. Step aside. This battle is mine. Yi Chuchun confidently fixed his gaze on Xiao, a rare swordsmanship genius, for otherwise he would not have become a direct disciple of the sword sect. He even went so far as to modify the sword sect's sword manual, creating a seemingly unique technique of his own to publicly slay Xiao. Ladies and gentlemen, Yi Bufan, on the verge of madness, bellowed as he clasped his fists in salute to the surrounding crowd. This individual is not a member of the Yi family. I merely allowed him into our household out of pity, permitting him to impersonate a member of the Yi family. From now on, my Yi family has no further association with him. Yi Bufan shouted vehemently before retreating into the throng. The crowd erupted in astonishment, mistakenly believing Yi Chuchun's rebellion and self-destructive actions had driven Yi Bufan to madness. Yet the truth was that Yi Bufan was afraid. He feared the foolish boy would expose his true identity. Rest assured, I will not kill him, Xiao greeted with an odd expression. This fellow was a remnant of the sword sect. Killing him would be a waste. You wish to kill me? By what means? Yi Chuchun's eyes blazed red as he glared at Yi Bufan. Having grown up together, how could he feel no emotions? Yet upon realizing Yi Bufan's resolve, he let out an angry roar and fixed his menacing gaze upon Xiao. Come, let me see what formidable sword techniques you possess. Xiao, unperturbed, chuckled as he extended his hand at Yi Chuchun, oblivious to the mockery in his tone, charged forward with murderous intent. What sword technique is this? Unexpectedly, Xiao did not simply overpower him. Instead, he engaged in a fierce duel. Xiao quickly gauged Yi Chuchun's strength, each of his strikes carefully calibrated to the young man's limits, placing him in constant peril of life and death, compelling him to exert himself fully to survive. Yet after merely a dozen exchanges, Yi Chuchun's so-called original sword techniques faltered, for if he continued to conceal his true power, he would be courting death. What a fool! As all eyes were upon them, it became evident that Yi Chuchun was on the verge of revealing his true cultivation level, prompting Yi Bufan to sigh in resignation. The child he had raised was simply too naive, too self-assured and utterly unaware of the depths of the world. This is the extraordinary sword manual. He is a remnant of the sword sect. After two more moves, someone in the crowd finally exclaimed in recognition. Having observed Yi Chuchun inadvertently utilize the hallmark abilities of the sword sect under Li Zhao's relentless pressure, ladies and gentlemen, I have stated before that this individual maliciously infiltrated our Yi family. His actions are of no concern to me. Yi Bufan's face turned pale, desperately trying to defend himself. Yet he felt icy all over, uncertain who would be foolish enough to believe him. He speaks the truth. I can attest. He confided to me earlier that he long suspected Yi Chuchun, this ungrateful little wolf, of harboring ulterior motives. At that moment, the fourth princess unexpectedly stood up, fiercely defending Yi Bufon's fabricated claims. The crowd fell silent, for if the fourth princess had spoken, none would dare to refute her on the spot. "What did you just say?" At this moment, Yi Chuqing had been driven to the brink of peril by Li Xiao, with his life hanging by a thread. However, upon hearing the fourth princess's words, he was so heartbroken that he completely disregarded Li Xiao. His entire being trembled as he fixated on the fourth princess, as if he had encountered the gravest blow of his life. In comparison, the destruction of the sect that had raised him since childhood seemed a trivial matter. Ding! Yi Chuqing's Dao heart was damaged, and his fortune value decreased by 100,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune value of the destined child, Yi Chuqing, amounting to 100,000 points. The host's current villain value stands at 5,751,000. What was utterly baffling was that Li Xiao had done nothing, yet the system notification suddenly chimed in, leaving him both surprised and amused. Bang! With Yi Chuqing no longer on guard, Li Xiao, feeling no need to kill him, simply slapped him across the face. The force of the slap came from above, so Yi Chuqing did not get knocked away, but instead knelt awkwardly on the ground. "With a waist like you, do you even dare to covet a princess of the dynasty?" Li Xiao spoke nonchalantly, observing the drastic change in Yi Chuqing's expression. The latter's face paled, and he even shut his eyes in pain. Although he was young, he understood that, from any angle, he was unworthy. It was precisely this acute awareness that filled him with boundless suffering and resentment, ultimately transforming into endless jealousy and hatred. Ding! Yi Chuqing's Dao heart was damaged again, and his fortune value decreased by 100,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune value of the destined child, Yi Chuqing, amounting to 100,000 points. The host's current villain value stands at 5,761,000. With Li Xiao's words, Yi Chuqing's fortune plummeted once more, that he suddenly opened his eyes, and the gaze he directed towards the fourth princess was now imbued with intense murderous intent. Chapter 40. A Desperate Battle. For this woman, he would rather die. Li Xiao instinctively took a step back, as a strong sense of danger surged forth from Yi Chuqing. Logically, given his own strength, even if it doubled, he would not consider Yi Chuqing a threat. Unfortunately, this was merely a naive thought. The truth was that as Yi Chuqing entered this profound state of emotional turmoil, his abilities were enhanced in every aspect. Not only had his strength doubled, but his swordsmanship talent and combat intuition were also undergoing a frenzied ascent. Fourth princess, alas, we are fated to be apart in this life. I am acutely aware of my grave sins, and truly do not deserve you. Yi Chuqing had completely disregarded Li Xiao, his gaze filled with infinite affection as he stared at the fourth princess, his expression radiating deep admiration. Amidst the crowd, Yi Bufon's face was ashen, yet it had nothing to do with the fourth princess. He simply could not comprehend how the heir of the sword sect could be so sinful. Truly, he was a feeble little creature. Yi Bufon trembled with anger, while others assumed he was shocked by Yi Chuqing's acknowledgement of his identity as a remnant of the sword sect. "What do you intend to do?" Yi Chuqing's aura surged violently, his terrifying sword intent overwhelming the surroundings. The fourth princess felt no stirring, only panic and aversion. "But I do not understand why you wish to kill Li Xiao. But if that is your wish, let me assist you in slaying him before I meet my end. Consider it a final gift from me." Yi Chuqing's words rang out with unwavering sincerity and determination. The fourth princess's expression darkened further as she recalled the many gifts she had accepted from him. Some were things she genuinely desired but could not obtain from the royal family in time, while others were whims she had casually mentioned. Each time, Yi Chuqing had gone to great lengths to fulfill her requests. In that moment, the fourth princess felt no gratitude, only regret and loathing. She was solely concerned about one thing. Having accepted so many things from Yi Chuqing, had she entangled herself too deeply with him, potentially bringing about negative consequences? Their gazes locked, and it became evident that the interaction was entirely Yi Chuqing's monologue. Anyone could see from the fourth princess's eyes that she held no interest in him whatsoever. It is not surprising. A woman invariably seeks strength in a man, something that sets him apart from others. In plain terms, women are often drawn to the powerful. and under the shadow of Yi Bufan, who could discern Yi Chuqing's excellence. Thus, he harbored resentment. Yet, ironically, Yi Bufan had bestowed upon him immeasurable kindness, rescuing him from the calamity that befell their sect, nurturing him, and imparting the secrets of the sword sect. Consequently, he suppressed a frenzied spirit, always on the brink of eruption. What left Li Xiao speechless was that he was the very target of Yi Chuqing's impending madness. Very well. Go and kill Li Xiao. Under the unwavering gaze filled with boundless affection from Yi Chuqing, the fourth princess felt a surge of anxiety, as though pricked by thorns on her back. Unable to withstand the pressure, she blurted it out. What? The fourth princess actually commanded this remnant of the sword sect to kill the seventh prince. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they regarded the fourth princess with incredulous expressions. The fourth princess turned pale, fully aware that she had misspoken, with so many people present who didn't know of her desire to eliminate Li Xiao. In fact, today's banquet of prodigies had been orchestrated in advance to fulfill that very objective. Yet the issue was, knowing was one thing. Saying it out loud was entirely another. Fool. The sixth prince, Li Xian, could no longer contain himself and rolled his eyes. The fourth princess's behavior today was nothing short of a disgrace to the royal family. The fifth prince, Li Jia, was equally grimacing, utterly shocked that his ally could be so foolish. Only the eighth prince, Li Qian, wore an excited expression, thinking this was precisely what should have been done. What was Li Xiao but a mere nuisance? He should be openly confronted. That was the duty of true royal princes. Good. Yi Chuqing suddenly shouted to the heavens, a terrifying aura of murderous intent exploding forth, enveloping the entire arena before suddenly converging solely upon Li Xiao. This wretched being, Yi Bufan cursed in exasperation, as countless ethereal sword shadows rained down from above, imbuing Yi Chuqing with their power. This was the fortune left behind by the sword sect, originally belonging to Yi Bufan himself. However, due to his cultivation of Yi Chuqing and the latter's unique state, he was able to borrow some of that fortune. Xiao's expression darkened further. At that moment, he was not only facing Yi Chuqing, but the blessings and support of countless ancestors of the sword sect. A bunch of dead souls who were weak and pathetic in life now attempt to frighten me with their specters. Li Xiao sneered coldly, his unwavering confidence soaring, scattering some of the myriad sword shadows. He had never practiced anything beyond the realm of his innate confidence, a trait of his demonic physique. Hearing Li Xiao's derision of the sword sect, Yi Bufan's face contorted with rage, his gaze towards him brimming with unending hatred. It was quite peculiar. Li Xiao's mere words had led to the destruction of the sword sect. To put it plainly, it was simply because Li Xiao was weak and easily bullied. You are not wrong. These dead souls are indeed useless. Nothing but a bunch of failures. However, they are sufficient to help me eliminate you and fulfill the fourth princess's wish. Yi Chuqing, enveloped in the swirling sword shadows, gazed languidly at Li Xiao, then took a step forward. Boom! The myriad sword shadows trembled in unison, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate violently for a moment. Simultaneously, Yi Chuqing's body disintegrated, countless flesh and blood fragments bursting forth, only to be instantly obliterated by the surrounding sword energy. But he was genuinely prepared to sacrifice himself to slay Li Xiao, taking the first step by relinquishing all prospects of survival and retreat. As his physical form crumbled, his spirit fused with the myriad sword souls. Yi Chuqing had perished. He had wholly dedicated himself, merging his remaining essence with the countless fortunes of the sword sect. A terrifying sound echoed through heaven and earth, as if the very fabric of reality was weeping. The once ethereal sword shadows quietly transformed into the specters of formidable sword sect warriors, each wielding a long sword. Witnessing this scene, Yi Bufan's eyes brimmed with tears, wishing he could kneel and bow deeply before these ancestors. Yet he could only endure, watching helplessly as Yi Chuqing recklessly squandered the already dwindling legacy of the sword sect. 10,000 swords resound. The myriad sword classics, kill. Countless ancestral specters of the sword sect echoed Yi Chuqing's voice, their ethereal forms wielding long swords as they surged forth to strike down Li Xiao. This was the supreme sword classic of the sword sect, renowned for encompassing all and standing as the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Chapter 41. A word that kills. Why Bufon's heart bled. The sword sect's trump cards were few and far between, and he could hardly believe they were being wasted on Li Xiao. He was dead. Yi Chucheng was dead too. Good riddance. Yi Bufon kept his head bowed, fully convinced that this strike would suffice to eradicate both of these wretched beings. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. His concealed dual-pupil ability erupted with fervor, instantly discerning the realities and illusions of the myriad sword scriptures. This artifact appeared formidable, yet its true sustenance lay within Yi Chucheng himself. After our demise, Yi Bufon shall marry the fourth princess. That night of nuptial celebration, a moment of springtime intimacy worth a fortune, where they shall sip from the cup of union and shed their garments. In such a perilous moment of life and death, Li Xiao did not contemplate his survival, but rather spoke publicly of matters inappropriate for the years of youth. The fourth princess flushed crimson with rage, trembling all over, unable to fathom that her noble status could be so brazenly sullied by another. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent suddenly faltered, as countless spectral figures of the sword sect quivered, appearing on the brink of total collapse. What shamelessness from Li Xiao! Yi Bufon stared in disbelief at Li Xiao, astonished that he would squander the remnants of the sword sect's legacy through such vile and sordid means. Even more infuriating was the realization that he had become a mere tool in Li Xiao's hands, transforming the once glorious resurgence of the sword sect into a monumental farce. Ding! Yi Chuchuan's moral heart suffered damage. His fortune diminished by 500,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune of the destined child Yi Chucheng, amounting to 500,000 points. The host currently possesses a villainous value of 6,350,000. Li Xiao was equally astonished, not anticipating that his casual remarks would yield such effects. Why Yi Chuchuan's fortune plummeted to a mere 200,000. It seemed that the power of words was far more ruthless than any blade or sword. Kill! The spectral figures of countless sword sect elders could no longer maintain their form, fading into the ferocious visage of Yi Chucheng in despair. The myriad phantoms converged in a frenzy, yet they no longer bore the former majestic aura, instead appearing frantic and petty. Suppress. Li Xiao swiftly assessed the imperial weapons and divine artifacts at his disposal, and in an instant made a decisive choice to suppress them with his sole artifact. The small cauldron? No. Yi Chucheng instinctively gasped as boundless sword energy surged forth, yet did not harm Li Xiao. Instead, it was wholly consumed by the shadow of the small cauldron. The might of Li Xiao's sole artifact was formidable, containing a vast ocean of spiritual energy, entirely unlike the small cauldrons of ordinary gathering realm experts. In the blink of an eye, not only did Yi Chuchuan's lingering soul vanish without a trace, but even the countless spectral remnants of the sword sect elders were sealed and suppressed. This was a true act of undermining the sword sect, robbing Yi Bufon of the fortune that was rightfully his. Ding! Yi Chuchuan's moral heart suffered damage. His fortune diminished by 100,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune of the destined child Yi Chucheng, amounting to 100,000 points. The host currently possesses a villainous value of 6,450,000. Ding! Yi Bufon's moral heart suffered damage. His fortune diminished by 500,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune of the destined child Yi Bufon, amounting to 500,000 points. The host currently possesses a villainous value of 6,850,000. In an instant, Yi Chucheng was utterly extinguished, and Li Xiao had not anticipated this unexpected bounty. Even Yi Bufon's fortune had been seized by him. What a pity! Li Xiao abruptly turned, his gaze burning intensely as he fixed it upon Yi Bufon. Had he known that by depleting Yi Chuchuan's foundation, he could also strip Yi Bufon of his fortune, he would never have so carelessly ended Yi Chuchuan's life. Indeed, what a pity! Yi Bufon let out a cold snort, his intentions difficult for outsiders to comprehend. He lamented that if not for Yi Chuchuan's heavy burdens of the heart, that previous strike would have been sufficient to slay Li Xiao, allowing the world to witness once more the invincible might of the myriad sword scriptures. Yet now, merely due to Li Xiao's thoughtless words, Yi Bufan, the sword sect, and the myriad sword scriptures had all become a jest. The thought of this enraged Yi Bufan to the point of trembling, his heart bleeding profusely. Yet paradoxically, he could not strike against Li Xiao. The latter had just vanquished a remnant of the sword sect, effectively performing a great service for the royal family. Now, under suspicion, could he dare to challenge Li Xiao again? Sister, in this moment of discomfort and embarrassment, the fifth prince Li Jie suddenly turned his head, his lips quivering rapidly as he conveyed a message to the fourth princess. Without hesitation, the fourth princess nodded resolutely, for Li Jie had stated that this was the intent of the third prince. The fourth princess's greatest passion in life, or rather her character flaw, was her admiration for invincible prodigies. Deep within her heart, her true idol was not Yi Bufan, but the third prince. This was a fact Yi Bufan was well aware of. He was merely the substitute for the third prince. The highest realm of admiration for a woman naturally culminates in marrying the object of her adoration. Alas, the third prince was her half-brother, a relationship she could not pursue, not even daring to entertain the thought, and could only indulge in subconscious dreams. Thus, Yi Bufan's appearance became a necessity. Consequently, since this was the third prince Li Sheng's intent, the fourth princess would not hesitate to brave fire and water to fulfill it. Li Xiao. The fourth princess suddenly shouted, drawing the attention of all to herself. Xiao gazed back with a penetrating look. His lowest objective for this day was to eliminate the fourth princess and the eighth prince. If he could conveniently dispatch the fifth prince as well, it would be even better for someone like him. A rootless wanderer akin to a floating reed, familial ties held no significance. Those were matters pertaining to the original Li Xiao, and had nothing to do with him, the transmigrator. What? Are you suggesting I killed Yi Chuchun merely to stage a performance? That this was all a ploy to infiltrate your royal family? Li Xiao spoke coldly, leaving the fourth princess momentarily speechless, her face pale. Jie's expression darkened abruptly, his demeanor laden with the humiliation of being severely insulted. The body of the demon was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Their prior conversation had been overheard by Li Xiao for the most part. This was indeed an embarrassing predicament, as they had plotted against him in his presence. Who could have imagined that Li Xiao would overhear them? Even the typically haughty fourth princess felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled to find her voice. Chapter 42. Arbitrary Framing and Conspiracy. Seeing the fourth princess in such a state, many exchanged furtive glances, hinting at their suspicions that my fourth sister speaks true. What are the odds of such coincidences? At this moment of excruciating awkwardness, the eighth Prince Li Qian erupted in fury. You are indeed a remnant of the sword sect. Otherwise, what right do you have to obstruct the supreme skill of the sword sect? The myriad sword scriptures as a wild seed, sprung from who knows where. In your desperation for the emperor's favor, you have become utterly deranged. Li Qian raged, as if he had caught Li Xiao in a compromising position, exuding righteousness and irrefutable evidence. Are you implying that my mastery of the myriad sword scriptures allowed me to thwart Yi Chuchun's strike? Li Xiao replied with a peculiar expression, even willingly enticing Li Qian to elaborate further. Yes, that is precisely what I mean. It must be so. Look, he admits it himself. Li Qian clapped in delight, exhilarated by Li Xiao's confession. And what of it? Is that all the evidence you have against me? Given my status as the seventh prince of the Juan dynasty, even if I infiltrated the sword sect to learn that so-called myriad sword scriptures, it would be a matter of merit, not blame. Li Xiao regarded him with a bemused smile. At that moment, the plump Li Qian appeared utterly endearing in his eyes. He secretly hoped this little darling would conjure more nebulous charges against him. Moreover, I see you are not merely a lost prince, but rather an undercover agent sent by the demonic path. No matter how hard you try to conceal it, your savage and deranged nature cannot be hidden. The fourth princess finally caught her breath, glaring furiously at Li Xiao, who was brazenly fabricating accusations. She had little understanding of such matters, merely recalling hearing whispers of the existence of demonic paths in the Tianyuan continent. Deemed the source of all evil, the common enemy of all ancient powers. Is that all? Li Xiao retorted in disappointment. This was utterly useless. And observing the disappointment in Li Xiao's eyes, the fourth princess felt a surge of indignation, as though she were being looked down upon, igniting her competitive spirit. You have pretended to lead a reclusive life, yet have secretly plotted despicable deeds. You were intimately involved with the emperor's most favored concubine. Your relationship unclear, and the holy maiden of the nine nether holy land, the foremost sanctuary for suppressing the demonic path, resides within the royal city. You have colluded with her, tarnishing the reputations of both the nine nether holy land and the Jian dynasty. You are truly deserving of death. The fourth princess, her face contorted with unrestrained malice, viewed the imperial concubine as the emperor's Achilles heel, believing that to provoke her was tantamount to courting death. As for the saintess of the nine hells' sacred land, she was perceived as excessively aloof and proud, seemingly dismissive of those around her. Thus, the fourth princess deliberately voiced her disdain in public, aiming to tarnish the saintess's reputation rather than to confront Li Xiao. Oh, is there more? Li Xiao felt a flicker of interest, though his predominant sentiment remained one of scorn. What significance did a mere imperial concubine hold? As for the so-called saintess of the nine hells, would it not be a remarkable achievement if I were to successfully forge a union with her? Li Xiao continued to provoke, leaving the fourth princess momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that such shameless individuals existed in the world. And there is more. At this moment, the fifth prince, Li Jie, finally stepped forward. He realized that the fourth princess and her brother were utterly powerless against Li Xiao. I can assure you, you are not of royal blood. Even if you were, your heart is filled with resentment towards the royal family, and you must have allied yourself with a formidable force opposing the Nine Flames dynasty. Li's gaze was piercing. After all, he still valued his dignity and could not stoop to the level of the fourth princess's antics, which resembled those of ruffians spouting nonsense in public. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a royal secret I must disclose. A few days prior, someone witnessed Li Xiao stealthily infiltrating the depths of the palace, and shortly thereafter, a highly significant national treasure of the Nine Flames dynasty was reported missing just moments ago. When Li Xiao clashed with Yi Chu-chun, I distinctly sensed the aura of that very treasure emanating from him. Li Jie's words were emphatic, his expression grave, causing many to turn their astonished gazes towards Li Xiao. What kind of aura is that? Someone inquired curiously, for the Nine Flames dynasty was shrouded in mystery and antiquity, and the nature of the so-called national treasure was unknown to the common folk. It is the essence of the most supreme, exotic fire in existence. Li Jie revealed a cold smile of determination. Previously, he had orchestrated a public disturbance to ensure that this aura would cling to Li Xiao. Yet, even at this juncture, Li Xiao remained blissfully ignorant of the entire situation. He dismissed the accusers as lunatics seeking their own demise, for he indeed possessed the essence of supreme. Not just one, but multiple. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment, as no one had anticipated that Li Xiao truly bore such a seemingly concealed, yet glaringly apparent aura. This was a classic case of being oblivious to what lay beneath one's own nose. So Li Xiao, who possessed, failed to realize he was being framed. Ladies and gentlemen, I can overlook other matters, but this man has the audacity to be implicated in the theft of our Nine Flames dynasty's national treasure, which is a matter of utmost principle. It is our duty to eradicate him, and we must not allow him to escape. Li Jie declared resolutely, effectively marking Li Xiao as the sworn enemy of the Nine Flames dynasty. Well said. This man is truly despicable. He has come to steal our national treasure and has conspired with Yi Chu-chun, a remnant of the sword sect, to stage a farce to deceive us. He truly takes us for fools, to ridicule us so. The fourth princess, witnessing the situation turn in her favor, could hardly contain her joy, wishing to heap more charges upon Li Xiao. I ask that all. You few dim-witted fools have pondered for so long and come up with so little. Li Xiao remained unsatisfied, yet Li Jie and his compatriots exchanged glances at a loss for words to end their view. The charges they had concocted against Li Xiao were more than sufficient. Merely the accusations of being a remnant of the sword sect, disrupting the relationship between the Nine Hells sacred land and the Nine Flames dynasty, and stealing the national treasure. Were these not enough to bring about his demise? He was simply resigned to his fate, ready to throw caution to the wind. The fourth princess surveyed the crowd in confusion, her gaze landing on Yi Bufan, who sighed in realization. Da-da. So that is how it is. Bufan brother, you are indeed clever. The fourth princess displayed admiration and affection, sweetly calling out, which left Yi Bufan feeling a wave of nausea. His discomfort stemmed from that one word, brother. Chapter 43. The marriage pact unleashed by circumstance. The fourth princess remained unaware that her innermost thoughts had long been perceived by Yi Bufan. She was lost in a reverie of unrequited love, her eyes filled with adoration as she looked at him. This man is guilty of heinous crimes, yet his origins are shrouded in mystery, and his strength and cunning are formidable. Few can hope to subdue him. I implore you, Bufan brother, to take action and eliminate this adversary, thus ridding our Nine Flames royal family of a great threat. Surprisingly, the fourth princess began to extol Li Xiao's virtues. Of course, all present understood that she was merely attempting to raise Yi Bufan's profile. The more she exalted Li Xiao, the greater the acclaim Yi Bufan would receive when he ultimately defeated him. If I triumph, I shall claim both your lives. Li Xiao seemed unfazed, grinning as he pointed at the fourth princess and the eighth prince, causing an uproar among the crowd. How audacious to publicly declare an intention to slay members of the royal family. Ding! The villainous gift package has been received. The host gains the supreme ultimate skill of the sword sect, the Universal Sword Cannon X1, full version. The host acquires the national treasure of the Nine Flames dynasty. The Nine Flames Divine Fire X1. In perfect condition, innate spiritual fire. The host successfully reunites with Qin. His deceased mother once had a foster sister, who was imprisoned by the Nine Flames Emperor within the royal city. She has been notified and is en route to meet her long-lost brother. The host successfully reunites with Qin. The Nine Flames dynasty had a marriage pact with the Nine Hells' sacred land to jointly suppress the forces of evil. The Saintess of the Nine Hells has received word that the ancient marriage pact has been officially activated. The system rewards are timely. All the slander and defamation hurled at Li Xiao by these individuals have now turned into his benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, witness as I take action for the royal family and eliminate this scoundrel. Yi Bufan furrowed his brow slightly, yet he stepped forward nonetheless. The situation had escalated dramatically, and he was uncertain how Li Jia and his cohorts would ultimately resolve it. Could it be that they would truly uncover the royal treasure from Li Xiao? Regardless, even if he were to bear the blame in the end, he could not evade this battle. Even if it was merely a matter of defending the sword sect's honor and settling the score with Li Xiao. He had to intervene. Yi Bufan, you are truly an unparalleled prodigy. The surrounding crowd quickly retreated, and many activated their formations as Li Xiao regarded Yi Bufan, shaking his head in admiration. Such a genius left him with little confidence in engaging with him. However, since the other party was intent on his demise, Li Xiao would not hold back. Today, with your life, I shall forge my own illustrious name. Yi Bufan gently raised his sword. Unlike Yi Chuchun, he was a genuine master of the sword, having long since forged his own unique path in swordsmanship. The essence of the sword sect had been seamlessly integrated within him, and every strike he executed radiated celestial might, without fear of being deciphered. Even if Duanmu Rue were to witness his prowess, he would merely exclaim in awe at the boy's exceptional comprehension, realizing he was employing a self-created sword technique. But you are mistaken. Did you not claim that I am a remnant of the sword sect? Wielding the universal sword cannon, today's battle is one of righteous restoration. I shall ascertain who among us is the true heir of the sword sect. Li Xiao wore a peculiar smile, for he had already mastered the universal sword cannon. It must be said, its caliber far surpassed the Hidden Sky sword manual. The intricacies and ferocity of its techniques were simply incomparable. What did you say? Yi Bufan was taken aback, his flawless sword intent wavering for a fleeting moment. It was a deliberate opening, intended to lure Li Xiao into making a move. Once Li Xiao acted, he would be ensnared in an unending pursuit of sword intent, destined for death and devoid of any initiative. However, to his surprise, Li Xiao suddenly displayed a strange smile, producing an ordinary long sword and unhesitatingly thrusting it toward the gap Yi Bufan had intentionally exposed. Ding! A crisp sound of clashing swords resonated as Li Xiao's strike proved to be remarkably refined. piercing the spine of Yi Buffan's sword and sealing all of his subsequent sword intents. You impossible! This is the universal sword cannon. Both combatants barely exchanged blows before Yi Buffan exclaimed in shock. He could hardly fathom that Li Xiao's first move would be the very universal sword cannon. What did this imply? Could it be that Li Xiao was the true heir of the sword sect? Had he been concealed by the sect for protection, while he himself was an abandoned pawn exposed to the world? Upon reflecting on the identity of Li Xiao, a prince of the royal family, this conjecture has undoubtedly gained considerable credibility, and why Yi Buffan's heart was suddenly engulfed by a wave of desolation. He could scarcely fathom that the sword sect, to which he had devoted his loyalty, had long since abandoned him. Must I sacrifice myself today, in front of the public, for the rise of Li Xiao, the true heir of the sword sect? A profound sense of sorrow welled up within Yi Buffan as he gazed complexly at Li Xiao, oblivious to the fact that his own aura was escalating wildly. The sword sect represented both a support and a constraint for him. The emergence of Li Xiao had provided the perfect opportunity to untangle his inner turmoil and cast aside this burdensome weight. Truly, he is a prodigy. Observing Yi Buffan's aura intensifying despite the blow to his convictions, Li Xiao couldn't help but privately lament that, in comparison, Yi Chuchan was exceedingly weak. How can I accept this? Since childhood, I have diligently practiced the sword, wholeheartedly aspiring to elevate my sect. Why should I become a stepping stone for another? Just because he is a prince of the royal family, must I sacrifice everything to fulfill his ambitions? After a moment of bewilderment, Yi Buffan suddenly erupted with fury. His heart brimmed with resentment towards his own life and the legacy of the sword sect, leaving him utterly disillusioned. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, he resolutely trampled upon those once cherished ideals. In that instant, the depth of his sorrow ignited his innate talent. He was reborn, no longer the remnant of the sword sect burdened by heavy hatred, but rather, he was Yi Buffan, standing in his own right. It seems you have long sought an excuse to abandon the sword sect, a cumbersome weight. Yi Buffan's aura surged dramatically, leaving others bewildered by the sudden shift. Yet Li Xiao discerned his intentions with a knowing smile. Alas, while such tactics may shake Yi Chuchan's resolve, they held no significance for Yi Buffan. Those like him, once a decision is made, will never look back. Regardless of right or wrong, you bear the myriad sword classics. You are the sword sect's sole heir. The complete myriad sword classics have never been imparted to another, and I, Yi Buffan, today represent the Jiuyan royal family. To slay you, the remnant of the sword sect, Chapter 44. I too have a sword. Yi Buffan's aura continued to swell. As the only heir of the sword sect, the remnants of its fortune would not diminish. And now, representing the Jiuyan royal family in battle, he simultaneously bore the royal fortune. Xiao cast a silent glance at the fourth princess. It was precisely because of this foolishness that Yi Buffan, an outsider, could leverage the royal fortune to eliminate me, the so-called seventh prince. Cursed be the Jiuyan emperor. What a creature he has sired. Li Xiao silently cursed, yet despite his resolve to sever ties with the royal family, he dared not voice such thoughts. Well said, Brother Buffan, quickly slay him. The fourth princess exclaimed excitedly, having been repressed for far too long, finally witnessing hope for the demise of Li Xiao's sword. Yi Buffan let out a long cry, and in an instant, countless sword cries soared into the sky. That moment, every sword-wielding individual within the imperial city felt a tremor coursing through their bodies. An endless chorus of sword cries filled the heavens, causing those lacking sufficient cultivation to lose control of their swords, which soared into the sky, rallying to assist Yi Buffan. By my will, Yi Buffan took a step forward, and the sky grew suddenly dim. Countless sword lights surged forth, obscuring the sun. An overwhelming tide of sword intent flowed into Yi Buffan's body, causing his aura to swell uncontrollably. All present instinctively looked upward, gazing in awe at the towering figure of the sword giant. Today I, Yi Buffan, shall break into the imperial realm through the sword. The myriad sword lights dissipated as if mere illusions, yet Yi Buffan had undergone a profound transformation in that moment, he fully unleashed his sword talents. propelling himself from the pinnacle of the seventh layer of gathering cauldrons directly into the imperial realm. Unparalleled, a prodigy, Zhou Xian exclaimed in disbelief, having long recognized Yi Bufan as a shining talent. But now realizing he had been mistaken. This individual is, in fact, a legendary three-time prodigy. He had already possessed the strength to enter the imperial realm. He had merely been restraining himself. This illustrates the chasm between the pinnacle of the seventh layer of gathering cauldrons and the imperial realm. The so-called pinnacle implies he has been treading above it for far too long. His prior reluctance to advance stemmed from a fear of drawing the Jiao royal family suspicion due to his brilliance. However, today, if he did not advance, he risked a muddled death at the hands of Xiao. Is he truly a prodigy of the imperial realm? Does this mean even my third brother falls short of him? The one most affected in the crowd was surprisingly the fourth princess, who stared blankly at the resplendent figure, unable to believe that her substitute, Yi Bufan, was such a remarkable prodigy. That's hard to say. If my third brother truly wished to enter the imperial realm, he could have done so long ago. Moreover, if Yi Bufan were not compelled, he would not have chosen to advance ahead of time. Li Jie explained, though this was clearly beyond his comprehension, and he could only offer such words as self-comfort that, I told you. You are indeed a prodigy. Li Xiao felt the oppressive aura bearing down on him, forcing him to take a step back. His expression darkening that a prodigy with an overwhelming fortune is truly a formidable opponent. At the very least, Li Xiao knew that without resorting to underhanded tactics, he would stand no chance against him. What to do? Tianya could no longer contain herself. She was ready to rush forth, utilizing her special physique to forcibly escape with Li Xiao. The young master has instructed us to remain calm. Zhou Xian quickly restrained her. He was essentially an extension of Li Xiao and could easily discern his intentions. Li Xiao, I never imagined that I would take this step for you. Then, make your death meaningful. Yi Bufan's heart brimmed with resentment. The price he had paid to eliminate this inexplicable Li Xiao was immense. That I possess a sword. Yi Bufan's aura reached its zenith. He could no longer delay his strike, launching himself into action without hesitation. With another step forward, he shattered the space between the two. In an instant, their gazes locked, and there remained no barrier between them. Li Xiao would be unable to evade any of Yi Bufan's attacks. The laws of space? Is this the sword of time and space? Li Xiao instinctively retreated a step, yet it bore no significance, for the distance between them had been irrevocably sealed, no matter how he tried to evade. The distance to Yi Bufan remained unchanged. This sword can sever day and night. It can bury the myriad realms, it can dim the passage of time and life, and it can illuminate an era. Yi Bufan confidently intoned, yet the sword he swung was unremarkable, executed with the utmost casualness. This strike bore no intent to kill, as he had not even targeted Li Xiao. Kill. In the next moment, the entirety of the imperial city erupted with a synchronized roar, unable to contain their excitement in response to the sword's might. This strike encapsulated Yi Bufan's lifelong understanding of swordsmanship, intended to prove his innate talent rather than merely to slay Li Xiao. A trivial matter. What an awe-inspiring swordsmanship. Is he to portray himself as the protagonist, with the universe as his backdrop, to vanquish me, this insignificant ant? Li Xiao realized he could not withstand this strike and immediately drew the nominally divine fire shield to protect himself. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, and the heavens rumbled with fury as torrents of lightning poured down. Yi Bufan's strike had provoked the wrath of the heavens. This is a divine artifact. He has resorted to a divine artifact. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of astonishment. No one had anticipated that Li Xiao would silently wield a divine artifact, while the nominally divine fire shield was still suppressing and refining the four great super. It could not be activated. Yet Li Xiao disregarded the protocol, using it as a shield, positioning it before his chest. Shameless. Yi Bufan could hardly believe his eyes. His strike had failed, and he glared at Li Xiao, unable to restrain his outburst of indignation. How utterly shameless! After exerting himself to summon his aura to the limit, all that was needed was for Li Xiao to perish, and his sword realm would naturally ascend. Yet Li Xiao had the audacity to produce a divine artifact. To think that even the entire Jiao dynasty might not possess a single divine artifact. Wait, I too have a sword. Li Xiao discovered that the southern Li divine fire cloak remained utterly unscathed, and he couldn't help but break into a joyful smile. Truly, it is a divine artifact to withstand such a terrifying blow without a scratch. Chapter 45. Complete. Darkening. The two lost their spatial distance, and before this moment, Li Xiao's momentum had been perfectly suppressed by Yi Bufan. Yet, at this instant, a burst of flames shot skyward, and a flaming longsword swiftly materialized in Li Xiao's hand. From the blade to the hilt, it was entirely enveloped in roaring black flames. However, this was merely the perception of ordinary eyes. Those existing beyond the imperial realm would be astonished to find that this was, in fact, a dazzling array of colors hidden within the black flames. Within the black fire, 9 distinct colors of flames were unmistakably concealed. The quality of these 9 flames surpassed even the highest tier of exotic fire, reaching the legendary 9-flame divine fire, which had been venerated by the 9-flame dynasty for countless ages. Upon brandishing this sword, Yi Bufan's invincible aura was immediately suppressed, and he instinctively gasped, his body involuntarily retreating a half-step. With this sword, I can slay the weak and chop down the unworthy. Li Xiao scoffed dismissively, then lightly swung the sword. Boom! His swordsmanship was far inferior to Yi Bufan's, and he could not perfectly control the sword's power. As soon as the flaming divine sword was unleashed, a considerable portion of its energy dissipated, instantly incinerating vast expanses of the surrounding space. Run! As a substantial area of space was annihilated in an instant, fearsome void black holes were seared into existence, seemingly eager to devour the surrounding space and energy. The crowd fled in terror. Even the Imperial Realm experts were shaken to their cores in the face of such might. Yi Bufan was filled with indignation. Such a divine weapon falling into Li Xiao's hands was nothing short of a travesty. Not to mention Li Xiao's own swordsmanship, he was unable to even unleash the full power of the sword itself. Boom! Unfortunately, despite this, Yi Bufan's self-proclaimed extraordinary sword strike was easily crushed by Li Xiao. The terrifying flames surged forth, instantly enveloping Yi Bufan entirely. I have never believed in so-called prodigies or anomalies. What I know is that everything hinges on strength. If you lack the power, then no matter how loudly you shout, it is merely self-deception. Li Xiao withdrew the sword, feeling the immense pressure of its power weighing down upon him. Boom! The surging flames converged infinitely, ultimately coalescing upon Yi Bufan's face. Such a prodigy, he naturally could not bring himself to kill. Moreover, this fellow possessed an abundance of fortune. Once pushed his limits, who knows what kind of trump cards he might reveal? Yi Bufan suddenly fell to the ground, clutching his face and letting out a pained howl. As the crowd quickly gathered around, exchanging bewildered glances at the scene, and one expected that the once mighty swordsmanship genius would meet such a fate. Before the watchful eyes of everyone, Yi Bufan continued to emit desperate and heart-rending cries. His fingers already charred to a crisp, yet he stubbornly refused to release his grip. His face was ruined. Li Qian, dumbfounded, uttered a remark, prompting the fourth princess to glare at him in fury. Just moments ago, she had resolved that Yi Bufan was her destined partner, the one she would love and cherish for eternity. Yet now, Yi Bufan had dramatically fallen, even having his face destroyed. Brother Yi, you must face reality. How do you find my sword technique, which slays the weak and chops down the unworthy? Li Xiao waved his hand, and the residual flames flew into his body to Yi Bufan immediately sprang up. His gaze twisted with rage as he glared at Li Xiao. The crowd erupted in ghostly gasps. The once graceful and cold Yi Bufan had now transformed into a grotesque visage. This is unbearable. The fourth princess, pale with fright, exclaimed in horror. And no matter how extraordinary Yi Bufan's talent, she could never accept such a hideous creature. Ding! Yi Bufan's will was shattered, his fortune diminished by 5 million points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune of the destined child, Yi Bufan, for 5 million points. The host's current villain score, 11,850,000. Yi Bufan, in disbelief, turned to look at the fourth princess, while Xiao received an extraordinary reward of villain points. Ding! The destined child, Yi Bufan, has endured a severe psychological blow and undergone a spiritual transformation. His prodigious status has been elevated once more. Destined child, Yi Bufan, age, 20 realm. First layer of the Imperial Realm fortune. 20 million points special talent. None. Consumed. Xiao gazed at Yi Bufan in astonishment, not expecting that merely a flame could lead to Yi Bufan's complete darkening. However, the nine-flame divine fire was truly a divine treasure. Even if Yi Bufan ascended to the Holy Realm, he should not expect to restore his ruined face to AS for what lay beyond the Holy Realm. That was beyond Li Xiao's comprehension. Brother Yi, today I have helped you see through the warmth and coldness of human emotions, igniting your potential and allowing you to awaken your true talents, granting you the qualification to wield your desires with your own hands. Regardless of the circumstances, you owe me a favor, do you not? Li Xiao cleared his throat, interrupting the awkward exchange between Yi Bufan and the fourth princess. What did you say? With a face that was horrifically disfigured, Yi Bufan stared at Li Xiao in disbelief. Is there truly such a shameless person in this world? What? Brother Yi, do you not feel the elevation of your own strength and transformation? Li Xiao frowned, speaking softly. You, the traitor of the sword sect, still wish to continue serving the royal family as a lapdog? This statement caused an uproar among the crowd, many expressing their discontent. His words effectively insulted the majority present. Wait, what ability did he just employ? In the midst of the chaos, Li Jie suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Isn't this the sacred treasure of the royal family that you all speak of, the nine-flame divine fire?" Li Xiao scoffed, directly revealing the truth. What? With that declaration, everyone was left dumbfounded. Li Jie was particularly stunned, as if petrified. Brother Li, what you say is quite reasonable. Today's events were instigated by my own offense against Yi Bufan. Upon hearing Li Xiao's claim of truly wielding the nine-flame divine fire, Yi Bufan's murderous intent and resentment were instantly suppressed. He bowed to Li Xiao, then hastily plunged into the crowd and departed. He understood that his identity as a remnant of the sword sect was now under suspicion from the royal family. Without the fourth princess as a shield, remaining here would only lead to his demise. Fortunately, with Li Xiao here bearing the pressure and scrutiny, he was granted a potential escape route. This person is indeed decisive. It will only become more difficult to kill him in the future. Chapter 46. The annihilation of the prince. Li Xiao furrowed his brow as he observed Yi Bufan's hurried retreat. At this moment, he was preoccupied with his own affairs and truly could not concern himself with that individual. Moreover, after experiencing this incident, whether they would be friends or foes upon their next encounter was indeed uncertain. You truly stole the royal family's sacred treasure. Indeed, others were too preoccupied to notice Yi Bufan's escape. Their focus entirely on Li Xiao. The fifth prince, Li Jie, wore an expression of complex turmoil, his face twisted in confusion, unsure whether to cry or laugh. This was simply absurd. His previous framing and deceit had turned into a self-fulfilling prophecy. There is no rush, Li Xiao smiled, making his way toward the hall where the noble heirs were concealed. Quick, stop him! The fourth princess was momentarily stunned before emitting a piercing cry, clearly not foolish. Had I not stated previously that should I surpass Yi Bufan, I would claim 2 worthless lives? Li Xiao approached nonchalantly, a radiant azure energy shield suddenly blocking his path. Li Xiao, are you mad? How dare you commit such an act of treason? Do you truly believe you can escape the royal city alive? I advise you to flee for your life at once. Li Qian trembled in fear, his voice a mixture of anger and intimidation, desperately hoping Li Xiao would leave immediately. Once he departed, Li Qian would certainly mobilize all his forces to capture and torment him. But do you think that I, wielding the royal family's sacred treasure, could be hindered by this mere formation? Li Xiao revealed a mischievous grin akin to a nefarious uncle, lightly tapping the energy shield, and the black flames silently crept up. Crack! In an instant, a crisp sound echoed, as the energy core sustaining the formation's operation was entirely consumed by the nine-flame divine fire. What do you intend to do? Upon encountering Li Xiao, she approached with an air of nonchalance, prompting a piercing scream from the fourth princess. In a state of utter disarray. She attempted to flee, yet seemed ensnared as if by a spell, rooted to the spot. A wall of ominous, dark flames silently loomed ahead, though the flames appeared ordinary and lacked any overt display of power. One could even press their face against it without feeling scorched. The fourth princess was acutely aware of the latent danger harbored. "You killed my sister. Spare me. I am a prince. I am male. I am not like her." As Li Xiao advanced step by step, the surrounding crowd scattered in terror, while the eighth prince, Li Qian, succumbed to panic. Shoving his own sister to the forefront. "Very well. Since you have spoken thus, I shall take your sister's life," Li Xiao chuckled, abruptly seizing the fourth princess, Li Mei, by the neck and yanking her towards him. "To eliminate a wretch such as you truly sullies my hands." Amidst the fourth princess's terrified screams and struggles, Li Xiao voiced his dissatisfaction, and with a flick of his wrist, summoned flames that reduced her to a charred, stinking corpse. He could have turned the body to ash, but he deemed it a waste of energy. Thud! The corpse struck the ground, and even in death, the twisted visage bore witness to her final moments of frenzied hatred. Yet, her ire was not directed at Li Xiao, but rather at Li Qian. The fourth princess could scarcely fathom that her beloved younger brother would cast her aside at such a critical juncture. "Another useless fool." Li Xiao's gaze swept over to Li Qian. How infuriating! These two, born of royal blood and possessing boundless resources for cultivation, showed no ambition, not even qualifying as the most rudimentary of fated children. Were it not for their incessant entanglement with him, Li Xiao would have been disinclined to take their lives down. "No, don't kill me. You promised," Li Qian screamed in terror, losing control of his bodily functions, filling the air with a foul stench as others recoiled in disgust. Previously, they had thought the eighth prince merely mischievous, but now they realized him to be utterly inept. Some among them harbored resentment, fearing they too might be caught in the crossfire. "Stop this at once." To slay a royal prince was an unfathomable act. Despite his fear, Li Jie felt compelled to intervene. "Fifth prince, you are truly a master strategist, leading to your sister's demise and your brother's ruin." A mocking, cruel expression flashed across Li Xiao's face as a plume of black fire materialized above Li Qian's head. Whoosh! In an instant, as if a gentle breeze had swept through, Li Qian's head was reduced to ash, leaving only scorched remnants behind. Thud! The corpse fell heavily, akin to a mountain crashing down upon Li Jie's heart. He realized he was in deep trouble. His plot to eliminate Li Xiao had already been monumental. But now, under his orchestrations, a recognized princess and a current prince lay dead. The weight of this calamity was one he could never fully absolve himself of. "Why do you seek to harm me so?" In that moment, the consequences of his actions dawned on Li Jie, and his eyes reddened with fury as he fixed an accusatory gaze upon Li Xiao. Ding! Li Jie's will was shattered, and his fortune diminished by 100,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fated child's fortune of 100,000 points. The host's current villain score stands at 12,850,000. Li Jie found himself in a state of disarray, unaware that Li Xiao had just siphoned away 1/5 of his fortune. This wretch was indeed unlike Yi Bufan. Li Xiao felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated that a fated child of Li Jie's caliber would prove so feeble before him. As for the royal family's accountability, you might want to step back. First, contemplate how to escape this immediate peril. You are well aware of the power of the 9 flames divine fire, aren't you? Think carefully about how you intend to survive my grasp. With a grin, Li Xiao stepped forward, causing Li Jie to scream in terror, his entire being trembling with fright in a contest of strength. He might not fear Li Xiao, yet the latter commanded the terrifying 9 flames divine fire, a force comparable to the mightiest of artifacts, which Li Jie simply could not withstand. Ding! Li Jie's will was again shattered, and his fortune diminished by 100,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fated child's fortune of 100,000 points. The host's current villain score stands at 13,850,000. As thoughts of self-preservation flooded Li Jie's mind, Li Xiao profited handsomely once more. "You dare threaten me? I am a prodigy of the 9 flames, a prince of the dynasty. Should you take my life, you will surely be pursued by the mighty of the sacred realm, with nowhere to hide." Despite the formidable nature of the Nine Flames divine fire, you, a mere waste of the Gathering Cauldron realm, would never be able to unleash its true potential. Chapter 47. The hidden power broker Li Jie was torn between fear and indignation. His realm was still superior to Li Xiao's, had it not been for the latter's control over the Nine Flames divine fire. He would not fear him in the slightest. You dare to threaten me. A murderous intent surged within Li Xiao. He wondered if unleashing the full might of the Nine Flames divine fire would obliterate the entire royal city. No, I realize my error. You might still have a chance to escape. Li Jie stammered, desperately adopting a pitiful expression, hoping for a chance to flee for revenge. That thought was entirely absent from his mind for the moment. Of course, once he felt secure, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance with fervor. I am newly arrived in the royal city of the Nine Flames dynasty and know little of your affairs. I only know that you are also a remarkable prodigy, having long remained low-key and restrained. Thus, your ambitions must be grand. Alas, you should not have provoked me. Li Xiao regarded him with a frown, recognizing that this individual's value had diminished significantly. Whether spare him or not mattered little. Whoosh! A faint breeze wafted through, and Li Jie suddenly leapt into the air in agony. That a subtle black flame crept up from his feet, silently engulfing him. In an instant, he lost the use of his legs. The flames climbing further, reaching his thighs. This was the devastation wrought by the Nine Flames divine fire. Only treasures of equal caliber could possibly restore him. However, such treasures were coveted even by the dynasty's ancestors. How could they be afforded to one like Li Jie? Thus, at that moment, Li Jie had irrevocably become a cripple. No. Why? Why do you target me so? As Li Jie's body descended, the excruciating flames seared his very soul, rendering him a formidable practitioner of the Gathering Cauldron realm. Utterly helpless. You wish to know why I do not slay you? Li Xiao understood his implication. Li Jie would rather perish than endure such humiliation. He was a person of deep thought, filled with aspirations, and brimming with hope for his future. Yet, in an instant, Li Xiao had shattered his life. Ding! Li Jie's will was shattered, and his fortune diminished by 200,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fated child's fortune of 200,000 points. The host's current villain score stands at 15,850,000. This latest acquisition had nearly drained Li Jie completely. He, the fated child, had undoubtedly suffered a catastrophic defeat. Well, since you seek death with such fervor, I shall grant your wish. Li Xiao paused momentarily, then began to reflect. There were countless prodigies in this world. He was a villain who enacted judgment without restraint. There was no need to nurture these fated children with the care of a gardener. Was there? No. Li Xiao's murderous intent flared. Li Jie let out a wretched howl, his heart gripped by terror. It was only at this moment that he understood. It was better to cling to life than to wish for a swift end. Just moments ago, he had hoped for death, but now he regretted it profoundly. Whoosh! The flames surged forth, and Li Xiao had no intention of heeding Li Jie's thoughts. He aimed to reduce him to a mere pile of ash. Thud! Alas, just as the flames reached Li Jie's waist, an inconspicuous metallic ornament suddenly erupted with a resounding explosion. Who dares harm my son? A voice, akin to that of a vengeful spirit, roared, and a ghostly figure lunged straight for Li Xiao's brow. Silently, a wisp of white smoke rose before Li Xiao, yet the body of the heavenly demon was impervious to mere remnants of a soul, and it was utterly obliterated. Mother, do not come any closer. Li Jie was momentarily taken aback, only to be struck by a sudden wave of astonishment. This was the protective talisman that his mother had torn from her very soul during his childhood, left to safeguard him. Yet now, in the presence of Li Xiao, it seemed nothing short of a death sentence. Unaware of the matters concerning the celestial demon body, he mistakenly believed that the Nine Flames divine fire was automatically protecting him, effectively extinguishing the remnants of his mother's guarding spirit. Fifth Prince, what do you truly cherish? Is it your own life, your ideals, or perhaps the fate of your mother? Li Xiao furrowed his brow as he observed Li Jie, whose lower body had completely vanished. A sudden greed welled within him. If he could drive this man to utter despair, perhaps he could seize another fragment of the destiny of the Chosen One. Speak it, Li Xiao suddenly bellowed, a terrifying wave of sound crashing into Li Jie's mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. This was not some secret technique, but rather the innate demonic pressure bestowed by the celestial demon body. Do not kill me. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Li Jie instinctively blurted out his most cherished desire. In essence, it meant that as long as he was spared, his former ambitions and ideals would hold no significance. Even if I were to slay your mother before your very eyes, you would remain indifferent, would you not? Li Xiao patiently coaxed, hoping to illuminate the truth within Li Jie's heart. Li Jie immediately shut his eyes in anguish, unable to accept the reality that he was such a despicable individual, willing to forsake his dreams, willing to abandon his mother, all for the sake of mere survival. Such selfishness. Could it still be considered humanity? Ding, Li Jie's moral compass shattered, his fortune reduced by 900,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune of the Chosen One, Li Jie, by 900,000 points. The host's current villain value stands at 16,100,000. Amidst this self-doubt and denial, Li Jie's moral foundation completely collapsed, yet the final 100,000 points remained unattainable. Enough, Li Xiao. If you wish to kill him, then do so. Your grievances are of no concern to outsiders. Yet, what is this humiliation? He is, after all, your own brother. Li Xiao's villainous demeanor had become excessively outrageous, prompting the onlookers, who had previously watched in fear, to speak out against it. Very well, Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, ceasing his verbal sparring and instead extending a finger towards Li Jie, intending to incinerate his remaining form completely. Bang! At that very moment, the space before Li Jie suddenly erupted, and a fearsome, grotesque figure surged forth. Whoosh! A hood flew up, a cascade of long hair swirling in the air, only to be instantly reduced to ashes by the 9 flames divine fire. Xiao frowned in surprise, realizing that Li Jie's mother appeared to be no more than 20 years old. As a powerful cultivator who had lived a life of simplicity and purity, it was only natural for her to possess such a countenance. You are the illegitimate child of that wretched woman. How dare you harm my son? The woman rushed forward, her surroundings barely stabilized before she turned bald, and upon witnessing Li Jie's tragic state, she was driven to the brink of madness. Duanmu, why haven't you made your move? Do you intend to force the heartless little wretch, Li Sheng, to reveal himself? Without waiting for Li Xiao to respond, the woman suddenly raised her head and roared. Chapter 48. The Unapproachable Chosen One. Unexpectedly, despite her fury, the woman maintained her composure. She realized that she could do nothing against Li Xiao. Even in her boiling rage, she retreated to Li Jie's side, steadfastly guarding him. The affairs of your royal family are not something I can interfere with, are they? A voice, cold and indifferent, suddenly echoed from the heavens, and the surrounding white clouds swiftly converged, ultimately forming a colossal silhouette. The features of this figure were exquisitely rendered. It was not Duanmu Rue himself, but rather a cloud-based avatar he had temporarily conjured. What nonsense are you spouting? You stand idly by as the princess and a prince are slain. This is your dynasty's stance on guardianship? Furthermore, do not presume others to be fools. I am well aware of your intentions. The woman screamed in fury, and Duanmu Rue furrowed his brow, a chilling aura enveloping the area, as if he had been provoked. It seemed he was infuriated, yet in truth, those familiar with him would recognize that he was rendered speechless by her accusations, his embarrassment cloaked in righteous indignation. Very well, since you beckon my intervention, I shall oblige. Duanmu Rue contemplated for a moment, then his gaze fell upon Li Xiao. You possess quite the cunning. On that day, I was tasked to meet you outside the royal city, yet you managed to slip past my watchful eyes. Duanmu Rue's gaze was deep and contemplative. In fact, he was the most shocked of all, for it was he who was responsible for guarding the 9 flames divine fire. He was also aware of the conspiracy concocted by the third prince, Li Sheng, to frame Li Xiao. Yet, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not fathom how the 9 flames divine fire had truly manifested in Li Xiao's possession. Moreover, although this divine fire was of the highest caliber, it had long been problematic and fraught with danger. Strangely, it seemed to behave docilely in Li Xiao's hands, as if he could command it at will. You wish to see it. And then what? Am I to continue living? Li Xiao frowned at the figure. This was his first encounter with the legendary Saint Realm power. Yet regrettably, the figure did not reveal itself in person, and the cloud form was shrouded in repressed aura, resembling nothing more than a phantom. Ding, new chosen one detected. Duanmu Rue, age, 52. Realm, third heaven of the Saint Realm. Fortune, 50 million points. Special talent, extreme cold sword body, when in an extremely cold environment. Overall strength doubles. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed, causing Li Xiao's lips to twitch. This level of chosen one was indeed beyond his means to provoke. Kill you? How could I possibly strike at a junior, such as yourself? However, the one who commissioned me to locate you has intentions concerning you, and that is of no concern to me. Duanmu replied lightly, for he was short on time and had been exposed by Li Jia's mother, no longer concealing his thoughts. His objective was to tarnish the reputation of the third prince, thereby achieving his own aim of discrediting his mother. Given this, what do you propose we do about today's events? Senior, since the other party was unwilling to publicly execute him, Li Xiao promptly adopted a more courteous demeanor, changing his address and respectfully bowing. The internal strife among the princes should not involve me. Since the Empress Chun wishes for my intervention, let this matter come to an end, and you all shall await the Emperor's judgment. Duanmu Rue spoke casually, wishing to take his leave. You, upon hearing this, Li Jie and his mother nearly succumbed to their fury. The fourth princess is dead. The eighth prince is dead. Li Jie's lower body is permanently lost, and the extraordinary Yi Bufan has fled. Are all these events to be dismissed so easily? What? Am I to protect you and assist you in dealing with the seventh prince? Do you even deserve that? Duanmu Rui's expression remained devoid of emotion until this moment, when a sneer of contempt finally surfaced. Unless you summon Li Sheng that he is the only one I care about, should he command me to kill someone, even if the Nine Flames royal clan disagrees, I would still act. Duanmu Rue spoke coolly, moving many unaware onlookers to tears. They were primarily envious and jealous, wishing they too had such a biased master. Yet those privy to the underlying truth gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend Duanmu Rue's brazen intentions. Was he truly laying bare his motives? A master, openly inciting one prince to assassinate another prince in public. If Li Sheng were to commit such an act, how could he possibly maintain his standing within the royal family? His reputation, his innate sage-like name, would they not all be obliterated? No. Something is amiss. With a situation so dire, why has the emperor not been alerted? Li Jie glared at Duanmu Rue, anger overpowering his fear, and suddenly clarity struck him. Indeed, it seems as though we are isolated from the outside world. The deaths of the fourth princess and the eighth prince have not stirred any repercussions. The others, too, began to comprehend. And a dreadful truth loomed over them that in this core area of the royal city, such a terrifying severance from external contact could only imply that a power of the Saint Realm had personally intervened, sealing this space, and that so-called Saint Realm power was brazenly hovering above them. It was you. The Empress Chun erupted in fury, unable to fathom that someone dared to perpetrate such deeds in this core area of the royal city. Li Sheng, come forth. Du Nmru disregarded her fury and instead turned his gaze towards the distant horizon. Xiao immediately understood that throughout this entire ordeal, Li Sheng had been silently observing from the shadows. A wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding crowd. If this were indeed true, how could this prince, who had witnessed his own siblings being slain by another brother, be considered a virtuous man? A single utterance from Du Nmru shattered the pristine image that Li Sheng had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Master! A sigh of resignation echoed, revealing Li Sheng's evident reluctance to allow matters to escalate to this point with Du Nmru. He stepped forward with dignified grace, drawing countless gazes towards him. Do not blame me for forcing your hand. All of this is the fault of Empress Chun. She has relentlessly pressured me. Could I possibly take action against the seventh prince within the confines of this imperial city? Du Nmru cast a nonchalant glance in his direction before offering an explanation. Whether Li Sheng chose to believe it or not was uncertain, yet was not devoid of reason. Despite Du Nmru's elevated status, he remained an outsider to the royal family. It would indeed be outrageous for him to directly slay Li Xiao. However, what if he merely apprehended Li Xiao and handed him over to Li Ji and his mother for custody? As Li Sheng's master, such favoritism could be deemed entirely reasonable. Chapter 49. The greater good trumps kinship. Li Sheng's expression was fraught with complexity as he regarded Du Nmru with an odd look. Momentarily rendered speechless. This was his master. To refute Du Nmru would be an act of filial disobedience. No matter how just or rational his arguments, they would still be deemed unfilial. What constitutes filial piety? The character filial is comprised of old above and child below, symbolizing that the elder always exerts a firm grip on the child. This is the essence of filial duty. Master, Li Sheng bowed with a pained expression, then slowly turned to face the others present. Surely you do not comprehend why I must slay my own brother. Suddenly, Li Sheng spoke up, causing an uproar among the assembly. He had admitted it. He openly confessed in front of this multitude. This paragon, who was qualified to attain the sacred realm and inherit the title of the Nine-Flame Emperor, had publicly acknowledged that all of this was his scheming. Consequently, the matter transcended Li Xiao alone. The deaths of the fourth princess and the eighth prince, the downfall of the fifth prince, all of these incidents rested upon his shoulders. Others could not help but suspect that all those prior incidents were part of Li Sheng's machinations. Such a character, did he truly merit the title of sacred? Third brother, Li Ji exclaimed in disbelief, and even Du Nmru revealed a look of shock that in former years, the mother of the seventh prince. Li Xiao had extended kindness towards my mother. It was her support and care that allowed my mother to evade numerous calamities and ultimately marry the man she adored, thriving in the harem for 20 years. However, such grand kindness often breeds enmity. My mother, burdened with gratitude yet unsure how to repay it, felt guilty and restless day and night. When the mother of the seventh prince suddenly passed away, my mother was heartbroken yet felt a sense of relief from the psychological burden that had weighed upon her. Throughout the years, she often mourned her dear sister, weeping profusely at the memory of her old friend's kindness. And others remarked on her loyalty and righteousness. Yet fate was not on her side. The sudden return of the seventh prince, Li Xiao, plunged my mother into unease, waking from nightmares, claiming that her dear sister blamed her for failing to protect Li Xiao. Li Sheng, disregarding the shock of those around him, spoke these words with sincerity. Poof! In the skies, Du Nmru's avatar suddenly spat blood, his face ashen as he stared at Li Sheng, as if the very foundation of his beliefs had been shattered in that moment. Impossible! How could she possibly be such a person? Du Nmru emitted a mournful wail, and his colossal avatar ignited in flames. Vast clouds disintegrating into crimson rain, cascading from the heavens. Indeed, what a splendid performance! Li Xiao frowned at the unfolding spectacle. While others were merely astonished, he, as a time traveler, had witnessed numerous melodramatic events and had deciphered the true nature of the situation. My mother may not have explicitly stated it, yet she employed various means to subtly suggest to me, her son, that she felt she had wronged this child, that she owed a debt of gratitude to the past. Her implication was clear. If the seventh prince were to perish or remain absent forever, it would be for the best. Li Sheng pressed on, relentlessly accusing his mother of wrongdoing as the monumental cloud avatar disintegrated, transforming the sky into a torrent of blood. Surely, others cannot speak on this matter. Yet it seems Empress Chun can testify, cannot she? You were fully aware of my mother's relationship with that individual from years past. Yet you still urged your son to join forces with me against Li Xiao. That not sufficient evidence. Li Sheng sighed, relinquishing the final interpretation of events to Li Ji's mother. He speaks the truth. That seemingly pure white flower is indeed a blend of green tea and a wolf in sheep's clothing. Otherwise, how could she bear a son like you? Empress Chun hesitated momentarily. Yet she could no longer contain the resentment that had accumulated over the years, and she uttered these words, "Oh, it was truly like this." An endless sigh resonated through the sky, followed by a drifting white cloud that bore Du Nmru's true form. The reality was as such. How could there possibly exist a perfect woman in this world? They are merely figments conjured by naive youths with fanciful dreams. Li Sh gazed up at his master, his expression laden with complexity. In truth, he had scarcely encountered the nine-flame emperor in his lifetime. And those encounters had occurred in his youth. In his heart, Du Nmru had always been the true father figure. Poof! Du Nmru suddenly drew his long sword and plunged it into his own heart, blood gushing from all 7 orifices, twisting his face into a fierce visage. I shall attempt to break through. If I fail this time, I willingly embrace death. The barrier here will last for another quarter of an hour. You must resolve your own affairs. Du Nmru regarded Li Sh with a casual demeanor, the awkwardness of their current relationship palpable. Yet he had no time for idle conversation and simply took his leave. I thought you were here to kill me, Li Xiao remarked, furrowing his brow at the unfolding chaos. The affairs of others were of no concern to him. Yet these individuals treated him as a mere pawn, manipulating him at will. This was truly an egregious affront. Moreover, since Du Nmru was the child of destiny, it was inevitable that he would be Li Xiao's quarry. Their adversarial relationship could not be altered. Li Xiao, since matters have reached this point, you might as well proceed further. Li Sh turned towards the distance. Then slowly faced Li Xiao. You intend to use me to eliminate the 5th prince and his mother. Indeed, your mothers have been at odds for so many years. How could you be foolish enough to genuinely accept Li Ji? Li Xiao scoffed, openly exposing Li Sh's intentions. Yet, this was of little consequence now. Li Sh had publicly tarnished his own mother's reputation. Such self-degradation would condemn him to a lifetime of scorn and endless vilification. In this context, the petty matter of undermining the royal consort was trivial. Had not the 4th princess and 8th prince already perished? What significance did the 5th prince, Li Ji, hold? What do you have to say? Empress Chun, now gripped by fear, let out a furious and vengeful shriek, wishing to leap forward and claw Li Sh to death. Alas, Li Xiao stood resolutely in her way. As the saying goes, milk is mother's embrace. Li Xiao harbored no affection for Li Sh and had no desire to be his pawn in fulfilling his objectives. However, the fact remained that there were benefits to be gained. How could he refrain from acting? Chapter 50. System Recovery. Li Ji rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his mother, his face etched with bitterness as he regarded Li Xiao. This mother-son duo had long since lost their former glory and now stood only in despair. Li Xiao, I have been rendered useless. If you cannot spare me, then at least allow my mother to leave this place alive. Regardless of what transpired in the past, she has atoned for 20 years under the flickering light of a humble lamp, Lig pleaded, his voice a blend of sorrow and desolation. Empress Chun wished to rebuke him, but upon witnessing her son's wretched state, she ultimately chose to swallow her indignation. I know not what transpired in the past, nor do I know who the woman you speak of is. Li Xiao, however, resolutely shook his head and replied, Yet you and your son have both sought to eliminate me. Is there anything I do that could be deemed excessive? Li Xiao spoke, and suddenly extended his hand to point. A spark flew through the air and gently landed on the head of Chun Huangfei. In an instant, before anyone could react, Chun Huangfei was reduced to a small puddle of ashes. Such a terrifying scene caused even Li Sheng to draw a sharp breath, his eyes flashing with horror and trepidation. Ancestor, why does it favor Li Xiao so? He could no longer bear it and bent down to inquire, yet the 9 flames' divine fire remained utterly unresponsive. By the heavens, this entity was not following Li Xiao of its own volition. It was under the system's coercion, stripped of its self-will and handed directly to Li Xiao. Li Jie, earlier, I asked you what you value most. Your mother, your dreams, your life. I commanded you to choose one. Now, only 2 choices remain. Li Xiao's voice resonated like a demonic whisper. Not only the person involved, but even the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Casting fearful and disdainful glances at Li Xiao, in that moment, he was undoubtedly the epitome of ruthless cruelty, perceived by all as the ultimate villain. Lig, with a contorted face and bloodshot eyes, collapsed onto the ground, resembling a puddle of mud. Faced with such a blow, Having already lost everything below his waist, he finally succumbed to a profound sense of despair. He felt that living held no further meaning. Li Xiao showed no mercy. He was about to seize the opportunity to continue his relentless assault when Li Jie unexpectedly broke down. Ding! Li Jie's Dao heart shattered, and his fortune value decreased by 100,000 points. Congratulations to the host for plundering the fortune value of the destined child, Li Jie, by 100,000 points. With Li Jie's Dao heart in ruins, a fragment of the destined child's fate was left behind, containing remnants of the heavenly laws, which the host could comprehend or leave for the system to reclaim. The current fate fragment's reclamation value was 10 million villain points. The system's rewards were as bountiful as ever, leaving Li Xiao greatly satisfied. For such a rich harvest, he willingly chose to continue playing the villain. Reclaim it. Li Xiao was self-aware enough. He did not believe he could comprehend any fate fragment, opting instead to sell it directly to the system. Thank you for your cooperation, host. Please collect more fate fragments promptly to assist this system in upgrading. The system will offer better services following the upgrade. The host currently possesses 26,850,000 villain points. The system expressed its satisfaction with Li Xiao, and they both found themselves in a mutually beneficial relationship. His heart felt as though it had died. Li Sheng sighed heavily, genuinely astonished at Li Xiao's decisiveness in coldly killing Chen Huangfei. After all, she was the imperial consort of the dynasty. His mother had struggled for years without being able to deal with Chen Huangfei. Yet she unexpectedly met her demise at Li Xiao's hands. Death settles all accounts. Therefore, it was indeed better to die cleanly. Li Jie was utterly ruined, yet Li Xiao shook his head. He had no intention of leaving loose ends. Today, Li Jie was nothing more than a puddle of muck, ripe for his disposal. However, should he rise again in the future, wouldn't that render Li Xiao a fool? Before Li Sheng could react, a flicker of flame soared away, once again reducing the motionless Li Jie to a cloud of ashes. Ah! The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom Li Xiao's madness, as he showed no mercy even to Li Jie, who clearly posed no threat. How ruthless! Li Sheng stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, yet his gaze held not hatred but a hint of envy. After all, he bore the reputation of a natural sage and could not recklessly wield malice like Li Xiao. You all target me, yet I am the one deemed ruthless? Li Xiao's face bore an innocent expression, seemingly unable to grasp the absurdity of Li Sheng's words. Seventh brother, surely you do not believe that with the 9 flames divine fire's favoritism you can act with impunity? Li Sheng took a deliberate step forward. This farce must come to an end. Xiao, gaining the 9 flames divine fire's trust, was undoubtedly an immense surprise and had caused significant casualties among key figures. However, Li Sheng was confident in his ability to suppress this farce and restore order. What? Do you wish to kill me as well? Li Xiao's gaze was deep and inscrutable, hinting at his awareness of the 7th prince's entourage. How could I possibly involve myself in such absurd intra-princely conflicts? Li Sheng habitually shook his head gravely. He did not wish to bear such a reputation, not for any other reason, but simply because he had grown accustomed to his own persona. Nevertheless, you have committed a grave error, and as a member of the royal family, I must subdue you and leave your fate to the emperor. 7th brother, rest assured, even if you commit such a heinous crime, I shall plead for your life, ensuring the emperor does not reclaim Li Sheng's words were earnest, yet his eyes were icy. He had no intention of killing Li Xiao, as that would be difficult to justify to outsiders. However, once he subdued Li Xiao, it would be entirely reasonable to render him incapacitated. How could it be possible to subdue such a fierce opponent without harming Li Xiao? Reclaim? My life belongs to me alone. Who can reclaim it? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao instinctively frowned. Even if this was the prevailing worldview of the Tianyuan continent, as a transmigrator, he naturally held his own beliefs, if that is the case. I can only request assistance from the people of the Heavenly Fire Monitor. 7th brother, do you not realize that the essence of the 9 flames divine fire is still deep beneath the royal city? Li Sheng looked disdainfully at Li Xiao. The 9 flames dynasty had been intertwined with the 9 flames divine fire for so long. How could they possibly lack means to restrain it? Chapter 51. Walking into the trap, Li Sheng brimmed with confidence. While Li Xiao wore an odd expression, he knew that the nine flames divine fire remained below ground, and could guess that the sword Saint Duanmu Rue had deliberately allowed the innate fire spirit of the nine flames divine fire to escape. However, the issue was that the nine flames divine fire within Li Xiao was a reward from the system, entirely unrelated to the nine flames dynasty. He had absolute confidence in his ability to wield this power without any restrictions. Then please, have the people of the Heavenly Fire Monitor take action. Li Xiao dismissed it with a snort, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before suddenly breaking into a cold laugh. You wish to subdue me. Yet all of you seem to breathe a sigh of relief. Li Xiao's chilling voice echoed among the crowd, as a black wall of fire inexplicably rose, encircling all present. What are you doing? The crowd gasped, each one thoroughly frightened. I will give you a quarter of an hour to show me the capabilities of the Heavenly Fire Monitor you speak of. Li Xiao furrowed his brows as he regarded Li Sheng. He could not see through the trajectory of the other's fate, but knew that someone of this caliber would not be easily killed. Thus, he could only strike at his Dao heart. The more confident he was, the more effective it would be to undermine that confidence. Very well. Li Sheng frowned at the scene unfolding before him, suddenly producing a token in his palm. Without hesitation, he crushed it, and a beam of divine light shot into the sky. This was a high-authority token from within the Nine Flames dynasty, notifying that the Nine Flames divine fire was causing chaos once again and requesting the Heavenly Fire Monitor to take immediate action to suppress it. Boom! Countless formations instantly activated, overlapping and integrating into the nine most pivotal super barriers, suppressing the entire royal city. What happened? In a distant realm, a pink little girl was joyfully playing and suddenly turned in shock at the scene. Someone had suppressed her essence, making it difficult for her to breathe. Not only did she feel utterly uncomfortable, but her very body began to fade, in simple terms, without the endless supply of energy from her essence. She could not survive and would quickly dissipate into the universe. That was the insignia of the Li family's third child. What on earth is he thinking? Why is he trying to trap me? In the next moment, the little girl let out an enraged shriek, transforming into a burst of flames as she rushed to Li Sheng's side. She had been intimately familiar with him since birth, having planted a teleportation coordinate on him. The purpose of this was that if Li Sheng ever faced a life-threatening crisis, she could instantly rush over to save him. Such treatment was not something others could possess. What is that little brat Duanmu Rue up to again? Why are they sealing off this area? It is often said that arriving is easy, but departing proves to be a challenge. The young girl, in a state of utter astonishment, discovered that she was trapped here, unable to escape. If she could still receive support from her original form, she would undoubtedly shatter all barriers in an instant. Yet she found herself in a state of profound weakness. You are the innate fire spirit of the nine-flame divine fire? Suddenly, a little girl appeared, startling Li Xiao, although he quickly deduced her identity. The girl looked at Li Xiao with surprise, suddenly sensing a familial warmth emanating from him. Ancestor. Do you not recognize him? But Li Sheng was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Li Xiao had clearly utilized the nine-flame divine fire earlier. Yet he seemed unfamiliar with this ancestor. Be quiet. Did you suddenly seal my original form to bring about my demise? You mischievous child, I have seen from a young age that you are not to be trusted. Alas, fate had not entirely forsaken her. To her astonishment, she had still found a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. The little girl shouted in anger. She had long understood that her refusal to cooperate with the Nine Flame Dynasty's reckless use of her own powers had led them to plot her demise. What the Nine Flame royal family sought to extinguish was not merely the Nine Flame divine fire, but rather the intelligence that had begun to awaken within it. It was akin to a malfunctioning computer. The solution was not to destroy the computer, but to reinstall the operating system. Yet, she had never anticipated such cruelty from these individuals. She had committed no wrongdoing, and there had been no open conflict. Yet they were resolute in their intent to eliminate her. Big brother, could you hold me? I feel as though I'm fading away. Please, I beg you, embrace me. After scolding Li Sheng, she hopped over to Li Xiao, looking at him with an expression of boundless sorrow and vulnerability. What is your name? Li Xiao hesitated. Although this being was in a state of weakness, He could not dismiss the possibility of her retaliating and incinerating him into ashes. Me? A name? They all call me Ancestor. I have no name. The little girl paused, but Li Xiao was left speechless. It was one thing for her to be called Ancestor, but why should he follow suit? Then let me give you a name. I shall call you Yin Yin. Li Xiao pondered for a moment, nearly suggesting something like Little Black or Hazy, but refrained. All right, I shall be called Yin Yin. Now quickly embrace Yin Yin. Despite her youthful appearance, the girl was astute enough to comprehend the significance of being named by a being of the world. However, faced with the brink of life and death, she readily accepted the name, extending her tiny hands in desperation. Very well. Since you have accepted this name, you shall accompany me henceforth. Li Xiao frowned at her, considering his various trump cards, and finally reached out to hold the little one in his embrace. Big brother, Yin Yin exclaimed with uncontainable joy, resting her head on Li Xiao's shoulder, her small face quickly relaxing, as if slipping into slumber. The onlookers were momentarily dazzled, and in the blink of an eye, Yin Yan's form vanished as if everything that had transpired was but an illusion, for though the human body served as the most suitable sanctuary, this innate fire spirit melded into Li Xiao's being. It felt as though it had returned to its essence, preserving its fading soul. What just happened? Li Sheng and the others were utterly confounded, unable to grasp the situation. If the nine-flame divine fire had truly sought out Li Xiao due to its own dissipating power, what had transpired previously? Thank you, Third Prince, for your meticulous scheming, which has aided me in subduing the national treasure of the Nine-Flame dynasty. Li Xiao confirmed that his body was unharmed, and with a deep bow, he expressed his gratitude to Li Sheng. Chapter 52. The Potent Vessel of Fortune. Boom. Li Sheng felt as if his mind had exploded, being an exceedingly intelligent individual. He immediately grasped the implications of Li Xiao's words. Regardless of what had occurred prior, the reality was undeniable. It was due to his own machinations that the Nine-Flame Divine Fire had ultimately chosen Li Xiao. Of course, this was contingent upon the fact that Li Xiao already possessed the Nine-Flame Divine Fire. Otherwise, even if Yin Yan were to perish completely, she would never select him. Moreover, had it come to that point, she might have chosen to sacrifice herself, or perhaps forcibly mobilize the power of her original form, dragging the entire imperial city down with her. But none of that mattered now. What was done, and Li Sheng stood in stunned silence, observing Li Xiao, who had bowed deeply before him. That a crack suddenly appeared in his once unblemished heart of Tao, a fissure of considerable magnitude, signifying a wound to his very essence. Ding! With Li Sheng's heart of Tao damaged, his fortune value plummeted by 3 million points. Congratulations, host. You have plundered 3 million points of fortune from the destined child. Li Sheng. The host's current villain value stands at 29,851,000. Li Xiao's bow had unexpectedly garnered him 3 million points, and he felt an overwhelming urge to smile broadly. Li Sheng's face contorted as he stared at Li Xiao, rendered speechless for a considerable time. The greatest harm often stems not from others, but from oneself. Li Sheng's deepest agony lay not in any wrongdoing by Li Xiao, but rather in the realization that his own efforts had inadvertently facilitated Li Xiao's success. Such a sense of frustration was far too profound to share with outsiders. Li Sheng, inherently kind-hearted and an admirable young man, found his eyes reddening in this moment, gazing at Li Xiao with a glimmer of murderous intent. He was not alone. The others present also cast venomous glares at Li Xiao. Just moments ago, they had squandered the opportunity to subdue the Nine-Flame Divine Fire. Had they reacted sooner, could they not have become the host for the Nine-Flame Divine Fire? Third Prince, you must take responsibility for this affair. They all glared at Li Sheng with fury, wishing they could devour him whole. It was because of his scheming that Li Xiao had seized such a tremendous advantage. And while they were envious of Li Xiao, their ire was directed even more fiercely at the Third Prince. The Third Prince stood dumbfounded, unable to mount a defense. He had never anticipated that he would not only shoot himself in the foot, but also become the target of everyone's resentment. This was a far cry from his previous persona. In a fit of rage, Li Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood. What a pity! Li Xiao chuckled at the scene, initially believing that amidst the crowd's complaints, Li Sheng's heart of Tao would further weaken. Yet, A true prodigy is indeed a prodigy. He quickly recognized the situation and took action to injure his own meridians, suppressing the torment of his heart of Tao. In simpler terms, he was in pain in his head, so he crushed his own foot, forgetting all about his headache in the process. That I truly underestimated you. You are indeed the legendary extraterrestrial demon. One remark had nearly shattered his heart of Tao. Individuals like you are the most insidious. Li Sheng's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it on Li Xiao, not only finally taking Li Xiao seriously, but also stirring a fierce sense of killing intent within him. Due to the matter concerning the nine-flame divine fire, Li Xiao had effectively become his inner demon. As long as Li Xiao lived, he would constantly be reminded that he was the greatest fool in the entire Tianyuan continent. Is that so? Li Xiao felt a wave of disappointment. Could he not say something else? What did being an extraterrestrial demon even matter? That was precisely what he was. Now, with you unable to wield the power of the nine-flame divine fire, allow me to vanquish you within a quarter of an hour. Li Sheng inhaled sharply, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, allowing malice to fully govern his actions. Many fail to comprehend why humans possess both benevolence and malice simultaneously. This duality arises from the lengthy process of evolution, wherein survival often necessitates the predominance of either kindness or malevolence. At this moment, Li Sheng disregarded everything. He was determined to eliminate Li Xiao. Oh, do you truly believe that with your pinnacle strength, you can kill me? Li Xiao scoffed coldly, secretly capable of utilizing the nine-flame divine fire's power, yet he wished to ascertain Li Sheng's true capabilities. Had this been earlier, he would have hesitated, instinctively feeling inferior to such a distinguished figure. However, having just been crushed by Duanmu Rue, he found his resolve ignited. Yes, that's so. You certainly exude confidence. Li Sheng sneered, his gaze sharpening as a phantom small cauldron suddenly emerged from his brow. This cauldron was distinctly different, exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed the entire arena, adorned with 9 golden divine dragons, circling and soaring around it. In an instant, the small cauldron magnified, revealing the entire mountainous landscape of the Jian dynasty, all intricately carved upon its surface with astonishing realism. A low hum resonated as the colossal cauldron trembled slightly, descending upon Li Xiao as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. How formidable! This Li Sheng truly deserves the title of the greatest prodigy of the Jian dynasty. Regardless of his character, one cannot deny his unparalleled talent for cultivation, truly a phenomenon unmatched by any before or after. This must be the legendary realm of gathering cauldrons, a state only achievable in ancient times. His small cauldron embodies the very fortune of the Jian dynasty. Just how powerful is he? Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the arena. Undeniably, even a peak Imperial Realm expert would be easily subdued by Li Sheng. So this is what they call a special talent, the true dragon of the dynasty. Li Xiao displayed a hint of envy. Yet he remained unperturbed as he summoned his own small cauldron. Boom! The two ethereal figures collided violently, unleashing a terrifying force akin to the collapse of the heavens and earth, causing even the spatial barriers erected by Duanmu Rue to tremble violently. What? How is this possible? Li Sheng stumbled back in disbelief, staring blankly at his own cauldron, realizing that he had not gained the upper hand in this clash. The two cauldrons shook violently, both retreating, resulting in a stalemate rather than the decisive blow he had anticipated. Yet, this was illogical. Li Sheng's gathering cauldron realm was sculpted from the collective fortune of the Jian dynasty. One could confidently declare it invincible among its peers. Li Xiao's cauldron, on the other hand, appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any distinctive traits, unmistakably a mere low-level gathering cauldron. Chapter 53. I will kill him, for you roar. The sound of 9 dragons echoed to the heavens. The 9 fortune dragons atop Li Sheng's cauldron could hardly accept the fact that they could not defeat an ordinary opponent. Li Xiao's ascent to the gathering cauldron realm was entirely through his own efforts, rendering his small cauldron remarkably mundane. Even practitioners of the sea entrance realm with some lineage would strive to imprint something onto their cauldrons to enhance their combat prowess and expand their future paths. Yet, within this seemingly ordinary cauldron, There lay an ocean of genuine spiritual energy. In the face of such overwhelming power, even the most unremarkable cauldron could withstand the fortuitous endowments of the Jian dynasty. I refused to believe it. The once calm resolve of Li Sheng's heart was once again shaken. He could not comprehend why. As the universally acknowledged top prodigy, he began to face misfortunes upon encountering Li Xiao. Boom, boom, boom. He began to frantically manipulate his cauldron, launching relentless assaults towards Li Xiao. The 9 fortune dragons roared furiously, continuously aiding Li Sheng in harnessing the power of the Jian dynasty's fortune, making his attacks increasingly grandiose. Alas, no matter how formidable Li Sheng's strikes were, they held no significance against such absolute strength. An amount of fortune could overturn a vast ocean of reality. It seems you've greatly overestimated yourself. Understand now. You are the beloved of the royal family and a direct disciple of Duanmu Rue, which is why everyone has been accommodating towards you, deliberately praising your prowess. How pitiful it is that you might actually believe it. Li Xiao remained steadfast, like Mount Tai, unyielding amidst Li Sheng's growing frenzy, suddenly speaking with an eerie calmness. Li Sheng trembled, his confidence indeed shaken by this bizarre turn of events, as he felt his resolve teetering on the brink of collapse. Enough! Just as Li Xiao awaited the system's reward notification with bated breath, a thunderous roar erupted from all directions. It felt as if 4 towering walls were forcefully closing in on Li Xiao. And under the weight of this sonic wave, his body was violently torn apart. How formidable! Li Xiao was instantly engulfed in terror. Duanmu Rue's roar could have been his demise. Fortunately, the supreme bone hidden within him allowed him to withstand the onslaught, avoiding a life-and-death crisis. What a remarkable boy! What treasure lies hidden within you that has managed to safeguard your very essence? Duanmu Rue's figure suddenly appeared before Li Xiao, casting a puzzled gaze upon the youth. Sensing the multitude of secrets he concealed, in the brief time apart, Li Xiao could clearly perceive that Duanmu Rue had transformed entirely, that he still bore the same visage, clad in white, as ethereal as snow, cold as a mountain. Yet, the aura he now exuded was one of unparalleled freedom and abandon. Was this the state of ultimate freedom and liberation? Li Xiao shuddered, shaking off the blood that clung to him, and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Setting aside the question of how much Duanmu Rue's strength had increased, he had evidently broken free from the shackles of his mind, now able to act freely, with even the constraints of the Jian royal family completely dissipated. Nearly, after years of accumulation, he had ascended all at once to the 6th level of the Holy Realm, presenting him with opportunities to transcend this very realm in the future. Duanmu Rue smiled, evidently in high spirits, even engaging with his adversary, Li Xiao, in conversation. Congratulations, senior. Previously you mentioned you would not interfere in the affairs of juniors. I wonder why the sudden urge to kill. Li Xiao feigned ignorance, fully prepared to unleash the might of the Jian divine fire, attempting to drag his opponent down with him. He had not been in the Tianyuan continent for long, but he understood that life here held no real value. If you wish to engage him in a fair battle, I will naturally refrain from intervening. However, your continuous underhanded tactics to undermine his resolve are far too malicious, and I cannot simply stand by. Duanmu Rue chuckled lightly, exuding an air of unrestrained freedom. In this vast world, no one could restrain him. Whatever he wished to do, he would do. I understand now. Li Xiao's gaze shifted between Li Sheng and Duanmu Rue, and suddenly everything clicked into place. Their master-disciple relationship had come to an end. Yet, Li Sheng had become Duanmu Rue's benefactor. Everything Li Sheng had previously said and done was in service of Li Xiao's growth. How wondrous! What a splendid disciple you have! To aid you in breaking through, he would sell out his own mother and defile himself, truly without regard for anything. Li Xiao sneered coldly, while the surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence, none daring to breathe loudly. Duanmu Rue's declaration of reaching the 6th level of the Holy Realm had shocked everyone to the core. Indeed, Li Sheng's heartfelt efforts must not allow you, this despicable wretch, to ruin him with such shameful tactics. Duanmu Rue disdainfully countered, looking down upon Li Xiao. Regardless of right or wrong, To him, Li Xiao was merely an insignificant ant beneath his feet, easily crushed at will. "Master, do not kill him. Leave him to me," Li Sheng urgently interjected. Li Xiao had become his inner demon, and allowing Li Xiao to live would be a torment for him. Yet, as an unparalleled prodigy, the thought of Li Xiao dying by Duanmu Rui's hand, rather than by his own, was something he could not bear. "You are mistaken. All things in heaven and earth exist in mutual creation and restraint. No existence is utterly invincible. As the saying goes, a gentleman may be deceived with virtue. If you wish to walk the path of a gentleman, why stoop to the level of such a base individual? That would only lower your stature, dragging you into the mire, forced to contend with ants. Li Sheng, you aspire to be a leader of the human race. How can you confine your vision to such a wretched scoundrel?" Duanmu Rui sighed deeply. Despite his singular focus on the sword, having lived for so long afforded him a clearer perspective on matters. Yes, the disciple has been enlightened. This Li Xiao harbors ill intentions, having repeatedly sought to undermine my resolve. I beseech you, master, to slay this wretch on my behalf. Li Sheng was momentarily stunned, drenched in cold sweat as he snapped back to reality, deeply bowing to Duanmu Rui in shame. Good, good, good. Now this is my good disciple, truly a child worth teaching. Watch as your master clears the obstacles from your path in life. Chapter 54. The despairing gap. Duanmu Rui laughed heartily, viewing Li Xiao as nothing more than a dead man. The one he genuinely wished to kill, regardless of how vast the world, who could possibly protect him. Li Xiao furrowed his brows as he observed the performance of the master-disciple duo that I in this world. It seemed that power equated to righteousness. At this moment, they basked in glory, standing in the very center of the sunlight, while he found himself relegated to the role of a villain lurking in the shadows. "You, forget it!" Li Xiao intended to verbally strike at Duanmu Rui, yet he understood that the opponent's resolve was beyond his current capacity to shake. "You shameless old dog, are you not going to take action?" Li Xiao scoffed, a faint wisp of black flame emanating from him, adorning his figure as if he were a deity of fire. "Is there someone in this world who dares to insult me? Ha ha! How amusing! Truly, the ignorant are fearless." Duanmu Rui visibly gasped in astonishment before bursting into hearty laughter. Throughout his life, this was the first time he had been insulted, and it struck him as remarkably novel. "No, Sword Saint, please cease this at once." The laughter reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Although its primary aim was to disperse Li Xiao's protective divine fire, the surrounding crowd was caught in its wake. Unable to withstand the shock waves, collapsing helplessly to the ground, those of formidable strength violently retched, while the weaker ones expelled blood in copious amounts. Ha ha! Duanmu Rui laughed heartily, transformed from his former self. The fates of these insignificant beings were of no concern to him any longer. Observing his carefree demeanor, Li Sheng frowned slightly. However, as a son does not speak ill of his father, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Boom! The flames enveloping Li Xiao did not dissipate. Instead, they surged violently, a sea of fire over 10 zhang thick protecting him, the crackling sounds within effectively muffling Duanmu Rui's voice. What terrifying 9-flame divine fire! Duanmu Rui's laughter ceased abruptly, casting a cold glance at Li Xiao before reaching out to grasp at the space ahead. The moisture in the air coalesced into an ice sword at his command. "In 20 years, you're the first person to compel me to use my sword." Duanmu Rui sneered, and in an instant his form shattered, a sword piercing directly into Li Xiao's heart. The speed of this strike was so swift that Li Xiao had no time to react. Even with the 9-flame divine fire enveloping him, he felt no semblance of protection against Duanmu Rui's assault, as though it simply did not exist. Is this the power of a saint-level expert? No matter how many trump cards I possess, I remain utterly defenseless. A sense of sorrow welled up within Li Xiao. He had scarcely begun his journey when it was abruptly severed. After all, he bore the mission of exterminating the fated child, so how could his fortune be anything but dire? His body slowly crumpled to the ground, pooling his blood upon the earth, his heart shattered. Chest exploded. Such grievous wounds rendered him unable to staunch the flow. Go. You shall personally end this wretch's life. Merely a prince of the 9-flame dynasty, I shall see who dares to speak against it. Duanmu Rui regarded the bloodied Li Xiao with disdain. He had even deliberately held back with this strike. Indeed, Li Sheng had not anticipated Duanmu Rui's actions. He inhaled sharply before resolutely agreeing, so be it. After all, Li Xiao is a prince of the royal family. Rather than letting him perish at the hands of an outsider, it is better that he meets his end by my own hand. Swish, in a flash of sword light. Out of respect for Li Xiao, even when facing a defenseless man on the brink of death, Li Sheng chose to strike with all his might. Poof! Blood sprayed forth as the sharp sword pierced through delicate skin but halted midway. Mother! Li Sheng stood in stunned silence as the sole empress of the Nine Flame dynasty suddenly appeared to shield Li Xiao, taking the blow in his stead. The unmatchably sharp blade, at least half a foot long, fully embedded itself within the body of the stunningly beautiful woman. Yet she bore a joyful smile. The emperor said, not knowing why the dynasty's fortune is being devoured at an alarming rate. I realize you were engaged in fierce combat. I never expected the enemy you sought to slay was indeed Li Xiao. The empress's face was filled with relief, grateful for her timely arrival to save Li Xiao. You wretched child! Do you wish to slay your mother? Before Li Sheng could respond, a furious roar echoed from the heavens. In truth, Li Sheng did not share a close relationship with his biological mother. Otherwise, he would not have sold her out so easily for Duanmu Rui. Growing up, it was this very woman who had raised him with her own hands. It's the only woman truly cherished by the Nine Flame Emperor. Her favor far surpassed that of others, and Li Sheng, being so exceptional, was commanded by the emperor to be nurtured by her. This woman was also a legend. She was nominally the empress, yet everyone knew there was no true bond between her and the emperor. The emperor's decree was merely to ensure that others would not dare to disrespect her. For 2 decades, she had remained hidden within the depths of the palace, guarding a desolate tomb, silently praying for it. Son, I dare not. Li Sheng sighed inwardly, releasing the long sword from his grasp and awkwardly kneeling. Perhaps Duanmu Rui had completely disregarded the Nine Flame royal family, but Li Sheng could not bring himself to do so. Duanmu Rui, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to destroy the entire imperial city? A colossal shadow gradually loomed in the sky. It was not the emperor's true form, but merely a projection of his divine essence. No one knew the true realm of the Nine Flame Emperor. They only understood that, as the ruler of the Nine Flame dynasty, he possessed countless secrets and trump cards. Just as with Li Sheng, who had received endless resources, the unique legacies belonging to the dynasty's emperor had yet to be bestowed upon him. Are you implying that he truly possesses the ability to unleash the true might of the Nine Flame divine fire? Duanmu Rui furrowed his brows at the ethereal figure, finding it unnecessary to maintain even basic courtesy. The Nine Flame Emperor would not oppress him with his status, but rather would attempt to reason with him. Do you not feel it yourself? Perhaps, with your strength, you can ignore this calamity, but what of the others? The Nine Flame Emperor pressed forward, yet Duanmu Rui remained silent. He longed to declare, the lives of others are of no concern to me. But the reality was, the population within the Nine Flame Imperial City was far too vast. He did not even have the confidence to protect Li Sheng. Moreover, although he had severed his obsession with Li Sheng's mother, he did not wish for her to perish either. So be it. This is ultimately a matter internal to your Nine Flame royal family. I shall not interfere. Duanmu Rui hesitated slightly, lacking the courage to gamble on Li Xiao being a man of conscience. If, in his final moments, he were to unleash the Nine Flame divine fire in its entirety, the consequences would be too horrific to contemplate. It was indeed peculiar. Perhaps quantity could change the nature of things. A person who disregards life might hesitate when faced with overwhelming casualties. Perhaps killing one person is not the same as slaughtering countless lives. Quickly save him. As Duanmu Rui stepped back, personnel from the Imperial Medical Institution rushed forward frantically to treat Li Xiao and the Empress. Li Sheng, today's events are a result of your mismanagement. Had I not arrived in time, the countless lives within the Imperial City would have faced grave peril due to your recklessness. This is not the conduct expected of a royal scion of the Nine Flame dynasty. The Emperor's projection spoke solemnly, and Li Sheng dared not contest. Obediently acknowledging his words, he then turned his gaze towards Li Xiao, eager to discern how the emperor would handle the matter. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Sheng's transgressions could not surpass those of Li Xiao, who had brazenly killed members of the Yang family, as well as the fourth princess, the eighth prince, the fifth prince, and even the Chun empress. Each of these actions, if the emperor failed to mete out appropriate punishment, would undoubtedly undermine his authority as the Nine-Flame dynasty's sovereign. As for you, though there was no tangible presence in the sky, Li Xiao felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively sensing a pair of abyssal eyes fixated upon him. Since you have gained the recognition of the Nine-Flame divine fire, you must bear the responsibility of being the protector of your dynasty. According to the traditions of the Nine-Flame dynasty, the moment you receive the acknowledgement of the Nine-Flame divine fire, your status has become equivalent to that of the guardian sword god and the ancestors of the dynasty. The Nine-Flame Emperor spoke with an air of gravity, leaving all present in utter bewilderment. What is the meaning of this? Li Xiao was about to cause an upheaval in the heavens, and yet he was somehow deemed blameless. Astonishingly, the Emperor of Nine Flames even elevated his status to be on par with Duanmu Rue. The expression on Duanmu Rue's face darkened instantly. His instincts told him that Li Sheng's previous actions had deeply displeased the Emperor. The Emperor, a figure of such grandeur, had forsaken one son out of jealousy towards Duanmu Rue, opting instead to elevate another son. Was this not a deliberate affront? The Emperor, indeed the seventh prince, had gained the acknowledgement of the Nine Flames' divine fire. Nevertheless, his successive killings of Li Sheng were utterly intolerable. He knelt in exasperation, vehemently denouncing Li Xiao's numerous transgressions. What nonsense are you spouting? The existence of our Nine Flames dynasty is not sustained by refraining from taking lives, but rather by the act of slaying. Tell me, has Li Sheng never taken a life? Within the Nine Flames dynasty, there existed not merely one ancestor. Many had long been established, and those who gained the recognition of the Nine Flames divine fire would be regarded as equals to them. What say you, Li Sheng? Are you dissatisfied? The Emperor of Nine Flames spoke dismissively. His words were not intended to belittle Li Sheng, but rather to admonish Duanmu. Are you, is that so? Then I implore the Emperor to make arrangements. For I, Duanmu Rue, have just ascended too rapidly and find my realm unstable. I seek someone to validate my cultivation. Duanmu Rue replied coldly, his gaze revealing a flicker of seriousness. Until now, even with his esteemed status, he had only known of one ancient ancestor within the Nine Flames dynasty, the one publicly acknowledged. Yet now, with his power surging and his heart's knots untangling, he realized that the dynasty had spoken of multiple ancestors to suppress him. Rest assured, with your strength at the sixth layer of the sacred realm, our Nine Flames dynasty can indeed assist you in stabilizing your cultivation and furthering your ascent. The Emperor of Nine Flames stated flatly. Satisfied with this answer, Duanmu Rue retreated to the side. Nevertheless, he remained an outsider within the royal family and could not speak too favorably of Li Sheng. However, it was evident to all that the Emperor of Nine Flames was displaying unprecedented favoritism towards Li Xiao. Could this merely be due to Li Xiao's acceptance of the Nine Flames' divine fire? With this matter concluded, you may disperse. In the future, do not recklessly establish any spatial barriers within this imperial city. The Emperor of Nine Flames snorted, deliberately admonishing Duanmu Rue. Previously, he would never have spoken to Duanmu Rue in such a manner, always careful to appease him. Yet now, as Duanmu Rue's powers surged, he felt compelled to alter his approach and strive to temper him, enabling him to regain his composure swiftly. Duanmu Rue frowned. Observing the situation, he refrained from acting out before engaging with the ancient ancestors of the dynasty. Meanwhile, Li Sheng appeared pale, on the verge of losing his composure once more. Empress, seventh prince, please accompany me to meet the Emperor. Ignoring the alarm and shock of those around, a figure radiating humility approached Li Xiao. After receiving extensive treatment from numerous imperial physicians, Li Xiao stood up, his complexion now rosy. Earlier, the physicians had administered an excessive amount of healing elixirs, leaving him with an abundance of vitality. Who are you? And who might you be? Li Xiao asked innocently, questioning the individual alongside the Empress. Allow me to explain. 20 years ago, I was the saintess of the 9 nether sacred grounds, a naive individual seeking to eradicate the demonic path and save the world. Alas, after countless years, the plight of the world remains unchanged. Could it truly be solely due to the existence of a demonic path? In short, we endured much together, and I forged a bond of sisterhood with your mother. Later, I was branded a traitor by the 9 nether sacred grounds and even placed on a wanted list. Yet I have no regrets as for him. This is the second prince, Li Chun. He has always possessed a pure character, shunning conflict. My sister and I were concerned he might be bullied, which is why we kept him close, leading outsiders to perceive him as an enigma. By the way, my name is Junrulin. You may call me Antlon. Titles like Empress are merely for the sake of appearances. The woman grasped Li Xiao's hand, her excitement evident as her words tumbled forth in a disjointed manner. Antlon, why does the Emperor refuse to meet me? Li Xiao furrowed his brow. The residence I inhabit, it was left behind by my mother, correct? Why would he have me live there? Does it conceal some treasure that requires my activation of a mechanism? Junrulin gazed at Li Xiao with exasperation, uncertain how to mediate the relationship between the father and son. Let us first meet him. I will share my thoughts with you afterward. Junrulin urged. Xiao silently nodded and followed Li Chun deeper into the palace. The emperor is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to a higher realm and cannot be disturbed. Yet for your sake, he has severed his divine soul, longing for a brief encounter with you. Li Chun led Li Xiao and the others into a small shrine, where a modest grave adorned with garments lay. Before the grave, a mat used for rituals had been placed there for Junrulin's sister's blessings. That moment, a faint, ethereal shadow floated beside the broken tablet, its gaze fixed upon Li Xiao. Are you the Emperor of 9 Flames? Li Xiao inquired, breaking the peculiar silence. You are Li Xiao? The shadow responded almost in unison, and then both fell into silence once more. Please return. After a moment of silence, the shadow sighed, urging Li Xiao to leave. Xiao rolled his eyes in frustration. What was this? His long-lost father was avoiding him, and now that they finally met, he displayed such indifference. Li Xiao struggled to fathom this mentality, and if he did not wish to acknowledge him, he could simply say so. Fine, I will take him back. Now that my child has come, I need no longer remain hidden here. Observing Li Xiao's dazed expression, Junrulin stepped forward to shield him from the shadow's lingering gaze, the royal offspring. Only he is entirely unafraid of me. What a remarkable occurrence. The shadow sighed and dissipated into nothingness. We're leaving. Disregarding the bewildered expressions of those around, Junrulin grasped Li Xiao's hand and led him back to their previous abode. He does not wish to acknowledge you. He also refuses to recognize the other princes and princesses in this world. Only his sister is regarded as family, and only her child will he accept. Do you understand? Once back in the residence, Junrulin visibly relaxed, gazing at Li Xiao with a look of deep affection, as if he were her own child. I understand. I must first gain my mother's acknowledgement here before seeking the emperor's approval within the palace. Though Li Xiao's expression was grim, he comprehended the underlying logic. It was uncertain whether to commend the emperor for his deep feelings or to criticize him for his folly. However, it was evident that this abode contained remnants left behind by his estranged mother. Back then, I hid here alongside my sister. Unfortunately, we were eventually discovered. You must be wondering how, as the 7th prince of the dynasty, you ended up abandoned in the outside world. All of this is due to the Sword Sect. Junrulin reminisced, first wandering the familiar grounds with unrestrained joy before earnestly explaining the events of the past to Li Xiao. The people of the Sword Sect uncovered your mother's identity as the demonic sovereign's sole daughter. They were elated and secretly contacted the 9 nether sacred grounds, luring your mother out of the imperial city under my name, launching a frenzied assault against her. Thus I have lived in seclusion within the palace for 20 years, burdened by guilt, while your father, disregarding all else, expended the dynasty's resources to eradicate the Sword Sect entirely. Junrulin revealed the past grievances without reservation. Guilt washed over her, and tears streamed down her face. The Sword Sect, no matter how prosperous and powerful, ultimately relied upon the 9 Flames dynasty. How could they dare to act in such a manner? Li Xiao frowned as he listened, unable to comprehend the sword sect's madness. Perhaps they believed that seizing the daughter of the demonic sovereign would yield boundless benefits. Yet, was the risk truly worth ignoring? The sword sect within the Nine Flames dynasty was merely a branch. The true sword sect not only led the sword path across the world, but was also rumored to have connections with forces beyond the Tian Yuan continent. In truth, no one should have dared to lay a hand on the sword sect. Yet your father, for your mother, acted without regard for consequences. Thus, if he cannot gain your mother's approval, it is highly likely that she may never acknowledge you. Jun Rulin sighed in resignation. The extreme temperament of the Emperor of Nine Flames truly evokes both love and hate. The events of the past were not Aunt Lan's fault. You have unjustly punished yourself for 20 years. Now that I have come of age, you need not continue to feel guilty. Xiao pondered for a moment. And in representing his mother, he forgave Jun Rulin. She was the saintess of the sacred land of Nine Hells, which had a hand in the plot against his mother, yet this was clearly unrelated to Jun Rulin. Otherwise, she would have perished at the hands of the Emperor of Nine Flames 20 years ago. The Emperor had confined her in that ancestral hall for 2 decades, evidently harboring resentment, yet unable to find grounds for blame against her. If there is anyone to blame, it is his mother for being so careless as to become close friends with a key figure of the opposing force. How can you, my child, so casually act on behalf of your mother? At these words, Jun Rulin trembled, disbelief evident in her gaze as tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. For 2 decades, no one had truly blamed her. Even when the Emperor of Nine Flames placed her under house arrest, it was under the pretense of protecting her. Yet her heart was filled with guilt and trepidation, fearing that Xiao might never forgive her. The reason she returned with Xiao today was with the thought that if he could not forgive her, she might as well perish here. But who could have foreseen that after just a couple of words, Xiao would choose to forgive her on behalf of his mother? Why survival is merely a stroke of luck. Since my mother remains a non-existent, perhaps she still lives on. However, even if she has passed, so much time has elapsed. Aunt Lan need no longer linger in sorrow. I believe this is also my mother's wish. Xiao sighed lightly. As a transmigrator, this was simply his inherent worldview. Indeed, the young master is clear in his distinctions of gratitude and grievance. Suddenly, Zhou Xian knelt down, his face a mixture of admiration and excitement. Tianya instinctively responded, her gaze reflecting deep contemplation. There is no need to rush. I reside here and shall share tales of your mother's past to help awaken your memories of her. Jun Rulin sighed. In her view, the Emperor of Nine Flames was utterly unreasonable to Xiao. Having grown up without parents, how could he possibly yearn for maternal affection? Thus, she settled in, personally attending to Li Xiao's needs, as if assuming the role of a nurturing mother. Leaving Tianya, who fancied herself as Li Xiao's maid, somewhat at a loss. Chapter 57. Shared gifts of talent as the night deepened. Li Xiao praised Jun Rulin's culinary skills, and the others noticeably indulged more than usual. Just as Li Xiao was about to drift into slumber, he suddenly sensed someone hesitating outside his door. "Ts me." A timid voice whispered as Tian pushed the door open and stepped inside. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted in, indicating she had just bathed and had taken care to present herself. "What's the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Li Xiao asked, somewhat perplexed. As everything had seemed perfectly normal between them prior, Tianya lowered her head, remaining silent, and instead lifted her plain long skirt. Beneath it, there was nothing else, only the most exquisite artistry shaped by nature itself. An overwhelming sight for Li Xiao. He instinctively inhaled sharply, his breath becoming heavy. What's wrong? Has something happened? Nevertheless, Li Xiao maintained the rationality expected of a modern individual, eager to understand Tianya's intentions. The culprits behind the death of my late ancestor have nearly all been eliminated by you. I must repay your kindness. Tianya hadn't anticipated that Li Xiao would still have the leisure to ask questions. She shyly explained a couple of things, then, like a graceful serpent, slipped into Li Xiao's embrace. Xiao instantly comprehended that Zhou Xian's earlier remarks about his clarity in grievances and gratitude had evidently triggered this Navi girl. "Do you not regret this? If you do not leave now, I shall never allow you to depart." You also heard how obsessively deranged my so-called father is. I must be of the same ilk. Li Xiao found it both amusing and exasperating, confirming his thoughts that it is not that modern individuals possess a strong moral compass, but rather that they are less inclined to shoulder responsibility. Tianya merely let out a soft whimper. Clinging tightly to Li Xiao, in her bewilderment, she became at a loss for words. Very well. Then you shall be the first woman in my life, Li Xiao declared, quickly summoning his courage and accepting the confidence to bear all consequences and responsibilities. The isolation array in the room quietly activated as Li Xiao kicked aside the blankets, putting into practice the techniques he had previously observed and heard about. Ding! The host has formed an intimate bond with the destined woman. Resulting in the effect of shared gifts, the host has acquired a portion of a unique constitution, weak water. Due to the existence of the host's demonic body, the absorption of the weak water constitution has been perfected, slightly enhancing the quality of the demonic body. Tianya has achieved a mutated gathering cauldron realm, perfectly entering the gathering cauldron realm. Within the small cauldron she has condensed, there exists a lake of spiritual energy. Following a night of fervent engagement, the system rewards suddenly arrived, leaving Li Xiao momentarily stunned. Such fortuitous events truly exist. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about this reward, as it was his first experience in life. It bore an infinitely perfect essence, and his heart was filled solely with profound gratitude towards Tianya, devoid of any selfish desires. However, the unconscious Tianya was astonished to discover not only had she inexplicably entered the gathering cauldron realm, but the small cauldron she had condensed was extraordinarily powerful. Put it plainly, she had become a derivative entity dependent on Li Xiao. Even if the lake of spiritual energy were to dry up, she could still draw sufficient nourishment from Li Xiao. How could this be? Attaining such enhancement simply by being with you, then what need do I have for cultivation? Tianya's eyes widened in shock as she stared blankly at Li Xiao. Her previous understanding thoroughly shaken in that instant. Li Xiao appeared to her as a divine being, an object of her eternal worship. You should rest a while longer. Li Xiao gently covered her with a blanket. Their intimate relationship did not grant him the liberty to treat Tianya casually. On the contrary, his heart brimmed with gratitude, filled with even greater respect and affection for her. Tianya instinctively responded, now wholly willing to heed Li Xiao's every wish. I feel remarkably well. Better than ever. I shall go assist Aunt Lan. She is certainly preparing another meal for you. Tianya gazed imploringly at Li Xiao, realizing she could not act without his consent. Very well. Go ahead. As husband and wife, you are doing this for me. Li Xiao smiled. Yet Tianya trembled all over, unable to believe that he had already regarded her as his wife in his heart. Do not speak nonsense. How could I be worthy? To serve as your maid and remain by your side is my greatest aspiration in this life. Tianya confessed dreamily, then quickly donned her clothes and hurriedly fled. She pondered, am I not worthy of such a status? But what status do I possess? Even if I had one, would Li Xiao truly care? Li Xiao chuckled softly. Ingrained beliefs are not easily altered, and he was too apathetic to elaborate further. Come, Li Xiao, eat more. At the dining table, the spread was exceptionally lavish. Jun Rulin had not cooked in years, and, upon observing Li Xiao and Tianya, immediately understood what had transpired between them. Xiao's plate was already piled high with delectable dishes, while Tianya lowered her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Aunt Lan, you need not worry. I am in excellent health. Li Xiao shook his head in amusement. With his supreme bone hidden within and the demonic body on the outside, how could Tianya's submission ever diminish his essence? I understand. I simply wish to nourish my little grandson. Jun Rulin could not help but voice her thoughts, leaving Tianya utterly mortified. Just as the atmosphere among them became harmonious, an unexpected visitor arrived at the estate. The last visitor had stirred a horrific storm of bloodshed, and one could only wonder who this new arrival might be. Young master, this is the current saintess of the sacred land of Nine Hells. Qin Limeng. Zhou Xian ushered in a figure cloaked in azure gauze, her face similarly veiled, and a conical hat adorning her head, rendering her features and form indiscernible. Yet despite this obscurity, her aura and demeanor were utterly captivating, compelling any man to fixate upon her. Master, Qin Liming approached Li Xiao and the others, unhesitatingly kneeling before Jun Rulan, bowing her head deeply. Am I truly your master? Why was I not aware of this? Jun Rulan furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the renowned saintess with evident wariness in her gaze. You have forgotten, master, before you departed from the sacred grounds, you rescued an abandoned infant in the mortal realm and returned her to the Holy Land. Chapter 58. I have come to kill you. Subsequently, the revered ancestors collectively decided to record this child under your name, making her your sole disciple. For these years, I, Qin Limeng, have been nurtured by the esteemed ancestors. Yet my only master remains you. You are the previous generation's saintess of the 9 Nether Holy Land, and I am the current generation's saintess. Our fates are indeed preordained. Qin Limeng spoke softly, elucidating the intertwined destinies of both parties. I have long severed ties with the 9 Nether Holy Land. Why have you sought me out? Qin Limeng's brow creased, astonished that a disciple would come to her unbidden. Master, I have come to propose a comprehensive alliance with the Juyin dynasty to jointly suppress the demonic forces. For this grand endeavor, I have been commanded by the Holy Lord of the Holy Land to seek a marriage alliance with the Juyin dynasty. The union was originally arranged by you, master, and thus I must inquire your opinion on whom I should marry. Qin Liming's voice was melodious and sweet, leaving an exceptionally pleasant impression. Jun Rulan's expression turned peculiar. She instinctively glanced at Li Xiao, conveying an unspoken discomfort. This so-called engagement was a whimsical arrangement made between your mother and me that I never anticipated that these hypocritical scoundrels would use this as a pretext to stir up trouble in the Juyin dynasty. Jun Rulan sighed, speaking candidly. Qin Limeng's arrival, claiming to represent the 9 Nether Holy Land in a marriage alliance with the Juyin dynasty, had already drawn countless gazes. Youthful prodigies from far and wide had returned at the news, while the talents within the imperial city eagerly prepared for action. The attention this matter garnered was even greater than that surrounding the 4th princess's marriage selection. In fact, one could argue that the 4th princess's banquet was merely child's play in comparison. An engagement arranged for me? Li Xiao chuckled, seemingly unconcerned, casually nodding at Qin Liming that, oh, the 7th prince is indeed an intriguing individual. Are you not worried that your betrothed might marry another? Such a tarnished reputation could very well hinder your ascendance to the position of the Juyin emperor. Qin Limeng looked at Li Xiao in astonishment, taken aback by his nonchalance. Such trivial matters do not concern me. Li Xiao regarded Qin Limeng with mild curiosity, pondering why he had yet to receive a system notification. Was it because she had not revealed her face to him? Is it truly trivial? The 7th prince is indeed unique. By the way, I have another matter to discuss upon my arrival in the Juyin imperial city. The revered ancestors have commanded me to kill my master, to cleanse the shame of the 9 Nether Holy Land. However, given that this is the Juyin imperial city and considering the temperament of that emperor, how could I survive after taking my master's life? Master, since you are my master, I implore you to guide me. Perhaps stimulated by Li Xiao's words, Qin Limeng wore a half-smile as she regarded Jun Rulan, plunging the atmosphere into an icy silence. I cannot say. Jun Rulan shook her head earnestly, gazing sincerely into Qin Liming's eyes. Outsiders may perceive the emperor as capricious, yet they are unaware of his methods. Should you take my life, whether in the imperial city or the 9 Nether Holy Land, he will scour the earth to find you, subjecting you to the most excruciating torments until you fully comprehend what it means to seek death, yet be unable to attain it. And we both know that in the face of an emperor's wrath, the 9 Nether Holy Land would undoubtedly choose to sacrifice you. Jun Rulan sighed, not intending to frighten Qin Limeng, but rather to speak the truth. So it is. Thank you for your teachings, master. I shall forever cherish your words. Qin Limeng displayed a look of fear and realization, solemnly bowing to Jun Rulan, seemingly relinquishing her reckless ambition. Yet Li Xiao, observing with a detached demeanor, saw clearly that this woman was brimming with confidence. Such overconfidence often breeds an absolute obstinacy. No matter the external persuasion, those resolute in their pursuits will never relent. I have long renounced the 9 Nether Holy Land, and am no longer your master. Refrain from addressing me as such. You may leave. June Rulin waved her hand, having long set aside her grievances with the Nine Nether Holy Land, wishing to avoid entanglements with a stranger intent on her demise. Had it not been for you, Master, arranging my marriage in the past, I would not have risked my life to come to the Jian dynasty. I humbly request your protection during this time, as for the matter of killing my master. I can swear an oath of heart's poison, vowing never to commit such a heinous act. Qin Limeng was reluctant to depart, earnestly swearing her oath, which eased the expressions of those around her. However, Li Xiao perceived clearly that her words about refraining from committing the act herself implied she would employ another's hand to achieve her goal. The Nine Nether Holy Land is forcing you. What right do you have to coerce my Aunt Lan? Depart at once. Li Xiao expressed his disinterest, directly urging her to leave. Excuse me. Qin Limeng looked at Li Xiao. Incredulity etched on her face, scarcely believing her ears. After all, she was an unparalleled beauty, the cherished saintess of the Nine Nether Holy Land. How could any man treat her with such disdain? Yet, Li Xiao's peculiar disposition did not seem to hold much interest in other women, as he was currently engrossed in his affair with Tianya. Master, it is unwise for you to remain confined here. You should take the seventh prince to witness the splendor of the Jian imperial city. There's a grand banquet tomorrow. Why not accompany the seventh prince to enjoy the festivities? Qin Limeng did not linger on the matter, leaving behind an invitation and smiling at June Rulin. I kindly ask you, Master, to extend your protection to me during this time, considering the past kindness of the Nine Nether Holy Land. Qin Limeng pleaded with a disarming smile, and June Rulin glanced at Li Xiao before nodding in agreement. To her, this was the Jian dynasty. Even the Holy Lord of the Nine Nether Holy Land would not dare to impose upon her here. And, as for my former fiancé, do you truly believe that the woman beside you is the epitome of beauty? Upon receiving June Rulin's consent, Qin Limeng's expression was devoid of joy, instead casting a disdainful glance at Tianya. Tianya stared at her in surprise, but offered no further reaction. Li Xiao frowned, grasping Tinya's hand. Both perplexed by Qin Limeng's behavior, Qin Limeng's imposing aura faltered momentarily, yet she still forced a smile as she unveiled her face, removing the veil of gauze. Chapter 59. Sensing maternal love, a collective gasp resonated through the room. Even Zhou Xian and June Rulin displaying astonishment. Tianya gasped, instinctively widening her eyes and covering her mouth. In this world, there truly existed a woman as ethereal as a celestial being, as breathtakingly beautiful as she was. Li Xiao momentarily stood in stunned silence before exclaiming his admiration. Though it was merely a fleeting acknowledgement, it appeared that the seventh prince was indeed blind to the stark contrast before him. Qin Limeng was taken aback by Li Xiao's reaction, playfully mocking him while belittling Tianya. There's indeed a distinction. However, every girl possesses her own unique beauty, often overlooked due to a lack of worthy admirers. You are not unattractive, yet my Tianya is also a rare beauty in this world. More importantly, appearance is not everything. It merely serves as the threshold for genuine connection, and once the door is opened, one must then consider character and feelings. You presume to meddle between us. Do you think you could disrupt the bond between me and Xiao? Li Xiao scoffed disdainfully, pondering who, indeed, had bestowed such confidence upon this woman, as if she regarded all men in the world as mere trifles. What is love? It is not merely a pretty face, nor is it a fleeting infatuation. Rather, it is the shared experiences and emotional bonds forged between two individuals. Without a shared past, what basis is there for discussing love? Li Xiao's remarks were nothing short of heretical in the realm of Tianyuan continent, leaving Qin Limeng in a state of dumbfounded shock. Her values profoundly shaken, while others were equally taken aback. Could it be that you truly think this way? Tianya was the first to regain her senses, her heart brimming with boundless joy and surprise as she leaped into Li Xiao's embrace. Her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, yearning for him to cherish her fiercely in that moment. Such soul-stirring words of affection might indeed serve as the finest aphrodisiac. Good. It appears I, Qin Limeng, have been rather shallow. The world has long proclaimed the third prince to be a paragon of virtue. Yet it seems that in comparison, The seventh prince is the truly extraordinary man worthy of trust, Qin Liming. Still in a daze, took a considerable time to recover from her astonishment, genuinely marveling at his words. Her gaze was fixed upon Li Xiao, her expression increasingly radiant, for his declarations had evidently stirred the youthful heart within her. Though I may appear ordinary, I possess a unique constitution that allows me to perceive the goodwill and malice within others. Xiao regarded her with a sense of helplessness. His forgiveness of Jun Rulin was not born from naivety, but rather from his ability to sense her goodwill. In stark contrast, this woman was evidently brimming with malevolence. The body of a celestial demon is no ordinary special constitution. It is merely concealed. Unnoticed by all? Very well, then, until we meet again tomorrow. Great romantic. Qin Liming, refusing to linger, teased him playfully before departing with grace. Perhaps, due to Li Xiao's unconventional musings, this woman had developed an interest in him. She had already become ensnared. Even if you were to perish, she would never again devote her heart to another man. Unless, of course, a man superior to you were to emerge in this world. Jun Rulin shook her head in resignation. As someone with experience, she understood that despite Qin Liming's seemingly carefree demeanor, she had indeed grown curious about Li Xiao. Aunt Lan once said that when a woman encounters a better man, she will swiftly choose to change her affections. Is that so? Li Xiao interrupted her with a smile, indifferent to the opinions of the saintess. That of course. Do you not realize that women are inherently drawn to strength? Regardless of how much a woman may love you, once she perceives you as a feckless wastrel, she will naturally depart. Remaining beside a strong man, even subsisting on meager rations, enduring endless hardships, brings with it hope and a sense of security. Conversely, being near a weakling breeds an instinctive anxiety, a fear of not having enough to eat, of being abandoned at a critical moment, and of being inferior to other women. Jun Rulin, with a serious expression, began instructing Li Xiao, believing it her duty to impart the wisdom of navigating the world to this child who had grown up without a mother. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Astonished by her forthrightness, whether her assertions were correct or not, he recognized that her intentions were genuinely for his benefit, concerned that he might be deceived by women, and even more so, that he could become a weakling. Rest assured, I will always. Tinya gazed at Li Xiao with unwavering confidence, only to be interrupted by him. That I am aware. Li Xiao smiled, truly trusting Tinya, yet he vowed never to allow himself to sink into such a dismal plight. The wise warrior does not seek glory in battle. Foresight is the essence of wisdom. To wait until the house is ablaze to extinguish the flames is the mark of a fool. Very well, since you are able to accept me, you should also embrace your mother. It is inappropriate for us to stay here much longer. You must find a way to awaken your memories of her and your longing. Jun Rulin shook her head, disinclined to meddle in Li Xiao's personal affairs, merely urging him to swiftly seek the approval of the estate. Only then could he gain the recognition of the Emperor Jiuyan. Agreed. Li Xiao felt a pang of urgency. He could not possibly reside here indefinitely in a state of ambiguity. Upon returning to his room, rumored to be the one his mother had specifically prepared for him, he mused, Mother, regardless of the circumstances, you are still my biological mother, are you not? What must I do to earn your acknowledgement? Li Xiao frowned, surveying the room, having previously lacked the awareness to recognize it as his mother's, thus leaving him empty-handed. However, now, under Jun Rulin's guidance, he was determined to actively pursue this endeavor. Soon, in a corner of the bed, he discovered a small, dim longevity lock. Li Xiao. The marks upon it had faded. Yet with careful touch, he could still discern the inscriptions etched upon it. Had everyone overcomplicated matters? As he explored the longevity lock, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Blood began to seep from his fingertips. Dripping onto the lock. In an instant, a golden light erupted forth, but Li Xiao unexpectedly blew upon it, dispersing the blood, causing the golden radiance to vanish without a trace. With a strange expression, he began experimenting in various corners of the room, soon confirming that no matter where he dripped his blood, the same reaction would ensue. This meant that every object here, including the walls and floor, had been meticulously crafted by the innocent young woman who had once carried a child. Unbidden, Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He finally grasped the essence of maternal love. Chapter 60. The Madness of Maternal Love. This seemingly ordinary room was, in truth, a testament to a woman's boundless love for her unborn child. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Li Xiao refrained from activating any object with his blood, yet his heart was enveloped in a profound sentiment. In a daze, he envisioned an extraordinarily beautiful woman, one hand resting upon her belly, her face adorned with a blissful, expectant smile, speaking joyfully to herself. Xiao finally comprehended why the Emperor Juyin had brought him here. Within these walls, there were no traces of a third party. Only the woman's affection and hopes for her future child remained. This was an entirely unique, intimate world belonging solely to Li Xiao, encapsulating the fragments of maternal love, seemingly trivial moments, yet infused with boundless, fervent emotion. Li Xiao exhaled deeply, tears glistening in his eyes. This was undoubtedly influenced by the previous life's imprint. Yet he himself was profoundly moved. He had never realized the subtle emotional shifts a young woman experiences upon discovering she is to become a mother. From shock to joy, from anticipation to worry, each emotion was indelibly etched in Li Xiao's heart. He believed himself distinct from those perplexing individuals who felt compelled to bear the emotional burdens of their past lives. Yet in this moment, he found himself willingly ensnared. Have you finally acknowledged me? I am truly worried that I will not be a good mother, nor will I gain my child acceptance, and why life has been so self-indulgent. I cannot fathom how you will perceive me. A startling occurrence unfolded. The scene he had been observing from a divine perspective suddenly shifted as the woman lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Li Xiao's. She was unmistakably speaking to him. Yet how could this be? This was a dialogue transcending time itself, achievable through only two possibilities. This woman, possessing vast knowledge, had seemingly foreseen every detail of today's events with precision. Alternatively, it could be that she wielded the power over the fabric of time. You are my mother. Our blood is intertwined. What more is there to acknowledge? Though you are the daughter of the demon lord, it appears you have never engaged in any substantial endeavors. Yet that is your prerogative. The notion of a man standing tall is merely to allow his woman and mother the freedom to live as they choose. Li Xiao sighed softly, gradually raising his hand, revealing countless scars, marks from his previous experiments. Ordinary methods could not harm the celestial demon body, but inflicting wounds upon himself was, of course, a simple task. The crystalline blood began to shimmer brilliantly, akin to a blazing sun illuminating the entire realm. In this realm was the ethereal space left behind by the former demon lord's only daughter, exclusively belonging to her and her offspring. Very well. My unique constitution allows me to sense the faintest traces of the laws of time, yet my ability extends only to hearing your words. From this moment forth, everything uttered by my mother shall be regarded as a unilateral declaration. The woman, possessing an unparalleled beauty, suddenly found her exquisite eyes overflowing with tears, her expression suffused with profound solace. In the past, I chose to leave home alone, driven by grand aspirations and lofty ideals. I discovered that my father's practice of the celestial demon dissolution was plagued by insurmountable issues. Ultimately, a human remains a human, and a demon remains a demon. The so-called celestial demon dissolution, which is said to be immortal and indestructible, can only be understood from a human perspective regarding the extraterrestrial demons. This implies that once the formidable beings of this world defeat the celestial demons, the demons do not truly perish. Instead, they decompose and return to their own realm. From this world's standpoint, the celestial demons vanish entirely. Yet from the demons' perspective, they merely return to their own world, a realm that, according to legend, can bestow upon them boundless powers. But in reality, the woman gazed deeply, clearly turning her attention once more to Li Xiao. It seems that her earlier assertion about her temporal powers only being able to sense a single word from Li Xiao was somewhat modest. In truth, wasn't this akin to death? Li Xiao inhaled sharply, articulating this harsh reality. Indeed, even celestial demons can perish, let alone my father, who has cultivated the remnants of the celestial demon's powers. I had long realized that my father's strength was insufficient to truly dominate the entire Tianyuan continent. Otherwise, the world today would have been entirely under the control of the demonic path. What they truly feared was my father's mastery of the celestial demon dissolution. Even if he were reduced to ashes and his soul obliterated, he could still recover unscathed, which earned him the fearsome title of demon sovereign. However, the celestial demon dissolution comes at a price. Each time my father utilized it, he would sustain severe injuries to his essence, leading to permanent damage. The woman sighed deeply. This was the greatest secret of the demonic path, and should it be revealed, it would spell disaster for the demon sovereign. It was only in the presence of her own child that she was willing to disclose this monumental secret. My solitary journey is aimed at perfecting and rectifying this extraordinary technique of the celestial demon dissolution. This generation's Jun Emperor, your father, is indeed an unmatched prodigy, although his body is inherently deficient in essence. His comprehension is extraordinary, particularly adept at repairing and completing techniques. With his assistance, I finally crafted the latter half of the celestial demon dissolution, intending to return it to my father, only to unexpectedly bear you. The woman displayed a mixture of helplessness and joy, for no one could fathom the complex emotions of a true daughter of destiny suddenly realizing she had conceived a new life. Due to my unique constitution, I glimpsed some unfortunate events through time, which is why I deliberately left this technique here for my child. Had I not encountered misfortune, I would have personally delivered the technique to my father. However, if I am unable to do so, you may proceed as you wish. Regardless, by that time, I shall no longer be present, and whether you choose to annihilate the heavens and earth or eradicate the demonic path across the Tianyuan continent is entirely your affair. After my demise, who will care if the heavens collapse or if humanity faces extinction? The woman laughed maniacally, her expression brimming with boundless wildness. It was only at that moment that Xiao became convinced she was not merely a loving mother, but the supreme daughter of the demonic path. Yet, her madness at that moment held no other meaning. It was merely an expression of her profound love for her child. Chapter 61. The first sequence of the devouring heaven technique Xiao watched in silence. Acutely aware that the woman's sudden revelations were closely tied to the latter part of the celestial demon dissolution, in essence, she possessed unwavering confidence in the technique she left behind, even believing that once Xiao mastered it, he could vanquish the demonic path and obliterate the Tianyuan continent. Go forth. A mother cares not who you become, nor whether you are good or evil, or even mad. All she knows is that you are my bloodline. The woman laughed with infinite self-assurance, then suddenly extended her hand, causing the surrounding space to vanish in an instant, a hand imbued with tangible sensation pressing directly against Li Zhao's forehead. Is this truly my child? It seems somewhat rough. After all, at this moment, he could no longer be considered a mere infant. Could he? The woman laughed maniacally, and then that hand abruptly shattered, transforming into a brilliant cluster of starlight. Not good. Li Xiao felt a sharp pain in his heart, instinctively letting out a cry. But it was too late to stop it. This madwoman had employed some method to send her hand into this time and space. This was undoubtedly a permanent injury, meaning that she would be without a hand when facing the frenzied assault of the sword sect. A sense of anxiety and unrest surged within Li Xiao, tears welling in his eyes as he seemed to witness that brutal massacre. He could not discern whether the tears were his own or a result of the influence from his past life. Yet, he recognized that this woman was indeed exceptional, but also undeniably insane. She had clearly sensed the peril of that battle, yet she chose not to evade for her own safety, even willingly sacrificing a hand. But this was the only way she could ensure that the unparalleled technique she had created would be personally passed into her child's hands. Xiao stood there silently, suddenly noticing a terrifying temporal seal quietly manifesting in his consciousness. This was left by the woman. She was unaware of what would transpire in the future, nor whether her child would fall into the hands of others and be used as a tool to extract her technique. Thus, she devised the most prudent method she could think of. Feeling the immense power of that soul seal, Li Xiao's tears became uncontrollable. She had not only lost a hand, but had also torn apart a significant portion of her soul to protect Li Xiao's consciousness, preventing him from being forcefully soul-searched. Even if he wished to share this memory with others, it would be impossible. Unless he ascended to the sacred realm, he would never break through this protective yet restrictive soul imprint. However, if he had already reached the sacred realm, he would naturally be able to protect himself and have the choice to share it with others. Alas, after a long while, Li Xiao sighed deeply, profoundly feeling the essence of maternal love. What is maternal love? Its true terror lies not in the greatness of the mother. It is not a matter of thought or virtue, but rather an instinct that one cannot control. Maternal instinct has never been human nature. Human nature should be the result of cerebral contemplation, while maternal instinct is akin to beastly nature, influenced by hormones and primal urges, an irresistible force. Li Xiao finally suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within him and began to examine the technique that had traversed time and space into his hands. This is the devouring demon technique. Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that this technique was even more tyrannical than he had imagined. The Jin Emperor, though inherently weak, was not genuinely so, given his lineage and bloodline. Such absurdity could not exist. In truth, he possessed a special constitution, one that allowed him to devour the world, actively absorbing all life energy between heaven and earth to harm others for one's benefit. To exchange life for life, Li Xiao's mother drew inspiration from him, merging it with the powers of the demonic path, ultimately crafting such a technique to devour the life force of others, to absorb their talents, fortunes, divine powers, bloodlines, and memories to replenish one's own depleting essence. Indeed, epitomizes the quintessential demonic path technique. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiao comprehended this technique. It was not due to his extraordinary insight, but because he possessed the body of a celestial demon. Moreover, he had the complete celestial demon dissolution, far surpassing even the demon's sovereign himself. However, he dared not use this technique recklessly, should it be discovered. He would instantly become the enemy of the entire Tianyuan continent. Such a defiant technique could only be practiced by the demon's sovereign himself. For anyone else, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Li Xiao sighed, then sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate this excessively tyrannical divine power. Merely moments later, a terrifying vortex began to form above his head, violently spinning. The spiritual energy of the entire royal city was furiously converging towards this spot, even creating a colossal inverted funnel visible to the naked eye for all. What formation is this? What is the emperor attempting to do? It seems to be directly devouring all the spiritual energy within the entire imperial city. Countless individuals gasped in astonishment. The spectacle was truly astonishing, and none could have anticipated that such a feat was achievable by human effort. One could only wonder how many formidable beings were sequestered in their tranquil chambers, diligently cultivating their skills, only to emerge in frustration when the spiritual energy abruptly vanished. Under ordinary circumstances, these individuals would undoubtedly have caused an uproar, unleashing their tempers. Yet upon their emergence, they discovered they were not alone in their plight. The entire imperial city had been drained of its vitality. The rage they intended to unleash dissipated instantly, for whoever possessed the audacity and capability to do such a thing was certainly not someone they could afford to offend. Thus, the adage rang true. To slay one is a crime, but to slaughter thousands is a display of greatness. Activate the sealing array. Let no one discern who is responsible for this. Inside the imperial palace, chaos reigned supreme. Fortunately, the edict of the emperor arrived promptly, quelling the tumult. With a sigh, Li Xiao felt a moment of disorientation. Within his perception, it seemed as though he had merely inhaled and exhaled, and then the spiritual energy had vanished. Such tyranny! My heavens, what are you attempting to achieve? Do you intend to drain the entire Tianyuan continent? After coming to terms with the situation, Li Xiao was rendered completely dumbfounded. The sheer ferocity of this technique was truly alarming. He had merely invoked it against the heavens and earth. Were he to target an individual, would that person not be instantaneously drained of life? Seal, the seventh Prince Li Xiao, the legitimate bloodline of my Jian dynasty, the foremost heir to the imperial throne, As the extraordinary phenomenon gradually dissipated, the resounding voice of the Jian emperor reverberated throughout the skies of the imperial city. After a considerable time, the terrifying clamor finally subsided, leaving countless beings within the imperial city utterly stupefied. What on earth is happening? Is it truly this casual? Just as Li Xiao's identity as a royal descendant was confirmed, he was immediately designated as the foremost heir of the Jian dynasty. It appeared the rumors were indeed true. The Jin emperor had only ever loved one woman and had cared for no other, regarding only the progeny of that woman as his true son. He was far too hasty. Jun Rulin furrowed her brow and let out a soft huff, her eyes betraying her concern. Li Xiao's foundation was still unstable, and bestowing upon him so many honors might ultimately lead to his downfall. Boom! Li Xiao's small cauldron suddenly trembled, effortlessly absorbing the previously devoured spiritual energy. He emerged with a tranquil expression, as if he had not just displayed a breathtaking magical prowess. Fear not. I command the Jian divine fire. Regardless of how others may begrudge it, their efforts would be akin to an ant shaking a tree. Li Xiao offered a light laugh, reassuring those around him, who indeed felt the truth of his words. Are you truly capable of perfectly controlling that entity? Jun Rulin, not easily deceived, inquired with a frown. Xiao nodded with unwavering confidence. He possessed the Jian divine fire. While the little ancestor Yin Yin was currently slumbering within his cauldron, completely oblivious to the outside world. Moreover, the Jian divine fire that Li Xiao wielded was fundamentally different from that nurtured by the Jian dynasty. In simpler terms, it was akin to a perfect clone of a single individual with identical genes. However, what Li Xiao commanded was merely a normal human, while that of the Jian dynasty had been cultivated over an extensive period through countless unique means, resulting in a formidable entity. You ought to enter the palace to express your gratitude, though if you choose not to, he would not mind. Jun Rulin said no more, instead shaking her head in resignation. Although the Jin emperor was not in a hurry to meet Li Xiao, his affection for Li Xiao would far surpass the imagination of anyone in this world. Xiao returned to his studies of the devouring heaven technique, striving to master its intricacies, allowing for both the consumption of others and the release of energy. It was not until the following day, when Qin Lirong sought him out once more, that Li Xiao emerged with a frown. He discovered that both of his parents in this life were researchers in the cultivation world, and it seemed he possessed both an interest and talent in that area. Was this woman not the fated daughter? Li Xiao scrutinized Qin Lirong as she conversed with Jun Rulin, feeling utterly disinclined to approach. What is that look in your eyes? Qin Lirong suddenly turned, her gaze perplexed as she regarded Li Xiao. The expression in her eyes gradually shifted, as she perceived him as a peculiar being in this world. When men beheld her, they either exhibited excitement, madness, shame, or a reckless desire to possess. All of these reactions were understandable to her, yet she could not fathom Li Xiao's demeanor. Here she was, an extraordinarily beautiful woman, yet in Li Xiao's eyes, she felt akin to a lab rat, subjected to a cold, clinical examination. I am merely curious, Li Xiao stated candidly, though he found himself unable to elaborate further. I see. At that moment, Jun Rulin interjected. She, too, scrutinized Qin Lirong without reservation, ultimately revealing a countenance filled with disappointment. In the past, during the chaos of the Nine Hells, the entire Tianyuan continent faced an impending crisis, prompting a multitude of valiant souls to unite and establish the Nine Hells sacred land. Thus, our heritage is rather convoluted, encompassing various elements that I truly did not anticipate that you would follow the path of the succubus lineage. My little nephew has already received the legacy from his mother, possessing a unique supreme physique. Your minor diversion would be utterly ineffective against him. That is why he regards you with such intrigue. Despite your youth and formidable strength, you pose no threat whatsoever, perhaps even weaker than a kitten. Jun Rulin scoffed disdainfully, her expression rife with contempt and disgust. Regardless, she was still her nominal disciple. That physique? He has already mastered it. The celestial demon body. Qin Lirong gazed at Li Xiao in shock, not realizing he possessed the supreme physique of the demonic path. Such a being was a true master of the demonic arts. Any sinister technique would be as futile as an ant shaking a tree, spitting at the sky, Oh, that is the case. Li Xiao sighed in realization, finally understanding why such an outstanding woman was not deemed the fated daughter according to the system's judgment. When my master sent me to the Nine Hells' sacred land, I was but an infant. What I learned was not a matter of choice. All the ancestors believed I possessed such talent. What could I possibly argue? Sensing Li Xiao's disappointment, Qin Lirong felt a surge of irritation, yet remained calm as she hastily explained to Jun Ruolin, "Master, we had agreed to go out together. So let us not allow these trivial matters to dampen our spirits." Qin Lirong moved closer to Jun Ruolin, attempting to affectionately link arms, only to be rebuffed. "Upon your return, inform those old geezers that I do not acknowledge you as my disciple. Furthermore, if you wish to forge a marriage alliance with the Jin dynasty, seek another for our Li Xiao. Do not consider him. Even if the emperor consented to this matter, I shall not." Jun Ruolin spoke coldly. Abruptly realizing the path Qin Lirong had chosen, her expression filled with disdain, treating her as a base and indecorous woman. "Very well. Since this is your command, Master, I shall naturally comply. Now, shall we depart?" Qin Lirong gazed at her helplessly. Yet her desire for adventure remained unchanged. "It seems, Qin Lirong, you have orchestrated a grand banquet." Li Xiao could not help but scoff. Was this not too obvious? They typically referred to me as the fairy Qin. "Are you attempting to draw my attention with such ostentation?" Qin Lirong looked at Li Xiao with exasperation, her tone laced with a playful reproach. "What you cultivate holds no significance for me, and I have no interest in your appearance." Xiao furrowed his brow as he regarded her. Had he not been idly curious about what this woman was up to, he would have preferred to retreat to his repose. "I believe, although I am naturally beautiful and have been thoroughly nurtured by the Nine Hells' sacred land since childhood, I cannot possibly compare to the former fairy Mu. However, Chapter 63, The Impersonation of Beauty, however, I have yet to encounter the enchanting Mu Xianzi in person, and thus cannot render a judgment. Come now, allow me to lead you to an amusing spectacle. Perhaps you will be grateful for my guidance." Qin Limong, seemingly unperturbed, continued to extend her gentle invitation. "Let us proceed. We shall immerse ourselves in the revelry." I shall cast a glance at Tianya, while Zhou Xian naturally accompanied them, by the way. "Aunt Lan, my mother surprisingly did not disclose to me her given name. It was only as the group ventured forth that Li Xiao's curiosity regarding this matter was piqued. The supreme of the demon path, self-proclaimed with the surname Mu, Jun Ruolin remarked with a hint of indifference, choosing not to elaborate further. The notorious reputation of this father-daughter duo was far too overwhelming. Disseminating their names would yield no advantage. "Oh, very well." Li Xiao refrained from probing further, as his curiosity was merely fleeting. The party boarded the extravagant beast carriage prepared by Qin Limong, which soon halted before an opulent yet whimsically styled establishment. This was a venue of urban entertainment. Indeed, she was one who dabbled in the art of charm, likely frequenting this place in her leisure. Jun Ruolin huffed in discontent. She was no Na'vi girl, yet found such matters distasteful. The venue showcased an array of performances, claiming to have gathered all the artistic talents from across the realm. "You may return here often, for there is surely an art form among them that will resonate with your tastes. Today, I have brought you here to witness a certain individual," Qin Limong patiently explained, her demeanor untainted by humiliation, and seeing her earnestness, Jun Ruolin felt disinclined to speak further. "Let us proceed then." Li Xiao, now somewhat intrigued, gestured for Qin Limong to lead the way directly. Mu Xianzi, a throng of young beauties, competing in allure, eagerly approached, brimming with affection and admiration for Qin Limong. I had previously visited and composed a few melodies for them, which I generously left behind. It seems they received a favorable response. Qin Limong elucidated, for she naturally sought to befriend these individuals to facilitate her navigation through this realm. They were not mere entertainers, but a collective of renowned artistic luminaries. Qin Limong understood that no one cared, yet she still felt compelled to explain to Li Xiao and the others. Clearly, since arriving here, her demeanor had transformed to one of greater humility. This seemed to foreshadow impending danger awaiting Li Xiao and his companions. "Please inform Miss Nya that I have brought friends to support her." The surrounding opulence held little interest for the group, and they proceeded to the most central, enigmatic area, typically inaccessible to outsiders. Qin Limeng presented a token and led the group into a unique chamber. This room resembled the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, with performers and spectators separated, as if existing in two distinct realms. However, this was not an equal separation that Xiao and his companions found themselves within the black yin-yang fish, able to clearly observe the white yin-yang fish on the opposite side, while the other party could not perceive them. Thus, it seems our status is somewhat elevated, Tianya remarked curiously, perceiving this as a slight disrespect to the performers. Not at all. Previously, when Miss Nye performed, she captivated numerous young talents, leading many to abandon their lifelong pursuits in favor of becoming her admirers or protectors. Some even experienced a complete breakdown of their cognition, descending into madness. This caused quite a stir, which was only recently quelled. My curiosity prompted me to come and witness for myself. This is an isolation array, allowing us to view the performance without being influenced by Miss Nye's inherent aura. While she cannot see us for the moment, it is quite clear she has no desire to behold your countenance. Qin Limeng's explanation was both reasonable and compelling, leaving Tianya momentarily speechless. That a performance that astounds. Li Xiao interjected, having never held interest in song and dance, yet intrigued by her mysterious words. Miss Qin, my lady will be out shortly. She has been quite fatigued these past few days and may not be in her best form, so I ask for your understanding. Miss Q, I ended as they conversed. A stunningly beautiful maiden, exuding grace and charm, hastily approached. Her demeanor and attire revealed her to be merely a servant. You are so beautiful, far surpassing me, Tianya could not help but genuinely exclaim. Recognizing the servant's extraordinary beauty, which could almost rival that of Qin Limeng, I understand. She must be performing an additional act for my sake. Qin Limeng smiled, gesturing for the maiden to return. Soon, the performance commenced, and a cascade of starlight enveloped the space, transforming the environment for the audience. Though merely an illusion, they felt as though they were immersed in a vast cosmos, with celestial bodies and cosmic phenomena swiftly passing by. You seek death. In the next moment, the dancer, with the entire universe as her stage, appeared before them, causing Jun Rulan's expression to shift dramatically. What does this mean? Li Xiao was momentarily stunned as he beheld the dancer on stage. Her visage was strikingly familiar. That face was unmistakably that of his mother, the demon's sovereign soul daughter, Mu Xianzi. Yet to anyone even slightly acquainted with Mu Xianzi, it was evident that this was not her. Moreover, to the keen eyes of true powerhouses, this face was not genuine, but rather donned a mask akin to human skin. Nevertheless, despite this, an uncanny harmony persisted. It was as if, even if this visage was fabricated, it did not diminish the dancer's essence, who is undeniably an extraordinary beauty. Master, why must you be enraged? I am entirely unaware of the reasons behind this. It was precisely because I sensed something amiss that I summoned you here to witness it for yourself. Qin Limeng softly explained, appearing genuinely innocent. You have forgotten, I possess the body of a celestial demon, allowing me to perceive the intentions of others, both their kindness and malice. I can see this moment. Your heart is brimming with malevolence. Steeped in insidious anticipation and schadenfreude, Xiao shook his head helplessly, furrowing his brow as he regarded the dancer, uncertain of the impending peril. Crack! The dancer twirled gracefully, her initial movement so dazzling that it instinctively commanded the full attention of all present. Simultaneously, the protective barrier surrounding Li Xiao and his companions silently shattered. In an instant, everyone's sensations shifted. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in light-hearted conversation. Now, an overwhelming force bore down upon their hearts. This was no mere allure, but a terrifying compulsion that Xiao even experienced a fleeting illusion, feeling as though he had transformed from a human into a speck of cosmic dust, and could see the center of it all stood Miss Nye, who had become a colossal black hole, voraciously drawing in their very souls, compelling them ever closer, ever deeper, ever collapsing. This is the disintegration of the celestial demon. Li Xiao watched in astonishment as he confirmed that she had indeed mastered the disintegration of the celestial demon. And it was evident that this was a novel adaptation in the realm of demons. Exceptional talents emerged endlessly. Even the most elite techniques were subject to constant modification and innovation. Master, in the past, you conspired with the demon path. Today, you meet your demise by its hand that I wonder if you harbor even a shred of regret. Meanwhile, a faint black aura flickered around Qin Lim, aiding her in resisting the terrifying pull of the black hole. Her gaze fixed intently on Junrulin, clearly harboring lethal intent. You of the Juyo sacred land have conspired with the demon path. I should have known that you shameless hypocrites are capable of anything. Junrulin's expression darkened. Although she was a woman, she too was ensnared by the dance of the celestial demon, unable to maintain her composure, let alone engage in combat. Furthermore, after neglecting her cultivation for 20 years, even in a genuine confrontation with Qin Liming, she would stand no chance to not fret. I shall assist you and protect Aunt Lon. In a flash, Tianya transformed into a stream of weak water, flowing to Junrulin's side, forming a water shield to safeguard her. Tanya, Xiao could not possibly withstand the sight of Junrulin being slain. Yet now, he was compelled to confront the pressure from the demon path and had no time to spare for anything else. What do you intend to do? Xiao, though taken aback, found himself largely unaffected, his astonishment giving way to admiration. He was awestruck not only by the woman's breathtaking dance, but also by her innate talent and insight. Nie Qianqian, we welcome the young master back, she proclaimed. The demon lord has commanded that we escort the young master home. We implore you to atone for your transgressions. While Nie Qianqian's dance continued unabated, her voice remained clear and steady, showing no signs of disturbance. The actions of the demon path are indeed unrestrained. I suspect that not only have you colluded with the sacred land of Xiao, but you have also allied with others, have you not? After all, what benefit would my return bring you? Xiao sighed softly. It was not a matter of his intelligence, but rather that his celestial demon physique was exceptionally robust. He had already sensed traces of familiar presences within this peculiar environment. The young master is overthinking. This is, after all, the Jian imperial city, that we must ensure not only that the young master returns with us, but also that our own safety is secured. To fulfill the demon lord's orders, we must set aside all grudges and seek to forge alliances with as many forces as possible. Yet if the young master is unwilling to cooperate fully, and those unfamiliar or antagonistic forces take the opportunity to betray you, what concern is that of mine? With a gentle tone, Nie Qianqian spoke candidly, revealing her sinister intentions without reservation, that a band of lowly wretches, defeated generals, dares to kill me. Xiao could not help but laugh, yet his laughter was devoid of triumph, brimming instead with anger and frigid disdain, that he truly had not anticipated that the system rewards he had previously received. The acknowledgement from the demon lord would usher in this deadly calamity. What he found most unbearable was that while he might escape unscathed, it would lead to Junrulin's certain demise. She had remained safe within the Jian imperial palace for 2 decades solely for his sake. If she were to perish here today, how could he bear such a burden? She was the only one his mother recognized, someone who regarded him as her own child. How could Xiao allow her to meet her end here? It appears you have indeed mastered the celestial demon dance. Once again, the dance of the celestial demon unfolded for 3 breaths, yet Xiao remained steadfast, unmoving. Nie Qianqian sighed softly and stepped forward. At that moment, the surrounding space had completely merged with the formation, and her single step fully activated it. Boom! A realm of illusory cosmic space began to collapse and disintegrate. Countless stars were instantaneously reduced to nothingness, and myriad celestial bodies and dust rapidly enveloped all present. The entire universe was on the verge of annihilation, yet it seemed to beckon Xiao and the others towards a shared demise. What a formidable technique, the celestial demon's world annihilation. Had it not been for Miss Nie's insufficient realm, she might have been capable of slaying a saint-level powerhouse, Qin Limeng exclaimed in alarm, sensing the imminent threat even as an outsider. Rest assured, everyone, my master is currently challenging the royal ancestors. Whatever transpires here will not draw the attention of the saint-level powers, a familiar voice, echoing as if across a vast universe. belonged to the third prince, Li Sheng. The celestial demon's world annihilation has no bearing on me. Feeling the murderous intent of his formidable foe, Li Xiao suddenly found an unexpected calm wash over him. He surveyed the unfolding chaos with unwavering composure, naturally summoning the 10,000 demon banner. Since everyone was already aware of his identity as the demon path's young master, what need was there for him to remain hidden? Wails of despair and anguish erupted from all directions, a cacophony so harrowing that it elicited a visceral desire for death. Countless vengeful spirits and demonic shadows were obliterated in a gruesome manner within this collapsing universe. The terrifying aura of death and resentment permeated the cosmos, as the deaths of innumerable demonic entities generated a miasma of death that diluted the very essence of destruction in that space. The so-called annihilation was merely a prelude to death, yet when faced with an overwhelming tide of mortality, the very laws of destruction were rendered ineffective. This is bad. He has shattered my celestial demon dance. Nie Qianqian suddenly cried out. The surrounding cosmic space exploded, yet it was not a realm of silence. Li Xiao and the others remained alive. The laws of destruction have their limits. The numerous demonic shadows that met their demise inadvertently spared Li Xiao and his companions from this crisis. In this world, is there truly such a thing as an invincible technique? Since it has been broken, let us take action and slay. Qin Limong, with a charming smile, called out as she transformed into a mass of dark clouds. Rushing towards Junrulin, Shi and Nie Qianqian prided themselves as leaders of the righteous and demonic paths, and the covert rivalry brought her a sense of malicious glee. Chapter 65. A life-and-death crisis. Junrulin had no choice but to engage in battle alongside her nominal disciple. Anxiety gnawed at her heart. She feared that her presence would distract Li Xiao and become a burden. You go ahead. As long as you return to the palace, you shall be safe, aware that she should not speak out of turn. Junrulin could not contain herself and cried out in desperate plea, "Oh, not worry. Allow me to eliminate them first, and then I shall come to your aid." A surge of murderous intent coursed through Li Xiao. This was the first time he had encountered such a premeditated ambush. Igniting his resolve for vengeance, in the past, he had often hesitated, concerned for his own retreat, as two inner voices wrestled within him, reflecting his cowardice. Yet now, with his escape route preemptively blocked by others, he had no choice but to fight to the death. I should have fought you on equal terms. Alas, it seems I shall not have that chance. Li Sheng approached, carrying a broken sword, his white robes billowing as if he were a sword immortal descending from the moon. The sword was a remnant from a duel in his youth, left by him as a reminder to spur himself onward. His arrival with the broken sword signified his intent to redeem his honor at Li Xiao's expense. Let us see who truly deserves to be the future emperor of the Jian dynasty. Nie Qianqian cast a glance at Li Xiao, certain that coexistence was impossible. She resumed her elegant dance. I Xiao too practiced the celestial demon dissolution, and yet Qianqian realized she could not directly dance to his demise. Thus, she focused on disrupting his spirit and enchanting his senses that in years past, my master also suffered humiliation from a broken sword, much like what you have inflicted upon me. Li Sheng drew the broken sword. His gaze fixated on Li Xiao, filled with resentment. Before Li Xiao's emergence, his life had been a dream, filled with smooth sailing and envy from many. Yet everything changed upon Li Xiao's arrival. All the glory and tangible benefits that should have been his were stripped away. If you can indeed kill me, then everything you say is true. Li Xiao had no interest in his ramblings. He merely pointed, and a wisp of black spark floated forth. To be honest, Li Xiao was beginning to regret. Yin Yin lay asleep within his Jin divine fire, rendering the power of his extraordinary flame feeble. Stay. Upon witnessing this, Li Sheng's expression shifted to one of envy and trepidation. He hastily roared skyward, summoning 4 beams of divine light that descended from the heavens, followed by 4 sacred phantoms that swiftly bore down upon them. The Juyan imperial family had 4 sacred artifacts specifically designed to suppress the Juyan divine fire, all of which Li Sheng had stealthily appropriated. The ethereal forms of the eastern azure dragon, western white tiger, southern vermilion bird, and northern black tortoise united to create a spatial formation, redirecting the power of the Juyan divine fire into another realm. What other trump cards do you possess? Kill. Li Shang scoffed triumphantly as a throng of over 400 experts of the gathering tripod realm surged forth to besiege Li Xiao and his companions. Even in the entirety of the Jian Empire, this constituted an overwhelming force. From the outside, Li Shang appeared to be the future emperor, having amassed considerable power through years of effort. Simultaneously, 13 concealed figures approached, all of whom were formidable figures of the imperial realm. Although they had covertly allied with Li Xiao, their identities were undoubtedly those of significant stature, likely the ancestors of great clans. Thus they refrained from revealing their true selves. This meant that in his endeavor to confront Li Xiao, Li Shang had indeed emptied his entire treasury. Jun Ruolin was struck by alarm. With Tianyu's assistance, she had already found it challenging to contend with a half-hearted Qin Liming. And now, faced with such a multitude of powerful adversaries, despair engulfed her. If you seek death, why drag others down with you? Li Xiao sneered, and with a thought, countless sword shadows materialized from thin air, their ethereal forms emanating an aura of terror. Whoosh! The endless shadows of swords descended like a torrential rain of arrows, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Those formidable figures at the gathering of the tripod realm were unexpectedly decimated, with more than half of them slain in an instant. Even the existences at the imperial realm found themselves flustered and overwhelmed in the face of such a devastating strike. This was the sword sect, a manifestation of the true supreme sword art. It appeared to have surpassed the realm of the once unrivaled champions of the sword sect within the Jian dynasty. That a long sigh echoed, as if to suggest that had Li Xiao not unleashed this move, the individual would not have revealed himself. Ye Bufan! Li Xiao uttered a sharp exclamation, his heart brimming with a violent intent to kill. It must be said that Qin Limeng was indeed capable, for she had managed to track down the elusive Yi Bufan, who had long since fled into hiding. Were it not for the covert assistance of the Jiao Holy Land, I would have never realized that outside the Jian dynasty, there existed branches of the sword sect. Li Xiao, I am no longer a stray dog, but a prodigy of the sword sect. You, Jian dynasty, with your wolfish ambitions, colluding with demonic forces to annihilate my sword sect. This enmity must be resolved today. A torrent of sword energy transformed into a tempest, surging towards Li Xiao. Despite his mastery of the myriad forms sword art, he was still forced to retreat in a disheveled manner against the full-force assault of Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan. Today, we shall join forces to eliminate this scoundrel. In the future, any intentions your sword sect harbors against the Jiuyan dynasty shall be met with my full response. Li Shang laughed heartily, having shed his innate air of sanctity, morphing into a mere fanatic consumed by revenge and ambition. The sword sect is truly worthless. Even this so-called supreme sword art is nothing but a pile of scrap. How could even you two inept individuals fail to handle it? Li Xiao, besieged and constantly retreating, did not dare to abandon the myriad forms sword art, for without its protection, the likes of Zhou Xian would have been slaughtered long ago. Meanwhile, Li Xiao felt a sudden dizziness, and before he knew it, an array of stunningly beautiful women, who perfectly matched his aesthetic, began to shed their garments and dance gracefully before him. With warm smiles, they rushed towards him like moths drawn to a flame, instinctively prompting him to evade, thus distorting his movements. This was due to the repetitive influence of the dance of heavenly demons, which had finally begun to affect Li Xiao. Albeit slightly to the very least, it rendered him momentarily susceptible to control. Not good. Li Xiao was alarmed. The difficulty of this battle undoubtedly exceeded his expectations. In that fleeting moment of carelessness, despite the myriad forms sword art guarding him and the supreme bone of the heavenly demon body within, he was still pierced by two swords, his body trembled slightly, and two jets of blood erupted, narrowly avoiding his internal organs. Two gaping wounds, each the size of a fist, lay exposed, gushing blood amidst the fierce combat. You are too weak. It is truly a waste of our preparations to kill you. Li Shang felt somewhat unfazed, yet Yi Bufan displayed a look of dissatisfaction, were it not for their current alliance. He would have kicked Li Shang aside to slay Li Xiao alone. You speak true. Nonetheless, your words have reminded me. Li Xiao closed his eyes, Otherwise, no matter where he cast his gaze, the vision of Nia Qianqian, with her enchanting and irresistibly captivating dance, would flood his mind. Consume villain points. The events transpired too suddenly. Li Xiao had been momentarily dazed by rage, and it was only now that he recalled he still had a trump card. Ding! The villain gift pack has arrived. The host gains Cultivation 9, currently at the first level of the Imperial Realm. The host has developed the pineal gland, granting you an extra eye. Acquired Random Ocular Technique. Dark Space. This technique can envelop any enemy in absolute darkness, with the duration contingent upon the disparity in strength between both parties. The host gains a special divine ability, Innate Sword Chi. Due to the host's emotional turmoil for being besieged, this divine ability can only be expelled through speech. The host currently possesses 198.51 million villain points that Xiao consumed villain points, and the rewards he received were to his satisfaction. Upon abruptly stepping into the Imperial Realm, Li Xiao immediately sensed the world through his eyes had transformed entirely. First and foremost, his own spiritual energy had undergone a fundamental metamorphosis. Previously, he believed that the term Imperial Realm was merely a rhetorical exaggeration, a title of honor and praise. Yet the Imperial Realm was indeed the Imperial Realm. For the spiritual energy within him, when compared to that of cultivators below the Imperial Realm, was akin to that of a king versus a beggar. The domineering, pure, and formidable true Qi caused his power to surge exponentially. In the earlier fierce battle, Li Xiao had failed to notice that both Yi Bufan and Li Sheng had also ascended to this realm, which was why he felt such immense pressure. Now that he had entered the Imperial Realm, the entire world seemed weak and insignificant. Every blade of grass, every piece of furniture, every dwelling appeared frail, as if made of paper, entirely unworthy of a being of his stature. This is the Imperial Realm, you two little rascals, ascending to such heights, yet failing to share the benefits of the Imperial Realm with me. Li Xiao burst into laughter. The once dreaded Li Sheng now seemed but a jester in his eyes. The remaining 7 million fortune points seemed laughably trivial. You cannot even break through the 9 realms? You are the 9 radiance of prodigy, Yi Bufan cried out in terror, nearly driven to madness by the revelation. How could this be? The so-called prodigies were merely those capable of leaping tears, akin to a primary school student suddenly advancing to high school. You two fools have truly descended to a pitiful state. Alas, waste is still waste. Even if you sold your souls and abandoned your principles, you remain utterly worthless. Li Xiao unleashed his scorn, not only shaking the spirits of the two with his words, but also employing his soul to pressure their will. Ridiculously, as he continued to utter his divine proclamations, waves of innate true Qi surged forth. Although these two maintained steadfast hearts, they struggled to withstand the onslaught of this unpredictable innate true Qi. Ew, what kind of wicked method is this? In the blink of an eye, Li Sheng was not only berated mercilessly, but was also riddled with numerous blood-soaked holes by the innate sword Qi. Appearing utterly disheveled, useless scum, your past pride and glory have been trampled beneath your own feet. Individuals like you, how dare you disdain your own mother? Your mother, despite her flaws, had always sought your best interests, and at least her actions bore more integrity than yours. You, Li Xiao, continued his vehement denunciation, unleashing torrents of innate true Qi that transformed Li Sheng into a veritable blood-soaked fountain. The innate sword Qi was impervious, yet its fineness prevented it from delivering an instantaneous death. However, the sheer volume of its accumulation proved too much for Li Sheng to endure. The now blood-soaked Li Sheng gazed at Li Xiao with a mix of fury and despair. His heart shaken by the relentless barrage of insults, he began to realize that the mother he had scorned may not have committed any substantial evil. But what of himself? Ding! Li Sheng's heart was damaged. His fortune points decreased by 3 million. Congratulations, host, for plundering 3 million fortune points from the destined child, Li Sheng. The host currently possesses 228.51 million villain points. Li Sheng, crushed by Li Xiao's bizarre methods, felt his heart unravel. Once he could contend with Li Xiao, but now he had become a mere footnote, completely disregarded by Li Xiao. You worthless fool, do not even bother to reflect on your actions. Individuals of your ilk, even if educated, will always remain ungrateful rascals. Allow me to send you on your way." Li Xiao no longer harbored any compassion for the destined child. He unleashed the innate sword chi without restraint while abruptly retracting the myriad forms sword art. An infinite wave of sword energy surged forth, and even though Li Shang had ascended to the imperial realm, he was ensnared like a mosquito caught in a spider's web, utterly powerless against the onslaught. Puff! Li Shang's corpse was reduced to a pulp, his shattered soul obliterated by the sword energy, leaving him with no resting place and sealing his fate in eternal damnation. Ding! Li Shang's heart shattered, and his fortune points decreased by 3 million. Congratulations, host, for plundering 3 million fortune points from the destined child, Li Shang. The host currently possesses 258.51 million villain points. With Li Shang's demise, the accumulated fortune points he possessed were forcibly seized by Li Xiao. What a pity, such a waste. Make haste. In the blink of an eye, Li Shang was forcibly slain, prompting the individuals he had brought with him to exclaim in shock and swiftly turn to flee. They had devoted themselves to Li Shang, eagerly anticipating his ascension to the position of the Nine Flames Emperor, hoping he would then bestow favors upon their families. But now, with Li Shang dead, continuing to serve him was undeniably a foolish endeavor devoid of purpose. The Nine Flames dynasty was indeed filled with incompetence. Witnessing the imperial powerhouses scatter and retreat, Nie Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Chapter 67. Helpless to intervene in truth, the most formidable force present was the demonic faction that had infiltrated the royal city. However, they were there to retrieve Li Xiao, not to kill him. Thus, Nie Qianqian harbored reservations about allowing them to partake in the encirclement. Little did she know, the very Li Shang, who had previously been the most vociferous in his bravado, had met his demise. "Li brother, after you have slain Li Xiao, do you not fear the wrath of Elder Duanmu, who will stop at nothing until your death?" Yi Bufan frowned as he gazed at Li Xiao, astonished by how much he had transformed into such a formidable force in such a short span of time. Especially that innate sword energy, it was utterly unpredictable. "What do you wish to say? Are you now reluctant to partake in this battle? I must say, Yi brother, your constant evasion is hardly a solution. Such a prodigious talent, squandered by your cowardly disposition. What a lamentable waste." Li Xiao continued to berate him, and Yi Bufan's expression shifted as his resolve wavered slightly. Yet reason dictated that Li Xiao's words bore a semblance of truth. "Very well. This time, I shall remain, and it shall be a fight to the death." Yi Bufan scoffed, his mind clearing of all distractions as he disregarded the chaos around him, launching himself into a frenzied assault against Li Xiao if the sword sect knew of your treachery and indecisiveness. They would. Yi Bufan fell silent, but Li Xiao was relentless, delving deeper into the intricacies and might of his innate sword energy. With Li Shang's demise, he unleashed his full fury upon Yi Bufan. Puff, puff, puff. In mere moments, despite engaging in direct combat and holding his own, Yi Bufan found himself riddled with countless tiny wounds, transforming him into a ghastly figure drenched in blood. While this did not diminish his combat prowess, it severely dampened his morale, instilling a growing sense of dread and anxiety within him. Who could have imagined that the two greatest prodigies of the illustrious Nine Flames dynasty would reveal themselves to be such utter failures? Those who had not directly clashed with Li Xiao could not fathom the agony of the experience, and Qin Liming scoffed derisively at the spectacle. This reaction was entirely reasonable, witnessing Li Xiao's scornful tirade against Yi Bufan. Qin Liming felt an exhilarating thrill, reveling in the unfolding drama. "Look out!" Amidst the chaos, Zhou Xian suddenly cried out, recklessly charging forward. "Get away!" With a cold laugh, Qin Liming bellowed, conjuring 6 ghostly figures that materialized from thin air, restraining Zhou Xian's advance with a multitude of spectral hands. This was not the work of hidden masters from the 9 nether sacred land, but rather a binding artifact. Simultaneously, Qin Liming chose to abandon her pretense. While she could refrain from killing Li Xiao, she must fulfill her primary objective here. Puff! A fiercely burning talisman abruptly landed on Jun Rulin's shoulder, forcibly stripping away her weak water shield, causing Tianya to spit blood and be hurled backward in a disheveled heap. "Master, please grant me your favor," Qin Liming sneered, her primary cultivation being that of the succubus, yet she was inherently a combat genius, her prowess exceeding all expectations, coupled with Nie Qianqian's control over the field, which consistently disrupted and influenced everyone's psyche. Jun Rulin offered little resistance, staring blankly as Qin Liming's sword pierced her heart. What appeared to be a mere strike was the culmination of countless simulations in Qin Liming's mind, preemptively accounting for all potential mishaps. How utterly laughable! Who could have anticipated that my life would end at the hands of the saintess of the Nine Nether Sacred Land? As the sword pierced her heart, Jun Rulin suddenly regained her senses, breaking free from Nie Qianqian's influence, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Qin Liming. You are mistaken. Your actions will bring untold calamities upon the Nine Nether Sacred Land. As the saying goes, a dying person's words are wise. She sighed, her gaze filled with concern rather than resentment. The survival of the Nine Nether Sacred Land has no bearing on me, as long as I can gain benefits and achieve swift growth in the process. Even if the Nine Nether Sacred Land were to perish, it would be a death well deserved. Qin Liming shook her head. She and Jun Rulin were fundamentally different beings. The latter could not understand her, nor could she comprehend the former. Antlon, please stop, Tianya suddenly cried out as she rushed forward, but Qin Liming had already deftly withdrawn her sword, extracting the shattered heart from Jun Rulin's body. Boom! Then she lightly kicked the remnants of Jun Rulin's heart, shattering her chest cavity completely, leaving her lifeless form sprawled on the ground, devoid of vitality. Your talent is commendable, but alas, your realms are far too beneath mine. Qin Liming regarded Tianya with a hint of regret. The young girl possessed considerable potential, once having a chance to be inducted into the Nine Nether Sacred Land. Puff, however, discussing such matters now was meaningless. With a swift flick of her sword, she thrust upward into Tianya's body. Tianya, driven by anger, charged forward, but her weak water physique activated a moment too late, and she was grievously wounded by the strike. Qin Liming, Xiao roared in disbelief, having sensed this outcome long before it transpired, fueling his wrath and prompting him to unleash his full power. Yet, all efforts proved futile in stopping the inevitable. Kill! Sensing Li Xiao's momentary distraction, Yi Bufan seized the opportunity, unleashing his full might as he executed Duanmu Rui's Frost Divine Sword technique, simultaneously integrating his time-space talent. Puff, 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 terrifying sword intent manifested within Li Xiao, swiftly draining the fluids from his body and coalescing into a Frost Divine Sword that relentlessly assaulted him from within. In an instant, Li Xiao suffered grievous injuries, his flesh and blood erupting in a violent spray. Even his internal organs shattered by the sword energy. Under normal circumstances, such a horrifying sneak attack would spell certain doom for any ordinary person. However, Li Xiao possessed the supreme bone. His vitality did not rely on his organs, but was entirely contained within the supreme bone. Very well. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Li Xiao's eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Yi Bufan, his body erupting in a violent explosion as the supreme bone shrank and concealed itself. The heavenly demon dissolution activated, assisting him in reconstituting a flawless body in peak condition. Heavenly demon dissolution. You cursed fiend! Yi Bufan cursed, his face ashen, while the others present wore expressions of disbelief. This was the greatest spectacle of the demon lord's tyranny, a feat achievable only by him. Even Nie Qianqian had merely cultivated the auxiliary powers of the heavenly demon dissolution. Young Master Yi, should you slay Li Xiao today, you should be haunted by inner demons, forever unable to rise. On another front, Qin Liming, her expression peculiar, called out before turning to leave. Chapter 68. The Descent of the Manifestation of the World as Li Xiao invoked the heavenly demon dissolution. The situation in the arena became exceedingly complex, with the specter of life and death looming. Qin Liming chose to retreat at the opportune moment, achieving her objectives. Let her go. Li Xiao's heart surged with boundless rage. Yet he remained composed, halting Zhou Xian's pursuit. Zhou Xian shielded the gravely injured Tianya and the lifeless Jun Rulin as they slowly retreated into the distance. Nie Qianqian also frowned and withdrew, leaving only Yi Bufan and Li Xiao remaining in the arena. Since our paths have been severed, let us engage in a final battle at Yi Bufon's side. He was already regretting his involvement in today's events. However, with matters having escalated to this point, retreat was no longer an option to their level of prowess. Even prodigies could experience moments of hesitation, but retreating required a compelling justification. Presently, he found himself devoid of such reasoning. "You deceitful scoundrel, such a pity," Li Xiao scoffed, disdainful of these so-called invincible prodigies and their self-deceptive attitudes. "You speak true. Yet, should you manage to defeat me, only then will it hold any significance." Yi Bufon observed Li Xiao with a calm demeanor, a lesson he had learned from Li Xiao himself. Very well. Li Xiao's expression turned one of astonishment. Realizing this was the essence of a peerless prodigy, a mere encounter had imparted to him one of his greatest virtues. Boom! The myriad manifestations of the sword cannon give rise to all things in the world. Yet Li Xiao, lacking such means, cannot truly materialize a complete realm. However, this world has been instantaneously etched into Yi Bufon's pupils. He is the unparalleled prodigy of the sword sect. Yet now Li Xiao presents this supreme sword cannon before him in its entirety. Splendid. Yi Bufon indeed had the opportunity to escape the oppressive mental domain. But as a proud genius of the sword sect, he chose not to evade, but to willingly enter the fray. Boom! As Yi Bufon voluntarily engaged, Li Xiao trembled all over, gradually closing his eyes. Remaining motionless, akin to two individuals standing opposite each other, both seemingly asleep. Let me see whether you have truly inherited the sword sect's legacy or merely possess an empty facade in the mental world forged by their collaboration. Yi Bufon stood upon a white cloud woven from sword energy, calmly gazing at Li Xiao. This was a realm of pure and absolute swordsmanship. Here, there was nothing but an overwhelming expanse of sword energy. While other laws unrelated to the sword did not entirely vanish, their precedence was relegated to the lowest tier. Time, space, power, and energy all became inconsequential backdrops. Only the sword, the most pure, fundamental, and simple essence, truly reigned supreme here. In truth, I do not comprehend the intricacies of cultivation, nor do I grasp the nuances of swordsmanship. Having just arrived in this world, I am akin to a newborn babe, a blank canvas. Xiao began to speak softly, slowly raising his hand, which naturally manifested an ordinary iron sword. Neither Yi Bufon nor Li Xiao understood whether the sword's emergence stemmed from the laws of this world or Li Xiao's will. Yet, you have harmonized your consciousness with the consciousness of this world perfectly. Yi Bufon's expression shifted, and a sword materialized in his hand, but it was merely a wooden sword, the very novice weapon his master had crafted for him when he first grasped a sword in his youth. This was not a realm of swordsmanship, but rather the world of the myriad manifestations sword cannon. My world, Xiao regarded Yi Bufon with a gaze tinged with pity before thrusting his sword straight at him. The motion excruciatingly slow. This strike, seemingly inconsequential, transformed the very heavens and earth, summoning tumultuous winds and clouds. An endless wave of sword energy appeared from thin air, instantaneously morphing into the myriad manifestations of the universe. Mountains and rivers, sun and moon, countless beasts and birds, myriad clans and species. The celestial bodies of the universe converged, all pressing down upon Yi Bufon. Li Xiao, though lacking an innate talent for swordsmanship, possessed the most advanced and complete myriad manifestations sword cannon. Even the founder of the sword sect, were he to rise from his grave, could not wield such a flawless strike. Boom! The sword light descended as if a complete universe had suddenly crashed upon Yi Bufon. With a cacophony, his mind became a whirlwind. Instinctively, he raised his sword to defend. Yet within, he was engulfed in confusion, utterly unaware of how to respond to such a strike. Puff! The myriad manifestations fell. How could mere human strength withstand such force? Yi Bufon's right arm shattered first, followed by his left arm and legs. In the blink of an eye, he was utterly bereft of combat capability, yet his will remained intact, and the wooden sword still lay in his grasp. Puff! Suddenly, an endless radiance erupted from the wooden sword, effortlessly breaking all bonds and barriers, piercing through Li Xiao's body with ease. That I am the prodigy of swordsmanship. I possess my own pride. De Buffon's face contorted with pain, despair, and confusion as he wailed, seeking to slay Li Xiao without unraveling the myriad manifestation sword cannon. If I am not here, how can you kill me? You still fail to comprehend. This is merely the myriad manifestation sword cannon. So simple. So pure. Li Xiao's hand slowly withdrew the wooden sword, its brilliance swiftly dimming, and his corporeal form was obliterated. Yet almost immediately, a new Li Xiao materialized. That I know that as long as the myriad manifestation sword cannon remains intact, your will shall not perish. Yet I have ultimately triumphed over you. I have merely succumbed to the sword cannon. Yi Buffon's eyes suddenly cleared, and realization dawned upon him, prompting a bitter smile directed at Li Xiao. How foolish I am! All things in heaven and earth require a foundation to exist. Just as with swordsmanship, without the support of strength, it cannot truly exist. How ridiculous that I failed to see this. That I clung to proving my swordsmanship. I am utterly beyond redemption. Yi Buffon's face bore the expression of enlightenment as he acknowledged his inferiority to Li Xiao, attributing it solely to insufficient strength, not a deficiency in swordsmanship. Puff, puff, puff. In the external world, Yi Buffon's 7 orifices bled, his limbs shattered, yet a smile inexplicably graced his bloodied visage. You cursed being! Li Xiao cursed through gritted teeth, astonished that he had not gained any points for villainy this time. How foolish of me to come to my own demise. Yi Buffon laughed heartily, dismissing further entanglements, opting instead to self-detonate his soul. Chapter 69. The heart of the Tao enters madness bang. Li Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing Yi Buffon's body explode into a mist of blood, yet a gleaming token shimmering with dark light appeared amidst the blood. Clearly, the Yi Buffon present here was merely a rare and precious special artifact, a substitute puppet. Typically, such items are exceedingly valuable, their worth far surpassing the life and death of a prodigy, and most would never resort to using them. Yet, one must not forget that Yi Buffon had inherited the entirety of the sword's sect's legacy, lavishly investing all the resources of this vast sect into himself, an extravagance beyond compare. Ding! Yi Buffon's heart of Tao transformed. Recognizing the significance of strength, and thus his heart succumbed to madness, losing his identity as the Chosen One. With his fortune reduced to 0, congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 million points of fortune from the Chosen One Yi Buffon. The host currently possesses 458.51 million villain points. Unexpectedly, this crushing defeat had a profound impact on Yi Buffon. To solely believe in strength is to succumb to madness. Then am I not the greatest demon in this world? Li Xiao pondered, grappling with the inexplicable benefits he had received. Certainly a tremendous boon. Who would have thought that the young master of the demonic path would be so extraordinary? Since this matter is concluded, I implore you to return with me, young master. Otherwise, when Duanmu Rue arrives, I fear you shall find it impossible to leave. Yi Buffon retreated, while Nye Qianqian approached with a smile. The remaining individuals in the vicinity turned to her in unison. Only then did Li Xiao grasp the terrifying nature of this woman. She had been dispatched to the Jian imperial city and had swiftly discovered that the person she sought, Li Xiao, was actually the 7th prince of a dynasty. The demonic path supreme had not taken his own daughter, and how could Nye Qianqian possibly take Li Xiao away today? Thus, she orchestrated this entire affair, entangling numerous pinnacle forces, resulting in Li Xiao being compelled to leave. After all, who could withstand the wrath of Duanmu Rue? Even if the Jian emperor shielded him at all costs, how could one guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Moreover, no matter how mad the Jian emperor became, he must still consider the interests of the entire dynasty. How could he possibly rupture ties with Duanmu Rue for the sake of one Li Xiao? Such an action would be far too costly for the Jian dynasty. Impressive. You even bribed the 4 sacred artifacts to temporarily obscure the situation here. Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, admiring her cunning with gritted teeth. All for your safety, young master. At this moment, if you wish to leave, perhaps it is not too late. Know that there are always many madmen in this world, and you must already be aware of Duanmu Rue's obsession and madness. Right? Nye Qianqian bowed respectfully, her demeanor filled with certainty. You are astute, having calculated everything perfectly. Yet, unfortunately, I do not believe that anyone in this world is truly clever enough to see through the intricacies of life, to fully comprehend the human condition. For no matter how one calculates, human nature remains an ever-changing variable. Xiao sighed softly, causing Nie Qianqian's expression to drastically change. You do not wish to return with me? Nie Qianqian looked at Li Xiao in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would act so foolishly. Unwilling to make the best choice for himself over a matter of pride, I do not know if returning with you is the right decision. Thus, let strength dictate the outcome, that if you possess the power to take me back, then my choices become inconsequential. Conversely, if you lack such power, the blame cannot fall upon my decisions, but rather upon your inadequacy. Li Xiao gazed earnestly into Nie Qianqian's eyes, leaving her utterly exasperated. What absurdity is this? Is there truly a man in this world so irresponsibly thoughtless? He has shifted the entirety of the responsibility onto his own shoulders. Regardless of the final outcome, Li Xiao cannot be blamed. The fault lies solely with Nie Qianqian. Very well. You are indeed correct. You are the sole bloodline of the Demon Lord, while my status cannot compare. I am destined to bear the brunt of your misdeeds. Nie Qianqian paused, finally grasping the twisted logic at play. Li Xiao was not more intelligent than her. Rather, he was exploiting his status to bully her. Bring forth the others, since this wretched Li Xiao only responds to force and refuses to engage in reason. Nie Qianqian had no choice but to resort to stronger measures. With a gentle wave of her hand, a surge of azure light shot skyward, immediately summoning reinforcements at this moment. The surroundings were already in disarray, littered with debris. Fortunately, this space was suppressed by multiple sacred artifacts, concealing the chaos from outsiders. Holy Maiden. 10 figures cloaked in black, exuding fierce and formidable auras, silently positioned themselves behind Nie Qianqian. Though she could not fully trust them, it was evident that they held her in high regard. The young master has declared his unwillingness to return unless you can demonstrate that our demonic faction possesses the capability to protect him. Nie Qianqian coldly scoffed, evidently inciting tension between Li Xiao and the pillars of the demonic realm. The young master is mistaken. If that is the case, then we shall be compelled to forcibly escort him back. The 10 individuals were all superlative experts above the 7th realm of the Emperor realm, had it not been for the mission to retrieve Li Xiao from the Jiuyan dynasty. The demonic faction would never have mobilized such forces. You 10 fools must be the type so engrossed in your secluded training that you are utterly oblivious to worldly affairs. Are you not? No. On your terms, perhaps it will be better to label you as martial enthusiasts. I refer to the relationship between myself and your demonic faction, which stems solely from my mother, do I not? Now, upon our first encounter, your faction has orchestrated the murder of my mother's sworn sister before my very eyes. Tell me, if I wish to join your ranks, must I first slay my grandfather as a token of allegiance? Li Xiao offered no rebuttal, merely casting a scornful gaze. The 10 formidable figures, initially brimming with anger, exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing his words. Esteemed elders, the person he speaks of is none other than the Holy Maiden of the Jiuyu sacred land. And that matter bears no relation to us. She was slain by the current Holy Maiden of the Jiuyu sacred land herself. This is a private affair of the Jiuyu sacred land. And the young master appears to be somewhat ignorant of the facts. Nie Qianqian raised her hands in a gesture of innocence. The dance of the celestial demon she practiced far surpassed the allure of Qin Li Meng's seductive magic, possessing an overwhelming force akin to a black hole. Though the demon lord still exists and her strength remains insufficient, her reputation within the demonic realm has exceeded all expectations if that is the case. Why does the young master slander us? One among them, a supreme expert of the 9th realm, indignantly confronted Li Xiao. Such a powerhouse could undoubtedly dominate a region, even within the Jiuyan dynasty. He exuded confidence and authority. You scoundrels dare to collude with the Jiuyu sacred land, plotting against my kin. I swear one day I will annihilate your demonic faction. Li Xiao merely scoffed. His expression one of disdain. He did not expect to clarify anything, only to assert his stance that we collude with the Jiuyu sacred land. The gathered individuals exchanged incredulous glances. Who among them did not know that the very purpose of the Jiu Sacred Lands establishment was to suppress the demonic faction? This was, without a doubt, the greatest farce across the Tian-Yuan continent. Time is of the essence. Let us not linger in idle conversation. I implore the esteemed elders to take action and return the young master. To be dealt with personally by the demon lord. With a light laugh, Nie Qianqian signaled, and the others quickly realized that this was no place for idle chatter. Given the circumstances, we must take our leave. The elder of the Ninth Realm was the first to approach with a cold smile. His demeanor suggested he intended to seize the opportunity to capture Li Xiao and teach him a lesson for his reckless words. Whoosh! Li Xiao sneered, a surge of black flames suddenly erupting from his form, startling the elder. Boom! In the next instant, the flames surged forth, inciting the four elemental phantoms in the sky to erupt in furious anger, attempting to unite against him. However, this time, Li Xiao disregarded all caution, frantically channeling the nine-flame divine fire, even using Yin Yin as a medium without concern for her well-being. Rumbling. The core of this power lay hidden beneath the imperial city, its vastness unknown to any, causing the entire city to tremble in earthquake. Countless individuals fled in terror to the streets, as a multitude of formidable beings soared into the sky, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. No one could have anticipated that the majestic imperial city of the Jiu Yin dynasty would face such calamity. The ordinary citizens, who had lived here for generations, had never conceived that their home could be struck by such a disaster. Are you mad? Do you seek a death struggle with the royal family of the Jiu Yin dynasty? Nie Qianqian screamed in disbelief. To her, Li Xiao appeared to be a madman. Does he not consider the consequences of his actions? The entire imperial city is filled with innocent lives. Who can bear the repercussions of his reckless behavior? Come, come, you wretched bastards. Let us see who can forcibly take me away. Li Xiao bellowed, fully unleashing the power of the nine-flame divine fire, transforming into a blazing inferno. Stop him! Nie Qianqian shouted in terror, as a vast expanse of black flames enveloped her surroundings. Ordinary strange fires would not have caused her such distress, yet this was divine fire beyond the ninth rank. Even a formidable being of the sacred realm would not dare to ignore it. Whoosh! The flames rapidly spread, sending four demonic experts, who were about to intervene, flying through the air. These four were all superlative experts within the Emperor realm. Yet they were caught off guard, suffering grievous burns, and cried out in fear. Meanwhile, Nie Qianqian retrieved several fire-resistant imperial artifacts, only for them to be reduced to ash in an instant. The flames consumed her long hair, turning it to cinders and barely singed the human skin mask upon her face. This was a deliberate act by Li Xiao, who wished to ascertain whether revealing her true visage would yield a system notification. Regrettably, no matter how extraordinary Nie Qianqian might be, her cultivation was based on the subsidiary techniques of the celestial demon disintegration. She was not the destined daughter. Soon, Li Xiao beheld her face, and indeed, the woman possessed exceptional beauty, rivaling even Qin Li Meng, with a captivating aura that drew one in, making one wish to remain entranced forever. This allure bore resemblance to that of Mu Xinzi, yet was entirely distinct. While Mu Xinzi exuded an ethereal coolness, Nie Qianqian radiated a noble elegance. Yet paradoxically, this nobility possessed an extraordinary allure, instinctively awakening the conqueror's desire within the hearts of the strong. This visage is truly remarkable. What a pity it serves no purpose! Li Xiao marveled, shaking his head in regret. If only Nie Qianqian were the destined daughter, then destroying her face would surely yield villain points. Alas, she is not. No, I can do it, Nie Qianqian exclaimed in shock, failing to grasp the implications of Li Xiao's dismissive remarks, hastily pleading for mercy. Yet Li Xiao showed no hesitation, since she was of no use. Why should she remain? As his thoughts stirred, a terrifying inferno suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Nie Qianqian barely had time to emit a shrill scream, as all her protective measures and hidden card were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Her exquisitely enchanting visage, capable of beguiling all, was now charred beyond recognition, a sight too ghastly to behold. Yet for her, this destruction bore little consequence. Her cultivation had reached a certain pinnacle, even if she were to wear a veil for the rest of her life. Concealing her true appearance, it would not hinder the infatuation of men and women alike. Nevertheless, being a young and beautiful woman, having her face ravaged so utterly, with no hope of restoration, was a blow to her spirit far graver than the physical damage she had endured. What? Such a trivial injury. It merely demonstrates my magnanimity. Why make such a fuss? Li Xiao scoffed, and with just this one eruption, the four symbols' great array fiercely shielded him, temporarily suppressing the primal fire of the 9 flames beneath the imperial city. Meanwhile, the 9 flames that enveloped Li Xiao could only cloak his body without forming an inferno of its own in an instant. He reverted to his original form, unable to wield the cataclysmic power any longer. To put it plainly, while the 9 flames were formidable, they were but a foreign fire that required time to cultivate and strengthen. The true terror lay in the 9 flames that had been nurtured over countless years by the 9 Flames dynasty, rather than the foreign fire itself. Yet, this was evidently sufficient. The commotion Li Xiao had stirred was so great that even the aura of the 4 symbols' sacred artifact could not be concealed. Soon, powerful figures from the dynasty would arrive to investigate, leaving him unconcerned. What transpired here? The forces of the demon path, eager to charge forth and forcibly take Li Xiao, were met with a detached and chilling voice that resonated through the air. The owner of this voice, though perhaps hundreds of thousands of miles away, commanded an instinctive halt to all actions upon its utterance. Chapter 71. I can swear an oath for this voice belonged to Duanmu Rue. Not only had he just transcended his mental barriers, significantly enhancing his combat prowess, but who could have dared to provoke him even in his former state? The 9 nether sacred land conspired with the demon path and the sword sect to ambush me here. And the third prince, Li Sheng, fought valiantly to protect himself, yet was ruthlessly slain by them. Even the empress of her 9 Flames dynasty met her end at their hands, Li Xiao declared coldly, inciting a wave of uproar among the crowd. What did you say? A terrifying sword intent descended upon the heads of all present, causing the very space to tremble as if it could shatter at any moment. The wrath of a sage-level powerhouse was a fearsome thing indeed, especially that of a peak sage. Senior, do not listen to his nonsense. Nie Qianqian, donning a delicate and charming mask, erupted in an angry scream upon hearing Li Zhao's words. Having just suffered disfigurement, even her ordinarily calm demeanor had become frenzied, and she could no longer maintain her previous charm and grace. What do you wish to say? Are you attempting to shift the blame for the deeds of your demon path onto me? Li Xiao sneered, his expression brimming with derision. The gathered demon path experts were momentarily dumbfounded. This was truly absurd. They had come to welcome the return of their young master. If they were to testify against him here, it would be the height of folly. In an instant, the demon path elites exchanged bewildered glances, unable to find their voices in rebuttal. Nie Qianqian, incensed, bit her silver teeth, yet she could not counter Li Zhao's claims. None were fools. If she were to casually accuse Li Xiao of fabricating lies, how could she maintain her standing within the demon path? How could she explain herself to the demon sovereign? The atmosphere grew tense. Qin Limeng was absent from the scene, leaving her powerless to defend herself, while Yi Bufan could not possibly return to speak on the matter. Li Zhao's words had become a solitary testimony. You killed Li Sheng. 2 strands of sword energy materialized, coalescing into 2 terrifying eyes that bore down on Li Xiao with a fierce intensity. Duanmu Rue glared at him, restraining himself from directly searching his soul out of respect for the 9 Flames dynasty's foundation. Why would I kill Li Sheng? Li Xiao replied, genuinely perplexed. This statement seemed utterly unreasonable, leaving Duanmu Rue at a loss for how to respond. Should he claim that it was Li Sheng who colluded with the 9 nether sacred land, the demon path, and the sword sect to ambush Li Xiao, resulting in his own demise? With Li Sheng deceased, how could he tarnish his reputation in such a manner? Their relationship was not merely that of father and son. It surpassed even that bond. Previously, Li Sheng had sacrificed much to help him fulfill his wishes, and Duanmu Rue cherished and appreciated him deeply. How could he bear to let him die, only to carry the burden of infamy? Who killed Li Sheng? Duanmu Rue's voice was filled with an oath. I swear upon my sword heart, I shall slay this person in this lifetime, if anyone dares to deceive me, regardless of their identity or status. Or the might of their forces, I shall ensure their demise. With no recourse, Duanmu Rue glared at the gathered crowd, issuing a teeth-gritting curse. Sword Saint, are you deaf or simply cowardly? Am I unclear? The 9 nether sacred land colluded with the demon path and the sword sect, resulting in Li Sheng's death? I now swear by the heavens that this is the truth. What a pity, you only dare to bellow at me. You do not have the courage to avenge Li Sheng. Li Xiao scoffed derisively, and to the astonishment of all, he indeed swore an oath, declaring that these 3 factions were responsible for Li Sheng's death. The crowd was left dumbfounded. The oaths of cultivators are not spoken lightly. And furthermore, Li Xiao had solemnly sworn before the heavens and his heart. Young master, we cultivators must not make oaths recklessly, Zhou Xian exclaimed anxiously, his forehead slick with cold sweat as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Li Xiao. Previously, all had witnessed Li Xiao slay Li Sheng in public. It was unfathomable who had emboldened him to make such a declaration. Be silent. Li Sheng shot Zhou Xian a glare. He could not tell if his whispered words could escape Duanmu Rue's ears. Very well. If that is the case, I shall wait 3 days. If after 3 days you have not suffered the backlash of your oath, I shall then visit the 9 nether sacred land. Duanmu Rue had not anticipated Li Zhao's audacious stance that he left with a curt remark, departing the scene. The demon path was shrouded in mystery, the demon's sovereign the most unassailable figure across the entire Tianyuan continent. And the sword sect had long since vanished from the 9 Flames dynasty. Thus he would seek out the conspicuous 9 nether sacred land. You truly are. Witnessing Duanmu Rue's departure, Nie, Qianqian, and the others were left astonished. Struck by Li Zhao's audacity, they could not fathom that Li Xiao was not of this world, nor did he hold any reverence for the heavenly laws here. Moreover, he had spoken no falsehood. Li Sheng had indeed been killed by these 3 factions, a conviction that Li Xiao held deeply within his heart. The heavenly laws are unproven, but the hearts of men are weighed from Li Zhao's perspective. He had never harmed Li Sheng. It was entirely Li Sheng's own volition that had led him to his demise. Seduced by the machinations of the 3 factions, Li Xiao had merely performed a good deed, begrudgingly fulfilling Li Sheng's reckless desire for death. To put it plainly, his only fault was his excessive kindness. He was a true soft-hearted individual. Everyone gather. Nie Qianqian cast a deep glance at Li Xiao, recognizing that such shamelessness indeed suited him well to lead the demon path. But a multitude of demon path experts swiftly congregated around her as she produced a formidable spatial teleportation talisman. Their venture into the 9 Flames imperial city was not without some display of authority. Although Duanmu Rue had departed, other powerful figures from the dynasty would undoubtedly step in to address the situation. Since you have arrived, you might as well stay. A voice, pure and chilling, echoed through the air, and a girl clad in a bronze mask appeared, sword drawn, standing guard before Li Xiao. Jiumei, Li Xiao was taken aback, not expecting the rumored reclusive Li Qingqing to emerge. Moreover, this girl had yet to enter the Emperor realm. It was unclear what she had been closing herself off from. The true prodigies of Li Zhao's generation had mostly attained the Emperor realm, yet Li Qingqing, being still quite young, had ample room for growth. Perhaps her prolonged seclusion was to suppress her level, preventing an early ascension to the Emperor realm. It is the 9th princess. We come with no ill intent, and wish to return now. Must you truly obstruct us? What was revealed was a woman, and Nie Qianqian immediately felt a surge of resentment and indignation, desiring to tease and suppress her. Chapter 72. Self-inflicted hardship. Li Qingqing cast a surprised glance at Nie Qianqian, whose eyes were clearly filled with a questioning scrutiny that made the latter uncomfortable. It was rather peculiar. Amidst the countless prodigies and anomalies in the world, Nie Qianqian was aware that there would always be someone more extraordinary than herself, someone who might look down upon her. However, the issue lay in the fact that if this person happened to be a woman, it became exceedingly difficult for her to accept. The Emperor has acknowledged you. So you indeed are my brother, though not the 7th brother. Li Qingqing even turned to glance at Li Xiao, letting out a faint huff, her face adorned with haughty pride. You don't acknowledge those worthless fools? Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Then he quickly grasped the girl's intent. While he regarded their sibling relationship as something that transcended the entire royal family, she had brought the emperor into the equation, seemingly dismissing everyone else entirely. You all... Yeah, Qianqian had already ignited that talisman, yet she was unwilling to depart so easily. Instead, she suppressed the surging spatial energy within her palm, glaring at Li Qingqing with indignation. I will only strike once. As long as you do not perish, it shall be a proper departure. If you dare not face me, then you will be nothing more than a cowardly sneak away. Li Qingqing cast a disdainful glance at Nie Qianqian, truly not placing her in high regard. These two young women represented contrasting powers. One practiced a unique technique, capable of influencing many formidable beings at the imperial level despite not having entered that realm herself, while the other, brimming with self-confidence beneath the imperial level, considered herself invincible. Especially after a recent period of closed-door cultivation, she was convinced she could easily slay those at the imperial level, genuinely looking down upon Nie Qianqian from the depths of her heart. It was this sincerity and determination that incited Nie Qianqian's emotions to spiral out of control, igniting a desperate need to prove herself. Little sister, you think too highly of yourself. This is not something you can dictate. Nie Qianqian shifted her gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xiao, evidently inquiring about his stance. What she says is precisely my sentiment. Naturally, Li Xiao could not undermine Li Qingqing's position at that moment. He was also quite curious about her current capabilities. Very well. In that case, I shall represent the demonic path and receive your strike. Is it not said that the greatest prodigy of the Jian dynasty is, in fact, you, the youngest ninth princess? Nie Qianqian scoffed, deliberately elevating her opponent's stature. Thus, when she defeats the ninth princess, it would serve to bolster the reputation of the demonic path. Enough chatter, prepare yourself, and come to meet your demise. Li Qingqing, uninterested in refuting such trivial accolades, simply extended a finger, unceremoniously pointing at Nie Qianqian. This was exceedingly rude, far more so than pointing a sword at her. Very well. Fuming silently, Nie Qianqian had never encountered a peer who completely disregarded her. In her worldview, she was unfazed by any discrimination from men, but not from women. Nie Qianqian suddenly lunged forward, only to be left dumbfounded. In that instant, Li Qingqing, whom she had clearly locked onto with her spirit, had vanished entirely. That it was a complete disappearance, as if she had never existed in this space-time, leaving behind not even a trace of her presence. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Not just Nie Qianqian, but everyone observing had utterly lost their sense of Li Qingqing. Ding, detected. The destined daughter, Li Qingqing, has fully activated her innate talent, the heavenly concealed divine body. Age, 12. Realm. Pinnacle of the 9th stage of Gathering Cauldron. Luck value, 20 million points. Current affinity of Li Qingqing towards the host, 60 points. The system prompt suddenly chimed in, and Li Xiao was not surprised by the girl's activation of her talent. For her age made this event entirely expected. However, the issue was that during this simple encounter, they had exchanged but a single sentence, and yet her affinity towards him had surged by a staggering 50 points. This indicated the weighty responsibility and emotion that accompanied her calling him brother. Huffed. Everyone's minds momentarily stalled, for such an abrupt and traceless disappearance was exceedingly abnormal for a group of cultivators. Yet in that fleeting moment, a sword lunged forth from behind Nie Qianqian, with the blade's tip mere half an inch from her pristine, delicate neck. Faced with such a surprise attack, even a sage-level powerhouse, caught off guard, would likely be struck. Onlookers witnessed the once flawless, alabaster neck suddenly erupting with a torrent of blood. Nie Qianqian cried out in terror, realizing her misfortune today. First, her visage had been marred by Li Xiao, and now she was about to be rendered incapacitated. Even with her training in the dance of heavenly demons, she could not endure such torment. Puffed. Li Qingqing struck without mercy. Her intent was not to sever Nie Qianqian's neck, but to thrust the sword deep into her body. This strike bore a singular purpose: to claim her life. Boom! The resilient ground shuddered violently as Nie Qianqian's body fell in a most undignified manner, crashing to the earth. Then, with a sudden roll, she recklessly attempted to flee, blood gushing forth, the blade nearly cleaving her upper body in twain. Yet she ultimately escaped death. Suppressed the space-time. Li Xiao suddenly chuckled lightly, and the myriad sword scripture erupted, directly suppressing the space-time in which Nie Qianqian resided. You shameless wretch! At this juncture, Nie Qianqian had already been gravely wounded and was on the brink of death. Yet upon seeing Li Xiao's intervention, she could not help but rage vehemently that moment. Her greatest impulse was to deliver a resounding slap to her own face. She had been utterly foolish, for Li Xiao, that rogue, could brazenly swear such absurd oaths to the heavens and his own heart. Merely speaking in the moment held no weight. What did it mean to Li Xiao? By what right do you curse me? Li Xiao wore a look of bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend the source of her hatred. I stated that my sister would strike only once. Did I misspeak? Li Xiao feigned an expression of grievance and innocence. He had merely allowed Li Qingqing to make a strike, never forbidding others from acting. Ew. Nie Qianqian was so enraged that she spat blood, feeling as though she had ingested a ton of refuse, their level. Engaging in such childish wordplay was truly amusing, was it not? Boom. In an instant, the myriad sword scripture began to bind the surrounding space, transforming into a terrifying cage of sword energy that descended upon Nie Qianqian. Chapter 73. Projection of the Demon's Sovereign. Evidently, Li Xiao's intent was clear, to eradicate Nie Qianqian with this very strike. Gaze! The destined daughter, Li Qingqing, sensing her host's intentions aligned with her own, to directly eliminate this loathsome woman rather than capture her alive, saw her affinity towards the host increase by 10 points. Li Xiao found himself both amused and exasperated, never expecting that earning a girl's favor would be so effortlessly simple. That, of course, this also indicated that had Li Xiao chosen to capture Nie Qianqian alive, the ninth princess's affinity towards him would likely have diminished. Truly, such inexplicable preferences and aversions. Li Xiao mused internally, while his actions grew more fervent, wishing to eliminate Nie Qianqian without delay. Demon Sovereign, save me! Faced with this impending strike, Nie Qianqian screamed in terror, her face contorted, tears streaming down her cheeks. With her strength, she should not have found herself in such a dire situation, yet her visage had just been marred. Her injuries left unhealed, even her tear ducts beyond her control. Boom! The terrifying sword light descended, and as Nie Qianqian let out a desperate scream, a burst of dark energy erupted from her body, coalescing into a vague shadow clad in a black robe. This was a remnant soul left within her by the Demon's Sovereign, capable of wielding a portion of the Sovereign's might, a lifeline in critical moments. Such a treasure was invaluable. Not only was it a casual strike from an invincible powerhouse, but it also represented the Demon's Sovereign's unwillingness to repeatedly tear apart his own soul. Clearly, in the eyes of the Demon's Sovereign, he could see the echoes of his daughter in Nie Qianqian. Thus, he had made such a frenzied sacrifice, granting her this trump card. Friend, cease your actions, if my little disciple has offended you. The shadowy figure spoke languidly. Given his status throughout the Tianyuan continent, his presence commanded respect, compelling others to be awed and grant him due consideration. Regrettably, he has encountered the formidable challenge of confronting the consumption of raw rice this time. Li Xiao, indifferent to the identity of this old wretch, unleashed the full power of the Wanxiang Sword Classic, directing it with unrestrained force towards the apparition. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. And the shadow of the Demon Lord was obliterated without uttering a single word, utterly annihilated in both form and spirit. Dear father-in-law, you are truly going too far, came the resigned voice of the emperor from a distance. Out of respect for the former Mu Xianzi, he was loath to confront the Demon Lord directly. Yet this old rogue had audaciously created such a ruckus in the imperial city, disregarding his reputation entirely. Unfortunately, the projection of the Demon Lord was extinguished, leaving no room for retort. Damn it! Li Xiao had hoped that this all-out assault would also vanquish Nie Qianqian. Yet to his dismay, his meticulously prepared strike merely cancelled out the projection. Once he regained his composure, he discovered that Nie Qianqian had already summoned a spatial teleportation talisman, departing with all the demonic practitioners in a cacophony of desperate wails. Why did you not intervene? Li Xiao turned to Li Qingqing with a mix of frustration and intimacy, not as a reproach or an attempt to shift blame, but as a deeper expression of camaraderie. Despite her frigid exterior, Li Qingqing yearned for closeness. Having never experienced such warmth from anyone, it was evident that the emperor, whom she idolized, would never acknowledge her, which is why Li Xiao felt compelled to speak to her in such a manner. But I said I would only make one move. You promised me that as well. Li Qingqing's voice trembled with grievance, her eyes reddened, yet a peculiar sensation stirred within her. She had never spoken so intimately with anyone, not even when unjustly accused. Humph! Li Xiao huffed in dissatisfaction and shouted toward the distance. When facing a horde of evil demons, what need is there for decorum? Exterminate them all. That is the true alignment with the will of heaven, the genuine defense of the celestial order. Heed my words. Slay more of these demons, and you shall surely garner the favor and reward of the divine. His voice reverberated throughout the imperial city like a resounding thunderclap, reaching the ears of countless spectators and making it unmistakably clear to the fleeing Nie Qianqian and her companions. This child, within the palace, the expression of the nine-flame emperor was contorted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Li Xiao could utter such words that, if anyone else had said it, it might have been dismissed as mere bravado, but for the demon lord's own grandson to bellow such proclamations was utterly preposterous. Alas, my esteemed father-in-law, who has yet to acknowledge me, will surely be driven to his grave by his own grandson. The nine-flame emperor found himself in a position of conflicted amusement, even feeling a measure of sympathy for the formidable figure of the demonic realm. The demons have colluded with the nine nether sacred land and the remnants of the sword sect to wreak havoc in my nine-flame empire. Thankfully, they have been driven away by the seventh prince, Li Xiao, so there is no need for further concern. Though he felt utterly speechless, the nine-flame emperor projected his voice, ostensibly to reassure the populace. Yet any discerning mind could see that he was subtly bolstering Li Xiao's influence. Brother, why does the emperor show such favoritism towards you? Even Li Qingqing displayed a tinge of jealousy, utterly perplexed by the emperor's unprecedented warmth towards Li Xiao, especially given his typically aloof demeanor. Even she, the youngest daughter, revered the emperor yet received only a cold, indifferent response, devoid of reproach or reprimand. Come, I shall take you to confront him. Li Xiao spoke coolly, lifting the unconscious Tianya and carrying the lifeless body of Junruan. Hastening towards the palace, he had no intention of merely asking trivial questions. He sought to inquire how the nine-flame emperor intended to address this grave matter. The death of Junruan was something he could not accept. Though their interactions had been limited and their emotional ties scant, the sight of her demise left him in shock, unable to reconcile it within himself, though not fueled by overwhelming anger or agitation. Yet, regardless of his emotional state, the event had transpired, and it could not simply be overlooked. Step forward. The nine-flame emperor's demeanor had shifted markedly when he awaited Li Xiao at the palace gates. Clearly different from their previous encounters, Xiao arrived in haste, only to be taken aback by the sight of the nine-flame emperor, who appeared in a manner that defied all expectations. Having secluded himself for 20 years, he had relied on the projection of divine statues to handle affairs beyond the purview of others. Although these statues exuded a commanding presence, capable of harnessing the faith of the masses, the emperor himself appeared a shadow of his former self. His tattered, coarse robe was riddled with countless scars and holes, remnants of past battles and the decay of 2 decades. This ragged garment had been worn for a full 20 years. Even as a high-ranking cultivator, he appeared unkempt and slovenly. His hair, a disheveled mass, had gone untended for 2 decades, a mixture of gray and white, lacking any luster point. One would think that such a powerful figure would not succumb to premature aging. Given his cultivation and age, that I have merely been consumed by worry, lacking the motivation to groom myself, the nine-flame emperor awkwardly explained, noticing Li Xiao's astonishment. 20 years without care, yet you have certainly fathered no small number of children. Li Xiao's lips quirked as he spoke, not out of malice, but driven by a plethora of questions and dissatisfaction swirling in his mind. Come inside. The nine-flame emperor hesitated, taken aback by his son's admonishment. Yet in that moment, he bore no semblance of the imperial majesty expected of a monarch. Rather, he resembled a doting father welcoming his beloved child. As Li Xiao stepped inside, he entered a secluded space. Cut off from the outside world, leaving all others, including the ninth princess, behind in my life, you are my only child. The nine-flame emperor gazed at Li Xiao with a complex expression, uttering words that astonished Li Xiao, leaving him questioning the reliability of his own ears. How can this be possible? 20 years ago, your mother was slain by the sword sect while pregnant with you, her remains lost to time. I believed you had perished. Thus, in an effort to preserve the lineage of the nine-flame dynasty, he had sought a surrogate. Your biological uncle took on the responsibility of governance and continued the royal line. The true heir cultivated by the dynasty, your elder cousin, has long since journeyed to a mysterious forbidden realm in pursuit of a breakthrough to return and claim the throne. Your second cousin's father passed away when he was very young, so I kept him by my side. Your third cousin, Li Sheng, is his father's most exceptional child, and his father now serves as the regent of the nine-flame dynasty, with many children beyond him. The nine-flame emperor laid it all bare, leaving Li Xiao utterly bewildered. Good heavens! Not only did you seek assistance in bearing children, but you have done so 3 times. Is that correct? It seems if anything were to happen to Li Sheng's biological father, you would continue to seek others to fulfill this role. All these children are recorded under your name, undeniably serving your purpose of continuing the lineage. And what of the ninth princess? Is she also a child of the regent? Li Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that if that were the case, his feelings of closeness towards Li Qingqing would be significantly diminished. After all, he had personally slain Li Sheng. Perhaps Li Qingqing was indifferent. But Li Xiao could not overlook the gravity of such actions. How could one not fear betrayal in the dark of night? Not at all. Qingqing is a child I adopted. She originally had the potential to become the next saint of the 9 nether sacred land. But I intervened to secure her for myself. Her talents are indeed exceptional, and whether or not she is a pawn of the 9 nether sacred land matters not to me. The sovereign of the 9 flames has once again revealed a significant piece of information. Leaving Li Xiao momentarily speechless, he had long sensed that Li Qingqing harbored a peculiar sense of closeness towards the sovereign, akin to a deep admiration for her as a father figure. However, since she was not his biological daughter, it could either be due to her profound sense of insecurity or perhaps some manipulation of her mind by the sacred land of the 9 hells. When she had yet to regain her memories, her instinctive affinity for the sovereign was evident. Yet once her memories returned, she might either gravitate towards the sacred land or view the sovereign as an adversary. This matter, indeed, is quite straightforward. Leave it to me to handle. As the saying goes, a daughter must not remain unguarded. Regardless of the sacred land's intentions, I am confident in preventing Qingqing from straying onto a misguided path. Li Xiao boldly declared, shouldering this heavy burden. After all, she's a paragon of destiny, and he had long been eyeing her fortune. Very well. Just be cautious. The most terrifying aspect is that she is a reincarnation of a powerful ancient being with her memories sealed. The sovereign of the 9 flames looked at Li Xiao in astonishment before nonchalantly nodding that in truth, he still appeared youthful and handsome, albeit slightly disheveled with stubble and unkempt hair. As for my Aunt Lan, how shall we proceed with her affairs? Li Xiao gazed at the sovereign, feeling a sense of relief upon realizing that he and Li Sheng were not siblings. This was indeed good news. What do you think? You are my only child. Whatever you decide, I shall follow. The sovereign shrugged indifferently, showing complete apathy towards Jun Rulin's fate. He was inherently detached and cold. Otherwise, he would not have had only 1 woman and 1 child. As for matters concerning the demonic path, I will manage them gradually. Expecting you to eradicate the demonic sect is unrealistic. The headquarters of the sword sect is reportedly too distant from our 9 flames dynasty. So we must seek out the sacred land of the 9 hells now. Li Xiao shrugged. This situation must be addressed, or it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Even if both father and son had little affection for Jun Rulin, this affair nonetheless crossed their boundaries. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, a smile appeared at the corner of the sovereign's mouth. Once he had truly been heartbroken and indifferent to everything. intent solely on handing over the Nine Flames dynasty. But now, with his son returned, the entire dynasty naturally belongs to Li Xiao. Very well. I shall take you to the sacred land of the Nine Hells. The sovereign's face was adorned with a light-hearted smile, exuding an air of indifference, as if a trip to the sacred land were as simple as taking a child out for a snack. Let us proceed, without waiting for Li Xiao to urge him. The sovereign prepared to leave. Just the two of us? Li Xiao found it hard to believe. What kind of sovereign was this, so nonchalant in his actions? Are you afraid? The sovereign looked at Li Xiao with a half-smile. Yet he truly intended for just the two of them to confront the situation and demand repayment. Li Xiao's expression turned incredulous. He was indeed afraid that the sovereign might not withstand the confrontation. Have you not considered that if we ventured out alone, we might be obliterated by Duanmu Rue before we even exit the royal city? Li Xiao gazed at him helplessly. Did this man lack common sense? It was understandable, given his tragic past and 2 decades of seclusion, that he might have lost his wits. The sovereign found himself at a loss for words, truly believing he was seen as a fool. It was pitiful that the esteemed sovereign of the Nine Flames planned to step out to demand repayment, only to be vanquished by his own men, while Duanmu Rue did owe a favor to Li Xiong. I have shown him the royal family's heritage, so he should not be so foolish, the sovereign weakly explained, yet Li Xiao remained unconvinced. What heritage does the royal family possess? Is it a multitude of ancestors suppressing the essence of the Nine Flames beneath the earth? If the royal family truly had heritage, how could the dynasty have fallen? Li Xiao expressed his bewilderment. Let alone the sacred land of the Nine Hells, even Duanmu Rue represented an insurmountable barrier for them father and son. The sovereign fixed Li Xiao with an odd gaze for a long moment before shaking his head in resignation. It seems I am truly a failed father. The illustrious sovereign of a dynasty is, in his son's eyes, utterly insignificant. The greatest heritage of the dynasty now lies within me. The sovereign snorted in silence, then slowly took a step forward. Li Xiao suddenly sensed something amiss at that moment. The laws of space were being compressed violently, and an inexplicable, strange phenomenon unfolded. The sovereign stood merely a step away from Li Xiao, yet he was separated from the surrounding space by a distance of at least 10,000 miles. This was a spatial technique known as 10,000 miles of leisurely courtyard. Just follow my lead, and you shall naturally navigate the laws of space, the sovereign called out, and Li Xiao tentatively took a step in the direction the sovereign had just moved. An uncanny sensation enveloped him. He felt as if his body were being cleaved by space. One of his legs had already crossed into the realm of 10,000 miles, while the majority of his body remained in place. How wondrous! As Li Xiao gradually completed the step, he was astonished to discover that he had crossed a distance of 10,000 miles in a single stride. You find it miraculous simply because you do not comprehend the laws of space. Once you grasp it, this is merely a straightforward application. Rest assured, with Duanmu Rue's abilities, he cannot catch up to us, the sovereign assured him, then leisurely continued forward, vanishing in the blink of an eye over a distance of 100,000 miles. Li Xiao focused his mind, hastily mimicking the sovereign's movements, careful not to falter. A single misstep could lead to a complete loss of direction. Who currently governs the sacred land of the Nine Hells? The two of them walked in tandem, unaware of how many steps they had taken, when the sovereign suddenly spoke. Li Xiao was filled with astonishment. He could scarcely fathom just how vast the Tianyuan continent truly was. When he looked up, he beheld an immense and bustling city emerging before him. Strangely, in such a vast metropolis, not a single cultivator could be seen. It was entirely inhabited by ordinary people. Such a place was exceedingly rare across the Tianyuan continent. On the surface, this represented the sanctity and righteousness of the sacred land of the Nine Hells, suggesting that under their protection, common folk could lead prosperous and secure lives. Yet in reality, these ordinary people were merely their ensnared slaves. It was as if, upon visiting a household, one first encountered the pigsties and chicken coops outside. In times of peace, these mortals might fare slightly better, as they were required to provide various resources to the sacred land, allowing its members to select young boys and girls at will. However, In the event of a conflict between cultivators, these individuals would not even qualify as cannon fodder, destined to become mere collateral damage. Had any other cultivator sought revenge, they would have long since obliterated this grand city to issue a warning to the sacred land. Yet the sacred land would not genuinely care. After all, mortals and cultivators are no longer of the same species. However, the sovereign of the Nine Flames maintained a sense of propriety. He had no intention of harming these commoners. Nevertheless, this implicitly indicated that his purpose in coming here was not simply to slaughter a few mortals and be satisfied. If one were to think deeper, might it not be the case that the sacred land constructed this massive city for mortals to serve as a means of slaughter, thus alleviating the anger of others and allowing themselves to occupy the moral high ground? At this thought, Xiao shivered, unwilling to delve further. What do you intend to do? The sovereign's voice appeared ordinary. It had already reached the heart of the sacred land, where a voice filled with both astonishment and fury echoed from afar. Not only that, but a large mass of white clouds swiftly approached, carrying over 100 individuals clad in white robes, wielding flying swords. The three elders at the forefront bore solemn expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy, while the others were strikingly handsome and beautiful, each exuding an extraordinary and ethereal aura, truly pleasing to the eye that we pay our respects to the immortal. Simultaneously, a commotion erupted in the vast city ahead, as countless individuals knelt on the ground, bowing reverently to the exalted cultivators. Some among them appeared so overwhelmed with excitement that they seemed to be witnessing a cultivator for the first time in their lives. Observing the fervent devotion of these people, it was no wonder they were treated as livestock, confined and bred for the amusement of cultivators. Xiao sighed, astonished by the unexpected intervention of the Nine Flames Emperor. Thus, I have consistently opposed the segregation of cultivators from ordinary people. Yet, some dynasties, seduced by the allure of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, seem to have begun expelling ordinary folk, relegating them to isolated regions apart from the cultivators. Here, these two engaged in unabashed conversation, causing the expressions of those from the Nine Nether Sacred Land to shift dramatically. I am aware of your intentions. Allow me to speak. The foremost elder, an elderly woman with a head full of white hair and a kind demeanor, possessed skin as delicate and smooth as silk, her features strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of lingering charm. She frowned at the Nine Flames Emperor, seemingly recognizing an old acquaintance. Speak. I am listening. The Nine Flames Emperor smiled, unhurried, as those anxious souls perhaps feared their resolve would falter if they were not pressed to act. Chapter 76. All decided by Xiao, observing the Nine Flames Emperor's demeanor. The three elderly leaders furrowed their brows. Had he stormed in, bristling with fury, matters would have been simpler. Emotions could be vented, and then all would be well. Yet his current nonchalance indicated that he had thought things through, making him far less susceptible to manipulation. We have shared a friendship for many years in the past, when you ascended to the throne, our Nine Nether Sacred Land sent a delegation to congratulate you. And I was among them. After so many years, you, though ailing, still possess the same grace as before. While we have grown old, the old woman cast a furtive glance at Li Chongqing's expression, feigning lamentation, but found him smiling silently, clearly dismissing her words as mere prattle. Jun Ruolan was indeed our sacred maiden, and her sudden tragedy pains us deeply. We wish we could exact vengeance upon her enemies. Qinli Meng is her disciple, yet she is no longer affiliated with our Nine Nether Sacred Land. That so-called title of Sacred Maiden was self-appointed. We merely permitted her to seek kin in the Nine Flames dynasty due to her connection with Jun Ruolan. Following the incident, we dispatched personnel to retrieve Qinli Meng, intending to hand her over to the Nine Flames dynasty for judgment. Alas, she is covertly allied with the demonic path and is likely accompanying the demonic maiden Nia Qianqian to pay homage to the demon lord. The old woman spoke eloquently, her gaze fervently fixed on Li Chongqing, seemingly eager to propose an alliance to combat the demonic forces that's so? Li Xiao, standing nearby, was left astounded, marveling at the audacity of their scheme, to eliminate a pivotal figure and then seek an alliance, employing such a treacherous method to achieve their own ends. Regrettably, The Nine Nether Sacred Land was no band of outlaws, and the Nine Flames Emperor was no Lu Junyi. Oh, so this is how things stand. Li Changsheng erupted into hearty laughter, as though he had heard the most amusing jest in the world. I Changsheng. Every word I utter is the truth. I wonder how your Nine Flames dynasty intends to respond. The elder's gaze sharpened, a hint of frenzied, killing intent seeping forth. Perhaps, should Li Changsheng fail to provide her with a satisfactory answer, she would assist the Nine Flames dynasty in a transition of power. If this were 20 years ago, I would have single-handedly stormed your Nine Nether Sacred Land, ensuring utter annihilation. However, now that I have a son, let him make the decision. I Changsheng's laughter resonated, but he displayed no anger. Instead, he pushed Li Xiao forward. Li Xiao stepped forth, surveying the crowd, and sighed helplessly. All of you are worthless. This statement held true. Not a single person present was the child of destiny. What did you say? You insolent youth, how dare you insult our Nine Nether Sacred Land? The old woman fumed, her own age having depleted her potential, yet behind her stood the talented individuals nurtured by the Nine Nether Sacred Land. Who could not be so shamelessly affronted? When the adults speak, you have no place to interject. Li Xiao sighed once more, his thoughts coalescing into a massive realm of sword energy, silently descending upon them, enveloping all within. Puff! The relentless sword energy descended, mercilessly slaughtering those cultivators, who were at best at the third level of the Imperial realm, leaving them with no chance to resist. What a splendid sword technique! This is not merely a method of murder. It is a technique for the annihilation of worlds. Li Changsheng exclaimed with delight. Even laughing heartily, he had no interest in questioning how Li Xiao had acquired such a secret of the sword sect. This was of little consequence. What mattered was that he recognized Li Xiao as his son, acknowledged by the immortal Mu. This affirmation was paramount. Even if Li Xiao was merely a pawn cultivated by the sword sect, it was inconsequential, for in his eyes, only the two of them shared the deepest bond in this world. Stop! What do you intend to do? When Li Xiao suddenly struck, the people of the Nine Nether Sacred Land were taken aback, revealing themselves amidst a chorus of furious roars, as countless figures resembling rainbows rushed towards them. Changsheng remained silent, stepping forward to stand resolutely in front of Li Xiao. Should anyone speak, he would feign ignorance. Should anyone attack, he would respond in kind. Halt, brotherly! Is this necessary? You are using your son to commit violence. This is truly excessive. The oncoming individuals, brimming with rage, were bewildered to see Li Changsheng blocking the way. Yet they did not launch a rescue, instead pointing fingers at him in a frenzy of accusation. Collect! Li Xiao called out softly, retracting the myriad sword techniques, leaving behind only a trace of faint bloodlust. After the sword energy had ravaged them, not even a drop of blood remained. They were utterly annihilated, returning to the cosmos. You arrive at an opportune moment. Li Xiao took a step forward, casually glancing around before wielding his sword once more. The myriad sword techniques coalesced into a faint phantom, enveloping the blade. Within that ethereal visage lay an entire realm of swordsmanship, endowing Li Xiao's longsword with unimaginable terrifying power. Puff, 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 as the sword light flickered. Those from the Nine Nether Sacred Land were effortlessly slain, with some turning to flee in panic. Clearly, their plan to assemble a group of expendables to gloss over this incident was no longer viable. These worthless fools are merely pawns pushed forth by the Nine Nether Sacred Land for us to vent our frustrations upon. Be gentle, do not let your wrath truly manifest. Amidst the chaos, Li Changsheng spoke softly. Indeed, Li Xiao's strikes seemed to lack 3 parts of their former lethality, yet his movements quickened. While his words were grounded in truth, they sent shivers down the spines of those expendables who heard them. No wonder the illustrious Nine Flames Emperor had arrived, yet not a single powerful figure from the Sacred Realm had made an appearance. They had thought this was a mere show of disdain towards the Emperor, only to discover it was a summons for their own demise. I Changsheng, you have gone too far. Do not incite such base provocation. Should your wretched son dare to inflict harm again, do not blame us for showing no mercy. Provoked by Li Changsheng's derision, the true powers of the Nine Nether Sacred Land could no longer remain seated. A roar akin to a dragon's cry echoed through the heavens, causing Li Xiao's body to stiffen momentarily. Puff, puff, puff. In that instant, Li Xiao's sword light surged, cutting down those who had attempted to escape. Among them were several formidable cultivators who had exhausted their lifetimes of effort to finally reach the imperial realm. Regrettably, in the face of Li Xiao, they were still too weak. Chapter 77. Without restraint, Li Xiao showed no mercy, clearing the field of all present, plunging the arena into profound silence. The mortal city ahead lay in utter stillness, too fearful to acknowledge the chaos unfolding outside to them. It was akin to being ants caught in the eye of a storm, paralyzed with terror. Meanwhile, the entire Nine Nether Sacred Land, hidden in the distance, suddenly descended into an absolute silence. For countless years, they had not endured such humiliation, not even during the legendary battles between righteousness and demonic forces of the past. The father and son of the Li family clearly held them in utter contempt. Perhaps, in their eyes, they were nothing more than fish on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered or butchered at will. There was no need for hesitation, nor was there any need for caution. Good, good, good. What a mad young man. If a war erupts between the Nine Flames dynasty and the Nine Nether Sacred Land, the responsibility shall rest solely upon you, accompanied by a furious roar that echoed like a tempest. A figure clad in black robes suddenly materialized before Li Xiao. It seemed as though he could barely restrain himself from launching an assault on Li Xiao. However, the disdainful snort from Li Changsheng beside him ultimately held him back. The annihilation of the Jiao Yan dynasty bears no relevance to me. Li Xiao, utterly perplexed, scrutinized the expression of the black-robed man, suspecting that the individual must be mentally unhinged. Li Changsheng immediately burst into triumphant laughter. Though he uttered no words, his demeanor unmistakably conveyed, "This is my beloved son. You two, father and son, are utterly incomprehensible." The man, infuriated, felt his chest heave, overwhelmed by a sense of futility akin to playing the lute to a cow. The Nine Nether Sacred Land houses 9 Grand Lords and nearly 200 various sects. I have no knowledge of the deeds of Qin Liming. Do you still wish to target the entire Nine Nether Sacred Land over this matter? Have you forgotten that, despite the current fragmentation of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, its collective power remains the sole superpower of the Tianyuan continent? The man coldly glared at Li Changsheng, instinctively ignoring Li Xiao. This man, surnamed Zhen, is commonly referred to as Zhen Duiyu in the martial world. He is one of the 9 Grand Lords, yet the most superfluous among them. His role in the affairs of the Nine Nether Sacred Land is merely that of a runner, lacking any real authority or decision-making power. Primarily, he is a man of lowly disposition, always seeking to entangle himself in matters. Li Changsheng spoke nonchalantly, disregarding the other party while passing the conversational reins to Li Xiao. The Emperor believes he is your friend and, having established that this matter does not concern him, instinctively seeks to exonerate you. Li Xiao gazed at Li Changsheng in astonishment, while Zhen Duiyu's already unpleasant countenance grew even more haggard. Enraged moments ago, he now found himself being regarded as a friend by the son of the very man he was confronting. You need not refer to me as the Emperor. Simply calling me father suffices. Li Changsheng stared at Li Xiao in bewilderment, incredulous that he was blocking another's path to engage in casual conversation. Perhaps you two should confer in return? Zhen Duiyu weakly raised his hand in protest, finally drawing Li Xiao's gaze to his own face. Since you are a friend of the Emperor, allow me to directly express my bottom line. Li Xiao's gaze was calm. He did not appear to be seeking vengeance, but rather seemed genuinely concerned for the other party. You will surrender Qin Liming entirely to me, or I shall annihilate your 9 Nether Sacred Land and slay every living being within it. As Li Xiao calmly articulated his demands, Zhen Duiyu's expression shifted dramatically. He stared at Li Xiao in disbelief, gradually coming to terms with the seriousness of his intent. If the Nine Yin Emperor is aggressive and domineering, then his son is nothing short of a madman devoid of reason. He instinctively wanted to speak, but Li Changsheng interrupted him. Since he has spoken thus, it is my intention. Today, I shall first enact a small massacre here, which can merely be considered as collecting a bit of interest. Upon my return, if I do not receive a satisfactory response from you, I shall mobilize the Nine Yan dynasty's 9 Yan guards to formally declare war on her 9 nether sacred land. Li Chongqing's tone was flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. Zhan Duyu, bewildered, glanced between him and Li Xiao, concluding that the two were utterly deranged. Do you not realize? I have no desire to know. Li Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. Uninterested in hearing the other's grandiloquent reasoning, I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to convey our intentions to the entire 9 nether sacred land. Then I shall commence my actions. Li Chongqing's face gleamed with eager anticipation, as if the 20 years of seclusion had driven him to the brink. Li Chongqing, have you completely lost your mind? With a modicum of power in your grasp, instead of eradicating the demonic path, you choose to confront us, the 9 nether sacred land? Zhan Duyu finally cracked, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Chongqing, who remained unfazed, his expression one of sheer delight as he awaited the passage of time. It is best to collect some interest. This visit has been far too hasty, devoid of any preparation. Li Xiao, equally regretful, looked curiously at Li Chongqing. May I inquire, Emperor, where exactly is the 9 nether sacred land? Hearing him insist on the title of Emperor, Li Chongqing frowned at him, but ultimately chose to endure. The 9 nether sacred land, reputedly established to suppress the chaos instigated by the 9 nether and the demonic path, is a righteous organization. Thus, they have long feigned nobility, boasting of their virtuous deeds while concealing the true sanctum beneath the earth. In truth, their claims of suppressing the 9 nether are mere pretenses, self-deception at its finest. Therefore, the genuine 9 nether sacred land lies beneath this colossal city. Li Chongqing was not engaging with the 9 nether sacred land for the first time. He divulged their secrets with ease. I see. Li Xiao burst into joyful laughter, extending his hand to conjure a wisp of ethereal black fire, which swiftly spread, enveloping the entire city in mere moments. The 9 yen divine fire. What are you planning? Zhan Duyu's face paled in shock. He could hardly fathom that, over a trivial matter, the 9 yen emperor would allow his offspring to escalate the situation to such a degree. There is no need for concern, Zhen Elder. This is merely a mere fragment of the 9 yen divine fire, its power weak and insignificant. However, I have heard that for to flourish rapidly, the lives of the masses serve as the finest sustenance. Given your 9 nether sacred land as prolonged existence, surely you are overpopulated, burdened with excess waste. Why not allow me to assist you in simplifying and refining your ranks? Chapter 78. A Life for 10,000. Li Xiao cheerfully explained, then furiously infused spiritual energy, causing the flames to surge dramatically, forming a vast wall of fire that encompassed the entire space ahead. Witnessing the might of this, even the 9 yen emperor was taken aback. Although it paled in comparison to the cultivated by the 9 yen royal family, it was unreasonable for Li Xiao to have propelled its power to such heights using only his own spiritual energy. One individual, no matter how formidable, could not possibly possess such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. It is said that your 9 nether sacred land is compassionate and values life. Why not begin mobilizing to save those ordinary people? Li Chongqing suddenly interjected, as the quarter hour had elapsed. Let us proceed. Without waiting for Zhen Duyu to react, he swiftly led Li Xiao into the fray. Halt. What do you intend to do, for the first time? Zhen Duyu realized how swiftly time had passed, and he let out an enraged roar, rushing forward to intervene. Should you dare to act, you shall perish here. Li Chongqing coldly scoffed without turning back. And layers of divine halos manifested behind him, leaving Zhen Duyu, who was poised to act, utterly petrified. You, he stammered, rendered speechless by fear to the point of nearly biting his own tongue. This is the 9 nether sacred land, the acknowledged foremost sacred ground of the Tianyuan continent, where even the rarest of sacred realm experts are not uncommon. Yet beyond the sacred realm, there are indeed higher tiers. He possesses divine halos within the 9 nether sacred land. Astonished gasps erupted, leaving everyone in shock. Despite having some prior association with Li Chongqing, Zhan Duyu hesitated to act against him. However, for others facing Li Chongqing, death was the only outcome. Listen well, you have brought this upon yourselves. How dare you infiltrate my 9 yen imperial city and conspire to slay my beloved sister-in-law? Today, I shall not overstep my bounds. A life for 10,000. As long as my son slays a full 10,000. We shall depart. Should you refuse, then awaken your 9 nether sacred lands guardian deity to engage me in divine combat. Li Chongqing ceased concealing his intentions, unleashing a thunderous roar that sent Li Xiao's face into a spasm. Deeply sensing the emperor's dominance, the entirety of the 9 nether sacred land was left questioning their very existence. Here lies the 9 nether sacred land, the ultimate sanctuary for humanity in the Tianyuan continent. Yet, how do Li Chongqing and his son perceive this place? Whoever dares to resist shall resume the count. For every 10 individuals who resist or flee, the limit shall increase by 10,000. But Li Chongqing was not finished. He casually added, boom. Before the inhabitants of the 9 nether sacred land could fully grasp the gravity of the situation, Li Chongqing had already taken a light step forward. In an instant, the vast sacred sculptures at the very center of the city shattered into fragments. The ground of the plaza suddenly split apart, revealing a chasm so deep it seemed bottomless, into which Li Chongqing, accompanied by Li Xiao, recklessly leaped. Even before the real confrontation began, Li Xiao's blood surged with excitement. Some might believe that only by aiding the weak against the strong, or by defeating the powerful with the powerless, could one experience such exhilarating fervor. Yet the truth is that it is the freedom to act without restraint, to indulge in vengeance and enmity, that serves as the motivation for some practitioners. Li Xiao trembled slightly, and this was not out of fear, but rather from exhilaration. Above the realm of the sacred lies the divine realm, a fact that could be surmised from the pinnacle of being the divine flame. It was only now that Li Xiao vividly understood that possessing such power allowed one to act with impunity. Clearly, Junruo Lan was aware of the truth. Hence, she could not fathom that the 9 nether sacred land would be foolish enough to dare come to the 9 flame imperial city to assassinate her. At this moment, Duan Murue likely also grasped the reality, which is why he remained obediently in the 9 flame imperial city, refraining from mentioning avenging his beloved disciple. Sadly, the 9 flame sacred land was oblivious to this. And so was Qin Li Meng. One can easily imagine that Qin Li Meng was filled with aspirations, believing she had eradicated Junruo Lan, thus eliminating a grave threat to the sacred land. She had sacrificed herself to feed the demons, facilitating the alliance between the 9 Flame Dynasty and the 9 Nether Sacred Land to jointly combat the demonic forces. Ultimately, she envisioned herself triumphantly stepping back, having dealt a heavy blow to the demonic path, destined to become an everlasting legend of the Tianyuan continent. Unfortunately, she had calculated everything, yet did not foresee that the young 9 Flame Emperor possessed such terrifying power. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations became mere jokes. Qin Li Meng and those who conspired behind her were forced to pay a heavy price for their misplaced confidence. What a remarkable place for cultivation. Following Li Chongqing, Li Xiao plunged into a small spatial world embedded deep within the earth, instantly awed to see the spiritual essence crystallized into tangible forms. Solidified spiritual essence took the shape of mountains, forests, and even furniture. Liquid spiritual essence coalesced into rivers, lakes, and waterfalls, while gaseous spiritual essence wafted as a thick mist, perpetually enveloping the area, showing no signs of dissipating. The inhabitants of this realm lived as though they were perpetually immersed in an elixir, constantly undergoing passive cultivation and enhancement. Everything here belonged to the people residing within. Yet if these people were to perish, would not those possessions become unclaimed? Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he earnestly gazed at Li Chongqing. This time, even Li Chongqing felt a surge of exasperation to burst in and commit murder, while also plundering. However, since this was Li Xiao's request, he felt disinclined to object that do not act as marauding bandits. Do not strip the 9 nether sacred land bare. However, if it pertains to the personal possessions of the deceased, aiding them temporarily could be considered an act of kindness. Li Chongqing spoke, his divine halo expanding slowly, resembling a blazing sun illuminating the small space and dispersing the mist, allowing for a clearer view of the surroundings. You 2 great fiends, dare to commit such an atrocity, intending to annihilate us? A large group of young disciples approached, trembling with fear and despair, for they had been forcibly driven by their own masters. Even those who have yet to reach the oceanic realm dare to vie for a place among the 10,000 spots I have mentioned. You are not worthy. Li Changxing furrowed his brow and let out a cold huff, which made the group feel as if they had been granted a reprieve. They hastily turned to flee, wishing they could sprout additional legs to escape faster. Now that you have arrived, why run? Chapter 79. On the brink of becoming a demon, regrettably, Li Changsheng could not be bothered to deal with these individuals, but Li Xiao did not care. To him, these were the true future of the 9 Nether Sacred Land. Eliminating them held significance. Killing those antiquated figures who had lost their capacity for reproduction held no merit. Before they could react, a dark, ominous flame surged forward, and the air was filled with the wails of despair. Go, Li Xiao pointed, summoning the 10,000 demon banner. The 9-flame divine fire, and this demonic artifact instantly created a perfect chemical reaction. The 9-flame divine fire scorched the souls of the living, thereby nourishing and empowering itself, while the tortured souls served as the finest material for the 10,000 demon banner. In an instant, thousands of young disciples from the 9 Nether Sacred Land were reduced to mere ash. Fortunately, all lingering souls and resentments were consumed by the 10,000 demon banner, preventing excessive pollution of the environment. Is it true that you have truly allied with the demonic path? If so, our 9 Nether Sacred Land would not hesitate to utilize its resources to eradicate demons. Zhan Yu rushed over, yet it was too late to intervene, and upon witnessing this scene, his eyes reddened with fury. My woman is the sole daughter of the demon sovereign. My child is the grandson of the demon sovereign. He wields some demonic techniques. What is so astonishing about that? If your 9 Nether Sacred Land truly possesses such audacity, then come at me. Li Changsheng scoffed derisively. Though he was indeed astonished by Li Xiao's ruthlessness, he knew he had to fully support him at this moment. Zhan Duyu, you truly are redundant. Do you not see that pushing these people out to die is the collective will of your 9 Nether Sacred Land? They volunteered to join. It is their fate. Moreover, if you truly believe that such humiliation has befallen the 9 Nether Sacred Land without a saint-level powerhouse sacrificing themselves, it is utterly unreasonable. I can certainly fulfill that for you. I have long said, among the 9 great saints, you are the most superfluous. Li Changxing's scornful mockery seemed to awaken Zhan Du. As a powerful being of the sacred realm, he naturally did not wish to die. Especially not in vain. Although Li Changxing's demands were excessive, it was evident that the 9 Nether Sacred Land had tacitly permitted this. Otherwise, the true higher-ups would not remain silent. All right, Senior Zhen, do not always be a dampener. I'm about to begin my fun, so please assist the Emperor by keeping count. Li Xiao impatiently beckoned, charging forward with his sword. Zhan Duyu was infuriated. This bizarre father-son duo seemed utterly devoid of humanity. Let the games begin. I will keep tally. Li Changsheng erupted into laughter, his divine consciousness expanding to envelop the entire 9 Nether Sacred Land, a faint small divine halo ever present, protecting Li Xiao's safety. This area must be where the female disciples of the 9 Nether Sacred Land reside, correct? Then your saint must also be a female cultivator. Yes? I shall commence my slaughter here. Li Xiao dashed into a residential area near a stream of spiritual essence, where numerous young female cultivators, following their master's orders, cowered in their homes, too fearful to venture out. Bang! He kicked over a palace and charged in with his sword drawn. Why are you killing me? As the long sword pierced through a female cultivator's neck. She clung to life, unwilling to succumb, her eyes fixed on Li Xiao as she uttered her final question. A flicker of panic and avoidance passed through Li Xiao's gaze, gripping his sword tightly. He mustered the courage to explain, because Qin Li Ming is a woman. I do not know whether you're a good person or a bad person. But to me, even if you are wicked, you are still innocent. However, if I do not kill you this time, the world will know that those around me can be humiliated and slaughtered at will. For my sake, you must be sacrificed. Li Xiao spoke coldly, embodying absolute indifference and selfishness. Point 1. From afar, Li Changxing's voice rang out, counting. Li Xiao cast a sweeping glance, collecting all the belongings of the fallen female cultivator before rushing into another dwelling. Who would have thought that the saintess's departure would not bring glory to the sacred land, but instead herald this calamity? Residing here was an elder of the sacred land. The old woman gazed at Li Xiao with a deep expression, unclear whether it was resentment or regret. Kill me, for I share culpability in this matter. The elder sighed bitterly, gradually closing her eyes, her face devoid of panic or fear, instead exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. I sense you are deceiving me. Qin Li Ming's actions were not carried out by you alone. However, if you seek to save your life in exchange for another, I shall grant you that wish. After all, I can still accept this one in 10,000 chance. Li Xiao felt a surge of respect in his heart. The old woman voluntarily stepped forward to seek death, believing that her demise would grant the others of the 9 nether sacred land an additional chance at life. Regrettably, Li Xiao's intent to kill her stemmed not from hatred or emotion, but was a calculated decision made by his mind, a truly terrifying prospect. Some may not comprehend this, believing maternal love to be inherent to human nature. In truth, it is merely a primal instinct governed by hormones and instinctual drives. The act of extinguishing a newborn's life or abusing one's own flesh and blood is what truly reflects human nature. As these actions arise from a deliberate thought process that Li Xiao, after profound contemplation, resolved to impose a minor punishment as a stark warning to deter others. To put it bluntly, this was merely a use of your life as an example, so that all may understand the gravity of not coveting those close to me. This is human nature, an absolute selfishness devoid of any sentiment. Those who wish to kill shall do so. Those who do not wish to kill must still comply, and if one finds themselves unable to proceed, they must grit their teeth and persevere. Thank you for your cooperation. With a sigh, the old woman had her throat severed. Li Xiao collected all her belongings and plunged into the 3rd residence. Such slaughter is profoundly brutal, and even more humiliating, as regardless of whom he intended to kill, that person dared not resist, nor evade the inevitable. This is the essence of power. Without Li Chongqing's suppression, who would dare to act so recklessly within the 9 nether sacred land? How terrifying it is, should the day come when I am subdued and killed by another's strength. Li Xiao felt no excitement or fervor, only dread and trepidation. His heart grew increasingly bewildered, grappling with the inability to accept himself as an instinctual protective mechanism arose, urging him to forget his own identity. To put it plainly, it birthed an entirely new persona dedicated to executing such deeds. This is not good. Am I not succumbing to madness? Chapter 80. Killing in the sacred realm is as simple as slaughtering chickens in an instant. A profound shock coursed through Li Xiao's heart as countless realizations flooded his mind. He had heard many speak of madness. Yet what does it truly mean? Why does one lose their original emotions and memories upon succumbing to madness? Why do they become formidable? At this moment, he finally understood. The answer to this conundrum was astonishingly simple. Madness is the collapse of the dominant persona, while what is termed madness is, in fact, a new, obsessive, and unrestrained persona. How simple it truly is! Li Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. This was utterly terrifying. Humans are inherently driven by a desire to escape reality, and he had nearly lost himself to that very instinct. It was merely killing. After all, it was not the same as killing oneself. Li Xiao exhaled deeply. Indeed, there are individuals in this world who would rather take their own lives than harm another. Fortunately, Li Xiao reassured himself that he was not one of them. The 9 nether sacred land, having endured for so long with such immense power and reputation, is, in essence, a decayed and malevolent organization that deserves annihilation. As the saying goes, to be old and not dead is akin to being a thief. This is the meaning behind IT. IT is not aimed at individuals, but rather at all beings. Once one persists in living indefinitely, they become akin to cancer cells. You are utterly deranged, truly a madman consumed by a thirst for blood. Finally, under the relentless slaughter unleashed by Li Xiao, the master of the lineage from which Qin Limeng hailed emerged. She was left with no choice. With her elite disciples decimated by Li Xiao, her position as master would be moot if she did not intervene. To an individual, one's life is a vivid existence. However, to the higher-ups of the sacred land, each disciple's life is merely a resource for cultivation, a form of property. Despite the presence of numerous experts, even a disciple at the entry level of the sacred land requires an endless supply of cultivation resources for their development. Especially now, as the sacred land has become a battleground of factions, each branch is responsible for its own gains and losses. With Li Xiao's continuous killings and plundering, their lineage's resources were on the verge of being entirely depleted, compelling the master to step forth personally. "You are the master that Qin Liming spoke of?" Li Xiao paused, observing the newcomer, a stunningly beautiful woman who appeared to be no older than 30, exuding an aura of terrifying power from the sacred realm. Just her presence was enough to render Li Xiao powerless, making it impossible for him to inflict any harm upon her. "Indeed, since you and your father refused to reason. Let us not dwell on the past. I stand here now, and I will allow you 3 strikes. After that, this matter shall be concluded." The woman furrowed her brows tightly, her face marred with humiliation as she uttered a frigid response. In her view, as the esteemed master of the sacred land, a being of the sacred realm, allowing Li Xiao to attack without evasion or retaliation was already a display of great mercy. She had endured such degradation. Even if Li Xiao harbored grievances, he should surely have vented his frustrations by now. "That I will kill you. Moreover, your life counts for but 1. It cannot be counted as 2. Li Xiao's expression twitched slightly as he calmly stated, lightly thrusting his sword forward. This maneuver could be effortlessly avoided, even by a child just learning to walk. The woman glared at Li Xiao with a face full of resentment. Ultimately, she dared not evade and instead tensed her muscles, preparing to endure the blow that a being of the sacred realm signifies a monumental transformation in life forms. Even if she was not a physical cultivator, she still possessed the confidence to prevent the blade from piercing her body. In fact, she begrudgingly contemplated allowing Li Xiao to pierce her skin, perhaps shedding a few drops of blood to help him forge a name as an invincible prodigy. This might be the better choice. Seal, however, just as the sword slowly approached her chest, Li Chongqing suddenly uttered a single word. Boom! A divine ring suddenly soared forth, immediately pinning the woman down, prompting an incredulous cry to escape her lips. In that instant, all her cultivation was suppressed and sealed, rendering her as powerless as an ordinary person. "Senior, Sister Ling." Numerous urgent exclamations echoed, but Li Xiao's sluggish sword suddenly accelerated. Puffed! The long sword swiftly penetrated the sacred land masteress body, skewering her heart and protruding from her back. "You!" The woman gazed at Li Xiao in terror, utterly astonished that he would dare to slay a being of the sacred realm, even within the 9 nether sacred land. Beings of the sacred realm are regarded as strategic-level weapons of mass destruction, irreplaceable peak combatants. Should a being of the sacred realm perish, it would undoubtedly spark an unquenchable vendetta steeped in blood. If you wish to live, why step forth? Do you not understand basic arithmetic? I have yet to count to 10,000. Li Chongqing mused, bemused, as he counted once more in that moment of her unwillingness to perish. The 9 nether sacred land is indeed audacious. Under the gathered might, there is no need for counting. Li Xiao snorted lightly and turned to depart from the area, with the death of this lineage's master. Remaining here would seem somewhat predatory. Moreover, following his previous carnage, few strong survivors remained. The slaughter continued, with Li Xiao showing no mercy to it. Is said that killing 10,000 pigs is no easy feat, let alone slaying 10,000 formidable beings. Yet these individuals stood motionless, permitting their slaughter, and they did not even express fatigue. Why should Li Xiao, a mere killer, feel weary? Did he deserve such a sentiment? What does this matter have to do with us? Why must you exterminate us, innocent souls? A newly ascended cultivator at the imperial realm, whose aura fluctuated violently, bellowed in indignation at Li Xiao. "Spare me the excuses. I kill you simply because I possess the strength to do so." "Do you expect me to have a reason for killing you?" Li Xiao chuckled wryly. These individuals had no idea how many similar acts they had committed, yet when it came to their own lives, they sought justification. "Enough, all below the imperial realm. Step aside. You are no longer counted." Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiao had already slain nearly 9,780 individuals. He suddenly grew impatient and roared, causing a multitude of gathered cultivators to joyfully flee in panic. "You have gone too far. We do not possess so many Imperial Realm experts for you to slay. Over a dozen figures surged forward, surrounding Li Changsheng, for Li Xiao seemed to have become emboldened, making excessive demands in the heat of the moment. Chapter 81. Arrogant bullying. What? Do you intend to counter with a being of the Sacred Realm? One Sacred Realm individual counts as but one. Li Changsheng remained unfazed. His purpose here was to engage in a grand massacre, yet the individuals of the Nine Nether Sacred Land were far too clever, persistently evading him the opportunity. Cease at once. Once the Sovereign of Nine Flames takes action, it will not merely be the demise of a mere 10,000 souls. A decade ago, I had already crossed blades with him. He possesses the ability to summon the full might of the divine flame of Nine Flames from afar. Even if I were to emerge victorious, the sacred land of Nine Nether would be reduced to ashes. At that moment, a helpless, youthful sigh echoed, seemingly from a girl of merely 5 or 6 years. 20 years ago, I had already sought to annihilate the sacred land of Nine Nether. Who would have thought that today I would finally have the opportunity? Since you have emerged, you shall perish here. Li Changsheng scoffed, standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly without a care, inviting these individuals to strike at him en masse. Is that so? A being of the sacred realm is so easily slain? Li Xiao approached, astonished, and thrust his sword forth. He would not engage in any sluggish maneuvers or allow them the choice of life or flight. He was eager to witness whether they would dare to attack him. Buzzing, a myriad of divine rings descended from the heavens, instantly shackling these individuals' powers, rendering them as ordinary mortals. Li Changsheng, do you find it truly amusing to bully the weak? The girl's voice echoed once more, indicating that she would not take action herself. And you, at such a tender age, you seek to be stained with the blood of those of the sacred realm. Can you truly bear such a consequence? Even their disciples possess the strength to slay you. Can you truly hide in Li Changsheng's embrace for all eternity? Realizing that Li Changsheng remained unfazed, that voice began to incite Li Xiao. With a swift motion, Li Xiao's sword accelerated, and in an instant, he vanquished these rare beings of the sacred realm. Watching their corpses tumble down, he struck a few more times, reducing their bodies to mere fragments. Fearful of any deceitful means of feigning death to escape. Having completed this, Li Xiao finally laughed with delight. Go and inquire how many would willingly sacrifice their lives for an opportunity to consecutively slay beings of the sacred realm. Li Xiao scoffed, leaving the other person at a loss for words. That he was not mistaken. For the sacred land of Nine Nether to pay such a price, even if it meant sacrificing the entire Nine Flames dynasty, it would be worthwhile. Moreover, the outcome of the hunt remains uncertain. You need not threaten him. Should any unforeseen incident occur, be it at the hands of anyone, even a true immortal from the upper realms, I shall first obliterate your sacred land of Nine Nether. Li Changsheng spoke coolly, rendering the entire sacred land of Nine Nether silent. They felt as though they were ensnared in a nightmare. When had the illustrious sacred land of Nine Nether been subjected to such humiliation? Continue counting. Li Xiao tightened his grip on the sword, advancing deeper into the sacred land of Nine Nether as countless individuals fled in panic, even though they were aware that Li Xiao claimed to only slay Emperor-level beings. Terror gripped their hearts nonetheless. What a pity my strength is too feeble. Today, I cannot penetrate the sacred land of Nine Nether, but perhaps another day will offer a chance. You, who have nurtured a prodigy like Qin Limeng, need not worry about the sacred land's demise. When the last Emperor-level powerhouse met a motionless, infinite frustration and death at Li Xiao's hands, he could not help but sigh with regret as he sheathed his sword. From this day forth, you shall become the enemy of the entire Tianyuan continent. This is ultimately the foremost sacred land in the world. Even many of our royal ancestors from the Nine Flames dynasty are in seclusion here. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of our father-son relationship, they would have emerged long ago to intervene. Li Changsheng suddenly lamented, for it is indeed true that even gods fear the wicked. Everyone knows his temperament. They can hardly be bothered to employ such threats. Leaving those behind might yet allow for some reconciliation with the Nine Flames dynasty. Otherwise, should they emerge, Li Changsheng's blade would show no mercy. For once they stepped forth, both side stances would be clearly delineated, the enemy of the world? Then I must swiftly learn the art of disguise. Li Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, leaving Li Changsheng speechless. He had originally intended to inspire him with words of ambition. Yet this lad had simply shrunk back, harboring thoughts of hiding to evade pursuit. What I mean is, if you do not possess the strength to overshadow the entire world, you shall inevitably pay a painful price for today's events. Li Changsheng suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and patiently instructed his SONIS that what you mean? Li Xiao feigned astonishment, while Li Changsheng remained composed, yet the hidden powerhouses of the sacred land of Nine Nether were visibly infuriated. Li Changsheng, you ought to return and discipline this little devil. We of the sacred land of Nine Nether do not welcome you too. One individual cried out in indignation, but Li Changsheng merely cast a glance in that direction. And in an instant, a cloud of blood mist erupted, leaving that person inexplicably dead. My dear old friends, do not think that this matter has concluded. This time, out of respect for our past friendship, I have come alone if you cannot deliver Qin Limeng into my son's hands within a short time, the Nine Flames Guard shall arrive to extinguish the lineage of your sacred land of Nine Nether. Just as in the days of the Sword Sect, Li Changsheng snorted, then pointed forward, causing the space ahead to shatter, faintly revealing the scene of the royal city of the Nine Flames dynasty from countless distances away. Let us depart, Li Changsheng called, leading Li Xiao back, leaving behind a desolate wasteland, a mere shadow of the so-called foremost sacred land. Sovereign, your prowess is truly astounding. Li Xiao was utterly astonished. Such means could hardly be described as anything less than divine. Indeed, one of the most elite few in the entire world. However, though I have not truly battled against the Demon Lord, I suspect he might surpass me. Even 20 years ago, I would have had confidence in defeating him. But not in killing him. Li Changsheng did not conceal his thoughts. Even sighing, his expression tinged with resignation. Everyone knows that the Demon Lord's true strength lies in being universally acknowledged as the most difficult to slay. The grand technique of the devil's disintegration truly gives one a headache. Sovereign, as soon as they returned, the second prince, Li Chun, rushed over in haste. What has transpired? Upon seeing Li Chun's face awash with anxiety and turmoil, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. He was quite familiar with this nephew, raised by his side since childhood, and he would not so easily display such a flustered demeanor. Chapter 82. Coerced to attend the banquet, Li Chun instinctively cast a furtive glance at Li Xiao, then suddenly knelt down. Just after the sovereign departed, the demon path saintess Nie Chanqian infiltrated the royal city once more, even abducting Miss Tianya from the Imperial Medical Institute. Not only that, but she also took away my Aunt Lana's corpse. Leaving behind a sound transmission talisman, I Chun dared not raise his head, his voice trembling as he recounted the events that had transpired in the royal city. What? Li Xiao and Li Changsheng exchanged astonished glances. Both taken aback, they had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, Nie Chanqian would dare to leap into this den of tigers a second time. She truly possesses remarkable courage. It is my fault. I underestimated her. At that moment, the father and son spoke in unison, then exchanged bewildered looks. Clearly, they were the type to seek answers within themselves rather than instinctively shifting blame to others. Furthermore, Elder Zhou Xian fought desperately to defend, but is now gravely injured and unconscious. The personnel at the Imperial Medical Institute are doing their utmost to treat him. Seeing that neither of the two appeared angry, Li Chun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. He will not die. Li Xiao shook his head. Zhou Xian was not the issue. His current life form is peculiar. As long as we continuously provide him with demonic energy, even the gravest of injuries will not claim his life. Even if he were to be completely slain, Li Xiao could resurrect him, but that would result in significant memory loss. What is Duanmu Rue doing? Li Changsheng furrowed his brow, pondering. He finally detected something amiss. Even if the royal city lacks my direct oversight, Duanmu Rue is no fool. It seems the Demon Lord has exerted pressure from afar, suppressing the Sword Saint. Li Chun hesitated to explain. Such matters were beyond his comprehension. That scoundrel is certainly playing tricks. Li Xiao cursed under his breath. If the Demon Lord had truly come in person, then Duanmu Rue would undoubtedly be no match for him. Yet the issue lies in the fact that the demon lord merely cast a projection from afar, and Duanmu Rue was intimidated into an action. How could that be possible? The sharpness of a swordsman is not something to be trifled with like mere vegetables. He is clearly doing this on purpose. However, one cannot entirely fault him. He has not betrayed his commitment to the royal family. Li Chongqing also let out a dissatisfied grunt, yet had no desire to pursue the matter further. Li Xiao understood that this was not the time to delve into grievances, and he could only endure in silence. This was the communication talisman, observing that the two had ceased their altercation. Li Chun presented another yellow talisman, shimmering with a faint golden light. It was evident that this item had already been activated. As Li Chongshang grasped it, a clear voice resonated forth. The righteous and demonic battle on the Tianyuan continent is about to commence once more. I wonder what stance your Jian dynasty will take a month from now. The forces of the demonic path will gather at Tianmor Ridge. You and your son might as well come to witness. A cold, domineering, and utterly emotionless voice distinctly reached Li Xiao's ears, causing his body to instinctively shudder. He recognized that this was the voice of his biological grandfather. What the hell? Li Xiao was momentarily speechless. He had been preoccupied with dealing with the 9 nether sacred land and had neglected the demonic path, but it now seemed that the demonic forces were not much different from the 9 nether sacred land. Is there only one Juyin dynasty in the Tianyuan continent? Why is everyone so eager to court you? Li Xiao suppressed his rising anger and looked curiously at Li Chongqing. This was clearly a veiled remark. Who would resort to such coercive tactics to win someone over? In the most prosperous period of the Tianyuan continent, there were once 8 great dynasties. It is said that the demon lord was once the heir of one of those dynasties. However, with the corpse of the otherworldly demon crashing down upon Tianmor Ridge, the spiritual energy of this realm has gradually become muddled and sparse, leading to a decline in the number of cultivators and dynasties that it can support. Tianmor Ridge, also known as Tianma Tomb, is said to have been named so because of the descent of the demon, which caused the dynasty where the demon lord resided to gradually perish. As of now, only 3 dynasties remain in the world. While the Jian dynasty may not be the strongest, it is certainly the oldest and most enigmatic, Li Chongqing patiently explained, a courtesy he would not extend to anyone else. In that context, the foundation of the demon lord is indeed remarkable. If one were to add the Jian dynasty, he would have a greater assurance in opposing the righteous alliance led by the 9 nether sacred land. Li Xiao nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that the people of the 9 nether sacred land chose to retreat like turtles, allowing his father and him to bully them without restraint. Precisely because such events had just unfolded, Li Chongshang felt rather awkward about joining forces with the demon lord against the 9 nether sacred land. This matter must be entrusted to you. I need to remain in the imperial city. Whether it be the essence of the Jian divine fire or the foundation of the Jian dynasty, they both prevent me from leaving if necessary. I could deploy the Jiuyin guards. However, you're not going there to engage in a decisive battle with the demonic forces. I wonder if they would accept your bringing the Jiuyin guards along. Li Chongshang frowned as he regarded Li Xiao. Despite being the emperor of a dynasty, he too felt the weight of responsibility. In situations like this, his only hope lay with Li Xiao. All right. Naturally, Li Xiao felt it his duty. After all, the demon lord was, after all, his biological grandfather. The very least, he ought to meet him as for whether they would be friend or foe upon meeting. That would be entirely up to the other party. Once you depart, I will announce your designation as the heir to the Jiuyin dynasty. At that time, you can imagine what will transpire. Seeing Li Xiao's swift acquiescence, Li Chongqing couldn't help but add, I understand. Li Xiao nodded nonchalantly, aware that he would bear the fortune of the Jiuyin dynasty, perhaps even surpassing the former 3rd prince, Li Sheng. However, he would simultaneously face countless assassination attempts, all originating from within the Jiuyin dynasty. The most absurd part was that the nominal first prince had already been secretly designated as the future heir within the royal family. Yet upon Li Xiao's return, he had usurped that position. This was not merely the first prince's ambition, but an accepted fact among countless individuals who had long regarded it as their lifelong goal, having devoted immense effort and dedication towards it. In this instance, Li Xiao was effectively forcing countless people into a corner. It would be strange if they did not seek vengeance against him. Well, since you understand, I shall rest easy. Li Changsheng scrutinized Li Xiao's expression, noting the absence of joy and the presence of resentment, which finally put his mind at ease. Chapter 83. This is maternal love. It was evident that Li Changsheng's urgent cultivation of Li Xiao was not a case of hastening growth, but rather a broader vision. His goal was not merely to nurture the next Jian emperor, but to expand Li Xiao's perspective beyond the entirety of the Tianyuan continent. At Li Changsheng's current height, this vast and boundless Tianyuan continent had become a mere small pond confining his existence. Enough, you need not elaborate further. I shall take my leave to see the world outside, lest I perish within the imperial city. In such a case, we would truly become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Li Xiao waved his hand, effectively silencing Li Changsheng. What did I do wrong that you insist on calling me emperor? Li Changsheng frowned at Li Xiao, for this excursion was fraught with uncertainty, prompting him to voice his concern. "Oh, not worry. This time, I shall certainly return alive. Once I do, we can cultivate our relationship." Li Xiao huffed, turning on his heel to leave. Upon returning to his previous residence, he was instantly engulfed by a sense of loneliness and restlessness. Previously, this place had been bustling, a semblance of family. Yet now, with Jun Ruolan deceased, Tianya abducted, and Zhou Xian's fate unknown, Li Xiao found himself utterly alone. His return was intentionally to absorb this solitude, to temper his own mindset. What a demon lord. What a demonic path. Truly, they're too overbearing. Humans are often thus. Li Xiao had bullied others in the Nine Nether Sacred Land without feeling it excessive. Yet now, he was overwhelmed by a sense of grievance, a tightness in his chest that refused to dissipate. Whether this was the demon lord's scheme or Nie Qianqian's own volition, ultimately, Nie Qianqian had been sent by the demon lord, and thus this debt must be held against him. Li Xiao silently sorted through his interpersonal relationships in this world. He had initially harbored no prejudice against the demon lord, but now found himself filled with disdain and indignation. Nevertheless, the demon lord was an invincible powerhouse, and he could only silently grumble in his heart. "Mother, oh mother, I am truly sorry. It appears that this time I must confront the demon lord with life and death at stake." Li Xiao sighed, his consciousness once again plunging into the realm of this unique space. Here, due to Mu Xianzi's love, she had left behind a unique realm that only Li Xiao could touch. Others, no matter how powerful, could never enter this world because they could not perceive Mu Xianzi's love. So, have you made your decision? What troubles you still? Are you worried that mother will disapprove of your confrontation with your biological grandfather? A delicate figure appeared quietly. No longer did she resemble a pregnant woman, but rather a youthful, carefree girl. She smiled affectionately at Li Xiao. This was not the true Mu Xianzi, or rather, not her entire persona, but a special aspect of her being that had split away, solely devoted to loving Li Xiao while disregarding all else. This persona, Li Changsheng, was inconsequential. Her sole concern was for her son. "Li Xiao, rest assured, whatever you decide to do, your mother will undoubtedly stand by your side. Whatever actions you take, it will always be others' fault. They're the ones who wronged you first." Li Xiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he experienced this unreasonable favoritism. His rationality told him that this seemed somewhat amiss. Yet his restless heart gradually began to find solace. You are your mother's child, thus you are inherently a little demon. The myriad beings in this world will serve as catalysts for your descent into darkness. As your mother, I will surely pamper you, ensuring your heart remains at peace, preventing you from harboring hatred towards this world, ultimately averting your path to demonic corruption, though it was merely a remnant of the past. Mu Xianzi seemed to sense Li Xiao's thoughts, and she gently smiled as she explained that, "I see. I understand." Li Xiao was suddenly taken aback, and he finally comprehended the essence of this residence, that it was not merely a place that left behind a complete set of techniques, but rather a sanctuary for Li Xiao's soul, a warm haven that would endure eternally. Regardless of what transpired in the future, no matter the trials he faced or the person he became. Even if he transformed into a world-destroying demon, reviled by all, here he would always be enveloped in love and care. Here, he would forever find unwavering support, absolute trust, and unconditional recognition as the most precious treasure in existence. This epitomizes maternal love. Tears streamed down Li Xiao's face as he never anticipated that upon arriving in this unfamiliar world, he would gain such a pure and untainted maternal affection. Silly child. You are indeed my child. How could a mother fail to recognize her own offspring? At that moment, Mu Xianzi suddenly chuckled softly, startling Li Xiao. Could it be that there was something amiss with his transmigration? Or did Mu Xianzi already know that he was a traveler from another realm? Since you must confront your grandfather, your mother has prepared some items for you, which may assist you in conserving your strength. Without further explanation for Li Xiao's bewilderment, Mu Xianzi merely gestured, and a beam of golden light descended upon Li Xiao's brow, causing him to feel a sharp pang of pain. Instinctively, he turned inward and discovered that his pineal gland, hidden behind his brow, was undergoing a monumental transformation. It was unclear what means Mu Xianzi had employed, but she had directly opened an infinitely vast interdimensional storage space within Li Xiao's pineal gland. This space itself was not the gift she claimed it to be. Nevertheless, it must be noted that as the pineal gland was fully developed, Li Xiao immediately felt his mind exceptionally clear, and his comprehension surged dramatically, reaching the limits of what this body could contain. In other words, if Li Xiao's brain were likened to a computer, Mu Xianzi's actions had effectively pushed it to operate at full capacity. All these items were devised during my rebellious phase, specifically to deal with my father. Regrettably, I never had the chance to utilize them, so I shall bestow them upon you. Mu Xianzi chuckled with delight. And then, across the fabric of time and space, she cast numerous puppet-like creations into the storage space she had opened for Li Xiao. Are you a cultivator? Li Xiao could not help but voice his peculiar thoughts. A cultivator, cultivating means to correct, and truth refers to the essence of reality. Thus, it translates to a scientist in pursuit of truth. Cultivators are, in essence, scientists within the realm of cultivation. Not only Mu Xianzi, but also Li Changsheng is a scientist in the world of cultivation. Hence, they're the most formidable. Chapter 84. The only kin. This is not an exaggeration. It can be said that those with a spirit of scientific inquiry are what ultimately decides the limits of a world. Li Xiao fully embraced this maternal figure, for the gifts she provided were abundant and sincere, but he gently tapped the relics left to him by his mother. They were an array of combat puppets constructed from various materials. Each one was imbued with the innocent curiosity of a young girl towards the world. She had conducted experiments with diverse materials and functions to produce these creations. Thus, some of these combat puppets could hardly be considered mere puppets. From Li Xiao's perspective, they resembled bionic robots. However, due to the differing environmental conditions of this world, the energy source for these robots was not a battery, but rather spiritual stones. Electricity is a natural energy, while spiritual stones are essentially a type of ore. Therefore, electrical energy is renewable, whereas spiritual stones diminish with use. This inevitably leads to fierce competition for resources in Tianyuan continent, rendering the relationships between people increasingly bloody and ruthless. Ultimately, humans remain merely human. The morality of humanity is often dictated by the environment, even by the most subtle elemental factors. Yet he now possessed some hidden cards. However, should the demon lord take action against me, these items would be rendered meaningless. It seems that, in her subconscious, she had yet to consider the possibility of the demon lord targeting me. Li Xiao pondered for a moment and sighed, uncertain of what to say. For several days, Li Xiao did nothing. He simply lingered here, reminiscing about his mother. Such an extraordinarily gifted woman. Had she lived until now, perhaps she would have devised means to confront a peak powerhouse like the demon lord. The emperor. When Li Xiao finally gathered his emotions and exited the residence, a young man clad in ordinary attire awaited him outside. He had remained in seclusion for long, yet because of Li Xiao's affairs, he had long abandoned his previous routine. It is time for you to set forth. I Changsheng assessed Li Xiao's demeanor and softly spoke, then handed him a jade slip. Within it lay a map and the teachings of a profound technique. The journey ahead is fraught with uncertainty. Survival must take precedence. Life is replete with tribulations and awkwardness. Yet as long as one perseveres and survives, there will inevitably be gains. Hai Changshang sighed, finding it difficult to maintain a calm demeanor in the presence of his only son. You shall not perish, at worst. You may be suppressed by the demon lord and find it difficult to extricate yourself for a time. Xiao nodded, realizing that remaining in the Jian dynasty would hinder his growth. It was better to depart. Hai Changsheng nodded, remaining silent as he gazed at Li Xiao. Xiao immediately grasped his meaning. Turning, he floated away, the protective aura of the imperial city enveloping him and teleporting him out. Brother! Outside the city gates, Li Qingqing had been waiting for a long time, her expression peculiar as she gazed at Li Xiao, her large, watery eyes filled with grievance. You already know the truth? Li Xiao glanced at her and instantly understood that she was aware of his background. Indeed, the Emperor has forsaken me. He has entrusted me to you. You are my only kin in this world. Ai Qingqing's voice was ethereal, her expression lost rather than mournful, yet her eyes brimmed with tears that flowed uncontrollably. Since she became aware of her surroundings, she had cautiously pursued familial affection, and despite her relentless efforts in cultivation and demonstrating her talents, it was not out of a genuine love for cultivation, but rather a means to garner her family's attention. Yet after all her endeavors, she was met with utter failure, informed that the Jian Emperor did not acknowledge her as his daughter. It matters not. If you cannot be his daughter, perhaps you can still be his daughter-in-law. Unable to resist, Li Xiao reached out and ruffled her hair, tousling her cascading locks. Brother! Faced with such teasing, Li Qingqing could no longer suppress her tears. She glared at Li Xiao in outrage, astonished that her only nominal kin could be so cruel. Be obedient. Stay in the imperial city. The outside world is far too perilous. Xiao laughed heartily and dashed away into the distance. I refuse, you big bad guy. I want to follow you. Enraged, Li Qingqing transformed into a streak of sword light, instantly pursuing after him. You little girl, Li Xiao felt utterly helpless, with his current strength at the peak of the Emperor realm. He could not shake off Li Qingqing. Of course, he also could not bring himself to truly expend all his energy to rid himself of her. Doing so would surely sadden her greatly. As her guardian, he was her only relative in this world, and to cast her aside so resolutely could lead her to despair. Then come along. In the face of danger, remember to prioritize your safety and flee at the first opportunity. Do not become a burden that causes me to perish at the hands of my enemies, Li Xiao earnestly urged, while Li Qingqing huffed dismissively, completely ignoring him. Thus Li Xiao paid her no mind, and instead took out the jade slip entrusted to him by Li Changsheng. Unexpectedly, this object proved to be extraordinarily fragile. As soon as the spirit pierced through, it shattered completely, transforming into a myriad of sparkling light points. It turned out that this jade slip was merely an illusion. Not a jade slip at all, but rather a manifestation of condensed spiritual essence, a complex memory quietly melded into Li Xiao's mind, allowing him to instantly grasp everything concerning the secret technique of wanli xianting. This was a portion of Li Changsheng's severed memories, wherein he had encapsulated the martial arts he had comprehended over the years and bestowed it all upon Li Xiao in one fell swoop. Li Xiao found himself momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that perhaps his father's affection for him was not any less than that of his mother. The tearing of one's spirit results in permanent harm, not only causing Li Changsheng to irrevocably lose this martial technique, but also leaving his spirit vulnerable to future perils. In fact, he could have simply replicated this technique, allowing Li Xiao to gradually comprehend it. Given his current state, with his pineal gland fully developed, mastering this technique would pose no challenge at all. Yet parents never consider the cost-effectiveness of what they give their children. They would rather provide the very best. What's wrong? Observing the tumultuous expression on Li Xiao's face, Li Qingqing gazed over with concern. Alas, you foolish girl, Xiao sighed helplessly, wanting to express that Li Changsheng was overly partial, yet he felt it would be too sentimental of him. Chapter 85. History repeats itself with his disjointed remarks. Li Qingqing did not take offense, but instead furrowed her brow, intending to retort. However, Li Xiao had already extended his hand, gently tapping his finger against Li Qingqing's forehead. That girl had long since acknowledged him in her heart, Thus she bore no defenses and was easily affected by his gesture that a memory was transmitted, revealing the complete cultivation process of the Wanli Xianting technique. Yet, this required Li Qingqing to gradually comprehend and practice it piece by piece, unlike Li Xiao, who had essentially copied and pasted the understanding and mastery of the technique as it was previously held by Li Changsheng. What a marvelous spatial divine ability! It would take me at least half a year to fully master it. Unable to contain herself, Li Qingqing's petite body swayed as she attempted to simulate the sensation of 1,000 miles. But alas, even with her astonishing comprehension, she could not achieve it. That, I told you. You must be foolish, Li Xiao scoffed, just as he was about to pull Li Qingqing along to continue their journey when suddenly a thought struck him. Here it comes again. The familiar formula, the familiar scent. A sense of helplessness surged within Li Xiao as he hurriedly retrieved the Tianjing mirror. The drop of blood fell into it, and the shattered mirror was temporarily restored, revealing an image forthwith. There, amidst the clouds in the high sky, stood a figure clad in white, indeed lying in wait on the path Li Xiao was destined to traverse. Duanmu, what does he intend to do? Li Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment, having never anticipated that Duanmu would resort to such tactics. When I arrived in the royal city previously, he was stationed outside, and fortunately, I managed to evade him with the aid of this mirror. Li Xiao scoffed. Having the same occurrence happen twice in succession was rather vexing, was it not? It was inconceivable. Could Duanmu act so recklessly? Though young, Li Qingqing was exceptionally astute, and she quickly sensed that something was amiss. That's so. Li Xiao, reminded by her, also felt the oddity. Others may be unaware of Li Changxing's strength, but how could Duanmu be oblivious? Even if he harbored resentment towards Li Xiao, or sought to fish in troubled waters, he would not act without purpose. Go. Li Xiao pointed, a sequence of blood droplets falling upon the Tianjing mirror, and he immediately sensed that the mirror had achieved permanent restoration. After all, his current realm was far superior to that of his last encounter. This is the Grand Prince, the royal family's designated future heir. Two figures appeared in the mirror. A middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, exuding majesty, accompanied by a calm and composed young man. They were engaged in dialogue with Duanmu, since this was not a current event. No sound emanated from it. Suddenly, the mirror's surface shimmered, and Li Changxing's figure emerged, appearing notably more vibrant, as this was indeed occurring at present. Esteemed ancestors, why have you suddenly broken through? Li Changxing's brow furrowed, and his expression swiftly darkened. The camera in the mirror then zoomed out, revealing over a dozen royal ancestors silently encircling Li Changxing. The royal heir cannot be arbitrarily replaced. Furthermore, that Li Xiao possesses the bloodline of the demon sovereign. By promoting him, do you intend to make enemies of the world? An elder, whose face was creased and resembled a corpse long dead, spoke coldly, evident displeasure on his countenance. Enemies of the world? I shall slay whoever dares oppose me. Li Changsheng scoffed, entirely dismissing such trifling threats. Instantly, the royal ancestors were infuriated. Li Changxing's words were unmistakably a threat, a declaration that anyone who dared to speak out would face dire consequences. Crack, perhaps due to Li Changxing's overwhelming realm. A simple act of observation caused a crack to suddenly appear on a mirror's surface, rendering the once clear image blurry. Damn it, I've shed so much blood, only to find it a futile endeavor. Li Xiao hastily dispelled the image from the mirror, wiping it tenderly, uncertain when it might be fully restored. Why not pour a bucket of blood and soak the mirror? Li Qingqing suggested earnestly, her wide eyes fixed on Li Xiao in confusion. In truth, for cultivators, if they discovered their blood could nourish sacred treasures, they would have long succumbed to the impulse to act recklessly. Yet Li Xiao was merely a traveler from another realm, unaccustomed to such wild notions. There is still time. Li Xiao scoffed, beginning to contemplate. The best course of action now was naturally to utilize the Tianjing mirror to conceal his heavenly secrets, then quietly slip away. It wasn't that he was afraid. He simply had pressing matters to attend to and saw no need to squander time here. However, upon realizing that someone was plotting against him, Li Xiao felt somewhat reluctant to depart. Let me see. Our elder brother, Li Xiao, suddenly chuckled coldly, once more releasing blood, causing the Tianjing mirror to radiate brilliantly, revealing a scene. Not too far away, within a mountain range, someone had temporarily arranged a spirit-gathering formation using spirit stones. At the core of the formation, a serene young man sat with closed eyes, engaged in meditation. Ding! New child of destiny detected. Li Chenglong. Age, 29. Realm, Emperor S realm, 5th level. Fortune value, 25 million points. Special talent, True Fate's son. As the rightful heir of the Jin dynasty, he has already gained the acknowledgement of the Jin dynasty's fortune dragon in secret, enabling him to borrow the entire dynasty's fortune at critical moments. Condensing the aspirations of all beings within the dynasty. As Li Xiao's gaze gravitated heavily upon the young man's face, the system notification startled him. What a prodigy! Truly, the biting dog does not bark. Who would have thought that the silent grand prince of the Jin dynasty would be such a monstrous talent? What do you intend to do? Seeing Li Xiao's peculiar expression, which shifted continuously, Li Qingqing could not help but tug at him with concern that I intend to eliminate this person. I wonder, what is your stance? Li Xiao inhaled slightly, casting a strange look at Li Qingqing as he straightforwardly inquired her opinion. Ordinarily, matters like this should not involve Li Qingqing. However, neither Li Xiao nor Li Qingqing were typical individuals. They naturally possess their own value judgments that I don't even know him. You're my brother. If you say to kill, then we shall kill. Li Qingqing made her judgment with nonchalance, leaving Li Xiao both gratified and exasperated as he seriously doubted the girl's mental faculties. This is the grand prince of a dynasty. Should anything go awry, she would be forced to flee the Jin dynasty alongside him, subject to the endless pursuit and wanted notices of the dynasty. Very well. Let us proceed and slay this man. Chapter 86. I Technique Ambush. Dark Space. Li Xiao decisively made his choice, and Li Qingqing nodded indifferently to, I suspect the regent is also a powerful sage. Be cautious. I Qingqing casually followed in Li Xiao's footsteps, offering a nonchalant warning to a sage. You say? Li Xiao frowned. As one advances in cultivation, the disparities between realms grow ever more pronounced. Although he now possessed strength far exceeding that of his peers, facing a sage still weighed heavily upon him. No worries. If we cannot defeat him, we shall flee. If we cannot escape, then we shall await the Emperor's rescue. At worst, we shall scatter the Jin dynasty. Li Xiao pondered for a moment. He truly did not care about any consequences. No worries. I can ensure you leave alive. I Qingqing exuded confidence, her unique constitution fully activated, which indeed served as a trump card. Soon, the two approached the secluded area where Li Chenglong was in seclusion. The reason the other party chose to retreat to this desolate place was, in fact, to ambush Li Xiao. However, standing in their way was Duanmu Rui, who had personally come to intercept them. Li Chenglong had never considered that Li Xiao could arrive here alive. Come, Li Xiao called out, using the sky-peering mirror to obscure their celestial secrets while grasping Li Qingqing's delicate hand. With a mere thought, they suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving not even the faintest mark behind. Strangely enough, from a distance, Duanmu Rui faced the regent, seated amidst the drifting white clouds, when he suddenly furrowed his brow and let out a soft grunt. What is the matter? The regent inquired, surprised. He did not anticipate that this ambush would encounter any unforeseen circumstances. His only concern was whether the royal ancestors could persuade Li Changsheng to abandon his absurd notions. It's nothing. Last time, I had a similar feeling, and then Li Xiao slipped into the imperial city right under my nose. Duanmu Rui spoke indifferently, yet his gaze towards the regent concealed an oddity. It was well known that Li Changsheng was extraordinarily powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ascended to the position of a nine-flame emperor. However, the true extent of his strength was likely beyond the comprehension of either the man before him or the other royal ancestors. Contemplating this, Duanmu Rui felt an inexplicable excitement. Perhaps this time, numerous prominent figures from various dynasties would meet their untimely demise, or perhaps the entire dynasty's power would be shaken, leading to its inevitable decline. Unbeknownst to him, this once pure-minded swordsman was now filled with a sinister delight in the misfortunes of others. There was no escaping the fact that his previous experiences seemed to have shattered his mental shackles. Yet they had also propelled him towards the path of demonic obsession. It was as if they had said that one could prove their path through strength. However, utilizing one's own power versus relying on external forces were entirely different matters. Duanmu Rue had initially impatiently exploited Li Sheng's admiration for him, forcefully untangling the knots of his past, but this tactic was too contrived. Fundamentally self-deceiving, then, he had been ruthlessly crushed by Li Changsheng, reluctantly remaining in the Nine Flame dynasty, claiming to have resolved the past entanglements. Yet his life remained unchanged. Thus, unbeknownst to him, this former prodigy of the sword path had become psychologically distorted, and his once unblemished heart was now marred. Meanwhile, Li Xiao and Li Qingqing stealthily approached Li Chenglong. However, Li Xiao inadvertently triggered a minor array mechanism. This was a formation laid by Li Chenglong himself, though not highly sophisticated. It was exquisitely crafted, so, you are indeed a master of formations, truly worthy of being a prince of a dynasty, each possessing their unique talents. Li Chenglong suddenly opened his eyes, spotting Li Xiao, who appeared awestruck. "It is you," Li Chenglong frowned. He had come here to eliminate Li Xiao and was naturally familiar with his visage. "Do not flaunt your formation skills before me. You should first observe my eyes." Li Xiao chuckled lightly, and the space around them subtly rippled with the fluctuations of laws. This fellow was actually setting up a formation in the void. Li Chenglong felt a sudden surge of dark energy erupting from Li Xiao's eyes. And just then, the latter's ocular technique activated, causing him to abruptly lose his sight. The world around him was instantly shrouded in darkness, swallowing even the light that had previously emanated from his own eyes. An overwhelming darkness descended, catching Li Chenglong off guard and plunging him into a momentary panic. Having come to kill Li Xiao, he had already extensively researched Li Xiao's information. However, since Li Xiao had obtained this ocular technique, he had never employed it. At this moment, not just Li Chenglong, but even the concealed Li Qingqing was taken aback. Li Chenglong was already an extraordinary prodigy, yet who would have thought that upon encountering Li Xiao, he would suffer such a significant setback? "Kill!" Li Xiao roared, unleashing a torrent of innate true energy towards Li Chenglong's face. This attack was somewhat unforeseen, as Li Xiao's expulsion of innate true energy did not hinder his other movements. He immediately charged forward with his sword. All around, the air was filled with the sword energies coalesced from the myriad sword techniques, which was already enough to cause a headache for Li Chenglong. And losing his sight only compounded his predicament. Roaring, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a life-and-death crisis. Yet his expression remained calm, and a terrifying dragon's roar suddenly erupted from within him. Subsequently, the dreadful dragon's aura and might released, suppressing all laws in the surrounding space. Li Xiao was immediately struck by a sense of disorientation. He began to understand why Li Changxing's strength was so formidable. It was undoubtedly closely linked to the nurturing of dragon energy. In an instant, time and space seemed to slow down. Although Li Xiao's assault appeared overwhelming, once speed was lost, it transformed from fearsome to farcical. Huffed. Just then, a sword light suddenly burst forth, akin to a glimmer piercing through the entire night. The previously sluggish space was abruptly pierced by a single sword strike, and everything around them returned to normal. Li Chenglong exclaimed in panic. The calm demeanor he had maintained for years finally cracked. Revealing his fear and astonishment, a blood arrow erupted as Li Qingqing emerged from an unknown location, her sword plunging into Li Chenglong's heart, the sharp tip protruding from his back. Boom! With a successful strike. Li Qingqing showed no mercy. Instead, she swiftly kicked out while forcefully withdrawing her sword. Chapter 87. True Dragon Body. Untouched by all laws, Li Qingqing's movements were entirely fluid, almost like a single continuous action. This seemingly light kick contained earth-shattering power, shattering half of Li Chenglong's body. Blood immediately drenched the ground, rendering Li Chenglong's remains a ghastly sight. However, Li Qingqing exchanged a glance with Li Xiao, both revealing expressions of shock. Such grievous harm would have been enough to fell an ordinary person multiple times over. Yet, despite sustaining such severe injuries, Li Chenglong's vitality remained robust, showing no signs of depletion. dragon-born with 9 orifices. He was indeed a true dragon deity. No wonder he had been recognized as the crown prince of the dynasty so early on. His innate talent likely rivaled that of an emperor. Li Qingqing was momentarily stunned before she gasped in realization. It seemed only this special constitution could explain why Li Chenglong remained alive. True dragons were legendary existences. Their might could be encapsulated in a single phrase. Dragon-born with 9 orifices. Humans could cultivate because they possessed a dantian to absorb and store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Dragons, on the other hand, were structurally different. They possessed 9 orifices equivalent to 9 dantians. Thus, humans often use the term dragon to describe the utmost elite. Undoubtedly, Li Chenglong was such a true top-tier prodigy. "You little wretch! How dare you cripple one of my orifices?" As Li Chenglong's eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. He glared fiercely at Li Qingqing, his eyes ablaze with hatred. He had been born with 9 orifices, with the potential to become a 9-glory prodigy. Yet now, due to Li Qingqing's sudden ambush, one of his orifices had been permanently damaged. This was not merely a matter of a diminished constitution. 9 represented the pinnacle of completeness. Missing one orifice rendered him a prodigy with inherent flaws. It could be said that with a single move, Li Qingqing had irrevocably destroyed Li Chenglong's future and severely curtailed the heights he could attain. "You have no idea it was I who prompted her to do so," as Li Chenglong's piercing gaze unnerved her. Li Qingqing was about to strike him down, but Li Xiao suddenly interjected. "You shall perish." Li Chenglong's gaze met Li Xiao's, his resentment almost palpable. He had always possessed a character of grace and composure. But anyone faced with such setbacks would become hysterical. "You truly are oblivious. Having tasted the bitterness once, yet you still wish to indulge again." Li Xiao's peculiar smile emerged, and Li Chenglong could only curse himself for being foolishly enraged and falling for the same trick again. Swish! In the vast expanse between heaven and earth, all light was once again thoroughly converged, causing Li Chenglong to instantaneously lose his vision. The loss of sight itself was not terrifying. What was truly fearsome was the perfect disappearance of Li Qingqing, leaving no trace behind. "Rest assured, I have long sealed this space with the 9-flame divine fire and obscured your heavenly secrets with the celestial mirror. We can engage in battle here without any interruptions." Li Xiao said with a light chuckle, but a torrent of innate sword energy erupted from his mouth as he fully activated the myriad forms sword classic, not necessarily to launch lethal strikes, but merely to disrupt Li Chenglong's perception. With a splatter, another deluge of blood rained forth as Li Qingqing seized the opportunity to strike a heavy blow against Li Chenglong once more. "You wretches!" Li Chenglong roared in fury, disregarding everything as he unleashed the void sword formation he had cultivated. The endless, terrifying sword energy, magnified by the formation, erupted instantaneously, shattering the nearby mountains into fragments. Alas, an ethereal layer of faint black flames enveloped this space. Sealing it away, Li Chenglong's eyes widened in shock. The duration of his blindness had evidently shortened significantly this time. However, this still left him gravely injured, with much of his body scent flying by Li Qingqing's assault. Just as Li Xiao and the others intended to pursue him further, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed, and the clouds in the sky transformed into a resplendent gold. A surge of golden energy flooded into Li Chenglong's form, miraculously restoring his shattered body. The areas devoid of flesh and bone became enveloped in a layer of golden energy. "Who dares to usurp the fortune of my 9-flame dynasty?" boomed the distant voice of Li Changsheng. Filled with fury, above the palace complex housing the royal ancestral temple, a magnificent golden dragon, embodying the very essence of fortune, trembled in fear, unsure of how to confront Li Changsheng's wrath. Li Xiao is unexpectedly formidable. He has forced my dragon to resort to such ultimate measures. Meanwhile, the regent was astonished, never anticipating that Li Xiao could drive Li Chenglong to this extent. "Humph!" Duanmu Rue snorted disdainfully, but refrained from further comment. He should have realized that Li Xiao's invitation to this place was primarily to obstruct him from intervening. Clearly, the regent had not underestimated Li Xiao. Rather, he had calculated that Li Xiao would seize the opportunity to counterattack Li Chenglong. However, he had overestimated Li Chenglong's strength while failing to account for the variable that was Li Qingqing. Under normal circumstances, as the ninth princess of the dynasty, Li Qingqing had no reason to assist the beleaguered seventh prince, Li Xiao, in vanquishing the rightful heir. Yet, Li Qingqing was not one to conform to conventional logic, thus providing Li Xiao with the possibility of a successful counterattack. Can you still wield your eye technique? Li Chenglong demanded, rapidly reshaping his corporeal form by consuming the dynasty's fortune. His aura erupting fully, he gazed down at Li Xiao, as if a deity looking upon mere ants. Xiao attempted to activate his eye technique for the third time. Typically, under conditions where both parties were of similar strength, the effect of the technique would diminish with each successive use. Nevertheless, it could still succeed thrice. Alas, this time, as Li Xiao's gaze met Li Chenglong's golden eyes, his technique was shattered outright. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from Li Xiao's eyes, prompting a startled gasp from Li Qingqing as she hurriedly retreated to his side. This is the true dragon's body, said to be impervious to all methods, she exclaimed anxiously, fearing that Li Xiao might not comprehend this fundamental truth and might inadvertently harm himself. The true dragon's body, it appears we cannot kill him. Li Xiao closed his eyes, yet only a mocking expression graced his face. The crown prince of the dynasty was certainly not one whom he alone, possessing merely imperial-level cultivation, could hope to defeat. Unless the fortune surrounding Li Chenglong was entirely stripped away, he would instantly revert to his original form, making him no match for the severely injured Li Xiao and Li Qingqing. To put it plainly, the outcome of this battle was no longer something Li Xiao could determine on his own. Chapter 88. Reckless indulgence, for only the emperor of the dynasty could strip away the fortune-augmenting Li Chenglong. However, should Li Chongshang take such action, it would equate to a complete rupture with the nine-flame royal family. By doing so, he would be placing his personal will above the collective will of the entire royal lineage, a notion that the ancient ancestors of the dynasty would never accept. They had devoted their lives to the nine-flame dynasty, only to discover that they were not stakeholders but mere laborers without any voice. Anyone in their position would likely become unhinged. Leave. Li Xiao uttered a single word, slowly drawing closer to Li Chenglong. Li Qingqing, in a fit of urgency, did not wish to disobey Li Xiao. Deep in her heart, she had already resolved to heed his words, to obediently remain his sister, lest she be abandoned. She truly cared for the last remaining kin in this world. Yet, in this dire situation, she felt as though her legs were bound, rendering her unable to turn and flee. Are you still here? Do you truly believe I possess the excess energy to concern myself with you? Li Xiao scoffed, aware that with his unique spatial abilities, an escape was not out of the question. Li Qingqing could indeed seize this opportunity to vanish into the void. Very well, she gritted her teeth, understanding that she could not harm Li Chenglong in his current state. She turned and took 3 steps before completely vanishing from the realm. What a reassuring ability, Li Xiao remarked with a cold smile, that do not attempt to ambush him. In his current condition, he is akin to being shielded by an extra layer of protection. Unless the nine-flame dynasty's fortune is utterly depleted, no one can injure him. With a brilliant golden dragon might descending upon him, Li Xiao did not resist. Instead, he collapsed awkwardly to the ground. Crying out to the heavens, he was not foolish enough to withstand the dragon's might with his own body. Rather, he channeled it towards the dormant, otherworldly flame within him. Yin Yin was abruptly awakened, roaring in fury as she burst forth from Li Xiao's body. This is the fortune dragon. Upon her emergence, she was immediately suppressed, her small face contorting in anger. Her true power lay in the endless nourishment provided by the nine-flame dynasty. But the hands that feed can also strike. This fortune dragon was precisely the ultimate weapon to suppress the essence of the nine-flame divine fire, shake the foundation, obliterate the nine-flame dynasty. Li Xiao bellowed without hesitation, causing Yin to freeze in shock. What did you say? She exclaimed, bewildered by the chaos outside and unable to fathom how Li Xiao could utter such absurd words. Did he harbor such enmity against the nine-flame dynasty that he sought to annihilate it entirely? You fool! Can't you see who is suppressing us? Li Xiao cursed furiously, no longer caring about how naive and adorable the little girl was at this moment. Boom! 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 The terrifying dragon might continue to converge as Li Xiao resolutely ignored it, directing all of it toward a spirit of heaven and earth. She was naturally at a disadvantage against the fortune dragon. Born from the very essence of celestial fortune, faced with such an irresponsible master, she was on the brink of collapse, her spirit threatening to shatter. On the other side, Li Chenglong found himself in a bind. He had to continuously draw upon the power of fortune to obliterate Li Xiao. His previous injuries were far too severe, and if he paused, he would perish instantly. An endless stream of fortune energy coalesced around Li Chenglong, solidifying his fragmented form, transforming him from a mere mortal into a being of pure energy. All right. Yin Yin, nearly on the verge of losing her mind, suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, if the fortune dragon sought to obliterate her, what purpose remained in preserving the Nine Flame dynasty? It appeared that the dynasty was an innocent party in this matter, and the countless beings living within its royal city were even more so. Yet the crux of the matter was, without these people, where would the fortune dragon's power originate? Explode for me! Yin Yin screamed in a contorted rage, awakening the slumbering essence of the divine fire buried deep beneath the Nine Flame dynasty. Her true form was devoid of consciousness, akin to a powerful, oblivious giant who would obediently follow Yin Yin's command without question. Boom! Deep within the royal palace, Li Changsheng found himself in a tense standoff with several venerable ancestors of the royal family. Both parties were acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences that would ensue should a battle erupt. Though the atmosphere was charged with hostility, no one dared to strike, in truth, this was merely a contest of political coercion. None anticipated that any would resort to violence. However, as the entire imperial city descended into chaos, all were rendered utterly astounded. Li Changsheng, have you lost your mind? Someone shouted in a fury, their anger towards him reaching a boiling point. Then let us engage in battle, Li Changsheng declared, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance toward the ancestral temple, his expression chilling to a frosty demeanor. For it was there that both the auspicious dragon nurtured by the dynasty and the coveted Nine Flame divine fire, painstakingly cultivated by the Jian royal family, resided. Yet now, to his utter disbelief, the auspicious dragon and the Nine Flame divine fire had clashed in open warfare. There was nothing left to say. This was a fight to the death. A legitimate struggle for supremacy, to slay Li Changsheng, subdue the Nine Flame divine fire, and rally the auspicious dragon to support the ascension of a new emperor. In the blink of an eye, the royal ancestors reached a consensus, their murderous intent palpable as they fixed their gazes upon Li Changsheng. Thanks to an impulsive decision made by Li Xiao, they were no longer Li Changsheng's blood relatives, supportive kin, and elders, but had transformed into mortal enemies locked in a life-and-death struggle. How absurd! When did the auspicious dragon cease to heed my command? Truly infuriating. Li Changsheng had not anticipated that such a being as the auspicious dragon could quietly develop a consciousness of its own. Choosing to stand in opposition to him, his laughter reverberated throughout the hall, unsettling the hearts of many, leaving the royal ancestors feeling a chill deep within. Faced with this terrifying calamity, their emperor seemed not to consider how to quell the disaster or save the lives of others. With a sudden burst of energy, a light flashed, and one of the most agitated ancestral figures was pierced through by an unseen force. The crowd gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Li Changsheng, enveloped in divine light, pass through the body of the unfortunate ancestor, who became utterly immobilized, frozen in time like a painting. In the next moment, the ancestor's form was completely transmuted into energy as Li Changsheng passed by. The individual disintegrated into an immense, pure essence. This energy would nourish the surrounding realm for an extended period, transforming the area into a true sanctuary for cultivation. Even infants born in this vicinity would possess extraordinary talents for cultivation. Has he truly entered the divine realm? The crowd murmured in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the young Li Changsheng had achieved such a level. Quick, stop him! The cries of alarm erupted as the ancestors unleashed their full power, hastening toward the skies above the ancestral temple. There, a bewildered five-colored dragon faced off against Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng had gone mad. He intended to slay the auspicious dragon of the dynasty. All who could still breathe, rally and prevent him.